What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 trillion. Chapter 156. Pure Gold. The concept rewrite is 10,000 times bigger. The devil is coercing the world. 3,000 kilometers. Well, it is indeed a bit far. Bai Yu's personal perception range of sight, hearing and color cannot cover 3,000 kilometers at present. But, Bai Yu was amazed to this day when he thought of the talent he had obtained from Shirahoshi's lottery. Conceptual flair. Size. Everything, energy, concepts, etc., that can be described in terms of available size, can be developed without limit. Perception range, doubled. The size of Bai Yu's extraordinary level of sight, hearing and color perception range is more than 1,000 miles in radius, that is, more than 500 kilometers. Double the scope, not enough. Keep expanding. When the basic perception range is expanded tenfold, the radius is more than 5,000 kilometers, which directly exceeds Violet's clairvoyance and Athena's radar scanning radius of 4,000 kilometers, but it is more precise. In an instant, Bai Yu sensed the location of the supergiant lanternfish 3,000 kilometers away. How big is the Qinghai world? Bai Yu suddenly thought. Although during the space trip, he overlooked the entire Qinghai world, but it was a water polo, and the exact size could not be judged. Perception range, 100 times. What Bai Yu has expanded is the basic perception range. The radius is more than 500 kilometers, and the perception range is expanded by 100 times, that is. Radius, 50,000 kilometers. Diameter, 100,000 kilometers. In Bai Yu's memory, the diameter of the original Earth was more than 12,000 kilometers, and the radius was more than 6,000 kilometers. Then, at this moment, I can see the whole world. Like opening the God's perspective. Bai Yu is perceiving the whole world, and the feeling of overlooking the world is unparalleled. Saw Fujitora eating noodles. Saw Kizaru paddling. Saw Akainu being scolded. I saw Reiju from the Vinsmoke family, Rabbit-Eared Girl from Zou, Yamato from Onishima, East Blue Abbeys, Dressrosa Rebecca and more. Only, Bai Yu's vision of seeing and hearing still did not reach the description of Haki's true interpretation, observing everything in the world like eyes. It means that seeing, hearing, and color perceive distant things, as if seeing it with your own eyes. F***K. Who is spying on Lao Su? Get out of here for Lao Su. It's amazing to see and hear, pay attention to vigilance, there are strong people approaching. Who? Come out. Search all around now, hiss, Demon King. For a time, Fujitora's movements were stagnant. Kaido, who was bathing in the magma, cursed his mother. Garp, Sengoku and others in naval headquarters immediately alerted. Red-haired Shanks broke out conquerors, and Drago ordered a search. Only the 5 elders subconsciously thought of the Demon King. All over the world, the strong are on alert. Tisk tisk. Bai Yu is just a random perception of seeing, hearing, and color, and it is not surprising to be discovered by these powerhouses. Seeing, hearing, and color is a good thing. If it doesn't, it will be very interesting. Override the shield. In an instant. Bai Yu's exceptional level of sight-seeing color shields the sight-seeing color of all people whose level of sight-seeing is lower than him within the perception range. Seeing and hearing coerce the world. Hiss. The powerhouses all over the place were horrified, and their sights and sounds disappeared. No, they were directly covered by even more terrifying sights and sounds. Cough cough cough. Fujitora sprayed the face instantly. At this moment, Fujitora's expression is full of confusion and sluggishness. Am I really blind? Kaido jumped out of the lava and shouted excitedly around him. Who is it? Come out. Such an amazing sight. I would like to call you the strongest. Come to be my little brother, and personally teach you to become stronger. Bai Yu has a black line. Memorized in the small book, Mr. Kai's teaching level must be experienced. Advertisement. It feels very good to see the color coercing the world. But, Bai Yu looked at the guy who was playing with butterflies among the flowers in the depths of the ancient city of Mariejois, the Holy Land. Only you are not blocked, and you are still playing with butterflies? I'm sick from the house, right? Humph. At this time, the butterfly player noticed that someone was sensing it, snorted coldly, and felt all directions in surprise. Within the range of perception, no one? Who sensed the color fluctuations just now? Are you a pig? Bai Yu retracted his knowledge. Talent. Experiments big and small, the results are very good and very easy. After all, it is called unlimited development by the system. Bai Yu likes it. It's just a simple increase in perceived range size, not a concept. Pure gold. Bai Yu teleported within the perception range, and came directly to the sky above the sea of giant lanternfish, standing in the sky overlooking. More than 200 years ago, scientist Miskia Assi, because her daughter Oroja had an incurable disease at the time, worked hard to make her daughter live a few more years. Finally, in an unrepeatable experimental accident, Assier created the heart of gold in ancient legends, pure gold. 1. Greatly slow down the growth rate and greatly prolong the lifespan. 2. Slowly cure the disease. But, the light of pure gold is too dazzling. When the pirates found out that Ozzy made pure gold, the family was ransacked, his wife was killed by the pirates, and Ozzy, his daughter Oroja and half the island were engulfed by lanternfish. 200 years have passed, and the world government's search has so far failed. Get me out. Bai Yu whispered softly. However, after a few breaths, the sea began to churn, and an incomparably huge supergiant lanternfish emerged from the sea. It looks a little ugly, but the light source like a lantern hangs upside down on its forehead, so it is called a lanternfish. Woo, lanternfish let out a cry. Its eyes revealed the light of wisdom, full of surprise and excitement. Bai Yu looked at me and said, "It's really big, do you recognize my identity?" 35. I have seen my king, and my king will live forever. Lanternfish shouted, and the meaning of what he shouted was this sentence. Bai Yu. Good guy, this lanternfish can handle it, and they will have trouble with Bitover. Poseidon Bai Yu, immortal. Since having the power of Poseidon, Bai Yu's eyes on those supergiant sea kings with extremely high intelligence are different, they are all his little brothers. Bai Yu appreciates all the wise sea kings who can recognize Bai Yu's identity instead of always guessing and questioning. Those little islands in your stomach make you uncomfortable, I'll move. Thank you. Thank my king for the gift. Bai Yu teleported into the stomach of the lanternfish and came to a small island. This lanternfish has several huge stomachs, all of which have small islands that have been swallowed before and have not been digested. The Aussier father and daughter, who have lived on their respective islands for the past 200 years, have never seen each other, and they all thought that each other had died. Boom. Bai Yu touched several small islands one after another, lifted them up, and sent them directly into the gravity space balance area. By the way, I checked to see if there was still pure gold left in my stomach. What's the situation? Year, hey why is this island suddenly brighter? Two voices sounded. Bai Yu came to the gravity space balance area and volleyed over the two of them. Aesir. 200 years later, he became fat, but he did not grow old. Oroja. 200 years later, she still looks like a little girl. This meant that the two of them lived on the island for nearly 200 years under the light of pure gold. 200 years have passed, and the 6-year-old Oroja still looks like 6 years old. How many years do you want to die of old age? Advertisement, millennium, 10,000 years? Thinking of this, Bai Yu smashed a door and transferred a special device inside it. Click. As the device shattered, an incomparably dazzling golden light overflowed, causing Bai Yu to narrow his eyes. Light of pure gold. This is what can make countless people crazy, obsessed with it, and have no chance of seeing each other, the dazzling divine light. Bai Yu didn't feel any special energy from above, just a very pure special metal, a specialty of this world. But, Bai Yu has great control over his body, and he soon found that his body entered a state of soothing. Bai Yu gently opened his fingers and watched the wound heal extremely slowly. This is not a good thing. Because Bai Yu with a 6-star physique, if he is injured, even if he does not need any ability to repair, he will heal very quickly, faster than Zone awakened. And for a small wound, it took 10 seconds before there was any sign of healing. This shows that the speed of cell proliferation is rapidly slowing down, and there are two concepts of immortality. One inhibits the speed of cell proliferation, and the other is intrinsically immortal. It seems that children, those who are in the explosive stage, injured, etc., are not suitable for carrying pure gold. It will lead to too slow growth, too slow strength growth, too slow recovery, etc. 35. Adults with stable strength and no injuries are the most suitable. Bai Yu felt it again for a while, and temporarily gave a few judgments, but the specifics still need to be tested. Memory rewrite. Before the two could speak, Bai Yu directly rewrote the memory of the father and daughter, first deleting all the memories of the past 200 years, and then changing the age in the memory. Scientists, Bai Yu attaches great importance to it, and Acier can be thrown into the laboratory that is being built, which currently includes Vegapunk, Caesar Current and so on. And Oroja, in addition to reassuring Acier, has no value. After processing the memory, Bai Yu moved the father and daughter to Punk Hazard not far from the balance zone. It's really dazzling. 99 Bai Yu weighed the fist-sized pure gold in his hands, but it was too little. Is that enough? Certainly not enough. Pure gold was accidentally created by Assi, and for him, it could not be reproduced, and it would not be possible to experiment 10,000 times. So, Bai Yu also deleted any experimental memory of pure gold in his memory, because he didn't need to make it. How to have more pure gold? Only. Concept rewrites its size. Although Bai Yu did not find a complete method of making pure gold at the time, but even if he did, there would be many other problems, and now there are better methods. Bai Yu intends to permanently enlarge this piece of pure gold without affecting the essence of pure gold, money, rewriting the concept of size. Crack. Bai Yu directly crushed the pure gold and turned it into tiny pieces that fell to the ground, mobilizing his talent. Concept got bigger, tenfold. 99 Bai Yu activated his ability, and the fragments became 10 times larger one by one. The light of pure gold has not decreased in the slightest, but has become more dazzling. Bai Yu picked up a piece of pure gold to examine. It still feels like before, soothing the body and slow cell proliferation. This means there is no problem. Concept becomes bigger, 10,000 times bigger, 35. Bai Yu continued to activate his abilities, and the consumption of physical strength increased sharply. He wanted to see if there was a limit to the concept rewriting, and tried to make it bigger by 10,000 times. Success. Mountains of pure gold. The pure gold fragments turned into small mountains, forming mountains, each as dazzling as a small sun. Concept rewrite. Workers, wait until the world situation is stabilized, and then distribute pure gold. Anyway, it's just a few years. 5. This mountain of pure gold is really pure gold, and it has all the effects of pure gold and exists forever. It doesn't matter how many grams you need, you can meet it, and you can't use up more. Does not affect the nature of pure gold. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Thinking of the three beauties on the Golden City that I perceived before, the Demon King couldn't help but turn around and disappear. Kai. Although Bai Yu is still unclear, how many grams of pure gold is needed to make people like Oroja that has not changed for 200 years, but it does not matter. So, girls, just let me use my immortal talent to block the bug of op fruit, and let them all live forever. Chapter 157. Golden City. Bai Yu will die of exhaustion sooner or later. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo. The other side. When Bai Yu was looking for pure gold, the spaceship flew towards the 10,000-meter giant ship. On the way, Stussy introduced the Great Tetsolo, a 10,000-meter ship, 10 kilometers long, also known as Yulin Tetsolo, because the hull is covered with gold, and a city is built on it, also known as the Golden City. Golden City is known as the world's largest entertainment city. It is an independent country and a demilitarized zone recognized by the world government. Even the world government cannot take it lightly. It is an absolute sanctuary. Absolute sanctuary. Why? Because he's strong, Kaya wondered. Robin chuckled. Because he is very rich. It is rumored that the Golden Emperor owns 20% of the world's berry, so. Is money great? Nami murmured subconsciously. No, in the world of the strong, there is only money but no strength, and it will only be slaughtered by others without dignity. Hancock doesn't think how strong the Golden Emperor is, but it will definitely happen. Noticing that many girls are still confused, Stussy continued. The so-called absolute sanctuary is only because he has provided a lot of treasures to the Holy Land, and exchanged a lot of treasures for some status. 35. And to the greedy and arrogant celestial dragons, the Golden Emperor is like an obedient out-of-home dog. Hearing this, Monet said, but he doesn't think so, he thinks that he used money to control celestial dragons. Too naive. The girls were speechless. Wouldn't it be silly to think that money could control celestial dragons? After all, he was called the Golden Emperor, and he possessed such a high title, but he was essentially an idiot. Then how much berry can you get if you sell this giant ship? Looking down at the Golden City below, Nami asked subconsciously, noticing that many girls looked over and explained, I'm not interested in berry, I just want to know its value, that's it. Monet pondered. Let's not say anything else. 480 said that the cash on this ship is no less than hundreds of billions of berry. So much? Many girls were stunned. It was cash, gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times, but they were not as powerful as cash. Thinking of his once poor hometown, Violet lost his voice even more. Just one Golden City's cash is enough to buy a lot of countries, if you count all his properties. It's too exaggerated. Thousands of meters in the sky, overlooking the bottom. The entire Golden City is extremely spectacular, because it is night, and the lights are bright, illuminating the surrounding sea area. Let's just let the spaceship stop in the air and let's fly straight down. Vivi was also dazzled. Monet agreed. This is a good way. If you enter through the regular entrance, it may be dangerous. What danger? Amidst the doubts of the girls, Sugar pouted and said, I just sprinkle some gold powder on the entrance, it looks very luxurious. But the Golden Emperor is a person with the ability of the golden fruit, and can control any gold, and the visitor can control it by inhaling gold powder. Simple Shirahoshi, at this moment, I feel that the world view has been refreshed by this operation, and the outside world is really dangerous. Jinjinguo, and you know him very well. Looking at Monet and Sugar in surprise, Nami's face was serious. It's too hateful, I want to take her back. She? The girls were puzzled. 1 second said a fruit, the next second became a human? Nami pointed to the stage below and said, the singer there is my friend. She must also have gold powder in her body. Get it back and give it some treatment. The girls looked. I can't see clearly, but I can see the purple hair. It is estimated that only those who are very familiar can directly recognize it from such a distance. Nami from East Blue, does he have an old friend, Beboj, in New World? Makino gently reminded, if you snatch it back, Bai Yu sighed. Do you want to educate me again? 35 Nami said angrily. I'm not happy to help him grab the beauty, then I'll bring her back to clean up the gold dust, and then send her back. Wait for the big B asterisk 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 D Bai Yu to grab it, sooner or later. Exhausted him, hum. Advertisement the girls. Nami is so naive, are you sure you're exhausting him? Now. In the Golden City room, a tall beauty was wiping a knife, and suddenly raised her head and looked out of the window. After seeing a black spot and perceiving the spaceship. Clang. 35 The beauty got up and drew her knife, extremely serious. Demon King spaceship. Not good. Subconsciously, he wanted to rush out of the room to protect the celestial dragons who were playing in the Golden City, but suddenly stopped. Demon King. The knife-wielding beauty murmured. Killing the 5 elders and forcing the naval headquarters to kill the T-Dolphin in seconds means that he is really lawless and unscrupulous. 99. Everyone can change. If one day he becomes a very evil person, who can stop him? The most important thing is that he still doesn't know his origin and specific strength, which is a headache for naval headquarters. Beauty whispers. The Demon King does not oppress the commoners, nor does he brutally destroy the country and the island, but who knows what his true temperament is. The tyrant is angry, the corpse islands. If one day the Demon King loses control because of his rage, she seems to see the scene of endless blood-colored darkness covering the world. Perhaps, he can only listen to what the women around him say. Then, start planning. 99 After thinking about it, the knife-wielding beauty took a deep breath and entered the devil's lair alone. The ship hovers. The girls all flew to the corner of the Golden City without attracting too much attention. Now, in a magnificent hall, it is magnificent and luxurious, and the whole room is made of gold. On a luxurious seat, there was a man wearing a pink suit and white shoes, with green hair combed back, sunglasses on his head, except for the ring finger of his left hand, and 9 gold rings on his hands. Golden Emperor. Gilder Tetsolo. It is rumored that the richest man in the world owns 20% of Barry, the Golden Emperor who dominates the dark world with money, and his power and industry spread all over the world. It looks glamorous, but in reality, the past is also miserable. Born into poverty and being excluded from others, his father was a gambler and finally died of illness. At the age of 12, his family was even more impoverished. Even his mother hated Tetsolo's singing, so she abandoned him and ran away. At the age of 16, he was caught by traffickers, abandoned by friends, met his beloved, and tried to make money to buy her. At the age of 19, his lover was bought by celestial dragons and became a slave for scolding celestial dragons. At the age of 21, his lover died. If he had money, these tragedies would not have happened. Tetsolo began to be obsessed with money. At the age of 26, Tiger was liberated, fled the Holy Land, and hated the nobles and the rich. At the age of 29, he stole Doflamingo's golden fruit at the auction. At the age of 33, they let go of their hatred for each other and became business partners with Dover. 35 years old, to build a golden city, this year, 41 years old. A guy without money will achieve nothing, only be dominated. Because of all kinds of tragic experiences, Tetsolo was obsessed with money and indulged in the power of money, but his motto was unrealistic in the world of the strong. Tetsolo asked, "Are you sure? Is it really his ship?" Advertisement. It's dark now, and it's flying a little higher, but that's for sure. The person who speaks looks like a cat. Guard, Mr. Tanaka. Pierce fruit. Ignore obstacles and can pass through all non-living objects. Oh, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the corner of town. After the girls landed in the Golden City, Tetsolo couldn't help squinting. There was gold he arranged everywhere, and no one would want to sneak up without being discovered. It is equivalent to someone breaking into the house and triggering the alarm to be found. But I can only know that a stranger has settled, and the rest is unclear. When the spaceship appears, that means, the female crew member of the Demon King is here. Recalling the important things the other party had done, Tetsolo said calmly, "It's rare to have 4 Emperor's subordinates as guests, let Baccarat play with them for a while." But, Tanaka was very nervous. "Aren't you going to meet? And there are celestial dragons in the Golden City, if they meet there may be an accident." 35. He is not in the Golden City now, maybe he has something to leave temporarily. Tetsolo was sure, but when he heard celestial dragons, he couldn't help laughing wildly. "Those bastards who are dominated by my money, what if they die here? You go out. Wait for Tanaka to leave." Tetsolo restrained his smile, and his expression became hideous, his eyes full of anger, killing intent, and bitter unwillingness. "Damn celestial dragons. Die. Die all." Tetsolo stroked the ring finger of the only left hand without the gold ring. This is the pure land in his heart, but now he can only paralyze himself with money, and even revenge is an extravagant hope. In town. The women walked on the street with sunglasses and were attracted by the casinos, playgrounds, stages and other entertainment facilities all over the Golden City. It's all about luxury. Roll. Suddenly, Hancock let out a cold drink, and the conquerors burst out directly, causing many peeping people to retreat. What a bunch of dirty men. Hancock's body was filled with chills, and he cleared the surrounding area. And this moment, there are also many people who recognize the origins of the women, who are the empresses, and they all panic when they think of the devil. Seeing this, Nami gave a thumbs up. As expected, hockey is overflowing, worthy of being the little woman of my man. I'm going to save people. The words fell, and before Hancock could speak, Nami turned into a cloud and flew away. Who is a little woman? She must be envious of her concubine body and run fast. 35. Hancock murmured and looked at Shirahoshi with a smile. How about sister taking you to the playground? Shirahoshi nodded again and again, his dark blue eyes full of joy and anticipation. I'll go as well. Take me. Girls like Aisha, Sugar, and Pudding are also interested in playgrounds. Watching Hancock lead Shirahoshi and the girls away to the playground, Robin chuckled lightly. I guess Hancock wanted to go to the playground. I was embarrassed to say it, so I brought them to cover up. 5. Every woman has a cute little princess in her heart. Stussy chuckled. There are strong people approaching. Tashiji's eyes narrowed, and he looked at a corner, and said with a little excitement. It's still a swordsman, a very powerful swordsman. Chapter 158. Momosagi's provocation. Baccarat reception. Little fox, something is wrong with you. The girls looked. In the shadow of a corner, a tall shadow can be seen, holding a knife, standing there watching them. Ta. 35. When the tall shadow came out, the eyes of the girls lit up, and it turned out to be the beautiful General Marine. Eye-catching long legs, there are special spider tattoos on it, a beauty mole on the corner of the mouth, holding a long knife, wearing a general's cape, heroic and valiant. After seeing it clearly, Hina exclaimed, She is, Momosagi Vice Admiral. Admiral Aldernate? Hearing this name, the girls remembered part of each other's information. After all, it is rare for a woman to become an admiral candidate, but it has aroused the curiosity and admiration of many girls. In the whole world, among all the strong females, the other side is enough to rank in the forefront, and the strength is definitely not weak. Is the Demon King not here? Momoshagi Gion looked at the girls with sharp eyes. Then, let me inform you that you have been arrested. However, 35 Momoshagi glanced at the beautiful woman walking in the distance and continued. After all, this is an absolute sanctuary. I don't have the right to take action until you don't cause trouble. If you have the guts, just follow. Of course, if all the women chosen by the Demon King are just vases, then it's like I didn't say it. When the words fell, Momoshagi turned around and left. Many girls were stunned when they heard it, and Perona said angrily. It's amazing to have long legs. The giants have much longer legs than you. How many are good looking? HMPH. The girls laughed lightly. Momosagi's long legs are really eye-catching, and Perona is envious. However, Stussy reminded, the giants also have beautiful women. The giants that disappeared 100 years ago, Dory, Brogy once again formed a giant pirate group to go out to sea, attracting many giants to join. One of them was a beautiful giant, also a ship doctor, named Gerd. Giant pirates. Memories of women such as Kaya, Vivi, Nuokagao, Makino, Konas. Just 2 years ago, Bai Yu made Dory and his giants go out to sea in Little Garden. However, the time concept of the giants is completely different from that of Bai Yu. Dory and Brogy went back to their hometown first, and they passed by in a hurry for 2 years, and they didn't think it was too long. We just went home for dinner. How did Mr. Bai Yu become the strongest 4 emperors? A few months ago, it officially went to sea. I went to fight. 35. Tashigi chased after him. Seeing this, Stussy said, she seems to be deliberately provocative. After all, she is an admiral candidate. If you want to go, let's go together, and I will go too. 99. Deliberately provocative? Hina couldn't help thinking. I'm curious about her too. Kaya chuckled and followed. Khalifa, BABY5, Hina, Garrett, the 4 daughters or those who were curious or wanted to fight followed. Seeing the 7 girls follow, the remaining girls did not go any further, but turned to look at the woman who was approaching. Another beauty. With long curly orange-red hair, walking on high heels, wearing a long skirt, wearing gloves, and a smile on his face. Baccarat. Golden City receptionist. Paramecia lucky fruit. Manipulate luck, the luck of the person who is touched by her will change. Perona murmured. Damn, what a big cow again. 99 could it be that a woman is bigger than her? This will make her very shameless. It seems that she can only secretly ask for help to the big villain Bai Yu. After all, he can even change the size of Shirahoshi. Advertisement. Good evening ladies and gentlemen, I'm Baccarat, the receptionist, and welcome to the Golden City. Baccarat opened his mouth, and his words and deeds easily made people feel good. It's my honor to meet you. When Lord Tetsolo heard that you were here, he was very happy, after all. Then how happy is he? Perona asked rhetorically. Baccarat smiled. You are Ms. Perona. You are as beautiful as the rumors. There are many guests here, and I often hear people complimenting your beauty, so right. 99. Really? Perona's eyes widened, and then she blushed and retorted. It's my business to be beautiful, but it's too rude to discuss girls behind their backs. Why are those people so annoying? They have the ability to say it to my face. Girls. 66 Perona, Bai Yu is right, you are really not very smart. Robin looked at Baccarat and smiled darkly. This beauty, have you heard the legend about the Demon King? Naturally heard. Baccarat nodded immediately, and said with a chuckle. Master Demon King is powerful and not afraid of power, and he is the strongest in the world, and he is the idol of me and countless people. That's not it. Seeing Robin's dark smile, Vivi also said. It's the legend of the Demon King and many beauties. I remind you that we were all taken away by the Demon King, do you understand? Baccarat was speechless. Of course she knew that when she came before, she saw more than 20 beauties here from a distance, which made Baccarat panic. Even though 2 batches were separated, there were still no less than 10 left. Demon King tags. Powerful, charming, ISP. Thinking of this, Baccarat still showed a smile. I have heard that Lord Demon King is a very warm-hearted strong person, because you are all very happy. You're right. Robin complimented, the woman in front of him really didn't raise any ill feelings. Next, I'll take you on a tour of the Golden City. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any entertainment venues that you are interested in? Baccarat changed the subject without a trace and asked with a smile. Food Street. The Puppet Shop. Clothing Store. 5. Bonnie, Perona, Konas and other women spoke up. To sum up, Baccarat chuckled lightly. It happens to be in the commercial street. Ladies and gentlemen, please come with me. 99. Hancock's daughters go to the playground. Tashichi's sons and daughters go to vs Momoshagi. And Nami. Fly to old friends. Golden City, where the stage is. Here is a tall woman with long purple hair, wearing a short black skirt and red feathers, who is showing her singing voice. Phantom Thief Karina, 20. On the surface, she is the most popular beauty singer in the Golden City, and she is very popular. Actually, Karina is a thief, with a flexible mind, superb stealing skills, and a very strong intelligence collection ability. Purpose. To steal the treasure house of the Golden Emperor, it is best to drive away from the Golden City. A beautiful woman, wandering all over the world alone, and being able to grow up safely until now, is enough to show that her wisdom and character are very good. Little Fox. Karina, who was singing, was suddenly interrupted by a high drink from the sky, and this name, so familiar. And Karina was interrupted, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many people in the audience. Who is yelling? Seeking Flowers 0. Advertisement. Damn, what a beautiful voice of Goddess Karina. Someone dares to interrupt, it's too much. 35. Get me out. Messy for a while. At this time, the sky suddenly rolled with thunderclouds, and thunder and lightning rage, as if it were about to fall at any time. All the audience who were directly frightened fled, and Karina was also pale. Just as Karina was about to start running, there was a chuckle from the sky. Little fox, you are still so weak, aren't you going to meet your old friend? 99. When Karina looked up, her eyes were full of amazement and surprise. Because Nami was half floating in the sky, with the thunder entwined in his hands, he looked down at her with a chuckle. It's you. After recognizing Nami, Karina said annoyed. Isn't it just eating a logia devil fruit? Do you think I would be envious, little thief cat? You are envious. Nami withdrew Layan and flew down, solemnly reminding. Also, don't call me the little thief cat anymore. I am now a navigator, little fox. Yeah, people know. Khalifa nodded obediently, and then pouted. Master Demon King asked you to be a navigator. I guess you have suffered a lot, little thief cat. Point 0. Don't call me little thief cat again, you vixen. Who is the vixen? Are you envious of my brain, stupid cat? Damn, come to a duel. 35. Women have to rely on wisdom to survive, and it's too rude to do anything. The Demon King must despise you. Oh, you're finished. After a few words, Nami shot directly, cloudlock blocked Karina, and flew into the sky with her. Ah, hurry up and let me down. High altitude is too dangerous. Nami Beauty. 35. HMPH, you know my name now. Tell you, it's too late. Karina wants to cry without tears and is envious. Nami's yun yun fruit is simply a must-have for my generation of thieves to travel at home. See each other again. The two women are still very happy, and there is no strangeness that they have not seen for many years. In East Blue, two young girls with no strength depended on each other. The sisters were deeply in love, and the life was hard but both strong. They are all orphans, they all have sorrows, and they become good friends with each other. Until that day. The two girls were caught stealing the treasure hunter's vault together. Later, in order to keep both of them alive, Karina left herself as the treasure hunter's bait, and the group disbanded. In the past 2 years, Nami has stabilized, and he has also searched for Karina's location through intelligence, but he can't find it. As Karina said, she survived by wisdom, and the 18 changes of the female college, the more beautiful she is. The girl image described by Nami is quite different from the current Karina. But the moment he overlooked Karina from the spaceship, even if he hadn't seen it clearly, Nami recognized it directly. That's right, it was the little fox. And look up close. The little fox is so pretty. I have to say, now you are really looking more and more beautiful. Looking at the good sister whom he hadn't seen for many years, Nami muttered. And the voice is very moving. Can Bai Yu stand it? It's a beauty and her best friend and sister. Nami seems to see a certain devil smiling. What happened to the Demon King? When Karina heard Bai Yu's name, her expression was very rich, which surprised Nami. This sister, something is wrong. 9. Chapter 159. True Love Fan Karina, Instinct Reaction? The Demon King is too perfect. But Nami couldn't say what was wrong, and then threw his thoughts away. Little fox. How have you been all these years? How are you? Flying directly to the spaceship, Nami let go of Karina's question. I'm fine. It's fine for one person to feed the whole family without being hungry. Karina stroked her hair lightly and smiled. Wow, this is Lord Demon King's spaceship, it's really cool. Karina turned around and exclaimed. And Nami's eyes were slightly red, although Karina said it was very easy, but how could a weak woman with no power and no strength live so well? Looking back on her more than 2 years ago, it was not a life that people lived at all. And Karina has been alone until now, and her strength is still so weak, she must have suffered a lot. In this bad world, it's good not to be bullied, and this is what Nami admires most about Karina. Fox spirit. It means that Karina is as savvy as the fox and the smartest girl Nami has ever met. What? Karina turned around with a surprised voice, and when she saw Nami turn around, she immediately chuckled. You won't cry. When did you become so sentimental? This is not like you, little thief cat. Don't call me little thief cat again, or I'll. Nami turned and stared. How about otherwise? Karina looked at the current Nami with interest. I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for a few years. You are quite beautiful with long hair. 480. Is only a little worse than me, little thief cat. You are far worse than me, Nami retorted, and then rolled his eyes. Little fox, if you call me little thief cat again, I will tie you up and send it to my man's couch. You? Your man? Karina's eyes widened. More than 2 years ago, Nami suddenly boarded the bounty, and the first bounty was 100 million berry, which shocked and worried her. After seeing the logia yin fruit marked on the reward order, Karina breathed a sigh of relief and was envious. Subsequently, the land of gold is now alive. Nami smiled very happily in the photo, which made Karina envious again. She almost wanted to go to the devil, and she wanted to see the specific appearance of the golden land. Later, the news of Nami and the bounty fell silent again, worrying Karina again, until the Demon King reached the top, and Nami's photo was sent along with the group photo of Bai Yu. In the photo, the smile was even brighter. At that time, Karina knew that Nami had really found a strong support and was really happy. And she, still alone. Your man? Now, suddenly hearing Nami's words, Karina said emotionally. Little thief cat, aren't you stupid? You are looking for other men instead of looking for such a high-quality man as Lord Demon King? You are really stupid. Also, you actually learned badly, and you still want me to accompany your man? It's too much. Are other men as good as the Demon King? Bad thief cat? Nami has a black line. Isn't Karina very shrewd? Why did she suddenly become stupid? Is it? Nami said with a strange expression. You're wrong. You've been calling him the title of Demon Lord since the very beginning. This kind of honorific name, when I didn't see him, came out of Karina's mouth, and Nami's mind exploded. You wouldn't be a fan of Bai Yu, and thought, he's an innocent big boy? Nami exclaimed and asked. Of course. Karina said seriously. Master Demon King is not afraid of power to kill celestial dragons, and it is the strongest in the world in the new era, which makes people feel full of security. And he's the same age as me, attractive and rich, so it's normal that I'm his fan, right? Nami raised his forehead. Strong and secure, of the same age, handsome and rich, Karina admires Bai Yu, which is really normal. But, Karina imagines Bai Yu as a pure and big boy. This is the typical psychology of small fans. Advertisement Bai Yu is pure. Big mistake. Nami decisively interrupted Karina's fantasy. My man is Bai Yu, and the devil is my man, do you understand, little fox? Hey, Karina froze for a moment, then said in surprise. It's great, the sisters are invincible, we will definitely be the most favored combination in the future. Nami. 66. Ruined. The shrewd little fox loses his mind when he encounters the topic of the Demon King. Now, Karina is really going to become a vixen. Well, you just said you were going to tie me up and send me to Lord Demon King's bed, does that count? If you're sure, can I make a small request? Say, let me take a shower and get dressed first, okay? Nami is drunk. I do not know her. This is definitely not the little fox I know from Nami. The big B asterisk 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 D Bai Yu, can you restrain your charm? Are you my fan? Karina was taken aback when Bai Yu's voice suddenly sounded. And Nami curled his lips without looking back. Yes, she is still your true fan, are you happy now? As Karina. Bai Yu looked at Karina in front of him and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The long purple hair in the coil is simple and capable, and the figure is tall and well defined. At first glance, she is indeed a beautiful girl. Really fans, to be honest, this is the first time that Bai Yu has met a drama beauty who has become a true fan of him before he has ever met. Vivi, Robin, Hancock, Tashigi, etc. all knew each other, and after getting along with each other, they gradually became Bai Yu's fans, so they trusted him unconditionally. Rather than being a fan of Bai Yu without meeting each other, the two feel a little different. But, Bai Yu still saw some small problems, and when he was about to speak, he heard Karina's screams. Oh, Lord Demon King. Under Nami's black line, Karina was so excited that she jumped directly, ignoring Bai Yu's identity. And Bai Yu, as Nami thought, he didn't hide, and immediately rolled his beautiful eyes. Oh, this is the real Demon Lord. It's not fake. Karina hung on Bai Yu like a koala, her voice full of excitement. Nami said coldly. You are holding the Demon King, the strongest pirate, 35. Wow, it's so warm, I feel like I'm getting really drunk. Karina blushed, and when she looked up, she met Bai Yu's calm eyes and suddenly, looked dumbfounded. The Demon King's eyes seemed to attract her like a Uzumaki, and it was like a starry sky full of mystery, which made her want to explore more. But, under these eyes, Karina felt that she had seen through everything. Especially, inside. Yes. I'm sorry Lord Demon King, I'm so excited. Karina hurriedly jumped off Bai Yu and bowed to apologize. What? Nami was surprised. It's normal for Bai Yu's reaction to be a little dull. After all, he has seen many beautiful women, but why is Karina suddenly scared? You may not have heard of the reading of the mind by seeing and hearing, so have you heard of the effects of memory fruit and staring fruit? 99. Bai Yu looked at Karina with great interest. This girl is really interesting. These three can see through the heart, especially the staring fruit. As long as it is in the field of vision, everything about the target will be completely seen through, including what the mind thinks, but it needs to be touched to read the memory. Just looked at each other. Bai Yu wanted to laugh when he saw what Karina was thinking when he was excited. Advertisement under Nami's suspicious gaze, Karina's pretty face, turned white instantly. Seeing this, Nami said in astonishment. You, little fox, you must have lied to me and been discovered by Bai Yu. Don't tell me that everything before was played by you. You're not trying to lie to Bai Yu, are you? Little fox, you're so stupid. Karina. Don't be stupid. Nami was a little anxious. Just lied to her. Did she still want to deceive Bai Yu to do something? It must be over. I didn't lie to you, Karina immediately retorted. Her voice was extremely positive, but much smaller. I am indeed a fan of Lord Demon, really. But, I'm a strange thief, and a thief has his own instincts. Thief instinct? Nami's eyes widened. Karina took a peek at the calm Bai Yu, and after seeing that he was not angry, she breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Just like you can't walk after seeing the land of gold, I also know that Lord Demon King must be very rich, and I also want to go along. It's an instinctive reaction to professional habit, and I'm a fan to separate. 5. Nami. So, Karina is indeed a Bai Yu fan, but the same. Can't help but want to steal Bai Yu's treasure, professional habit. Then it will be fine. But, Nami said angrily. Mine, it's all mine. You don't even want to steal Bai Yu's treasure, little fox. It's said that it's an instinctive reaction, and I can control it well, little thief cat. Don't call me little thief cat, call me again and send you directly to Send it to Lord Demon King's bed, as expected of my good sister, 35. Hey. Will the content of the chat between the two of you be too exciting? Bai Yu likes it. Compared with Nami and Nuokagao, the sisters who love each other, Nami and Karina are more like sisters. After the two women quarreled, the nervousness in Karina's heart was all dissipated by Nami. Bai Yu said, don't move, let me check your body carefully, 99. Aye. Karina blushed, wouldn't it be too fast, even true fans have to give time to prepare. But, is it a strange little habit to let her not move? Nami pouted and said, now you know you're nervous, what did you do earlier? I'm not nervous at 0.9, At the end, Karina's voice couldn't be lower. I haven't experienced it before, and my physique is very poor, please be gentle, 5. Nami has black lines all over his head. This little sister, why has she become more and more stupid in the past few years? No, when she faces Bai Yu, her IQ is not online. You may have gold dust in your body, the Golden Emperor will manipulate the gold dust, and Bai Yu wants to help you deal with it, understand? Stupid fox, Nami explained. Gold dust? Karina was slightly stunned, and quickly looked at herself, wondering, I've only met Tetsolo twice, and I haven't touched him physically. Where did you get the gold powder? Nami said, don't be confused, let Bai Yu check it and you'll understand. Karina nodded, listened to Bai Yu's words, and stood there obediently. She is really a fan. It's because I pay attention to Nami that I can't ignore the existence of Bai Yu. Gradually discovered. Bai Yu's condition is perfect in every way, completely beyond all her imagination, and she is now 20 years old like her. Same age. The Demon King of the new era, shining like the sun in the dark night, makes Karina unable to look away. The moment I became curious, I found that I couldn't get out. Karina sighed inwardly. Why don't you go to the Sky City to find Nami and meet Bai Yu by the way, because the distance is too long and too dangerous, that's not where Karina's strength can reach. Chapter 160. Killing celestial dragons with a plan. Follow Bai Yu to the death. When Karina raised her head, she met Bai Yu's deep eyes again, the feeling of being completely seen through again, subconsciously blocked. In staring fruit vision, Bai Yu looked at Karina's body. No gold dust. Bai Yu said with certainty. Nami was surprised. You didn't come here from the regular channel? Karina said seriously. I met Bakura on a merchant ship. She was amazed by my beauty and moved to tears by my singing. After being invited by her, she gradually became the singer here. 5. 66 inches. Nami said that the little fox Karina said, she did not believe a punctuation mark, but she must have arrived here safely without incident. Analyzing Karina's social relationship, Bai Yu said, Nami, I'll take Karina, right? Two good sisters. So there is no need to go to Bakura, Bai Yu can go to Nami to grab it. There is a problem. 39 Hearing Bai Yu's words, Nami couldn't help complaining. If you grab it, why don't you tell me? This. Karina is also a little confused. Is this the way the legendary Demon King grabs beautiful women? It's really so gentle. Used to it. Bai Yu said and looked at Karina. You will be my crew from now on, get on the spaceship and sail in the city in the sky. 5. Karina nodded immediately and gave Nami a happy gesture without a trace, causing Nami to stare. Noticing the little gestures of the two women, Bai Yu chuckled and asked, also, do you have any enemies, or have you been wronged here? Avenge her 11? It was hockey that came to her heart, and the feeling of security she had never experienced made Karina blush with excitement. As expected of her idol, but Karina's answer was, no, it's been a little bit painful these years, but it's not dangerous. 35. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but say, Bai Yu is not the scumbag you have ever met, don't think it will bring trouble to Bai Yu, whoever bullies you will have to die. Karina was stunned. The change of Nami is really too great, whether it is temperament, image, strength, mind and thought. Death, the word, was so understated by the current Nami. This made Karina realize that Nami, who had not seen her for a few years, was no longer the weak and pitiful little thief cat, but a happy beauty with strength, charm, and freedom. But, I really have never been bullied and I have no enemies. Karina couldn't help but explain. Except a few years ago when you parted ways, you were too innocent, that's why we got arrested, but it turned out fine. So, women have to rely on wisdom to survive, and with my wisdom, I can solve all kinds of dilemmas. So angry, Nami always feels that Karina has been underestimating her intelligence. Nami retorted. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is useless, this is what Bai Yu said. 35. Karina's eyes filled with little stars. Yes, Lord Demon King is right. Nami. Don't ignore me. Damn little fox. 9 Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that Nami seemed to have met his nemesis. To Hancock, he could say, he couldn't beat him, and to Karina, he could just say he could fight. Humph. But Karina, Nami looked directly at Bai Yu and changed the subject, also full of anticipation. Have you got the pure gold? Advertisement, get it. Bai Yu took the two girls into a place in the gravity space balance area, and as soon as they entered, the two girls felt that their eyes were going blind. What is that? 99 Karina covered her eyes and felt very dazzling, the glimpse just now seemed to see the sun coming to the world. Wow, so much. Nami squinted and watched, the golden metal as big as the mountains exuded a dazzling divine light. Are those all? Nami took a deep breath to adjust his excitement. At most, she had a big fist, which made her a pity for a while, but now the island she saw couldn't fit. Bai Yu chuckled. I made the piece of pure gold bigger because it was a conceptual rewrite, so it didn't affect its essence, and it was a permanent existence. 99. Ah, great. Nami hung on Bai Yu excitedly and kissed. You're right, the gold house I built in my own territory in Sky City is really not good looking. I'm going to build one with pure gold. As long as you are happy. Bai Yu said that it doesn't matter anyway, there is a lot of pure gold, it's just too dazzling and eye-catching, but that's not a problem. Only then did Karina come back to her senses. Then. Those mountains that glow with golden light are legendary, pure gold? As a thief, she had to memorize all kinds of treasures, and she was deeply impressed by hearing about the pure gold that was said to be enough to buy the whole world. Yeah, just take a piece and sell it, and you're guaranteed to buy a bunch of countries. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Karina shook her head again and again. It's crazy to sell it. 99. Okay, there will be time to watch in the future, let's go back. Bai Yu took the two girls out, just got back on the ship. Boom. There was a roar from below, alarmed the Golden City. And Tetsolo, who was tasting wine alone in the hall and recalling the past, couldn't help frowning. Who is fighting again? Sir Tetsolo, it's not good. There's news from the martial arts platform. The Marine Vice Admiral Momoshagi and several female crew members of the Demon King have fought. 99. Tanaka came through the wall and exclaimed. Tetsolo stood up suddenly, with a gloomy expression on his face, and finally asked, where's the celestial dragons that Vice Admiral Momoshagi was protecting? What? Tanaka was stunned and recalled. It should be still in the casino, being led and protected by another Vice Admiral. For so many years, I have always trusted you, Tanaka. Tetsolo changed the subject again. While Mr. Tanaka was happy and puzzled, he said solemnly, the Golden City is not small. The news of the arrival of those female crew members should not have reached the casino yet. You go to the casino and wait. 5. Tanaka was puzzled. Tetsolo continued. When the news is received, celestial dragons will panic, the guards will be on guard, the casino will be in complete chaos, and no one will pay attention to you. When the time comes, use your abilities to kill that celestial dragons. No need to blame. When the Holy Land knew that the female crew members were here, they would subconsciously think that the Demon King took action and ignore us. For a few days at most, the wind will be calm, and things will be business as usual in the Golden City. Tanaka was a little stunned. This plan is very good, he will not be discovered if he makes a move in chaos, it is a bit of the power of the devil. Advertisement: nothing will happen to them, and nothing will happen to the Demon King. As a result, only the celestial dragons died. However, why did you want to kill celestial dragons? Tanaka wondered, but he was loyal and didn't ask more. Yes, Lord Tetsolo, I will complete the task now. Wait for Tanaka to leave. Tetsolo's face was full of hideous and murderous intent again, and he shouted in indignation that the celestial dragons were going to die or something. This Golden Emperor has something, but not much. Bai Yu listened calmly. He just wanted to watch the battle, and he felt that he just heard the conversation when he passed by, so he listened carefully for a while. As a result, the plan came to him. Although it had no effect on him, it also took advantage of his power. This guy is brave. Ignore for now. Now Bai Yu's attention is drawn to Vice Admiral, a valiant beauty. After going around for more than 2 years, I finally met you, Momoshagi. Fighting arena. It was like a gladiatorial arena, but the audience was empty, and everyone was scared away. Boom boom boom. After lifting his foot to smash Tashiji's slash, Momoshagi avoided Stussy's finger pistol and Baby Five's laser cannon with great agility, and by the way, another kick smashed Garrett's mind blade and Khalifa's kick, Tempest kick. Swift and powerful. Kaya is surprised. She's so fast, Marine 6 styles. Momoshagi Vice Admiral is good at swordsmanship, and that fruit. Hina looked at Momoshagi with complicated eyes. She is very close to Momoshagi. On weekdays, she is called Gion-san. 480 is a former colonel of the headquarters. He even admired Momoshagi, because the other party is a rare beauty senior general in Marine, and I don't know how many fans he has. Even in Vice Admiral, there are quite a few people who look up to Momoshagi. The T-Dolphin is the most persistent one. For some reason, he hated Bai Yu and died under Bai Yu's sword with malice. Your foundation is very good. Looking at the imposing Tashigi in front of him, Momoshagi said with admiration. It's good to use the Logia Aurora fruit to help, and Haki hasn't fallen behind. Being able to have such strength at your age is worthy of cultivation by the headquarters, and in a few years you will become. In my life, I will definitely follow Mr. Bai Yu until I die. Tashigi held the knife firmly and opened his mouth. Momoshagi was in a trance. She suddenly forgot that this was not the naval headquarters but the Golden City, and the other party was no longer Marine, but a pirate. The main thing. Momoshagi was surprised and puzzled by Tashigi's unwavering words of conviction, and from what she had learned from Smoker, Tashigi was extremely loyal to justice. Momoshagi looked at Hina again. Long time no see, have you changed too? Yes. Momoshagi took a deep breath and looked at the other women. Miss Shiro Village, a CP9 elite, a member of the Don Quixote family, a member of the Charlotte family, a CP0 who has served in the world government for many years. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Stussy chuckled. What's hard to understand? Is it convenient? You 7 beauties alone come from different places and forces, but it's hard for me to understand that you are so loyal to him in just over 2 years. 9. Sister Gion, Hina has not changed, but the world needs Bai Yu to change, Hina replied without thinking. This woman has a good idea. Bai Yu foresees the future, although the idea is normal, but he underestimates him too much. The other party took the initiative to find an undisguised provocation, but the meaning of it made Stussy a little puzzled. Momoshagi said seriously, if I say it, it may be unacceptable and cruel to you. Chapter 161. Lord Demon, calm down. You demons that control emotions with concept. Don't vomit quickly. Momoshagi finally said, first, you may have been unknowingly rewritten by some special ability of his mind and will and thought. There are many records that some people can do this only by virtue of their innate knowledge and special abilities. Those records I have read, those who are evil, all bring darkness to the world, and those who are good, don't end well. The girls were surprised. Of course they don't believe that they are influenced by Bai Yu's ability, and they also know who has the ability to see, hear, and see, after all, Bai Yu said. Instead, I am surprised at the saying that those who are good will not end well. Noting that Kaya was most puzzled, Stussy explained, this ability to see, and see is extremely terrifying, and it is a threat to many people, and if you are too kind, you will eventually be harmed by others. 99. However, in this cruel world, no matter good or bad, as long as you are not strong enough, it is difficult to have a good ending. Kaya and the other women nodded, so just a coincidence. And Momoshagi was shocked. What I just said is not impossible, don't you have any doubts? Well said, isn't there any possibility? On the spaceship, Nami watched Athena's broadcast and turned to look at Bai Yu. Sometimes your request is too much at night, but I agreed in a confused way. Now that I think about it, it must be influenced by you. You were already confused. Noticing Karina's surprised and curious expression, Bai Yu said calmly. That's your problem, you say you don't like it, but your body is honest. I hate it. Nami threw a small punch. Hey, the first time I saw Nami acting like a spoiled child, Karina felt her scalp tingling. Nami, you really change. Bai Yu murmured. This little girl Momoshagi is doing things, Luo. And in Wudutai. The 7 girls of Kaya didn't say anything, but with those speechless eyes, they seemed to have said everything. Momoshagi is in a trance, it seems that they are not affected by special abilities. Garrett was a little curious. Since there is a first, there must be a second, so what is the second? Second. Momoshagi looked at the 7 girls, then in the direction of the playground where Hancock, Shirahoshi and other girls were located, and in the direction of the women's commercial street such as Perona and Vivi. Will his body stand up to robbing beauties from all over the world? It won't die sooner, will it? Sooner or later, it will be self-reliant. 39. Oh my god, she is done. Kaya and the other women's eyes widened and they retreated in shock. Hina directly entered the different dimension, so as not to harm the innocent. Bai Yu, calm down. Remove your anger, Lord Demon King. Don't hurt your body with anger. On the spaceship, the Phantom Thieves sisters Nami and Karina hang on Bai Yu together to stop and appease Bai Yu. Don't be angry. Otherwise, if the Golden City is broken, how much money will be lost, and the 2 girls will cry. I'm not angry. Backquote, Bai Yu motioned the 2 women to sit down and said very calmly. I just thought it was funny, she even suspected that I could stand it up, what does that mean? Nami comforted. Don't be angry, when she tries, she will definitely regret it. Karina's expression is strange, so many, the Demon Lord can really stand it? No, this shows that this woman has long hair and short knowledge and lacks training. The words fell, and Bai Yu disappeared. Nami couldn't help holding his forehead. Little fox, pray with me. I just hope Bai Yu doesn't get mad, and don't take it too seriously, or the Golden City will definitely be gone. Advertisement. Watching Bai Yu disappear, Karina leaned over and whispered, can you teach me a little experience of interacting with the Demon King at night? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? How do you feel? 99. 66. The Golden City is the point. Even because of this kind of thing, you even forgot your Phantom Thief occupation. Nami expressed helplessness and melancholy. Fighting arena. When Momosagi's words fell, she found that Kaya's children were separated, which made her a little confused. Why are you shocked? Brush. Momosagi's pupils shrank when a figure appeared out of thin air standing in the sky. Momosagi, Gion. What attracted Bai Yu's attention, in addition to the spider tattoo on Gion's leg, was the beauty mole on the corner of her mouth. What a miserable girl. When Garrett and the other girls saw Bai Yu appear, they couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at Momosagi, which must have been heard by Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked down and said calmly, it's the first time we met, do you have any message to say to Marine? If you don't say it, you won't have a chance. 5. Last word. As you wish. Momosagi took a deep breath, it was indeed the first time we met, she was sent to the New World during the Summit War and never met. Really face to face. Only then can you feel the aura of the Demon King in the new era, which is like a sea and abyss, and is absolutely invincible. Terrible oppression. She couldn't understand. But remembering his plan, Momosagi's eyes sharpened. Demon King, don't talk nonsense, let's fight. Looking at me, don't you still understand the gap between us that is like a moat? In the next instant, Bai Yu came to Momosagi, only a few centimeters away. So fast, Momosagi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly opened the distance and drew his knife at the same time. Chong. Kimpira unsheathed. With the knife in hand, the Demon King of War, when Momosagi held the knife, Tashigi's eyes were shining brightly from a distance. Tashigi doesn't have any dreams of becoming the world's #1 swordsman, but Momosagi Gion is the pinnacle she once hoped for. Zanjetsu. Momosagi's slashed like a pink crescent moon, tore open the atmosphere, and headed straight for Bai Yu. Bai Yu watched the slash attack calmly, raised his hand, and directly caught the slash under Momosagi's gaze. Crack. Chopping and crushing. Such an amazing scene. Momosagi didn't panic, and jumped in the air very dexterously. Moon tides. Momosagi swung his sword and slashed continuously, and the dense slashes condensed into a majestic slash like the rising tide of the sea. What? The next moment, Momosagi found that Bai Yu came across the slash and grabbed her Jinpira blade. Momosagi pulled hard and couldn't find it at all, and immediately gave up and retreated. Your moves are very good, but the chop wave is too slow. When the voice rang in his ears, Momosagi's body jolted, he put on his armed color and jumped down. Where do you want to go? The voice rang in my ears again, and my right ear felt numb. Momosagi directly covered his whole body with armed color and left the place. Advertisement, you were very sensitive. Just stopped, the voice rang in his ears again. Momosagi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Enough. No matter where she goes or what moves she does, Bai Yu is always by her side, and when she turns around, she is still by her side, just like a tattoo. No matter how much she throws it, she can't get rid of it. She couldn't fight back at all. It stands to reason that you shouldn't be angry because of my flirting. After all, you're good at luring out pirates and taking them down, aren't you? Momosagi didn't move, there was a suffocating energy in his body, but he was very angry. Bai Yu flicked the Jinpira in his hand, and continued, but my eyes can see through, the purity of your body, mind, and soul is like raw jade. Of course she is pure, but from Bai Yu's mouth, I always feel uncomfortable. Momosagi turned around and glared at him. You really are an ISP, so rude. Bai Yu continued. And such a pure you is in conflict with the pirates in the data, so, the answer is also very simple. Bai Yu threw Jinpira over and waved at Momosagi. Use your long hidden fruit ability and see if I can get the shot. Chong. Momosagi held the knife again, his eyes flashed pink, and he waved the knife again. Chopping sound. Chop language, 35 a very beautiful slash. However, Bai Yu felt a very special and strange power, trying to influence his language and vocalization and so on. Brush. When Bai Yu felt it, Momosagi charged forward and slashed quickly. Cut the love. The knife slashed through Bai Yu without any damage on the surface, and turned his hand again and slashed at Bai Yu with a very fast knife speed. Cut off. At this moment, Bai Yu raised his hand and started to fight back, and Momosagi was surprised and fell again. Cut God. When the knife came down, Bai Yu found that the force was trying to change his movements, a very strong force, but he was useless. Chong. Jinpira's blade was caught by Bai Yu again, making a sonorous sound. You haven't been affected in any way. Momosagi's pupils shrank, but she didn't get discouraged and opened them up. Sorrow of love. In an instant, Bai Yu felt a variety of emotions that made him amazed and filled his heart. Clap clap clap. Bai Yu clapped his hands and praised. It's an amazing performance of additional abilities. It didn't work because I was far stronger than you, and other strong people must be partially affected. Momosagi is bitter. In the combo just now, even if the three Admiral and even Garp who had fought against him were injured, it was not careless, and those who were weaker than her were likely to be instantly killed by her. So, Momosagi really had a hard time accepting when Kizaru said she might be killed by Bai Yu more than 2 years ago. You are the first time I saw the concept development of the additional abilities of the Phantom Beasts, and it was amazing. Bai Yu spoke highly of this ability. Momosagi's Eudemons, with the ability to manipulate emotions. What are emotions? Generally understood by the general routine, joy, anger, sadness, joy, sorrow, desire and other biological emotions. But it is fundamentally the outer expression of people's inner world, body, language, movement, attitude, voice, etc. Kai. Chapter 162. Forcibly rob Momosagi back to the room. It was you who took the initiative to suppress Gion. Body movement, language, attitude, both belong to the concept development stage? Just now, Gion's slashing love. Intent to cut off all the hostility and fighting intent of Bai Yu towards her. Zanshin. Want to cut off Bai Yu's move, stay in place. The grief of love is Momosagi's big move, and he wants to cut off all Bai Yu's emotions and become a puppet. That's why Bai Yu was amazed. It's really amazing the concept of Jiao Jiao. Additional ability. Manipulate the emotions of oneself and others, and even manipulate the body, action, voice, language, attitude, etc. of external expressions of various emotions. What's the exact name of your devil fruit? In Hasuyu? In a rabbit? Bai Yu is a little curious. The fruit name is just an appellation. Momosagi was still in a trance, but replied, Anaba white rabbit. It's really a rabbit. Hearing Momosagi's answer, Bai Yu thought of Yamato's form of Oguchi true god, saying that it was a true god, but the prototype was just a wild wolf that was extinct in a certain country. Full name. Zone, rabbit fruit, phantom species, Anaba white rabbit form. But, Bai Yu's expression sank. If I really didn't block it, wouldn't it turn into an emotionless beast? Not good. Momosagi wanted to distance himself, but the next moment, he felt that the world had turned upside down, and his body fell into the claws as soon as he turned over. Crack. 35 a muffled sound. The women such as Kaya in the distance couldn't help covering their eyes, and the beautiful Vice Admiral was about to suffer. Momosagi's eyes widened, her face flushed with embarrassment. As a top tyrant, how can you bully a woman like this? You might as well kill me. I bully you has nothing to do with whether I'm a bully, just because I want to bully you, understand? After Bai Yu finished speaking, he dropped his hand again. Snapped. Muffled sound again. Momoshagi couldn't struggle, because Bai Yu card was dead, and it felt like he was dead. It was really embarrassing. Bai Yu commented. I feel good, but I have too little knowledge and lack of training. Oh, I see. Momoshagi calmed down quickly. Anyway, it's already like this, how can it be worse, so she said stubbornly. You're not offended by my attack, after all, you're unscathed, 35. So, because of my previous evaluation, am I right? Grab so many beauties and suffer the consequences. Kaya and other girls. In WoW, this beauty, Vice Admiral, is really challenging Bai Yu's bottom line. Are you deliberately G me off? Bai Yu turned Momoshagi over and stuck it to her death, staring into her eyes. This beautiful Vice Admiral, do you know what will happen next? If I don't die, I will pay back, Momoshagi said not to be outdone. Very good. Bai Yu likes this kind of stubborn strong woman and takes it away. When the two disappeared, Stussy recalled, on that day 2 years ago, but the first day we met, he was so bad, 99. On the ship, Nami and Karina stared blankly as Bai Yu arrived with a beautiful woman, Vice Admiral, and turned to enter the room. Karina was confused. What is the Lord Demon taking her to the room? Don't ask, this isn't a realm of knowledge you can reach right now. 99 Nami tapped Karina's forehead. Then teach me. How can I teach you about this kind of thing? I can't teach you, I'd better wait for your idol devil to teach you. Now. Inside Bai Yu's room. Seeing the neat and clean soft couch, Momoshagi, who was tied up with a weaponized lock, suddenly became a little nervous, and whispered. I was joking before, you won't be so stingy? You don't think I'm joking, do you? I mean it, advertisement? Bai Yu said calmly, and after thinking of something, he hugged Momoshagi again. I'll take you to the headquarters, Yu. Momoshagi feels like she's going crazy. What should I do when I go back, and do I need to promote it? Brush. Hyperspace jump. Next moment. At naval headquarters, Bai Yu brought Momoshagi to the place where the space imprint was left 2 years ago. Just nice. Sengoku and Garp were noisily rushing to pass by Senbei, and they were stunned when they saw them appear out of nowhere, and then saw Momoshagi struggling in Bai Yu's arms. This beautiful Vice Admiral, I took it, let you know. When Bai Yu disappeared. Only then did Sengoku and Garp slowly regain their senses, and suddenly they were furious, but Gion had grown up watching them. Get your breath away. 39 Just when the two were furious, Suru Vice Admiral walked slowly and said in a complicated tone. This is Gion's own choice. 5. What choice? It was Bai Yu who stole Gion, Garp thought of Makino in Windmill Village. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. Because we Marines have nothing to do with the Demon King, so Gion made a plan to find a chance to be taken away by Bai Yu, and then secretly investigate Bai Yu's specific origin and strength, etc. This time, to escort celestial dragons to the Golden City, Gion took the initiative to apply, because she believes that the Demon King will not miss the Golden Emperor of the Golden City. After all, resources are also a kind of power, and this is Gion's plan. 99. Sengoku. Garp. Actively falling into the claws? Up to now, even if they wanted to dismiss this plan, it was useless. The Demon King would not let go of the beautiful woman in hand. Gion, sorry for you. On the ship. When Bai Yu brought Gion back to the room again, to Bai Yu's surprise, the beauty Vice Admiral Gion took a deep breath and said calmly, I want to take a bath, I won't run. 35 Bai Yu took a look at the time, it was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. 9:30 in the evening. Gion appeared again, seemingly a little more beautiful, and said indifferently, I want to change into beautiful clothes and put on makeup. Whatever. Bai Yu looked at Gion with great interest, and things became more interesting. 10 page M. Bai Yu was amazed by the costume Gion, and heard Gion again. I don't dare to ask for anything else, I just hope you can be gentle, okay? I know. Seeing Gion lying down with lost eyes, Bai Yu frowned. What is the difference between this and a robot? At this time, Gion said, although I have not experienced it, but my ability can control emotions, I will have all the emotions you want, come on. This Bai Yu was almost broken, but when she thought about the evaluation of him by this girl, she felt that she had to understand how wrong her thinking was. Bai Yu suddenly said, you provoked Toshigi and the others to fight, just to attract me to take you away, acting as an undercover agent by the way? Good idea? Gion is shocked. And you know that I'm good with my women, so I try to guess me off. I want to get to the last step, and I want to gain my trust. Gion was in a trance. Everything is going according to your plan, including eating you. Is it worth paying so much for Marine? Gion was silent. Is it really worth it? Advertisement? Every time at a meeting, seeing the generals like Sengoku Suru and other generals helpless against the Demon King, Gion is also very sad. She just wanted to get Marine out of the predicament that the Demon King couldn't do anything about it, and she would do anything for it, but she didn't expect to be seen through by the Demon King so quickly. For flowers 0. Nothing is worth it or not, plan to expose, kill me. Gion closed his eyes. Why did I kill you? It should be said to continue to accompany you to complete the plan. I wonder if you can stand it? You're still like this, you be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** face. Seeing this, Bai Yu smiled. This is the emotion you should have, and you shouldn't be able to control it. It's boring. 99. You took the initiative to send it to the door, as you wish, feel the claws. When the curtains are drawn, Moonlight retreated again. The other side. The Golden City is also a city that never sleeps, so Hancock, Shirahoshi and other women still play in the playground. Bakura also took Robin, Vivi, Bonnie and other women to the commercial street. Available in casinos. Hearing that the female crew member of the Demon King appeared in the Golden City, and had been here for a long time, Anthony Saint of Celestial Dragons was instantly angry. A bunch of trash, they have been here for an hour, and you have come to tell this young master? After speaking, Saint Anthony couldn't help swaying profusely, his eyes terrified and said, Is that Demon King here? No matter, take me away immediately, where is the Admiral candidate, let her come to protect me. Zero Demon King Bai Yu. That is simply a demon that many Celestial Dragons do not want to face. 2 years have passed, but their fear has not diminished over time, but many Celestial Dragons have brewed fear in their hearts. Another escort's Vice Admiral said, Momosagi Vice Admiral she, lost contact, 99. Leave her alone, take me away, a bunch of trash, if the devil comes, you will all die. Anthony Saint screamed. The Golden City is not small, the girls are located more than half a city away from the casino here, and many people in the casino also received the news and panicked. Don't say anything else. The Golden City is indeed not small, but for the Demon King, if he raised his hand and collapsed, who can guarantee that the Demon King will not be provoked for some reason, and they will be finished? Casino chaos. In the shadowy corner of the tall building outside, Mr. Tanaka, a guard, held a sniper rifle and aimed at Anthony Street. This is the Celestial Dragons, huh, I'm sure to kill with one hit. Mr. Tanaka adjusted his breathing and shot a sniper confidently. Boom. What? Vice Admiral, who had been on guard, saw that there was a bullet, and immediately raised his knife to block it, but the bullet went straight through his knife. Boom. 95 The hood is broken. Broken brain, Anthony Saint, D.A. The guards were collectively sluggish, and exclamations and turmoil erupted in the next moment. It's done. Tetsolo's emotions could no longer be suppressed, and he laughed. Dead, the so-called descendants of the gods, just died like this, you rubbish, as the devil said, are just a bunch of rubbish, what qualifications do you have to kill me? The sound stopped abruptly. No, someone is stealing the treasury, take me to the treasury immediately. Tetsolo shouted 9 angrily. Really dead? Tetsolo's emotions were out of control, trying his best to suppress his inner excitement. Tanaka nodded and said, I attached the power of the piercing fruit to the bullet. That Vice Admiral was nervous and didn't have time to wrap his weapon, and the bullet went straight through his knife and blew the Celestial Dragon's head, killing him completely. 5. Good, very good, because he felt that his gold treasury was being stormed. Mr. Tanaka turned around and walked through the walls, came to the hall where Tetsolo was, and bowed. Lord Tetsolo, Celestial Dragons is dead. Chapter 163. Godly Taizuru pays hundreds of billions? Stunned Nami Karina. Now, where the treasure house is? Karina was dumbfounded. Is this a good way to think? What's wrong? Nami was puzzled and continued to intensify his attack on the door of the treasure house. When Bai Yu brought Gion back to the room to play, the two girls discussed the treasure house of the Golden Emperor. Karina said that it was a gift for idols, and she only needed to satisfy the happiness of stealing treasures. When he heard that there were hundreds of billions of cash and various treasures in the treasury, Nami couldn't stand it. Take Karina directly to the treasure trove, she investigated. Karina raised her forehead and said, Your professional level is getting worse and worse. How can you steal treasure like this? Shouldn't you steal the key first and then open it secretly? I haven't stolen treasure for a long time, and why should I steal it? 99. Nami is educating Karina. Since you have joined, adjust your mentality as soon as possible. You are no longer a little fox alone. Do you have a backer? Simply put, we can only bully others in the future, and apart from Bai Yu, no one else can dream of bullying us, and of course, we can't bully civilians. A mere Golden Emperor? Ha, Nami good hockey, Karina was stunned. Is this the joy of having the Demon King as the backing? 480s, it's too happy. Karina was also a little excited. Then take the treasure here, let's go to the Holy Land, there must be more there. We have to take it step by step, and keep the best things for the end, otherwise everything will be boring to see in the future. Nami continued to teach. Just like me now, I'm used to seeing treasures, and seeing hundreds of millions of berries falling to the ground. I don't even bother to look at it, and it's very distressing, because I'm so unlike me. If it weren't for the Golden Emperor's treasure house, there are indeed many good things, and I would not be interested in coming. I might as well go shopping. Karina. Is this the trouble of happiness? She wants it so much, and she secretly hates herself for not rushing to the Sky City to find Nami to join. But I can only think about it, her strength wants to reach the Sea of the Sky, and the possibility of surviving on the road is almost zero. Boom. Nami continued to storm the treasury, and none of the guards could get close. I gave Karina a phone bug. I almost forgot, call someone to avoid accidents. Ah good. Karina is a little dazed. No matter how strong her wisdom is, she is still a little weak in front of her strength, mainly because of her high efficiency. After a minute. Come drink. Stop it all. 95 Tetsolo was full of anger at the moment, and no matter who it was, he directly attacked with anger at a distance of hundreds of meters. Golden binding. Tetsolo slapped the ground with a palm, and a piece of gold poured out, turning into dozens of flowing golden pillars, and rushing around like vines. Cloud wall. Nami blocked Karina behind him, released a large-scale cloud wall with his left hand to block, and raised his right hand to release the thundercloud that had already condensed in the sky. Thousands of thunders are coming. In an instant, the night sky suddenly lit up, and thousands of thunders roared. When dozens of giant golden pillars were blocked by the cloud wall, they were struck by thunder, and they melted and scattered in a large area. Inside the room, advertisement Bai Yu's movements froze. Nami is attacking Tetsolo? Gion's face darkened. This is all bullying her and half-hearted, what a hateful devil. Sorry, let's move on. Aha, where the treasure house is. Karina exclaimed. Nami, you are too powerful, but you should be more restrained. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of gold. It would not be good if you destroyed the Golden City. I'll pay attention. Nami understands, this ship is 10,000 meters long, but Nami can completely cover it with thunderclouds, but it just consumes his physical strength fast. Thunderbolt. Seeing that the gold was melted by lightning, Tetsolo calmed down a bit, looked at where Nami was, and was slightly surprised. She's Nami? 99. It is said that Nami is still very famous. After all, he is Bai Yu's exclusive navigator, and it is the ability of Logia Yin fruit that many people envy. He's Tetsolo, he seems to recognize you. What's next? Karina asked, staring. Is he the Golden Emperor? Nami glanced at him. The green-haired middle-aged uncle is a very ordinary man, and there is no terrible breath that suffocates her, which means that it is not completely unstoppable. Nami said. Of course, continue to open the treasure house. What else can we do? Will this would be too domineering? No, too underestimated? Karina was once again stunned by Nami's thoughts. No, with Bai Yu for a while, you are more domineering than me. 39. Nami said, pointing to the corner of the Golden City. My perception tells me. It's dark there, so the Golden Emperor is not a good businessman. That's easy. Treat the Golden Emperor as a pirate, and I'm a pirate too. Do pirates need a reason to grab a pirate? Unnecessary. Boom. While Karina looked dazed, Nami continued to attack the treasure house, ignoring Tetsolo. Lord Tetsolo. Tanaka looked at Tetsolo cautiously. Nami's behavior was too domineering. But Tetsolo just squinted his eyes and thought deeply without getting angry, and Tanaka was very surprised by his calmness. The Demon King is here. With the astonishing atmosphere that had been purged from the fighting arena before, Tetsolo knew that the Demon King with the title of the strongest in the world was coming. Although Tetsolo considers himself the god who controls celestial dragons with money, he is not an idiot. Some people are existences that he can't compete with. Even if he awakens and integrates the entire Golden City, maybe the Demon King will destroy the entire city with one move. If attacking Nami angered the Demon King, Tetsolo didn't want to see the consequences. What should I do? Can I just let Nami watch the treasure hunter? Tetsolo's brain turned rapidly. As a businessman, he instinctively sees everything in terms of profit, and is Nami's treasure hunt beneficial to him? Thinking and analyzing quickly, at the moment when the door of the treasure house broke open, Tetsolo shouted, Ms. Nami, stop, you are looking in the wrong place. 5. I found it wrong? Nami was stunned for a moment, but did not believe Tetsolo's words, kicked open the broken door, and glanced inside. Nami and Karina were stunned. It was huge, but there were just a few lumps of gold and nothing else. My fault. 35 advertisement. Seeing Nami looking over, Karina sneered. You guys are too early. If you give me a few more days, I will definitely investigate the location of the real treasure house. No, this is my treasure trove. It was just transferred last night. Tetsolo walked over, making Nami on guard. Stay far away. Nami snorted softly. For this kind of strangers, if they get close, they're easy to be trapped, and Nami's vigilance is very high. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill will. Tetsolo's face made the kind smile that a businessman makes good use of. Karina glared. Transfer? Then what are you doing so worried about running? It's funny, right? 9. Sorry, it's my problem. I just transferred it last night. I didn't remember it for a while. Tetsolo explained. Karina was a little confused. Is this Golden Emperor herself? She smuggled up and was discovered by Bakara and became a singer. She has also seen Tetsolo twice from a distance, but she is very arrogant. However, Karina soon realized, and sighed again, that strength and background are really important. Tetsolo can't provoke the Demon King. Without waiting for Nami to speak, Tetsolo continued. I'm really sorry, I didn't come to receive you in person just now. This empty treasure house has also wasted a lot of Ms. Nami's time. It's all my fault. I'm willing to apologize. Speaking of this, Tetsolo turned around and shouted. What are you doing standing there? 35. Come on, go and send 200 billion to Ms. Nami. Tanaka, go to my room and bring the top devil fruit I treasured and give it to Ms. Nami. Oh my god. So proud. Nami and Karina were in a trance, and they quickly understood the idea of the Golden Emperor. Cut flesh to buy good, and spend money to eliminate disasters. He couldn't help but secretly said, this Golden Emperor is too smart, and their words and deeds made them embarrassed to rob him again. After all, don't reach out and don't slap the smiley face. Tetsolo gave face like this, and Nami also went down the steps. It's not without reason that you can be the richest man in the world. 35. M's Nami is too famous, and I have no skills. I usually earn a little money and support so many people. Tetsolo spoke modestly. Karina's eyelids twitched, and Nami couldn't help clenching her fists. Oh, she's so angry. Besides, she's really going to hit someone. Tetsolo continued. I don't know if Lord Demon is here. I prepared a banquet, you can invite. The banquet is unnecessary. Nami thought that 0.9 Bai Yu brought Gion back to the room and hasn't come out yet, so the big bad guy Bai Yu must be busy right now. Bai Rishwen. Huh? No, Nami looked at the night. It was just after 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was also the time for a certain demon king to explore his claws. At 10 o'clock in the evening, then it's time for everyone to go back to rest. After 2 years of developing a habit, Nami felt sleepy and waved to Tetsolo. Treasure and devil fruit, you just have to prepare, we'll pick it up tomorrow, that's it. Whoosh. Nami grabbed Karina and flew away. Call. Double what I said, leave the opportunity to those who are prepared, the demon king is the strongest force in the new world. Tetsolo adjusted his emotions and patted Tanaka on the shoulder. Remember, in business, the layout must be large, if you can get on the line with the devil this time. By the way, contact Heavenly Yaksha, 99. Quickly. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Boiling, a good friend of mine. Tanaka whispered, Lord Tetsolo, do you really want to prepare? Tetsolo took a deep breath, and finally solved a big problem. Fortunately, he didn't have violent killing intent, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Tetsolo contacted. It's been a long time, my friend. Chapter 164. The Golden Emperor becomes Dover's younger brother. He has the ability to bully Hina. Tetsolo called. Directly pulling back Doflamingo's memory more than 10 years ago, the family lost a very important fruit. Golden fruit. It was a gimmick created by the Doflamingo auction many years ago. It just used the golden fruit as a guide to attract customers, and did not think that the fruit would actually be sold. Results. Being troubled by Tetsolo, he took the opportunity to steal the golden fruit. Meeting again, Tetsolo's power was not easily won by Dover, and business cooperation began. Thinking about it now, Dover smiled a little bit. Now, if you don't contact me, I'm going to forget you. I'm going to start the fruit trading conference in a few days, you should have a lot of stock there, send it to me within a week, understand? Golden Emperor? Unceremonious tone. Tetsolo's expression sank. Heavenly Yaksha has only been the Demon King's younger brother for 2 years, so why don't he take him seriously? Suppressing his anger, Tetsolo said solemnly. The Demon King's spaceship is hovering over the Golden City. That Nami wants to move the treasure house. I spent 200 billion in the top devil fruit to temporarily eliminate the disaster. Boyle, you should feel honored that the captain actually went to your place. You have brains if you don't die. Dover was slightly surprised by where Bai Yu was, but soon his mind turned, thinking about the value of Tetsolo. Think for a moment. Doflamingo also has to admit that, if nothing else, Tetsolo's business skills are absolutely second to none in the world. Even if it is someone else's, it will not be of much use. If you kill Tetsolo, you will only get some unmanageable inheritance, which is time-consuming, laborious, and meaningless. Dover rejected the idea. So, 11 How about taking Tetsolo as a little brother? Dover never thought of asking Bai Yu to take Tetsolo as his younger brother. Tetsolo was not qualified, but Doflamingo was willing to play. Thinking of this, Doflamingo said, Shout I have a suggestion for you, join my squad. Start with the team members, perform well, and give you a chance to be the captain, but I don't recommend you to challenge me, you can challenge other captains. Finally, Dover added, Don't be angry, otherwise it will only cause jokes, you are a smart person. 35 The last sentence directly blocked Tetsolo's anger that had just risen. But he still finds it difficult to accept, he would rather be a chickenhead than a phoenix tail, why should he be a younger brother by himself? Have you made up your mind? Doflamingo crossed Erlang's legs and continued. Rejection is very simple, I will lead people to destroy your people, destroy your boat, and lift your ashes. I just had a fight with Admiral Green Bull, and the time is too short, it's boring. 5. And your Golden Emperor Tetsolo, has some strength, but not much. The promise is also very simple, keep your ship, be welcomed by the major squads, and be appreciated by the captain, and, most importantly. Speaking of which, Doflamingo's voice was cold. Have you forgotten your past, celestial dragons, you don't want to kill? Or is it that money has blinded your mind? You are a family dog, but you think you are the god who uses money to control celestial dragons? It's ridiculous. Shut up, Tetsolo shouted angrily, his eyes were extremely fierce, and his body was full of killing intent. Damn you. One sentence revealed the cruel truth that Tetsolo didn't want to admit, causing him to smash things around the hull like a violent beast. Doflamingo ignored it and continued. The so-called Golden Emperor, now you don't even dare to celestial dragons. Why don't you dare? I just sent someone to kill a celestial dragons and shot him in the head. I laughed to death. Tetsolo immediately sneered and retorted. Advertisement, oh. Doflamingo was surprised for a moment, but he didn't doubt anything, and then sneered. TTT, you must have used the captain's power to dare to kill. Dare to use the captain? You are so bold? You are completely helpless, wait for death, I'll take someone there. Wait a moment. Tetsolo was terrified. He actually told others about the killing of celestial dragons, crazy, and his specific plan was guessed. At this moment, there is the Demon King in front and the world government in the back. If it were leaked out, he would not have 100 lives. Boyle, 10 seconds, say your decision, don't waste time. I agreed. In the 3rd second, Tetsolo said in a low voice. I have no choice, Stop talking nonsense, it would be better if you promised earlier, you are really a jerk. KR. What are you? This is your attitude towards the captain? Disrespect your superiors, be handicapped and sent to prison, understand? 35. Tetsolo gasped. Take revenge, this must be Doflamingo's revenge. After all, he has robbed the golden fruit, and there must be grievances. After a while, Doflamingo asked, tell me what happened after the spaceship appeared, don't miss anything. That's it. Tetsolo told in great detail, choosing to be rotten. After listening, Dover pondered, you're pretty smart, although you used the captain's power to assassinate celestial dragons, but you're still restrained, you're not angry with Ms. Nami, and you're smart. 35. But, speaking of which, Doflamingo reprimanded seriously. A mere 200 billion? A mere devil fruit? Who are you looking down on? Ms. Nami has a good temper and doesn't want to care about you, but your so-called spending money to eliminate disasters is just killing the captain. Tetsolo was stunned. Where did he send the Demon King? Don't get on the line. But Dover was right, the gifts were indeed too few, and the mere treasure was not worth mentioning. He Tetsolo was not interested in treasure. Without waiting for Tetsolo to speak, Doflamingo continued. Tomorrow morning, send all the treasures on your ship to Ms. Nami, and then send all the top fruits. Remember, don't take out those trash devil fruits to shame people. In addition, beautiful women who are pure in body and mind and very talented are also presented. Finally, after the captain leaves, immediately bring the remaining devil fruit to Dressrosa to find me, and trade devil fruit with me and other major forces. This is an order, understand? 35. Tetsolo is numb. Remember this lesson, the mere team members don't cause trouble for me, so as not to waste my time, I will pass your information to the captain's secretary, that's all. 35. 35. The moment Doflamingo hung up, Tetsolo crushed the phone bug. Ah! Tetsolo roared angrily and directly activated the fruit awakening, the entire hall flowed and the gold surged. Angry, aggrieved, powerless. Since he escaped from the Holy Land, he has worked hard for more than 10 years, and he has become the richest man in the world from nothing, but in a blink of an eye he has become the younger brother of the little brother of the little brother of the Devil King. The gap is too great. After a while, advertisements sigh in vain. In the new world, the Demon King is the real ruler, Team Zero, so that nasty and damn B******** D captain is right, so be it. No, Doflamingo can be the captain, then, I can also be on me. Thinking of what beauty Doflamingo mentioned, Tetsolo pondered. A beautiful and talented woman with pure mind and body? That ability will be discovered sooner or later, so it can only be you. After midnight, the Holy Land received the news. Another celestial dragon's dead? The 5 elders were furious. What? The Demon King's spaceship is nearby. The 5 elders' faces are even more ugly, and it is very likely that the Demon King killed them, subconsciously thinking so. Annoyed that I can't sleep at night. Wake up Akainu and the others directly, we can't sleep, so don't you want to sleep, get out of your way. Akainu. Damn, Sengoku. Intellectually retarded, garp. Sooner or later it's over. 480. On the ship. The girls are back. Shirahoshi, Sugar, Pudding, Shirley, etc. came back from the amusement park very happy, and Hancock was still unsatisfied. And Robin, Vivi, Makino, Konus and other girls came back from the commercial street, also chatting happily with big bags and small bags. Perona murmured. No, I was shopping for dolls, why did I forget to grab Bakura back, she speaks really nicely. It's you who are too stupid to be stupefied by her boasting in just a few words, that's just a polite remark. Bonnie complained. Bakura has praised you Perona as the first beauty ever, you nod your head happily, confused? Certainly not, Perona retorted, absolutely no one can fool me Perona. Girls. 6635, hello, beauty, I'm Kaya, the ship doctor, it's a pleasure to meet you, 35. Hello Kaya, it's so cute, my name is Karina, I'm a fan of the Demon Lord, and I want to be his exclusive singer. Fan? Hearing Karina's introduction, all the girls looked sideways, and their eyes of admiration that could not be concealed overflowed. Well, the true love fans didn't run away. And he is also an old friend of Nami, and the girls get to know each other very quickly. After looking around and seeing neither Bai Yu nor the beautiful Vice Admiral, Hina couldn't help but ask, what about Bai Yu and Gion-san? Haven't they come back yet? This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. If it was so straightforward, Hina froze for a moment and then blushed, it must be Bai Yu bullying Gion's sister. A time. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening, they should be sweating in the room, it's estimated that it will take a few hours, and it's already tomorrow. Nami pouted. It's abominable. How could it be like this on the first day we met? You have the ability to rush to Hina. Shirahoshi, a new fan for a few days, and Karina, a 2-year-old fan, communicated with each other, and the more they talked, the happier they were. Chapter 165. Showing off your wealth in front of my devil, 3 top devil fruits. Early the next morning, the girls came to the restaurant for dinner. Nami was telling the girls about the Golden Emperor's hoe. He wanted to give me hundreds of billions of dollars, and I was stunned at the time, and he said that he would make a little money to live, which was very irritating. 35. Since it's irritating, why don't you ask someone to take him down and let him hand over all the treasures? Sha Tang wondered. Because it can't be done. Karina is indulged in the happiness of the benefits of the ring, pure gold, holy water, angel wings, beauty pills, fairy beans and so on. Hearing Sugar's question, Karina said, we are going to rob him of his treasure trove. He still greets him with a smile and is very polite. He directly prepares a big gift to give to Nami. Although it is because of the Demon King, he is too good at things. It is because he is very good at doing business and has a strong business ability, so, he joined the second team last night. Stussy walked over with a small bag, just received the information from Doflamingo, and he is indeed a talent. This joins, or the second team, that is the Doflamingo team. What did Heavenly Yaksha say to get him to join? It must have won Bai Yu's mouth to fool Doffa, right? It's a good study. The girls were surprised, and Perona was even more surprised. He didn't want to give the treasure in devil fruit to Nami, so he joined. After all, he became his own, and we were even more embarrassed to grab it. You really are a stupid loli. Study with Robin for a few more years. Bai Yu appeared and tapped Perona's forehead. Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu, Hina came up and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with Miss Guion, is she okay? She is fine now, just a little tired, let her sleep a little longer, 35. Bai Yu replied, seeing Hina's resentful eyes again, and continued. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at me? You've only met Guion-sama once, why? Hina finally lost her voice and blushed suddenly. There is something wrong with Hina. Bai Yu thought for a moment, then looked at Kaya's beautiful big eyes again. Brother Bai Yu, I understand. Well, that's nice. Bai Yu said, and looked at many girls with strange eyes. Husband, it's only the first day you met her, Hancock wondered. Shirahoshi raised his hand and said, why didn't Mr. Bai Yu take me to your room to play? Shirahoshi hasn't been there yet. She's undercover. The 4 words Bai Yu diverted their attention. In the surprise of the girls, they continued to speak. But she is not dangerous to us. It will be clear when we get to know each other later. Besides, you will eat this? What's wrong? Makino was a little puzzled, she was cooking. It's nothing, it's just too much work for you, we are here to play, and naturally we have to eat at tourist attractions. Makino, don't make yourself too tired. Bai Yu whispered, and looked at Stussy again. Tetsolo joined. Bring his information to me to see backquote. Nami rolled his eyes and whispered. His transfer method has become more and more mature, and he has transferred many times in just a few seconds. It should be said that Bai Yu has become a master. Just a word can divert our attention, Robin chuckled. After breakfast, Bai Yu took the girls to the most luxurious palace in the Golden City. Congratulations, Captain. Tetsolo changed into a black suit with the emblem of the Bai Yu Grand Fleet printed on it and spoke respectfully. Advertisement. Welcome to the Demon King. Bakura and Mr. Tanaka spoke at the same time, but their expressions were a little dazed. Lord Tetsolo joined the Bai Yu fleet. I didn't have the heart to say it last night, and only notified them this morning. Moreover, he is a small member of the second team, not even the chief officer. After all, he has not yet gone to Shuishenshing Island to prove his strength. So, Lord Tetsolo became the little brother of the little brother of the little brother of the Devil King? It's amazing. And Bakura was even more in a trance. After sneaking a glance at the Demon King of the Legend of the New Era, she hurriedly lowered her head, full of nervousness in her heart. Bakura, it's a waste of your talent to stay here, I'll send you to work on the spacecraft. Don't think too much, and don't be afraid. Either you will be an undercover agent, or you will resign from here and work hard with the captain. From now on, you will no longer have a subordinate relationship with me. Do you understand? I was wrong. There is still a relationship between superiors and subordinates, and I have to listen to you. And there are really too many monsters in the regiment, I can't even rank it, so it's not easy to survive. I hope you can speak a little more for me by the side of Lord Demon King, please, Lord Bakura. Bakura had been in a trance since half an hour ago, watching Tetsolo respectfully greet her in front of her. The world is changing too fast, and Tetsolo has become too fast, and all of this is because of the Demon King ahead. It's all your own now, you don't have to be so nervous. Bai Yu was very easygoing, motioned everyone to take it easy, looked at Tetsolo and smiled. I heard from Nami. You have prepared 200 billion in devil fruit for her? You are really good at things, not bad. Golden Emperor, business talent. But the Golden Emperor was not worthy of Bai Yu's recruitment, so Doflamingo took the initiative to recruit and did a good job. Hiss. Bai Yu is really easygoing to his own people, but seeing Bai Yu with his own eyes, in addition to marveling at Bai Yu's amazing charm, Tetsolo's heart is full of shocking horror that makes his scalp tingle. Just a glance. Thunder silently. This made Tetsolo understand that this might be the terrifying realm that he would never be able to reach in his entire life. Fortunately, last night was not impulsive. Fortunately, I joined in time. Doflamingo, I, Tetsolo, owe you a favor and will never forget it. Tetsolo suppressed his trembling heart and said respectfully, Captain, that was my promise of benefits when I didn't join last night. I don't think it counts. 5. When the girls were surprised, Tetsolo immediately continued. A mere 200 billion, a mere devil fruit, that's looking down on Ms. Nami, that's disrespectful to the captain. Thinking about it now, I'm full of regrets, it's all mine wrong. So I decided to dedicate the 500 billion cash and many treasures in the treasury to all the beautiful ladies, and the 3 top devil fruits to the captain. This is my little intention. 500 billion plus 3 top fruits. The girls immediately understood why this was happening, and also understood what Nami meant by, "Ho, what a god." Bai Yu glanced at Tetsolo and said calmly, "There's no need for cash, I don't need it, I keep it for business." Advertisement, the captain is right. Those cash are useless waste paper, it is disrespectful to you and my fault. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. Hey, are you showing off your wealth in front of me? Bai Yu also understands what Nami's words mean. But it doesn't matter, there is too much priceless pure gold and no place to put it, so Bai Yu really has no interest in treasure. Come in, Captain, I've got morning tea and some desserts for you and the beautiful ladies. After chatting with Bai Yu for a while, Tetsolo relaxed a bit and led the crowd to the main hall. In the hall, there are treasure chests, waiting for the girls to open them. Bai Yu was not interested, and Bakara accompanied the girls to choose the treasures they liked. Tetsolo took out 3 boxes and handed them to Bai Yu. Captain, this is the fruit I have collected over the years. The abilities are all good, but there is no suitable subordinate, so it is useless. 99. There are others, but if the ability is not enough, I won't show it to shame. As the richest man in the world, Tetsolo's ability to collect devil fruit is no less than that of Doflamingo, and he rarely escapes. Tetsolo took out the top fruit, and the remaining dozen or so went to Dressrosa to hold a fruit trading conference with Dover. Okay, you've got your mind. Bai Yu looked at the boxes. Each box was marked with the name of the fruit. At a glance, he could see that it was all top-quality fruit. Paramecia fruit of power. Paramecia transfer fruit. Zone, rabbit fruit, phantom species, moon rabbit form. The first literal meaning. The second one surprised Bai Yu and reminded him of his ability to transfer talent, but the difference was huge. After all, devil fruit has its own limits and upper limits. And the last one, Bai Yu's eyes lit up. The mythical and legendary moon rabbit was definitely not weak, and she was a rabbit-eared girl. Momoshagi is a rabbit, and another rabbit came. Do you want me to gather a pair of rabbit-eared sisters? Bai Yu feels good. The fruit of strength is very good. It is suitable for those who are not good at thinking and have a strong physique. The transfer fruit, money, is really to be given to a smart person, if the phantom beast moon rabbit. Bai Yu looked at the girls. Guillaume's Eudemon's fruit is not weak, and the concept attack of additional ability development is also very strong. There is no need to change it. Shirahoshi and Shirley are also not suitable, and there is only one girl left with no fruit. Karina, come. Hearing Bai Yu calling her, Karina was refreshed and trotted over excitedly. Idol, I'm here. Do you need me to do something for you? I have transferred the fruit to you. I believe you can develop it well. Bai Yu handed the fruit to Karina. Nami has to call Karina a shrewd little fox, and she came to the new world alone with wisdom, so her mind is very smart. Transfer fruit? Karina didn't refuse. She was very surprised at the transfer of the word, and fell into a brainstorm for a while. Phantom thief plus transfer equals perfect match. Bah, I'm not a thief anymore. I'm the idol's exclusive singer now. I have to have a pattern. Throwing away her professional instinct, Karina chuckled generously and said, I like this fruit, don't worry, leave it to me, it's definitely developed very well. Don't disturb Lord Demon King, I'll go to eat the pool with sugar and fruit. Bai Yu chuckled, Karina is really a good idea. Devil fruit is enough to take a small bite, cut a piece of sugar mixed with fruit and eat it, it shouldn't be bad, right? Chapter 166. Millennium Wisdom Wheel. Fox Demon World Technology. Take Bakura away. Transfer the fruit to Karina, who can develop it with her intelligence. The fruit of power is not suitable for the girls present, let's collect it first. The last phantom beast, the moon rabbit. Bai Yu has already made up his mind. Guillaume is an illusory beast, and there is no need to change it, so there is nothing more suitable than that girl. Find and snatch and send the fruit. It seems that the captain likes these fruits very much, so I can rest assured. While talking and laughing, Tetsolo carefully glanced at the girls not far away and said in a low voice. Captain, what do you think of Ms. Bakura? She admires you so much, so I dismissed her and went to work with you in the future. 35. Her ability is very good. Bai Yu saw Tetsolo's eyes and movements. What did he mean? Afraid of being beaten by the girls when he heard the loud voice. Yes, Bakura's ability is very magical, so it's too inferior to stay with me. Tetsolo still whispered. Then get on my boat. Bai Yu was really amazed at Bakura's ability, not because of how powerful it is, but because the word, lucky, is illusory, but it can be manipulated. Lucky fruit. It's an adjective. Luck generally refers to a good thing that is difficult to happen, and it is often used to describe people's very good luck. A simple understanding is good luck. Can't a deeper level create miracles and make the impossible possible? Bai Yu exudes thinking, but also understands that this type of fruit is extremely difficult to develop, and it may not be possible to develop concepts. If you feed it to the lucky hockey's buggy, don't you want to go to heaven? Wrong. It should be said, what will happen if Bakura absorbs Buggy's luck? Raftel's permanent pointer is picked up around the corner? Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. Anyway, Buggy's luck is infinite, and Bakura can try it when he encounters it another day. 9 fingers are all golden, only the nameless send love. When Bai Yu looked at Tetsolo, he found that he was rubbing the ring finger of his left hand, recalling something, 10 fingers and 9 rings, so he said casually. Point 483. Captain Yu. After hearing the murmur, Tetsolo was incoherent for a while and burst into tears. The golden ring is full of hands, only the ring finger of the left hand is empty, holding memories. After a while, Tetsolo quickly sorted out his emotions and said seriously, Captain, I have memorized this sentence, I will use it as a motto and read it 10,000 times a day. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. However, when it comes to poetry, Bai Yu is reminded of the last words left by Wanukuni Odin's wife 20 years ago. When the world is like the moon in the dark night, it will keep the remnants and embrace the deficiency until the dawn, and when the 20 years of Qingli look through, the 9 shadows will cast the sun and rise in the east. Probably means, it is dark now, but 20 years later, the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath will gather again, and Wanukuni will usher in light. This poem. Well, I'm here. Has her last words changed, and if so, what will they be? Thinking of this, Bai Yu got up. That Peach must die may have a very nourishing life now, after all, he has several dog legs that are extremely obedient. So, how can Bai Yu continue to waste time here? I'll take it away from Bakura. Tetsolo, you're busy first, you'll find your captain if you have anything, and remember to report to the headquarters. Going forward and grabbing the confused Bakura, leaving behind Tetsolo who was also confused, Bai Yu took his sister back to the boat. What's the situation? Why is there an unnecessary action like grab? Tetsolo was in a trance for a moment, then turned his head to look aside. Tanaka, what do you think? 35. Lord Demon King's true temperament, true man, really, unfathomable. Tanaka racked his brains. Well said, although he was coerced into his team by Dover, it's not bad now. Tetsolo agreed, and recalling what Bai Yu said again, he was immediately full of excitement. All the 9 fingers. Be Bodge. Have golden crossings, only Wuming sends Acacia, 10,000 times a day, let's start. On the ship. The girls were a little puzzled, the Golden City was so big, wouldn't it be possible to play more, why did it come back suddenly? Advertisement, Golden City is not fun during the day, and if anyone is interested at night, I will take you to teleport to play. Bai Yu's words made all the girls agree that the Golden City is the most beautiful at night, and it is very suitable for leisure time after dinner. Bakura. Big boss. Hearing the call to himself, Bakura regained his senses and became a little nervous. Standing in front of her is not the scumbags I have seen before, but the strongest demon king in the new era. She, a weak woman who is good at communication, did not dare to speak at this moment, for fear of saying something wrong and angering the demon king. Your talents are very good, starting today, join my group. Yes, Lord Demon King. After watching Bakura join in, Bai Yu showed a smile like spring breeze. Don't be nervous, I can't eat people. No, you eat people, Nami said with a deep meaning. Ah, 35 Bakura subconsciously exclaimed. Seeing this, Robin comforted. Don't be afraid, Bai Yu started to hurt a little when he eats people, but it will be fine afterward. What? Bakura exclaimed again. They're teasing you, just get used to it. Bai Yu's head was black, and the 2 girls became more and more black-bellied. Shirahoshi nodded innocently. Yes, Lord Bai Yu never eats people, you can rest assured, Sister Bakura. Still Shirahoshi understands me. Gently stroked Shirahoshi's hair, Bai Yu gestured towards Nami and Robin respectively, and the 2 women couldn't help blushing. Bakura, the fruit of luck, she can control luck. After Bai Yu finished speaking, the girls all lit up. Bakura was surrounded by curious girls, just wanting to see how to control luck, which made her relieved. Ah, it's so unpalatable. At this time, Karina was holding a fruit bowl in her hand. She cut a small piece of the transferred fruit and mixed it in to eat it, but the taste almost sent her away. Get to know each other and get to know each other. By the way, teach Karina to develop the fruit ability. I will go to the room to meditate. Bai Yu turned to leave. Go back to your room. Gion was too tired, so while resting, Bai Yu sat down. As if in a dream, Gion hummed. Then Bai Yu remembered that he asked at night after he stole it yesterday, and Gion had already joined, so there would be no problem. System, lottery. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Karina to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item, the Millennium Wisdom Wheel. Somewhat familiar, Bai Yu opened the message of the Millennium Wisdom Wheel. Millennium Wisdom Wheel. A virtual prop in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Which hosts the soul of the Dark Taper. It can detect the location of the Millennium Artifact, split and seal its own soul on the object, and can predict, eavesdrop, and counteract other artifacts. One of the 7 divine weapons, resurrecting the evil god of the underworld. This seems to be based on the inner good and evil of the owner. Bai Yu recalled a little. Ding, this item triggers the optimization mechanism, is it optimized? Optimization. Ding, the Millennium Wisdom Wheel is optimized to Wisdom Wheel, please check the specific information. Wisdom Wheel. A real item, which can greatly increase the wisdom of the holder. Function 1. Variable shape, variable size, indestructible. Function 2. The specific name and type of the real item can be written, and the location of the item will be automatically detected. Function 3. It can forcefully block, cut off, and reflect any ability. Function 4. Remote eavesdropping. Function 5. Predict good and bad luck. Advertisement. Function 6. Detect good and evil. The optimization is very thorough, and it has nothing to do with the soul. After looking at the function carefully, Bai Yu looked at the second function. Meaning, if I write Devil Fruit, will the Wisdom Wheel automatically detect where Devil Fruit is? A watch appeared on Bai Yu's hand. After all, he said that the shape and size can be changed, so he turned the Wisdom Wheel into a watch and carried it directly on his hand. The Fruit of Time. Bai Yu worked for a while, and after he understood how to write it, he wrote the name of the fruit. Time is respected, space is king. These 2 abilities, no matter in any world, are the apex of the apex, and Bai Yu has also been looking forward to it for a long time. Quickly. On the Wisdom Wheel, a pointer appeared, pointing in one direction. I thought you would directly mark the specific address, it seems that I thought too much. In Bai Yu's opinion, this is the life card of the Fruit of Time itself. Okay, at least there is a direction. The Wisdom Wheel was very useful. Bai Yu put it away temporarily and continued to draw the lottery. System, continue. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Baccarat to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the concept. Bai Yu was a little surprised, and the concept class came again, which made him look forward to it. Ding, Shinigami title. Shinigami in which world? Bai Yu got his spirits up, conceptualized the title of Shinigami, and how to conceptualize it. Bai Yu thought about it. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. 35. Optimization. Ding, the Shinigami title has been optimized, and the conceptualization has been changed to an infinite concept. When click on the information, Bai Yu's whole body is not well. Does this kind of thing have? Shinigami title. Detective Conan, Where to Go, Where to Die, won the title of Shinigami Elementary School student, and carried out infinite conceptualization. Function. When worn, no matter where you go, intelligent creatures will die. Remarks. This title has undergone an infinite conceptual upgrade. Even if the ruler of the heavens is near you, he may still die on the spot. Remarks. For those who died due to the influence of the title, the concept of eternity is dead and cannot be resurrected. Please use it with caution. Bai Yu was powerless to complain. This is simply a must-have silent murder weapon for home travel, and it can be called the absolute perfect crime artifact. Such a high-level title of infinite concept is simply not something I can afford at my age. Bai Yu chose to seal it up. This title is too conceptual. The concept makes Bai Yu not want to see it again for the time being, so it is directly sealed. Call. Bai Yu calmed down and resumed the lottery after a few minutes. System. Continue. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Guillaume to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the information. It's information again. There's nothing I want to know in Shanghai, because I'll know sooner or later. The second time the information category was drawn, Bai Yu waited for the system to give an answer. Ding, Fox Demon World Technology. 95. This is. Bai Yu stared at the word Fox Demon for a moment, and clicked on the information to check. Fox Demon World Technology. From the world of the Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, where the human region is located, and the first year of the Fox Demon calendar, a collection of scientific and technological information that does not involve any demon power, mana, etc. Chapter 167. Guillaume is reborn, Admiral is tall. Perona is crying. The first year of the Fox Demon calendar. For the world of the Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, the three sisters of the Fox Demon appeared in Bai Yu's mind, and then recalled what year the first year was. What year did the plot start? 9. The level of technology. Let's not talk about weapons and the like. The rest should be about the same as the original Earth around 2014, and it will be a few years before smartphones are fully popularized. Without triggering the optimization mechanism, that's not too bad. Bai Yu was slightly satisfied. It should be said that it is very good, because the technology tree of the Qinghai world cannot be said to be crooked. After all, each world has its own characteristics, but it is really a bit messy. There is a huge gap between the islands. Some islands use electricity mechanization, and some islands, Daughter Island needs to be named and criticized. 3 times of lottery draws, the results are all very good, but that title is too conceptual to be used, which means that I am lucky today, very good. Thinking that he was lucky, Ling Bai Yu couldn't help but think a little more. Lucky fruit. Forget it, lucky fruit can't affect the lottery mechanism. After the 3 lottery draws, Bai Yu felt a chill, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Guillaume lying half-lying, holding a knife at Bai Yu. What are you doing? Can't I clean the knife? Guillaume gently wiped the knife, very calm. Bai Yu smiled and said, I thought you were going to kill me, but I thought too much. I would never kill my man, even if he was a devil. 39. Saying that, Guillaume couldn't help but glared at Bai Yu, saying it was gentle. Seeing Guillaume's beautiful white eyes, Bai Yu came closer, saw Guillaume subconsciously retreat, and couldn't help but say, You said I'm your man, are you still afraid of me? How can you do this? No, I'm just afraid that you will come again, won't you be too tired? Guillaume said, and couldn't help blushing. You think too much, I am very pure during the day. 35. After speaking, seeing Guillaume rolling his eyes again, Bai Yu hugged Guillaume directly and said softly, If that's the case, then let's talk about it, or you'll be embarrassed, I'll be embarrassed, and they'll be embarrassed. Guillaume was silent. Going into the Devil's Lair alone was a plan she had planned 2 years ago, but she never had the chance to implement it until she encountered it yesterday. But all her plans were exposed under Bai Yu's eyes that seemed to see through everything last night, making her overwhelmed. The plan failed and lost. Guillaume is very confused now, she doesn't know what to do. Killing Bai Yu can't do it, suicide is a bit ridiculous. Delete my memory, I want to forget everything, just let me be an ordinary woman, okay? Guillaume pleaded, I know you can do it, Charlotte pudding is the fruit of memory, isn't it? Bai Yu thought. Guillaume is a strong man with her own firm stance and belief, and she wants her to take the initiative to rewrite her stance, which cannot be changed overnight. Do you have a dream? Bai Yu asked, stroking Guillaume's face. World peace. Cough cough. Hearing Guillaume's 4-character answer, Bai Yu kept coughing, because he thought of a guy who was paddling, and he also answered the same way, and he was stunned at the time. Guillaume was puzzled. What's wrong with you? As a Marine, it's normal for me to think like this. It's normal, but it's also the dream of too many people. What I want to know is your own unique dream, such as what kind of world's largest swordsman, the world's strongest woman, and so on. Those are meaningless. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Gion shook his head slightly. In this chaotic world, my personal dreams are also very unrealistic. 5. Because I want all pirates to disappear and all sins to disappear. After speaking, Gion quickly explained, don't be angry, I'm talking about those sinful pirates, not. I'll help you. 9. Under Gion's stunned expression, Bai Yu said these 4 words calmly. A thief is a thief. Bai Yu continued. Don't say that pirates also have good and evil. Since the day I became a pirate, there have been no pure good people, including me. In a word, leave your dreams to me, and your heart to me, and time will prove everything to you. 55. Gion was in a trance. Bai Yu's words made her heart tremble, and her heart was full of touch. But, after a long time, Gion suddenly laughed. According to what you said, you are also a pirate, so you are also sinful. Do you want to commit suicide? Naughty. Advertisement patting Gion, making her blushing. Bai Yu also smiled. I also told Kizaru that the winner is justice. As long as I am the king of the world, all the rules will be made by me. A thief? No, I am the hero who rebelled against the rule of celestial dragons, the greatest pioneer in 800 years. Gion's eyes widened. Bai Yu's theory is very reasonable, and Gion is also infected by Bai Yu's self-confidence and believes subconsciously. But, Gion was full of surprise and said, you said Kizaru? He's an undercover agent? That's what he said about Vegapunk's position? 99? Oh, listen to what you mean. I have doubts for a long time, but I'm not sure. Is it convenient to say who is suspecting? Admiral Fujitora. 99. Bai Yu's expression is wonderful. With a smile, he met and left a prophecy more than 2 years ago. This should be the seed of doubt. After all, Bai Yu is known by the world to be very good at subduing the strong, so there is no reason to let him smile. Doubt is normal. It's still exclusionary. Green Bull's idea of maintaining celestial dragons is destined to be different from Bai Yu. Other Garp, Sengoku, Crane, and even Kizaru were all Marines for many years. That's just a smile. Gion continued. This is not the suspicion of the headquarters. After all, if there is no evidence, it will only be a joke if it is spread. This is just my personal conjecture. 5. But I never expected that it turned out to be Paluzolino. His acting skills are also very good. Is this the reason why you chose him to be an undercover agent? That's about it. Bai Yu didn't send any assignments, and Kizaru did what he usually did, so he didn't act. He clocked in and went to work normally. The two were abruptly silent. After a long time, Bai Yu said, time will prove everything like you just have to believe me and leave the rest to me. 99. After Gion uttered this word, she suddenly found her body and mind relaxed. No pressure at all. Every word of Bai Yu is so simple, but it is something Gion has never heard before. While touching her heart, she is eager to see Bai Yu's bright future. I can feel your mind is free, why don't you celebrate? Ah, go to a banquet with them. Will they suspect me? After all, my original purpose was to be an undercover agent. 9. As long as I believe in you, they will believe in you, and you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Ah, you just said that the day is pure. You're lying to me. I am tired and I need to rest. 99. Recovery, understand? Future Gion memories. The moment I choose to believe in him, I seem to be reborn. Everything is so beautiful, and Bai Yu is also very good to me. Well, it's just too bad. Leave the Golden City. Continue to follow the route selected before. The spacecraft is flying rapidly. After breakfast, daily training. After lunch, daily training. After dinner, leisure time. And it is now in the afternoon. All the girls have entered the gravity space training. The other girls have become accustomed to it for the past 2 years, and the newly joined Shirahoshi and Shirley, as well as the newly joined Karina and Bakura, are the key observation objects. After the 4 women took turns to show their strength, there was silence all around. 4 girls. 39. Isn't it time to comment on the strength? Why don't everyone speak up? So, they don't have the strength. Nami held his forehead. Little fox, it's a miracle that you can come to New World from East Blue and live safely until now. I rely on wisdom, but I will try to become stronger. Karina once again discovers an astonishing fact that she can't even beat the youngest Aisha on the ship. Elsa is only 13 years old. Is this the crew of the 4 emperors? No, it should be said that this is the female crew of the Demon King. They're all too strong. Bakura also smiled bitterly. Her biggest weakness is to underestimate the enemy. But the girls knew at a glance that there was no one she could beat. It's time to get stronger. Shirley also felt full of pressure. The environment can affect people. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. I'll practice hard. I won't let you down. Shirahoshi held his hands. His face was slightly red, but his eyes were bright. Advertisement seeking flowers 0. Don't cry, darling. Hancock leaned over. Shirahoshi loved to cry, so she comforted before she cried. No one is born strong. Your talent is very good. It will take some time. Shirahoshi didn't cry. Lord Bai Yu didn't want me to cry. I won't cry anymore, Shirahoshi said firmly. Hancock appreciates that Poseidon's first step to become stronger is to never cry. Then, the first step is to drink holy water to strengthen the spirit and body. 35. The second step, wearing angel wings, attacking and defending flight. Finally, after you get used to it, start with basic training. Hancock has more than 2 years of teaching experience. Even if the 4 girls are indescribable in terms of strength, he is very patient. Brush. The next moment, Bai Yu appeared with Gion and said first. Introduction, the new crew member Gion, who is a swordsman, is also your swordsmanship teacher. 5. Hello, I'm Gion. Gion also said generously, but was still a little nervous. It's hard for everyone to recognize her identity, so Gion couldn't help thinking too much. When Gion subconsciously looked at the most familiar Hina, she found her smiling, which made her confused. Gion-san, I'm Kaya, and everyone will be my companions from now on. I'm Makino and welcome to the family. When Bai Yu brought Gion, the girls knew that there was no problem, and they all welcomed Gion to join. When Gion was relieved, Perona raised her head. Gion's sister, how tall are you? 2 meters 8, 2 meters 9. Yup. The girls looked sideways. Compared with the girls, Gion was really too tall. He was half a body taller than Hancock, who was 1.9 meters tall. Everyone was looking up. Robin looked directly at Bai Yu and chuckled. Gion is about 3 meters long, so last night and this morning, it was really hard for you. When Robin went online, Bai Yu calmly said, Robin, I have something to do with you tonight, remember, 99. Robin blushed. A certain demon king had many abilities and played too many tricks. Gion, how about I make you permanently smaller? Okay, I often worry about my height. Gion's face flushed. She remembered last night in the morning that she had temporarily become smaller, too bad. Buzz. Bai Yu launched the concept of size, and Gion's body became smaller even with clothes, and was under 2 meters, the same as Shirahoshi and Shirley. Still tall and beautiful. Seeing this scene, Perona leaned over and whispered, help me. Bai Yu wondered. Help you become smaller. But you're only 1.6 meters tall, and no matter how small you are, you will really become a child. No, Perona shook her head. Bai Yu understands. Do you want to grow taller? How about 1.75 meters, 35? No, can't you see what other people are thinking? You'll know just by looking at it. But don't say it. Perona blushed at the end. This is what you asked for, don't blame me if I see other things, Bai Yu said and looked. Next moment. Bai Yu was astonished. What, you envy others for being big cows, so you want to get bigger, 5 times? 99? For a while, the whole place was silent. After noticing that all the girls were looking over, Perona was dumbfounded for a moment, stunned for a moment, her face flushed, and she cried on the spot. Wow, big villain Bai Yu, you're mad at me, if you don't say it, I'll lose face. Bai Yu is sorry, but he really couldn't hold back just now. Alas, Perona has an airport at such a young age, it's amazing to be rich. After a long time, Bai Yu wiped away Perona's tears and ushered in the gothic loli's stare. I don't need your help, huh, I remember you Perona, 99. Ambitious. Bai Yu admired. Time flies by. The spaceship just passed by some small deserted islands, and Bai Yu left a space imprint. He didn't choose to stay, and he didn't meet anyone Bai Yu was interested in and knew on the way. After encountering the pirate group and handing it over to the girls to practice, Shirahoshi's 4 girls all made slight progress. Until 9 days later, Stay 9. Chapter 168. Bounty. The villain of Dongtada Kingdom, Princess Mancheri. 9 days later. Gion, Karina, and Bakura also became acquainted with the girls. They practiced daily during the day, and after dinner, the spaceship became even more lively. The girls were happy, and during the day and afternoon, when the girls practiced daily in the gravity space. At this time, Nami came here from the spaceship through the space gate, and shouted, I found a small island ahead, very beautiful, let's go on an adventure. What island? Greenbit Island, Naval Headquarters. When the generals came to the marshal's office, the first thing they saw was Akainu's serious face, which seemed to be in a bad mood. Akainu said the first sentence, Momoshagi has betrayed, and a reward is issued. The generals were silent. 2 years ago, the Demon King Bai Yu came to the new naval headquarters, and it seemed that he came for Momoshagi Vice Admiral, but he came back in vain. 10 days ago, the Demon King Bai Yu showed up directly at naval headquarters with Momoshagi Vice Admiral and told Marine to take Momoshagi in person. How arrogant. Seeing what Crane wanted to say, Akainu said solemnly, I know she has plans to stalk the Demon King to be an undercover agent, but I can be sure that she is not an undercover agent, but has been brainwashed by the Demon King by unknown means, just like other female crew members, and Rayleigh et al., 99. Momoshagi, she is no longer the Momoshagi who was once, 487, she is just the swordsman Gion on the Demon King's spaceship. The bounty of 1.5 billion, 99 The generals who were familiar with Momoshagi, including Suru, Sengoku, and Garp, sighed. Akainu is so sure that Gion is not undercover but has really changed, so it must be clear from the investigation. But why? In just 10 days, Gion's position and beliefs have been changed, and the Demon King must have other special abilities that we don't know about, which is terrifying. 35 Sengoku gave his own judgment. Can even affect Admiral. The last sentence, Sengoku did not say, otherwise it will only create panic. Also, the Golden Emperor Tetsolo informed the world and joined the Demon Lord. Speaking of this, Akainu's expression was a bit more complicated, and he reported that celestial dragons are all ***, and Anthony Saint's body is frozen in a dog cage, and you can watch it as long as you spend money. Crowd. 35 After killing celestial dragons, he can still think of using him to make money. He is indeed the richest man in the world. He is really a business wizard. The above is very angry. Let us cooperate with the CP to block his industries around him, and intercept and kill him before he enters the Devil's Sea area, and take back the body. Akainu was silent for a moment, but a few days ago, the Golden City had disappeared, guessing that the coating entered the sea, and now it may have entered the Demon King Sea. That is to give up the task of retrieving the corpse. Do you want them to enter the Demon King Sea? Akainu gets a headache every time he encounters a question related to the Demon King, so this time he skipped 2 sentences in a hurry. Teacher. No, the problem on Neo Marine's side must be dealt with as soon as possible, not only because the time given above is only half a month, but the most important thing is, the consequences are really serious. 35. Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp and Crane looked complicated, they're old comrades. The 4 joined Marine at the same time, and Zephyr was the youngest of the 4, 3 years younger than Crane, so the 3 regarded Zephyr, who was 14 years old at the time, as a younger brother. In a blink of an eye, 60 years have passed. Ordinary people have only 160 years in their life, and Zephyr has worked for Marine for nearly 60 years, giving too much. Up to now, they are not qualified to comment on Zephyr's right or wrong. If sad things happen to them again and again, they will also be unacceptable. Advertisement. Hurry up Unkazaru. Seeing that the generals were in a low mood, Akainu didn't say anything about Zephyr. It's really hard for today's meeting. Greenbit Island. The isolated island in the north of Dressrosa is only connected to the island by a steel suspension bridge and is full of virgin forests. A small island. Vivi looked down in surprise when the spaceship approached. The forest above is lush, but it is uninhabited and should be uninhabited. Looking at Dressrosa not far away, it was extremely prosperous. Bai Yu glanced at it and said, "You know the giant clan, so have you heard of the little human clan? About 20 centimeters? Little people." Hearing such a small size, Shirahoshi's dark blue eyes widened. A race in the size of 20 centimeters? Those are not as big as the eyes I used to be. The girls laughed lightly. In the past, Shirahoshi was more than 10 meters away. If she encountered a small human race, she would not be able to see it. It was too small for her. The little human race had a grudge with the Don Quixote family 900 years ago, Monet said calmly. Because the Don Quixote family was the ruler of Dressrosa 900 years ago, and then the celestial dragons, they moved to the Holy Land. Seeing that many girls were puzzled, Violet also spoke calmly. The girls nodded, knowing that Doflamingo was celestial dragons before. Robin flipped through a document and said, according to the information given by Doflamingo, in the past, the villain princess and hundreds of other villains were imprisoned by him, mainly to use the ability of the villain princess to heal. 2 years ago, Doflamingo released all the detainees and returned here. Bai Yu nodded. There is no artificial devil fruit, so the little people do not need to plant any materials, and it is normal to be released. However, Doflamingo actually let go of all the villain princesses, which surprised Bai Yu a bit. Brother Ming. The princess with healing ability, the captain may be interested, let her go, and upload the little human race information. Brother Ming. Huh? 2 years have passed, and the captain hasn't gone to grab the princess? Dressrosa also has one? Bai Yu. He didn't know Doflamingo thought so, but it wasn't too late. Let's go down and see. Bai Yu motioned to Athena to hover over the spaceship, and said, the little human race is very simple, if you describe it, it is simpler than Shirahoshi, and others believe whatever they say, even if it is a lie. I'm not that simple, Shirahoshi whispered. Yes, Shirahoshi is very smart. Bai Yu stroked Shirahoshi's small head and flew towards the island with her in his arms, the girls followed. The small human race is located in the huge virgin forest underground country on Greenbit Island, the kingdom of Dong Tata. Height. About 20 centimeters. Good at cultivating plants. The little people claim that there is no plant in the world that their family cannot cultivate. Features. Although it is small in size, it has amazing strength and a very fast movement speed. Weaknesses. Too pure and kind, it is easy to believe other people's lies. When people landed, Guillaume looked to the side, slightly surprised. Little humans can fly. No, it's the fruit ability of flying. Hancock nodded. It's still zone insects, which is really rare. Whizzing. The voices of Guillaume and Hancock just fell, and 2 bugs flew over very fast, and there were 2 voices. Advertisement. Who are you? This is the kingdom of Dong Tata, please tell me your origins. 55. Wow, it's really small. When the girls saw it carefully, they were 2 small human races of 20 to 30 centimeters in size, turning into flying insects and flying. Shirahoshi waved his hand happily. Hello, we are passing by, nice to meet you. Passing by? It's okay if it's not an intruder. A small human race said very simply. Welcome to your arrival, I am Kabu, captain of the yellow Kabu of the flying force of the kingdom of Dongtata. Insect fruit, unicorn. I'm Bian, captain of the flying unit pink ratio. The other is female. Insect fruit, Hufeng shape. After glancing at everyone, Kabu said, although I want to receive you, I'm sorry that you are too big. 35. Where is your princess? Bai Yu asked, perceiving the entire island. His Royal Highness is. Kabu was about to say the exact location, when Bian interrupted. What are you doing with her Royal Highness? You are not a bad person, are you? Although simple. But they are really not stupid. The princess has been imprisoned by Doflamingo for several years, and they will be wary of strangers. Perona shouted. The devil is coming to snatch your princess, run, you can't beat the devil. Bai Yu has a black line. The girls laughed lightly. This was Perona's revenge. After all, Bai Yu's revelation made her almost cry to death a week ago. The devil grabs. Princess, what kind of fairy tale is this? The 2 little people didn't react for a while. Perona's eyelids twitched, she had never heard of the Demon King, and she shouted in vain. Bai Yu said directly. I'm going to take your princess away. Without waiting for the two little people to get angry, Bai Yu continued. Your princess is seriously ill and dying. No one in this world can save her except me, so I want to take her away. Is there any problem? 39. The girls were surprised. Don't they know if the princess is sick? Couldn't the princess be cured by herself? Bai Yu's words are full of loopholes. Kabu grieved. 0.9, Princess, please save her Royal Highness. Bian burst into tears. Please come with me and take you to find her Royal Highness. Girls. Jingjing, the performance of the two little people is really too simple, but a gothic loli seized the opportunity. Okay, you have to lie to such a simple little people, it's too bad for you. 5. Bad. You're right. Bai Yu grabbed Perona and turned it over and slapped it for a while, which made many girls blushed and subconsciously retreated. See, this is family law. Nami recalled with palpitations, and introduced the girl who joined not long ago. It doesn't hurt, but it's embarrassing. Karina asked in a low voice. If there are family laws, there are family rules, why haven't I heard you say it? How can it be considered a violation? Why do I feel like you want to try? Nami was skeptical. Is it so obvious? Karina touched her face, and Nami was speechless. As expected of a true fan, she was cruel enough to herself. Wow, so many little people. Pudding opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Thousands of small human races appeared in front, but they were too small to be deterrent. Stop. Stop it. Please don't beat her again. The pointed-nosed pocket girl with long blonde hair combed into two braids with two flowers on it trotted over with the guards. Little Human Princess. Man Shirley. Chapter 169. Koala. You are too prejudiced against the Demon King. Sabo. I understand. Princess, Mancheri. 20 centimeters tall, 25 years old. Healing fruit. It can heal biological injuries, and tears can also heal. Ultimate ability. Consumes his life and restores everything. Consumption of lifespan is related to recovery, so the fruit of healing should be regarded as the lower rank of the fruit of recovery. Just when Bai Yu was thinking, Perona felt that Bai Yu's hand was not moving and immediately blushed and rushed out. Is that a princess? I'm a princess too. I'm Princess Perona who was snatched by the devil, save me. Perona's huge body hid behind them and wiped away tears when Man Shirley and others were stunned. The devil robs the princess? So the devil is the bad guy? Man Shirley raised her head and asked curiously. Perona nodded again and again. Yes, the Demon King can destroy the world. It is rumored that only the little human princess can defeat the Demon King. Just get close to him and punch him. This is his weakness. Huh? Is that so? Man Shuili's eyes suddenly lit up and burst into flames. It turns out that I have also become a legend. Don't stop me. I am going to defeat the devil, and I want to be the savior of the world. The girls. Bai Yu chuckled. He watched Perona's performance quietly, and also saw Man Shirley trotting towards him. The girls did not stop him. Most of the little people believed it, and just when Man Shuili was a few meters away from Bai Yu, an old voice came. He is the four emperors, come back quickly, they're joking with you. 39. What? Man Shuili was stunned. Compared with strangers, she still believed in the person who came, because that was her father, the patriarch of the little human race. And Bai Yu raised his hand, and Man Shuili directly moved it to the palm of his hand. It seems that you recognized me, and I took her away. 11 Before waiting for Goncho and Mancheri, the kings of the Dantata kingdom, to speak, Bai Yu put Mancheri in Makino's hands. Let her join, and by the way, appease the little people. I'll go to Dressrosa first and wait for you there. After robbing the princess, the little people can rest assured and leave it to the girls to handle. Bai Yu sensed a few people, which made him very interested. Now, Dressrosa. On a tall building. Is that the Demon King's spaceship? The 35-year-old blonde looked at the ship over Greenbit Island not far away. Sabo. The original trajectory, the purpose is to investigate and reveal the truth of the factory, so as to prevent the export of its weapons from contributing to the world war. From a personal standpoint, it is also to regain Mera Mera fruit. Current track. Doflamingo stopped doing weapons and other underground businesses 2 years ago. It's not that he didn't make money, nor that Bai Yu stopped him, but he was not interested. These businesses are complicated and waste my cultivation time, so I sold them to the Golden Emperor to save trouble. When asked by Crocodile, Doflamingo replied, Tetsolo. 2 years ago, you sold me various properties in a big sale. 2 years later, you accepted me as your little brother. You are very good at playing. And now, after being beaten by bears, they have been here for a week, waiting for the opening of the Devil Fruit Trade Conference. But when he thinks of Devil Fruit, Sabo's mood is low, because a few days ago, it was the deadline for the elf fruit of the Phantom Beasts. One fell here. Sabo entered the palace with the elf fruit, and threw the fruit to Doflamingo, who had returned. He turned around and left without saying a word. Before leaving, he heard Doflamingo's incessant wicked laugh, and he almost ran away in anger. Demon King's spaceship. The orange-haired girl in the living room who was playing with a few boxes lit up and ran over. Where is the spaceship? Advertisement. We're here for a mission, Koala, Sabo reminded. Calm down, be calm. Sabo reminded himself in his heart that he must be calm and listen to the leader's teachings. You can't lose your cool because of the Demon King, and you can't lose your cool because Koala pays attention to the Demon Lord. Are there any other tasks besides trading fruits? Doflamingo doesn't trade weapons anymore. There's nothing to investigate here. 33 Koala wonders. I mean, wow, it's really a ship made of metal. It doesn't even have sails. How on earth does it fly? Seeing Koala holding the telescope to observe the spacecraft, Sabo raised his forehead. Although he is also curious, Koala is not only curious about the spaceship, but about everything about the Demon King. Sabo changed the subject. The elf fruit, the devil forced us to give it to him. Don't you have anything to say? You should have eaten it. You're really weird, you asked me 2 days ago. Claire continued to watch the distant spaceship with the telescope, and exclaimed. Look, the spaceship suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored invisibility? 35. Invisible spaceship, exclusive to the Demon King. Koala put down the telescope with emotion and turned to look at Sabo. You know, I specialize in Murloc karate, and I have no interest in devil fruit, so I might as well give it to others. The leader said that even if you don't cooperate, the Demon Lord is a natural ally. After all, the enemies are celestial dragons. Recalling his chance encounter with the Demon King Bai Yu in Subordinate Archipelago more than 2 years ago, Koala said seriously. Actually, it's nothing to give him devil fruit, but he saved Mr. Shang. This kind of kindness is unmatched by any fruit. Sabo is silent. He wanted to say that the big bear was cured only because he traded crushed fruits, but as a revolutionist, he really couldn't think that way, because he paid too much attention to interests. If. After a while, Sabo took a deep breath and said, if the Demon King really leads his subordinates to defeat the world government and overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, then this world. So no matter what, it's a lot better than it is now, right? Koala said his thoughts. But he's a pirate. But your brother is also a pirate. If he does it, you will be very happy, so why can't you let go of your prejudice against the Demon King? Sabo is in a trance. Koala's words suddenly made him understand that something was wrong with him. Marine can say, bad guys don't need sympathy, but families are different. But as a revolutionary army, they must not be sentimental, they can sacrifice everything for the revolution. Boss, I understand. Sabo recalled Dorag's eloquent teachings, and then recalled that Luffy didn't even know what his father was at first. He suddenly understood that Drago might have already given up everything for the revolution. And he made a fundamental mistake of principle, and he had a prejudice against the Demon King, that is, he was hostile to the strongest natural ally, and sooner or later, he would cause a big disaster. It was my fault. In Koala's days, Sabo said with shame. My prejudice against the Demon King is too heavy, and now I think about it. Although the Demon King is a pirate, he is similar to my brother, not pure evil. 99. Even the former Whitebeard, some of his sons are often in chaos everywhere, killing civilians. Koala nodded. This is the truth, Whitebeard will not refuse anyone who wants to be a son, indeed everyone has it. However, Koala reminded, your brother is not the same as the Demon King, but far worse. Sabo smiled bitterly. He is still young and will grow up sooner or later. 99. I'm not talking about strength, but, forget it. Koala was silent. Sabo wondered for a moment, then continued, Devil King C, whether it is him or his subordinates, there has never been such news in the past 2 years, and, forget it, in short, he is really different. Yeah, I found out from the moment I saw him kill celestial dragons, he's really different, Koala murmured. Sabo was speechless. Advertisement does the difference between the two of us mean the same thing, Koala, you have become different too. Bai Yu was speechless. But, forget it, and, forget it? What is going on with these two people, why are they talking halfway? Koala wants to say that the Straw Hat stopped abruptly, Sabo wanted to say that he stopped abruptly. Before. The moment Sabo saw the spaceship, the moment Bai Yu sensed him, he came to the palace in an instant. Chatted with Doflamingo and listened to the conversation by the way. Result. Depressed to hear Bai Yu, half talking, half friends, there is something wrong with your revolutionary army. Doflamingo, who was opposite, was stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, Captain, are you saying that there is something wrong with the devil fruit sent by the chief of staff of the revolutionary army? They are so bold. 99 Tetsolo was immediately furious, and he didn't know if it was true or not. Anyway, he succeeded in stealing the spotlight and attracted Bai Yu's attention. It has been 9 days since Tetsolo last saw Bai Yu. After the 10,000-meter Tetsolo sailed into the Demon King Sea, Tetsolo came here last night through Bray's Mirror World Passage to prepare to hold a trading conference with Doflamingo. Nothing. 487 Speaking of which, Bai Yu was helpless, and he started to talk halfway, but it didn't matter, it wasn't an important matter. My god, this revolutionary army is so poisonous, a few words between two people almost affected him. The fruit is fine. Bai Yu was holding a devil fruit in his hand, which was the one sent by the chief of staff of the revolutionary army. Zone, human fruit, eudemons, natural spirit form. Ability introduction. If a creature eats it and becomes a natural spirit, and can control the forest, the person with the ability is nature itself. Inexplicable familiarity. Green cow. I am a forest person who ate the fruits of the forest. The forest is the source of life that can stand side by side with the sea. Therefore, I am nature itself. Forest is the source of life side by side with the sea, if so, what about forest plus sea? 99. Bai Yu intends to give Kyogre the elf fruit to eat, hoping that she will transform as soon as possible, otherwise she will have to wait until she becomes an adult. Seeing Bai Yu weighing the fruit, he seemed to be in a good mood. Doflamingo also chuckled lightly. Boyle, Captain, there are people from other forces, Blackbeard has also sent one, and Marine has sent an admiral. Fujitora smiled. Bai Yu had sensed Fujitora's smile before, and met him here 2 years ago. Didn't expect him to come here again, Dressrosa is his territory, Fujitora must know that. So, Fujitora is brave. Original track. Due to the alliance between Shichibukai and the Straw Hat, and Doflamingo's sudden resignation from Shichibukai, Akainu sends Fujitora here to arrest them. By the ship King Jack, if it's just to trade devil fruit, there's no need to come to Admiral. And because this is our territory, the two sides strike, as for the guy Jack the Drill. And now? This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. According to legend, the bounty is 1 billion yuan, and the head iron with ivory worth 900 million yuan depends on the ship King. Bai Yu is slightly interested. Thinking back to yesterday's mammoth elephant, who was stubbornly wounded, Doflamingo continued. He is currently recuperating in a hotel. 39. Doflamingo continued. Jack the Drow came here to trade devil fruit. Fujitora seems to be chasing after Jack. He came here yesterday, but he hasn't left until now. It was indeed Admiral Fujitora. Chapter 170. Uda's concert? Jack meets the Demon King, Rebecca. Drought, rely on the ship King. An astonishing picture appeared in Bai Yu's mind. One side Fujitora plus Sengoku plus Crane plus part of Vice Admiral. The other side Jack plus a bunch of scum. The scene was simple. Rely on the ship King Jack to create a famous scene. Give the boat to Lao Su. Certainly. That was the original trajectory of Jack's attempt to rescue Dover so that he could continue to trade artificial fruits, and now, it's changed again. What's the current price of ivory? Bai Yu asked curiously. Hearing the price, Tetsolo said respectfully. Captain, ordinary ivory is hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of berry. If those ancient elephants, there are billions in height. Well, not bad. If Bai Yu remembered correctly, Jack could turn into an ancient elephant, and ivory was very valuable. Jack's bounty of 1 billion is really low. Isn't ivory money? Marine is looking down on Jack. Of course, it may also include ivory money. Captain, Diva Uda is going to hold a world concert. Doflamingo suddenly mentioned a woman. Hearing Uda's name, Tetsolo couldn't help but say, she is very young and has many fans all over the world. This is the first time to openly open a world-class concert. 35. When? Bai Yu really didn't pay attention to this, and Stussy and other secretaries didn't say anything about the news just passed. Dover said, it's the news from Morgan's that will be officially published tomorrow, a month later. Bai Yu nodded. However, it was only the first time that the singer held a concert, so there was no need for the two gentlemen to tell him about it. Did they think he was interested in Uda? Well, a good guess. Dover continued. This woman's singing seems to be in another dimension, very mysterious, and her specific life experience cannot be found out. Bai Yu said directly. I used to be a red-haired adopted daughter, found in a box. 4 emperors' adopted daughter? Dover and Tetsolo were shocked. No one thought that the world-famous singer Uda would have such a history. Song fruit. Trying to use singing to make everyone fall into a dream and bring happiness to the world. Bai Yu suddenly became interested in thinking of this. He likes this kind of cute and charming villain the most. This is a confused girl, waiting for the Demon King to rescue her. Call Jack over. Bai Yu hasn't met anyone from Beast's Pirates yet, but he wants to see if Jack is a real head iron. Murloc, 28 years old. Bai Yu looked at the Jack information given by Brother Ming. After a while. Come by the ship King. Beast's Pirates, Jack the Drow. Saddle-belted grouper, more than 8 meters tall, one of the 3 plagues. Fruits. Zone, elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. External, short-tempered, reckless and cruel, but also very decisive and brave. Internal, conscientious, loyal, humble and respectful, hardworking. He is tall and strong, with a blonde ponytail plus braided hair, a metal jaw on his mouth, 2 ivory decorations on his head and shoulders, a fur coat, and a pair of knives. Beast's Pirates, Jack the Drow, come to meet the Demon Lord. Jack was wrapped in bandages, and his voice was dull and powerful, neither humble nor arrogant. This tough guy. Doflamingo and Tetsolo looked at each other and were speechless. Yesterday, Jack came here not with this attitude. He was just arrogant and domineering. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the two of them. He bluntly said that he would start trading devil fruit immediately. And this moment, it's really honest, advertisement. Just a few minutes after the notification, Jack came running. Hey, so strong. Jack glanced at Bai Yu, bowed his head slightly, and was shocked. Bai Yu was just sitting at a high place casually, which made him feel a sense of uncontrollable blood flow, and his body was a little stiff. It's like the trembling feeling of seeing the top pirates from a distance at the age of 3. The gap is huge. Jack held his breath. This is the strongest in the new era. How scary, Kaido boss. No, boss is the strongest. Bai Yu looked at Jack. You are the most human-like Murloc I've ever seen. How is Kaido doing? It turns out, Jack is really tough, but he's not really an idiot. Even if the original trajectory was head-to-head with Fujitora plus Sengoku, there were a lot of plans, but they failed. While Bai Yu's identity as the 4 emperors is not important, Jack cares about other identities. Boss Kaido. Very good. 35 Jack unconsciously covered his forehead with fine sweat, and his tone was a little strange. He is not very clear, because in the past 2 years, Kaido seldom returned to the Island of Ghosts, and often went out to practice hard. It was really hard. Yamato, do you still call yourself Odin? Bai Yu was slightly curious. Miss Yamato, it's been 2 years since I called myself Odin or anything. Although he was surprised that Bai Yu knew this, Jack said solemnly, "The eldest miss admires you very much and is looking forward to your visit to the Island of Ghosts." 35. Interesting. Bai Yu chuckled. First, Jack lied. Yamato didn't claim that Odin might be true, but he never said anything about admiring him, and he had to say that Jack was really loyal, because Kaido always wanted to see Bai Yu, and for this, Jack chose to lie to Bai Yu. "Go back and tell Kaido that I'm going to Onishima Island soon, let's go down." Bai Yu waved his hand slightly. Jack, a stubborn idiot, has nothing to talk about, he just glanced at him curiously. "Yes, Lord Demon King." Jack took a deep breath as he turned around, only to realize that his back was soaked, and he was a little stiff when walking, and his heart shook again. "The boss Kaido is the strongest, the boss Kaido is the strongest, the boss Kaido." Jack kept chanting inwardly. When Jack left, Bai Yu also got up. "You guys go hold the Devil Fruit Trade Conference, don't mind me." "Yes, Captain." 99. It has been more than 2 years since Bai Yu last came. There are no toy soldiers on the streets of Dressrosa, but the fragrance of flowers is still full of flowers, very prosperous. Lovers Avenue. Dressrosa is the most famous street for couples, where many couples in love can be seen strolling everywhere. At this moment, a lonely figure appeared in the crowd, carrying a package, and walked through the street calmly. A casual dress with long pink hair and long braids, long-sleeved shorts and small sandals, bright eyes, very youthful and beautiful. Today is really lively. The pink-haired girl didn't care about the couples and looked at many tourists. Devil Fruit Trade Fair, I don't know if I can buy one. The pink-haired girl has some longing for devil fruit in her eyes, because the older she grows, the more she understands the importance of strength. Without strength, she is really powerless. Advertisement. Although she has lived much better than before in the past 2 years, she does not want to be sad again because of lack of strength one day. Let's discuss it with my father and grandpa. After thinking about it, the pink-haired girl quickened her pace and returned home after a while. This is a luxurious manner. The pink-haired girl came in and walked in for a while and saw the old man drinking tea and the one-legged man practicing knives in front, and smiled sweetly. "Grandpa, father, I'm back." "Just come back, there are too many people coming in these 2 days, so don't go out," the old man reminded calmly while drinking tea. The one-legged man looked at the package in the girl's hand. "Did you go to the martial arts hall?" The pink-haired girl nodded. In the package are the battle uniforms and weapons that she has replaced. She has been going to the martial arts hall for training every day for more than 2 years. After hesitating for a moment, the pink-haired girl said, "Father, I want to go to the arena's trade fair to find Doflamingo to buy a devil fruit. I want to become stronger." Crack. The old man crushed the teacup. The one-legged man froze for a while, then put down the knife and remained silent for a while. After a while, the one-legged man said in a low voice, 2 years ago, he sent a devil fruit. I was very angry at the time and I refused. Now it's a bit ridiculous to think about it. It's my fault, Rebecca." "No, father, you are not wrong, it is the world that is wrong." Rebecca said something that stunned the two of them. "In the world of the strong, there will never be a seat for the weak. This world is cruel to the weak, so I must work hard to become stronger." "Who told you that?" Cyrus found that Rebecca was too obsessed with power, which was not necessarily a good thing. "Yes, it's my aunt." Rebecca lowered her head and whispered. Without asking how the two were connected, Cyrus and King Liku were silent, and their current life was only possible because of Violet. Winning the king and defeating the bandit, why bother? Auntie also said that she wants to give me devil fruit, but there is no suitable one, but I don't want to cause trouble to my aunt. Rebecca believes that Violet must have been unable to come back for more than 2 years. It would be bad if he angered the devil again because of devil fruit. After all, devil fruit is very rare. King Liku pondered. "You're doing the right thing, and it's best not to contact her anymore. If Doflamingo's suspicions are aroused and Qian Zhao influences the Demon King's thoughts again, it's likely to cause all kinds of accidents." 5. "So, what do you have to be suspicious of Doflamingo and make me think too much?" "What?" The sound came suddenly, and when the three of them looked forward, they looked horrified. Extraordinarily handsome and awe-inspiring, this is a man who is impressive at first glance, and is known to countless people. Demon King. For the first time, Cyrus blocked Rebecca behind him, and King Riku collapsed to the ground in shock. The Demon King came here. Could it be that Violet angered the Demon King and angered them? "You really are a qualified statesman." Bai Yu glanced at King Liku and saw his thoughts directly. "Well, they are all sweet girls." This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Cobra is a true love of the people and puts the national interests first. Liku Dold III, in the chaotic period of the Great Pirates, did nothing to protect the country and only exercised benevolent government to maintain his rule, just like Cobra. And King Liku, just a qualified politician, has many ideas. "Stay here, don't talk nonsense." Ignoring King Liku, Bai Yu looked at Rebecca, who was looking at him secretly. But, 16 years old, 1 m. At first glance, Bai Yu seemed to see Shirahoshi. She is 16 years old like Shirahoshi, has the same long pink hair, and now has a similar height and figure, and Shirahoshi also has the word double legs. Chapter 171. Rebecca's brain fill is moved to tears. The Revolutionary Army's life is really hard. Demon. Lord Demon. Noticing that Bai Yu was watching Rebecca, Cyrus couldn't help but speak, because the rumors of the Demon King were good in other aspects, but a little bad in beauty. Rebecca was so beautiful, the Demon King was probably coming for her, which made Cyrus feel powerless. If it was Heavenly Yaksha, even if he tried his best, he would have to rush up and take a bite when he was dying, but could he face the Demon King? He didn't even have the chance to make a move, but he might have angered the Demon King. I'm here just to take Rebecca to nurture her, there's no need to be nervous. Bai Yu's words fell, and the next moment, under the shock of Cyrus, Rebecca appeared beside the Demon King out of thin air. You and I. Rebecca opened her eyes wide, the Demon King was by her side, and it came too suddenly. Emotions such as shock, confusion, doubt, fear, bitterness, etc. were first expressed in words. This was Rebecca's natural reaction to seeing the top pirates. Are you afraid of me? Bai Yu glanced at Cyrus and made him freeze, looking at Rebecca. No. No. Rebecca shook her head after she recovered, glanced at Bai Yu, and then lowered her head quickly. Bai Yu's tone and temperament image made Rebecca relieved when she reacted. Auntie said that the devil will not really bully beautiful women, so she should be fine. Wrong. Thinking of the previous words, Rebecca suddenly raised her head again excitedly. You said you want to take me away for training? 99? Yeah, happy. Happy. Oh, how happy. Rebecca opened her eyes again, seeing Bai Yu's gentle smile. She was at a loss for a moment, blushed and bowed her head. Rebecca couldn't help thinking that Bai Yu's identity was going to take her away and tease her so easily. He doesn't really like me to be so easygoing. But the 487 Demon King came to me personally, which is more amazing than a king going to the slum to find a princess, just like a fairy tale. Crossing the avenue of lovers every day, Rebecca, who has met countless couples, started a brainstorm in her little head. I stole Rebecca and cultivated it myself. I will not restrict her freedom. Bai Yu looked at Cyrus. Cyrus was in a trance. A top tyrant, there is no need to lie to him, and he can't refuse. Then Rebecca will be as safe as Violet, and will be protected by the devil. But did he hear it wrong? Stealing is not a good word. What? Do you have any wishes? 35 Bai Yu looked at Rebecca, who suddenly blushed and had to say she was cute. Me. Rebecca got nervous. My god, I came to find her in person 1 second to nurture her, and the next second is going to give her a big gift. The offensive pursued by the Demon King is really too fierce. What should she do? Wouldn't I be embarrassed if I refused? It's possible, right? Wouldn't she be too reserved if she accepted it? She was really distressed. Bai Yu was a little stunned. For outsiders, Bai Yu habitually reads his heart, and his sisters and younger brothers do not read. So, Rebecca's thoughts belonged to the little girl, which made Bai Yu laugh. Then make fun of her. Interested, Bai Yu whispered earnestly, Rebecca, will you be my woman? I'll be nice to you. What? Rebecca exclaimed. Advertisement sure enough, what should I do? Rebecca blushed and was overwhelmed, and finally, turned around and ran back to the room. Cyrus. Interesting little girl. Bai Yu chuckled, teasing Rebecca, instantly feeling that he was several years younger. Recovery. Bai Yu raised his hand. Before Cyrus could react, a brilliance flashed across him, making his body relaxed for a while. When the brilliance fades away, Cyrus looked down dully. My legs, come back. Well. The nervous and blushing Rebecca, who was hiding behind the door, peeped at Bai Yu with her head. She was shocked and immediately covered her mouth. Cyrus, with healthy legs. This scene surprised Rebecca and was a little dazed. Restoring the wreckage is just an easy task for Bai Yu, but for everyone else, it's amazing. Such an amazing restoration is definitely not without cost. 99. Will it consume life? Rebecca's eyes flushed. She remembered what Cyrus said. My leg can't be cured, even if it is the legendary healing fruit. If it is restored, it will consume life. As for op fruit and the like, forget it. Rebecca agrees. Cyrus was right. After all, if the missing arms and legs could be easily repaired, then Golden Lion's broken leg, Zephyr's broken hand, Kuzan's broken foot, etc. would have been repaired long ago. A powerful man is willing to pay such a high price for an ordinary girl like me. How can he be so stupid? Rebecca ran out of the room in a trance and trotted towards Bai Yu. Surprised by Bai Yu, Rebecca suddenly ran to hug him and cried. How much life do you lose? 35. Woo-woo, you are still young. You should have a bright future. Why do you do such a stupid thing? How can anyone pursue a girl like this? Don't you die. Am I so important to you? I promise you, even if you become an old grandfather now, I will take care of you for the rest of my life, and I will never leave you. Rebecca blushed in tears. Bai Yu, 95 girl, you think too much. It really surprised Bai Yu that things could develop to this point. This can only show that Rebecca is too young, pure and kind, and she doesn't know him at all, so that all kinds of misunderstandings arose. But, all good misunderstandings. Bai Yu understands that the explanation is unclear at this time, and there is no need to explain, just accept it calmly. Beboj, Bai Yu whispered. Don't cry, I'm fine, join my group. I will join, I will take care of you. If you are too old to walk, I will carry you. Rebecca said this and cried even more sadly, because she felt that Bai Yu had lost too much long life. Bai Yu could not laugh or cry. Rebecca crying looks like Shirahoshi. They are all pink-haired beautiful girls, simple and cute girls. Go and pack your things, I'll take you out of here, to the spaceship. Bai Yu changed the subject. Rebecca stopped crying for a while, then raised her head and said, Spaceship. You are so powerful, is there anyone who can cure you? Of course there is. 35 advertisement. Ah, great. Rebecca burst into laughter, only to realize that she was hugging Bai Yu, and she immediately blushed and couldn't help but feel ashamed. I'm going to say goodbye to packing up, see you later. Rebecca lowered her head and whispered, turned and ran away. This is youth. Bai Yu chuckled and said with emotion, teens and 20s are really different. But, Bai Yu quickly adjusted his mentality. As long as the girls are always young and energetic, my mentality will never get old, and a boy will be a teenager until he dies. I, Bai Yu, will always love you who are always 18 years old. Now. Bullfighting arena. Dressrosa's large-scale arena is usually a martial arts competition for gladiators, but today a trade fair is held. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies from all over the world. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo stood on the high platform and said emotionally, first of all, welcome everyone to Dressrosa. Participate in the Devil Fruit Trade Conference, there must be no power struggle. This guy, Doflamingo under the high stage shook his head helplessly. He wanted to hold it casually, after all, it wasn't a big deal, but Tetsolo chose to spend money on a big and special event. Look. The arena has become magnificent, with gold paving and gemstone walls. Those who don't know it will think that it is too luxurious to come to the Holy Land. Golden Emperor. In the corner of the audience, Fujitora wearing an admiral cape sat there with a smile. Many pirates fled away in horror, while Jack the Drow stared at him. The power of the Demon King is getting stronger and stronger, even the naval headquarters is incomparable, the ruler of the New World. Fujitora had sensed the spaceship over Greenbit Island before, but had not sensed Bai Yu's breath. Arguably, it is the most correct for him to leave, otherwise, if he encounters the Demon King again, his admiral is likely to be sent. But, chasing Jack stopped by Dressrosa, Fujitora found a world of difference from 2 years ago. In just 2 years, weapon factories, toy soldiers, villains, etc. all disappeared? What kind of person is the Demon Lord? Fujitora pondered something. Way ha ha ha, there are a lot of capable people, and a lot of people bring devil fruit, it's really great. Badgers carried the package on his back and looked around with a knife in his hand and sneered. Not to mention all, but with his strength there will always be something to gain. But, Badgers glanced at the direction above Greenbit Island. He could vaguely see the shadow of the spaceship when he landed on the island before, but now he can't see anything. Whether it flew there or disappeared as rumored, it means that the Demon King is nearby or on the island. This made Badgers under great pressure and wanted to escape from here, he was really afraid. The other side. Sabo and Koala sat in a corner with goggles and capes. This astonishing number was placed there, and it was shocking to look away. Many pirates' eyes were red, and they wanted to rush over and grab it directly. At a glance, dozens? At this moment, the gold and jewels and jade that can be seen everywhere in the arena make Sabo want to rob the rich and help the poor. Those, all devil fruit? Koala couldn't believe it. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Sabo stared at the golden table and whispered, we should conquer Tetsolo earlier. The resources possessed by the world's richest man can greatly increase the foundation of our revolutionary army. They were not rich in the first place, and they were robbed of the top fruit by the Demon King. Their revolutionary army had a hard life. In the center of the arena, there are rows and rows of gold-cast tables filled with boxes. Chapter 172. Chat Group Invitation. Notes of Destruction. The trading conference is open. Arena. The scene of the trade fair. Boyle, let me see how many can stand it. Doflamingo sat on a high place and looked down. Blackbeard's 2 years of offerings plus Tetsolo's many years of collection plus Bai Yu's collection plus Dover collection plus 2 years of collection by subordinate forces plus Golden Lion legacy, more than 40 evil, devil fruits. Of course, the above are all leftovers after internal digestion, and there are a few good ones. As that Mara fruit, seeing the only open box in the middle of the golden long table, which was fiery red, Sabo suddenly became a little excited. Koala couldn't help reminding, did you really decide to trade this for Mara fruit? It always feels like a loss. Trade the crushed fruit to the Demon King, and then give it to Katakuri to eat. This one is also found for you by the leader. You should seriously consider it. 55. Koala felt blood loss. Mara fruit, alas, she doesn't feel like the one in Sabo's hands. Hearing this, Sabo said without hesitation, no, it's not a matter of losing money or not, I just want to live for him with the fruit of Ace. Also, the abilities of the flame and the leader can work together. Sabo added another reason, it really matches. Koala couldn't help nodding. Basically, all the revolutionary troops wore goggles on their heads, which were worn at all times to protect against the wind. Because of the leader's ability, the revolutionary army would be uncomfortable without goggles. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power, and the combination of the two is stronger. This conference only accepts devil fruit and famous knives for trading. Please line up to check and officially enter the venue. If the same one is traded, the higher price will be awarded. Finally, a reminder, no one is allowed to fight on the island before leaving the shores of Dressrosa. When Tetsolo's words fell, many people got up from the audience to trade. I want zone, if you don't agree, you can grab it, Jack shouted loudly and glanced at the audience with fierce eyes. Everyone was speechless. There are scary ones, naturally there are not scary ones, and there are those who have the ability to fight on this island. They don't believe that Jack is really going to disrupt the fruit trading conference. Half of this is zone. What's your deal? Doflamingo glanced at Jack, and suddenly smiled. TTT, it's not like you want to pull out your ivory trade, that's not bad, it's really worthwhile. 39. Dogs fight against people, Jack roared angrily. Dover's face darkened. Pay attention to your tone. This is the trade fair the captain is concerned about. If you can't come up with something, I will make you die miserably. 35. I only want the ancient species. Jack's expression changed slightly, but he changed his mind. He had just rushed to meet the Demon King just now, under great pressure. Then just wait in line and don't waste time. Dover didn't want to deal with Jack, the Iron Man. Said it was a trade meeting. Actually, this is Bai Yu's casual sentence to use Mara fruit for a better one. Codover has a special office. Other fruits are all paving the way for Mara fruit. Dover has attracted the attention of various forces with many fruits, and to the greatest extent, he can get the fruits that Bai Yu is satisfied with. Jack is out of the game. Admiral Fujitora is just chasing and killing without any fruit, and there is no one on the red-haired side. Blackbeard only sent 1 badgers, presumably to take the fruits of others. Tetsolo came to analyze and screen people. Unless there is an accident in other small forces, only the Revolutionary Army can get the top fruit in exchange. 35. Hearing this, Dover looked in the direction of Sabo. 2 years ago, I traded the crushed fruit with the captain, and a few days ago gave me the elf fruit, and the top fruit. Is the Revolutionary Army so rich? No, they're poor. Tetsolo was full of disdain, and suggested, would you like to hack him? No need. Dover shook his head, and educated. We are pirates, but we are the most powerful forces. We can grab it directly, but don't play with those methods that can't get on the table. That's embarrassing for the captain. My fault. Advertisement Tetsolo is enlightened. Robbery is a manifestation of strong domineering, and the elf fruit is robbed, and this time the trade conference is on the bright side. Hacking it would be too indiscriminate, and it would be really cheap to spread it out. Now, Arena VIP room. Bai Yu sat here drinking tea and felt for a moment. The Marines, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors and other forces are all here. What? Rebecca, who was looking at the window, suddenly exclaimed, then blushed and quickly explained. Master Bai Yu, this is the first time I have seen so many devil fruits, so I'm bothering you. What kind of fruit do you like? Hearing that Rebecca also called Mr. Bai Yu thought of the cute and soft Shirahoshi again. There are too many things in common. Flying fruit. 35. Rebecca's big eyes are full of longing. The world is very big. I want to go and see, if only I can fly. It's simple. Bai Yu began to send benefits. Come on, I'll give you angel wings. The function is, understand? Wow, so beautiful. Seeing the angel wings, Rebecca was amazed and surprised, but it was too precious, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. Bai Yu whispered. You are my person, worthy of all treasures. Bai Yu's gentle and unquestionable voice made Rebecca blush, and her heart felt sweet and warm, and the feeling of reassurance made her nostalgic, and her black eyes brightened a bit. And these? When Bai Yu took out the Na ring, holy water, fairy beans, etc., Rebecca immediately felt flattered. Am I really qualified to be valued so much by him? Thinking of the gap between herself and Bai Yu, Rebecca suddenly felt a little inferior in her heart. Bai Yu looked at the confused Rebecca. Don't think too much, don't be nervous, you may not be used to it, but these will be given to you sooner or later. Their specific function is, hey, don't get dizzy, girl. Just after Bai Yu finished talking about the function, Rebecca only felt her brain blank for a while, and suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted in his arms, making Bai Yu wonder whether to laugh or cry. The first time he saw the girl who received the gift fainted, which surprised him. I'm giving you benefits, not letting you give me benefits. Bai Yu hugged Rebecca, wanted to wake her up and stopped suddenly, a 16-year-old girl's inferiority complex. Take a nap, and you'll be more confident when you have the strength, just like Conus and the others. Bai Yu raised his hand, and thanks to his subordinates eating the enchantment fruit, Bai Yu created a small enchantment to appear. So as not to wake Rebecca, Man Shirley joined? Bai Yu heard the system prompt. He had already robbed Man Shirley and handed it over to the girls. He has now joined. System, lottery. 35, ding. It is detected that the host has robbed Man Shirley to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding. Congratulations on winning the item. Ding. Invitation letter. Bai Yu clicks on the information to view. Martial Arts Conference Invitation Letter. The space invitation letter from Otherworld, after use, can enter the venue across thousands of miles. Note. Due to the dimensional barrier, this invitation cannot be used. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Katakana middle dot flowers O. Optimization. Ding. The optimization is complete. The concept is optimized as an invitation letter for the chat group owner. Chat group. 35. Bai Yu clicked in surprise. Advertisement. Group owner invitation letter. Join the chat group randomly after use, and become the group owner directly, and the concept has the highest authority. Note. The types, levels, boundaries, functions, etc. of chat groups are uncertain. Note. After use, randomly enter any chat group established at the beginning. Note. If you withdraw from the group, cut off all associations with the concept and safely withdraw from the group. Note. Does not expire. Villain chat group, Emperor chat group, Technology, Fantasy, Dimension, Heaven, Wanji, Sand Sculpture chat group. A lot of chat groups popped up in Bai Yu's mind, but they were all fantasy novels he had read before. It may also be Zinsha chat group, Lonely chat group, Eat Chicken chat group. After all, random entry. Of course, it may also be a chat group of parents, elementary school students, and fans, which would be too pitiful. This is all about luck. Bai Yu thought for a while, and focused on the two sentences. The concept has the highest authority, and the early days of the chat group. This means that Bai Yu only entered the group that was just established, and directly obtained the highest authority, so that he would not be kicked out as a small group member. And if you want to quit the group, quit. That's interesting. In Bai Yu's hand, an invitation letter with black and gold covered with mysterious patterns appeared, and there was only one sentence in the opening. Welcome the group owner to the chat group at any time. Since it won't expire, put it away first and talk about it later. Bai Yu put away the invitation. System, continue. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Rebecca to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. 99. Ding, congratulations on getting the item. Ding, murder note. Bai Yu clicked to view it. Murder note. Subject to the rules and precautions, the person whose name is written in the notebook will die. The name of a note cannot be written, and the word, kill, is changed to it. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding, the optimization is complete. The murder node is optimized to the destruction node. 99. Destruction node. Severing all causal spatiotemporal links related to the world of Shinigami, death is conceptualized as destruction. Function. Anything the host has seen or perceived, as long as the exact characteristics of any target are written down, it will be directly conceptually destroyed. Remarks. Including but not limited to all substances and concepts, and even the world. Note. The concept is bound to host, and only the host can use it. Remarks. Power is too strong, and there is no upper limit, please use host with caution. What day is today? Bai Yu was amazed by today's two draws, one was better than the other. That's why I said that it's easy to win everything in the world, and robbing girls for lottery is my main business. Bai Yu is in a beautiful mood. At this time, a roar sounded, alarming many people in Dressrosa, who was fighting in the Demon King's territory. Boom. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. After secretly calculating what he missed and what he didn't encounter, Bai Yu looked forward to it even more. Perceiving the other two, Bai Yu took out the destruction node. An idiot plus ruthless old woman, completely worthless, become an experiment. 399. Bai Yu sensed the past. It's you, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. The mighty power of their country has made all the great powers extremely jealous, but they have not succeeded. Bai Yu is also a little curious. There must be many secrets that he doesn't know for the time being, waiting for him to explore. There are two more. Chapter 173. The Giant Pirates, Whitebeard 2 plus Miss Ba Jin, die. Coast. A powerful slash flew out, directly smashing the giant's metal gauntlets and smashing him out. Boom bang bang. Bang. The giant of more than 20 meters flew upside down and knocked away several buildings and smashed into the ruins, causing the people in the distance to retreat in shock. Helding. A dozen giants exclaimed. It was difficult for them to understand the scene in front of them. The human who was only 7 meters tall wounded Helding with one punch. After picking up the big sword, he slashed and flew away. No resistance? That kid is so powerful. Dory's voice condensed. Brogy was also amazed. Are all children so strong these days? 35. Giant Pirates. Not a new giant. More than 2 years ago, Bai Yu ignited Dory and Brogy's anger at the world government and went to sea with his help. They went back to Elbaf first, but because of the different concept of time, they didn't feel that it was too long. In fact, 2 years had passed. When they were ready, they took a dozen giants to sea. Giant soldier pirates, resurrected. They came to Dressrosa, and just after landing on the island, they met a stunning-looking child. Helding said something casually in surprise. Who would have guessed that the other party shot directly and failed miserably? How come? Herding, he is the leader of the younger generation of Elbaf, so he is so easy to lose. A giant beauty holding a giant axe looked shocked, and then reminded, Captain, he is about to fight. The giants looked on. The child, with a big knife, ran towards them with fierce eyes. He was burly, obese and ugly, nearly 7 meters tall, with 3 shocking scars on his body, and a crescent-shaped white beard. Stop. Stop the old lady. Just as Dory and Brogy were about to make their move, there was shouting not far away. That little boy also paused. His fierce eyes suddenly became dumbfounded. He scratched his head and said stupidly, Mom, you are back. This. He? Dory and the others looked at each other in dismay. Just now they were fierce and vicious like a beast. How did they turn into sheep in an instant? The old lady ran. Heavy makeup and sunglasses, short stature, and leaning on crutches with a wrinkled face. Miss Ba Jin smashed the crutches as soon as he came over. I just left for a while, and I caused trouble for the old lady, and I was so angry. Miss Barkin. Domineering, ambitious, extremely wealthy, the woman who calls herself Whitebeard, and Wable's mother. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but Miss Bajin did know each other on a boat with Whitebeard many years ago. Mom, don't hit me again, I was wrong, Mom, Whitebeard too. Edward Wable. A strong, simple man who only listens to his mother in everything. After Whitebeard's death, Wable, under the instigation of Miss Bajin, cleaned up the remnants of the White Regiment, and currently defeated the 16 captains of the original White Regiment. Why do you want to do it? Miss Ba Jin is very angry now. Even if Wable is simple, he must ask to understand. This is Dressrosa, one of the Demon King's territories, and she was almost scared to death by doing it here. Have you received an invitation letter from Wangshen? Weeble suddenly glared at Herding, who got up in front of him. It's that guy. He said that I'm not the son of the father, just a bit like, he's damned. Hash at *%. Helding cursed inwardly. Squat down for me. Miss Bajan shouted, and then pulled out a photo. Now show me what this is. Advertisement. Weeble had a runny nose and said naively. Hey, is this a mirror? No, this is a picture of Whitebeard himself, 35. What, I thought it was a mirror. Hearing Weeble's words, Miss Bajan hit him again with a cane. How could he not be his own son who looks so similar? You are such an idiot, don't believe what others say. Mom, I was wrong. The giant soldier pirates were stunned. Herding was even more ashamed. I was beaten by an idiot, no, a fool? He is a man with the ambition to become the king of giants, but the first time he went out to sea to fight with all his strength, he was defeated by an imbecile little man. HMPH, in our turf battle, did you take the big bad guys in your eyes? At this moment, a roar came. Under everyone's astonishment, a girl wearing a white battle uniform with her wings spread out swirling and overlooking. Weeble was stunned. Mom, is she an angel? Shut up. Miss Bajan shouted angrily after seeing the visitor clearly. A look of horror flashed on her face, and then she said very flatteringly. If I read it correctly, you are Miss Sugar, you are as beautiful and cute as rumored. You know me? Sha Tang was surprised for a moment, and then snorted coldly. I'm not Perona, don't play this game with me. Humph. A humming came from the invisible spaceship. Perona expressed dissatisfaction, and chatted with Bakara again in a blink of an eye. Damn little girl, if you're not from the Demon King, I'll absolutely abolish you and kill you. Miss Ba Jin scolded inwardly for not giving face to the sugar. But on the surface, Miss Ba Jin still smiles flatteringly. We're here to trade the fruits, absolutely not thinking about. To shut up. Sugar frowned and interrupted. Put away your ugly and fake smile, don't think I don't know you are. You actually said that Mom is ugly, whoever you are, I'm going to kill you. Weeble was instantly furious. Without waiting for Miss Bajan to speak, Weeble picked up the big knife and slashed down towards the sugar. A crescent-like slashing wave rushed straight away. It's over. Miss Ba Jin was frightened, terrified and furious. She has told Weeble several times, don't fight on the Demon King's territory and don't take action from the Demon King's subordinates, but this stupid son forgot all. Filial piety is useless. She seemed to see a large wave of Demon King's subordinates besieging them. He did it, it has nothing to do with me, but don't come to me. Miss Ba Jin thought of this, left Weeble, turned around and ran away. How could this stupid cheap son survive? Boom. Miss Ba Jin glanced at the sky subconsciously, and found that the sugar closed the angel's wings to block Weeble's attack, and he did not retreat a step without being injured. How is this possible? Weeble's strength is extremely strong, the attack is blocked by a little girl. Miss Ba Jin is unacceptable and more fearful. Where do you want to go? When Miss Bajan was about to continue running, she found a tall figure in front of her, looking down at her. Peach. Momosagi? No, I'm Gion. 35. Gion looked at Miss Bajan in front of him, and said plainly. There are many restrictions in being a marine. For example, you can't shoot at you even if you are angry, and now, die. 35. Chong. Jinpira came out of the sheath, and a cold light flashed directly across Miss Bajan. Advertisement. Hey, that's terrifying. Dory, Brogy and other giants of the giant soldier pirates took a deep breath. Wow, this is swordsmanship. Many girls on the invisible spaceship exclaimed, and Toshigi was also stunned. Bo, what kind of move is this? It's too terrifying. Doflamingo, who came over because of the movement, was laughing a little, and his heart was shocked. There is no solution to this trick. 99. Fujitora, who was still in the arena, after seeing the color perception, the voice exclaimed. Did she become so powerful only a few days after joining the Demon King? Wrong. It shouldn't be Gion's attack, but where did the attack come from? Fujitora frowned and recalled the perception process just now. Gion's sword should not have cut Miss Bajan, right? 35. As a recruiter, Gion was also a bit stunned and puzzled. After a knife cut out. Result. Miss Barkin and Weeble died on the spot in what appeared to be an absolutely irresistible blow. The scene just now. The two of them were scattered like sand, then drifted away with the wind, turned into air, and finally turned into nothingness, and even the crutches and the big knife disappeared completely. Silent destruction. Terribly terrifying. But, I didn't cut their body, they started to destroy the moment before I cut Miss Bajan? Gion pondered cautiously, raised his head to meet Hancock's eyes on the invisible spaceship, and spoke in unison. It's Bai Yu, husband, that's right, it was me, this handsome boy. Bai Yu in the VIP room nodded slightly. Miss Ba Jin? Was a piece of shit on a boat with Whitebeard? Weeble? Brainless people are worthless and waste food? As for what Kizaru said, Weeble has the same power as Whitebeard in his youth. This sentence. Bai Yu just treated it as nonsense. Kizaru's favorite expression is exaggerated and outrageous, and Kizaru didn't have the opportunity to feel the power of Whitebeard's youth. Whitebeard was 16 years older than Kizaru, who joined Marine at 0.926 years, when Whitebeard was 42 years old. Yes, 40 is still young. But even if Bluzolino played against a 40-something Whitebeard after graduating from military academy, it was bullshit. Because the current Weeble is only 35 years old, then Kizaru means. A 30-something Weeble has the power of a 40-something Whitebeard. that's looking down on someone. So, it's bullshit. Kizaru likes to joke the most. The effect is not bad. Bai Yu just used the destruction note. It's just too powerful, and this world doesn't need the destruction note yet. To perceive Wable and Miss Bacon, you don't need to see the name, just write a feature, and it will be silently destroyed. No one can resist this power, and no one else can use it. And your mother and son can be used by me as an experiment and silently die under the note of destruction, so be proud. Bai Yu put away the destruction note and put up the chat group invitation, and glanced at Rebecca who was resting in her arms. Sleep so soundly. Watching her sleeping and smacking her lips, Bai Yu chuckled, cute girl. Besides, that giant. Bai Yu's perception fell on the giant beauty of the giant soldier pirates. A ship doctor? That fruit should also be used. Chapter 174. Beauty Giant Gird. Fujitora. Marine is too difficult to get along with. Where the coast is. Due to the simultaneous occurrence of Bai Yu's destruction note and Gion's attack, many people misunderstood her strength. Doflamingo silently backed away. Gion guessed it was Bai Yu's shot, but he didn't care, but when he looked at the giant soldier's pirates, a scream rang out. Ah! Monster! The beautiful woman with the giant axe was startled when she saw Gion looking over. Ship Doctor, Gird. Monsters are in awe of the strong. I like this name, but, Gion said, and was a little surprised when he saw the beauty with the giant axe. Giant beauty? Wow, so beautiful, no surprise, Bai Yu was about to arrive on the battlefield. Second, still a giant, 35. Agree, such a special beauty, a certain devil must be interested. On the invisible spaceship, the girls overlooked the giant beauties below, such a large body and such a beautiful, too rare. Why do you say that? Is she also the princess of a certain country? Man Shirley stood in Robin's palm and asked curiously. Robin smiles. Probably not, but she probably won't escape her clutches. Next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, standing in the sky, overlooking the coast. Long time no see, Dory, Brogy, Oimo, Casey, Mr. Bai Yu, 99. Looking up to see Bai Yu appearing, the four giants of Dory were a little excited. If it wasn't for Bai Yu's assists, Oimo and Casey 11 might still be trapped in Eni's lobby, Dory, Brogy and Little Garden. Bai Yu even sent them to the Seven Water City, and by the way left a lot of treasure to they build ships. Giants are simple and pay attention to kindness, it's him. The face of Fujitora in the arena changed slightly, and the perception of the invisible spaceship was different from the perception of Bai Yu himself. Because he understands that the moment he perceives Bai Yu will also perceive him, so what should he do? The specific location of Vegapunk leaked, it is likely that there is a top undercover, 99. The old man knows that he is the greatest possibility, but he is not the old man, 5. Fujitora was a little helpless. The leakage of such secrets that only the top generals know about is a big problem in itself. Marine has no response at the moment, but the 5 elders are directly eyeing him. Green Bull defends the rule of celestial dragons and is valued by the 5 elders, and he? The old man is blind, but the perception of the old man is not blind. UCP-0. Really underestimate the old man. The submarine that followed him hundreds of miles away was not weak, and Fujitora had discovered it long ago. Being suspected by the above, even if Fujitora is open-minded, he feels very aggrieved. Because it was just a follow-up of suspicion and didn't do anything to him, and they also had countless reasons to explain, which made Fujitora feel sullen and have nowhere to vent. The old man has only met the Demon King once, and Kizaru and the Demon King have met many times before they should be suspected the most. Because the old man is a newcomer, this marine's officialdom is too difficult to get along with. Fujitora was wrong Baba. Before encountering Jack the Drow, Fujitora vented his sadness and threw his knife, and the battle began. He chased all the way to Dressrosa, and by the way, he was relieved. Jack. I'm having a hard time. Advertisement, we finally see you again, Mr. Bai Yu. Stunned by the other giants and many onlookers in the distance, the 4 Dory giants knelt down on one knee. We will never forget your kindness, rebuilding the giant soldiers' pirates, just to follow you, please Mr. Bai Yu to accept our allegiance. 8 girls Nami, Kaya, Nuokagao, Makino, Konas, Aisha, Robin, Tashigi lost their voices. They have all seen these 4 giants in Little Garden, and they have also seen with their own eyes how Bai Yu befriends them. Now it seems that they are very successful. As for the giant soldiers' pirates, in addition to 4, there are more than a dozen giants, such as Helding, Statham, Rhodes and so on. I accept your allegiance, get up. Bai Yu didn't have any ink, and resolutely accepted these giants. He is still very optimistic about the giant soldiers' pirates. This is not the new giant soldiers' pirates of the original trajectory, but the giant soldiers reorganized by the Blue Ogre Red Ghost 100 years ago. They all come from the giant kingdom known as the world's most powerful country, Elbaf. Elbaf is the kingdom. A kingdom is a combination of many villages and towns, and it is very large. The 5 or 6-year-old Linlin is not the ruined country of Elbaf, but just a small village, and the whole country is truly the strongest country in the world. All forces are envious of Elbaf's power, and no one has won it yet. Hi, 55, Gollum, 55, join the giant soldier pirates? The spies from all the Dressrosa forces were shocked to see this scene. This is the entry point. If the Demon King uses them to enter Elbaf to be welcomed, and then think about what method the Demon King has used to subdue the top powerhouses such as Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and Ryder, Everyone's scalp will feel numb just thinking about it. Is he the devil? After Herding and other young giants recognized Bai Yu's identity, the belligerent factor awakened directly and was eager to try. Aware of the fighting spirit, Dory shouted loudly, "What do you want to do? Even if I can't beat me, you still want to challenge the captain? Go back and practice for another 100 years? 100 years may not be enough. Lin is currently only the captain's squad," Gerd whispered. Lin? Hearing this name, several young giants were startled, and Herding was in a trance. In this comparison, we and the Demon King. No, the gap between us and the captain is really too big. When Lin was 5 years old, he was still a friend of Herding and even better friends with Gerd. They had witnessed the powerful and terrifying power of Lin's childhood. Decades have passed, Lin is even more terrifying, and they are still young, still in the formative stage, and even more incomparable. This is not the place to talk, I'll take you to fix. Bai Yu motioned for the girls to go to the island to play, and immediately raised his hand. Brush. Next moment, more than a dozen giants only felt the flowers in front of them, and found that they had come to a magnificent hall from the coast. Everyone was shocked. They are giants, and the captain took them so far in an instant, and seeing Bai Yu without any fatigue, he immediately admired him. Wow, the captain is too powerful, the giant beauty exclaimed. Are you Gerd? Bai Yu looked at the giant beauty Gerd. 17 meters tall, 75 years old. But for the lifespan of 350 years of giants, it is equivalent to about 20 years old for ordinary people, which is very young. Gerd said generously. Yes, and I am a ship doctor, but don't underestimate me, I am very powerful. With that said, Gerd waved the giant axe in his hand, and Brogy snorted softly. Put the weapon away. Advertisement, sorry. Gerd immediately put away the axe, but still smiled playfully at Bai Yu. Interesting soul. Bai Yu looked at Gerd, and for a moment, he seemed to see Nami. Because a guy who draws comics just added a few strokes to draw Gerd according to Nami's original draft drawings. The combatant with the giant axe is the original setting of Nami. But now it's a parallel real world, so it doesn't matter what the setting is. Bai Yu throws off his thoughts. It's fairy beans. After each person gave an explanation, Bai Yu said, you can get more when you run out, so I want the ship Dr. Gerd to get on my ship, what do you think? What? Before everyone recovered from the effect of fairy beans, Gerd's eyes widened. Captain, are you kidding me? You do not want it. Bai Yu thinks Gerd is very special, because a woman playing with a giant axe is more exotic than playing with a mace. No, it's not. Gerd hurriedly waved his hand and said a little embarrassedly. The effect of Shendu is too amazing, it's okay for me to leave, it's just, I'm too big, 99. Well, it's really big. 490 Bai Yu agreed. Although your spaceship is hundreds of meters long, if I board the ship at 17 meters, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Gerd explained in a low voice. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. are all problems, which are likely to lead to various accidents and embarrassment. Hearing this, Bai Yu chuckled. This is not a problem. Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, was only a few meters shorter than you before, and now she is only a little taller than ordinary people, 35. However, I don't know if your giants have any special rules. Can you accept your body shape and become similar to ordinary people? Hearing the gentle questioning, Gerd subconsciously said, no problem, 99. Concept size. Bai Yu shot directly. A brilliance enveloped Gerd. The pure giants were not nervous, but looked at Guanghua curiously. After a few seconds, Gerd's size, clothes, and great axe have all been reduced by several times. Wow, I feel really good, my body is much more relaxed, 35. The 17-meter Gerd suddenly became small and exquisite, and the other giants were shocked, but Gerd jumped on the spot in surprise. Herding's eyes widened. Gerd has become smaller, less than 2 meters? I guess I can kick it and fly? You were dreaming. Gerd raised his head, pointed at Herding with one hand on his hip and the other pointed at Herding. The strength of the old lady has not diminished at all. Be careful that the old lady will slash you with an axe. 35. Not good. 35. Gerd blushed suddenly, looked at Bai Yu, and twisted a bit. Captain, I'm usually very gentle, yes, what I just did was fake. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Don't be nervous, you don't need to disguise yourself, in that case, it's too tiring to live. I'm really gentle. Gerd broke down in tears. Although she plays with an axe, she is also a woman. She was so fierce just now that she won't leave a bad impression on the captain. Chapter 175. Koala. The Demon King is too abominable. Gravity fruit for burning? I believe you. Bai Yu chuckled and looked at Dory and the others. Then do you need to get smaller? Same as Gerd? No, Captain. Years the giants shook their heads, Brogy said. Gerd is a ship doctor after all, and we are pure warriors. Although the giant's tall body is slower, it is also a racial advantage. Bai Yu nodded, and the dozen giants felt depressed when they went to that stop, so he said, after the trade fair, you all go to Brother Ming to ask for devil fruit, don't refuse. The most important thing is to become stronger. There are still a lot of stocks, there must be suitable. Thank you, Captain. The giants were moved. Gerd's big eyes are also shining. This is the legendary Yi Bo Yeshin. The captain is really awesome. If I remember correctly, except for the captain of the spaceship, all women are women? Thinking of this, Gerd has some visions for the future. I will also get on the boat when I become smaller, so that I will not have a height gap with them. 55. Captain. When am I going to the ship? Gerd wonders. Bai Yu said, soon, really looking forward to. Gerd is curious about spaceships. Helding couldn't help reminding. When you get on the spaceship, you should pay attention to your image. Don't always hack people with an axe. It's not good to scare those ladies. You don't need to remind me, ma'am. Gerd subconsciously stared, picked up the axe, and slowly put it down, blushing in a low voice. Captain, the axe is dirty, I'll wipe it. 35. Bai Yu smiled. Well, it turns out that Gerd is indeed gentle. Crack. 35. Bai Yu clapped his hands, and soon, many waiters arrived. I'm tired of traveling, you can have a banquet here. If you need anything, just tell me. When the trade fair is over, Brother Ming will take you back to the Demon King Sea and upgrade your equipment. 5. I'll take Gerd, you don't have to worry about her safety. Snatch. Dory and other giants watched Bai Yu and Gerd disappear, and they were puzzled, but they didn't care. Gerd must be safer with the captain. Send blessings and have a banquet. Arena, VIP room. Rebecca's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. The next moment, her eyes widened, she quickly got up and looked around, but she didn't see Bai Yu, but she was still blushing. Ah, shame. I fell unconscious in the arms of Lord Bai Yu because of the incredible gifts I received? Thinking back on what happened before the coma, Rebecca really wanted to find a scene to get in. How could she be so unpromising? I feel ashamed to think about it now. Lord Bai Yu wouldn't laugh at her. No, it can't be like this anymore. Your heart is not enough, Rebecca. Rebecca, hypnosis, walked to the mirror not far away, holding a small fist to cheer herself up. Confidence, calm, smile, you are the best. Peeved. Suddenly, a light laughter sounded, Rebecca's eyes widened, and she jumped up like a frightened cat. What? When Rebecca turned around, she saw that Bai Yu and the smiling beauty appeared on the side of the mirror, so she didn't see it just now, and she blushed again at this moment. It's too embarrassing to be seen. Rebecca wanted to cry without tears. Gerd apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, I just couldn't help it, you're so cute. 35. Advertisement. No, it's all right. Rebecca blushed and waved her hands. Bai Yu praised. The way you look in the mirror to cheer yourself up is actually very good. Doing it several times a day can really increase your self-confidence, but... Hearing this, Rebecca raised her heart instantly and listened with bated breath. Bai Yu walked in front of Rebecca, and under her sluggishness, he stroked her hair and said, as long as you get to know me, you will gain confidence very quickly, because I am the top of the world, and I will face other people in the future. Will be more confident. Do you understand? Rebecca nodded dumbly. Seeing this, Bai Yu opened his hands. In order to get acquainted as soon as possible, come and hold one. 35. Huh? Oh. Rebecca froze for a moment, then hugged Bai Yu subconsciously, blushing again in a blink of an eye. What is she doing? Why is she so well behaved? However, it suddenly became a lot easier. It was really a warm embrace. Gerd's eyes were sparkling. I'm getting smaller now, so I should be able to hug me too. But the captain is a demon king who regards Lin Lin as his squad leader. Also at this time, a respectful voice came from outside the VIP room. Captain, are you in the room? Yeah. 35. Hearing other people's voices, Rebecca shyly left Bai Yu's embrace and ran behind Gerd. Say, Captain, other fruits are still being traded. Mara fruit has determined the trade target. The devil fruit brought by the other party is very good. Would you like to take a look? Let them in. 35. Bai Yu sat down with the two girls, Rebecca and Gerd, and introduced. The giants. Gerd, Rebecca, you are all young people, so get to know each other well. This sister, are you a giant? Rebecca's eyes widened a bit, but she was taller than her. Gerd smiled cheerfully. Yeah, you're surprised by my height? The captain made me smaller. I can hold you like the captain too. 5. No need. Rebecca blushed again and quickly changed the subject. Sir Bai Yu, the tea is a little cold, I'll make another cup. At this time, the door opened, a man and a woman walked in. Tetsolo said from behind, Captain, they are the chief of staff and cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Bai Yu nodded slightly, and Tetsolo gently closed the door and stood outside. The room was silent. Gerd and Rebecca glanced at Sabo, and then looked at Koala curiously. Is there such a young cadre, and he belongs to the Revolutionary Army of Shenlong? Demon King. Sabo held his breath. Sabaody met for the first time more than 2 years ago, and then met again at Summit War, but they were far away and never spoke. And now that the distance is only a few meters, Sabo is a little nervous, and he can't speak for a while, and thinking of Bai Yu's age, he smiles inexplicably. As a leader among his peers, he saw with his own eyes the highest demon king who surpassed his peers and surpassed the old times, and Sabo couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Just sitting makes me suffocate. Is the difference so big? Sabo took a deep breath and adjusted his mood swings as soon as possible. Bai Yu. When Koala entered the room and saw Bai Yu up close, she was stunned. Memories go back 2 years. Advertisement: the day the Demon King killed a god. The moment when Celestial Dragon's limbs were cut off. Koala recalled the past. At that moment her psychological defense was shattered by Bai Yu, and she burst into tears on the spot. To Koala's astonishment, the Demon King looked around and set his eyes on her, smiling and making an appearance. When the Demon King disappeared, she couldn't help but ask, what did he say to me? At that time, Sabo was extremely indignant. He said that you will be hers sooner or later. That moment, Koala was extremely embarrassed and kicked Sabo away, unable to calm down for a long time. He killed celestial dragons, he is a hero, then I collect his information, is there any problem? He actually said something like that to me, it's really hateful, then I collect all kinds of photos of him and remember this hateful guy to take revenge in the future, no problem? 35. Because there is no place to put it, I only put his information and photos in the room, is there any problem? When Betty came to her room and saw all kinds of Bai Yu materials teasing her, that's what she answered, but in exchange for Betty's louder laugh. Koala blushed and was helpless, she always felt that Betty was thinking too much. For the success of the revolution, my heart has long been unable to hold anything else. Following him is only because he is the strongest in the new era, and also the strongest natural ally of the revolutionary army. Koala thought so, however, seeing Bai Yu again, still so close, Koala couldn't help but glance at him curiously. At this look, Koala found himself meeting Bai Yu's eyes. The moment Bai Yu made contact with her eyes, the light in her eyes suddenly froze for a moment. No matter how many photos you look at, there are still many differences from me. Koala murmured inwardly. Immediately after, Koala noticed that Bai Yu smiled at her, making the same mouth shape as more than 2 years ago. In an instant, Koala's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. She wanted to kick him, but she couldn't lift her feet for some reason, Monos. Ah, damn Demon King, he actually said that again. I'll be yours sooner or later. Damn it, I'll beat you sooner or later. Koala's heart was broken, but suddenly his face felt hot. Sabo also caught a glimpse of Bai Yu's mouth, and subconsciously held his hand. It's like this again, it hasn't changed a little for more than 2 years. So, is he joking or is he serious? I shouldn't have brought Koala here. Rebecca whispered. Sister Gerd, why'd I feel the atmosphere is weird, they don't speak. Gerd also whispered. It doesn't matter if the captain says it or not, but they must be nervous, which is normal. Sabo took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and said solemnly. I would like to exchange the top paramecia for Mara fruit. This one is. Sabo stepped forward, put a box on the table and returned it, and continued. I hope Mr. Bai Yu can agree. If you have other requirements, as long as it does not affect the revolutionary army, I am willing to do it. 5. This fruit. Bai Yu looked at the label on the box and nodded slightly, it was really nice. Paramecia Gravity Fruit Army, and Fujitora is gravity, so? For a time, Bai Yu felt a little bit in his heart. Using gravitational fruit to trade Mara fruit, Sabo has a great idea, he has something. Chapter 176. Shocked by Sabo's conjecture, Koala has finally fallen into the clutches of the devil. What is gravity? Gravity is the most common force in nature. If you can control gravity, you can indirectly control the laws of all things. Free flight is easy. It attracts all things in the positive direction, repels all things in the reverse direction, and then develops gravity control. The strong gravitational force can cause space distortion, microscopic particle collision, macroscopic gravitation, and so on. Of course, not too outrageous. After all, devil fruit has various restrictions, and it is not something that can be developed just by thinking about it. The fruit is only a product of Qinghai. And Bai Yu, there is no upper limit. As long as Bai Yu keeps getting stronger, no matter what abilities he has, his power will increase dramatically, but his abilities are only subordinate. Fujitora controls the gravity fruit. The gravitational fruit is only strong but not weak. It's a good idea to trade gravitational fruit for Mara fruit. Looking at Sabo again, Bai Yu said with great interest, as long as I agree to the transaction, are you sure you are willing to do anything? I'm sure. Looking at Bai Yu's playful eyes, Sabo seemed to realize something, but he finally gritted his teeth to make sure. It's really admirable, Bai Yu said in a flat voice. I admire your revolutionary army's belief that you are willing to sacrifice everything for the revolution. Whoosh. Bai Yu raised his hand and dropped the gravitational fruit in his hand, while Sabo held his breath. Bai Yu said indifferently. You are not worthy of letting me play some shady tricks. Go down and go to Tetsolo and take your Mara fruit. The moment the fruit flew away. What Sabo is thinking is. The devil wants to snatch it out, but not give Mara fruit? Bai Yu sneered at this. The fair and bright opening of the trading conference, if you still play the tricks of the three, then he will lose face, the devil? Sorry, I was overthinking. Sabo was a little embarrassed and shocked, he was seen through the heart by the devil? How does this work? Thinking of this, Sabo wanted to stay away from Bai Yu, turn around and waved to Koala, and was about to leave. Just now, the Demon King made the same mouth shape on 490 Koala as he did 2 years ago, and he already regretted bringing Koala here. Have you seen my profile? Bai Yu spoke again, which made Sabo's heart tremble, and looked at Koala. The Demon King won't go back, right? Impossible, just a piece of fruit, there is no need for the Demon King to break our trust and play with us. Koala shook his head immediately. Not good. 35 Sabo suddenly thought of something, his expression changed greatly, and he immediately stopped in front of Koala. Run! Don't forget the woman in that boat, I will block him. Koala was stunned for a moment. The fact that the Demon King robbed the beauties of the major forces was clearly written in the information, and they even forgot about it. Can't you give up everything? Bai Yu glanced at Sabo. Yes, but Koala is really important to the revolutionary army, she doesn't count. Sabo's words made Bai Yu laugh. Are you playing word games with him? The atmosphere suddenly solidified. Sabo also felt a lot of pressure, gestured to Koala, and said solemnly. Even if you die, I will block you, this is mine. Does it make sense? Bai Yu interrupted Sabo's words and looked at Koala, who didn't move. What's the use of your gestures? You see, she herself doesn't want to run. 35. What? Sabo looked back and saw that Koala was holding hands and standing motionless without any restraint. Just as Sabo was about to say something, Bai Yu continued. Do you know what Koala is thinking right now? Advertisement, she's thinking. Why did the leader not remind me that the Demon King likes to grab beautiful women, but sent me here on purpose? Did the leader forget this? It's impossible. The trade fair, the Demon King himself may come here. Although I'm a bit arrogant to think so, but I'm also a beautiful woman, so there is a high probability that the Demon King Bai Yu will snatch me away, and the leader, Voyage, must have thought of this too. 55. Hearing this, Sabo's heart sank, while Koala seemed to have heard nothing and stood there calmly. Bai Yu continued. But the leader knows that this kind of thing is likely to happen. Why did he specifically want me to follow? Do you want me to take the opportunity to join as an undercover agent? It's not enough. Should be. If you want me to get on the boat logically and have a good relationship with the Demon King, it would be better to be his woman. In this case, it will be a lot of help. Sabo is dubious, dumbfounded. Zhang Huang is at a loss. There are no masters. Gerd was surprised. Rebecca was stunned, and looked at Koala subconsciously, but was surprised to find that she was calm. Rebecca whispered. She was abandoned by the organization. Not sad? 39. Gerd shook his head and whispered. Instead of being abandoned, she trusts her very much, and this is a normal thing. Very trustworthy, normal. Where is this normal? Rebecca's little head was buzzing, and she couldn't understand it for a while. Koala, you. Sabo looked at Koala, incoherent. You were so rude, Lord Chief of Staff. Koala's expression has always been calm. The devil is right, those are my guesses just now. Even if I guessed correctly, the leader didn't do anything wrong. We are a revolutionary army, no matter what we do, what we give, what we lose, as long as the revolution succeeds, everything else is not important, is it? 99. Sabo is silent. Koala has a strong working ability and can complete any task well, and is trusted and praised by leaders and major army commanders. Sabo has also commented on her many times. There is nothing in the world that she can't handle. Forget the rest. Sabo also understood the leader's thoughts. If Koala really got on the Demon King's ship, it would indeed bring a lot of help to the revolutionary army. In terms of results, the leader was right. However, Sabo couldn't accept it for a while, and his heart was extremely depressed. Sabo shook off his thoughts and said urgently, this is all your guess, maybe the leader really forgot, didn't we also remember that he likes to rob people? That's not the point. 39. Koala continued calmly. This is the Demon King's territory, and there are all the Demon King's people outside. The only way is to defeat the Demon King together. Shall we begin? 9. Sabo was bitter and silent. One wrong step. More than 2 years ago, Koala should not have been taken to Holy Land, and there would have been no encounter with the Demon King. And now, it's even more wrong. Are you done talking nonsense? I have no interest at all about your revolutionary army. At this time, Bai Yu took a sip of tea and said casually. First, I stole Koala. Second, you leave with the fruit. Third, Koala will only be my person from now on, and it has nothing to do with the revolutionary army. That's all. Simple, understand? Rustling. A gust of wind came in from the window and blew Sabo's hair, clearing his mind a bit. Look again. The room was empty, on a stealth ship. When Bai Yu came back, he found that the girls were not there. After sensing, he found that they all went to Dressrosa to play. Is this the ship? Gerd's eyes were sparkling. He looked around with a giant axe on his back, and noticed an illusory figure in surprise. Soul body? 5. This beautiful lady, I am artificial intelligence, which you can understand as the projection of intelligent robots. Advertisement. Athena smiled politely. Rebecca also looked curiously. It's made of metal, why can it fly and hover? Forging technology, scientific and technological achievements and energy issues, if you want to know, I can explain in detail. 5. Is the spaceship fast and how to attack? Can it be invisible? Yes, the speed is. Gerd and Rebecca listened obediently to teacher Athena's small class. They were really curious about the spaceship, and everyone in the world was curious. Koala murmured. She is also extremely curious, but now she is confused about the future. Come, have a cup of milk tea. Bai Yu handed it to Koala and said casually, sit down, you are the calmest one after I robbed you. 35. If you have any doubts or thoughts, just say it, so that you can adjust your mentality, recognize the reality, and forget about the revolutionary army. 35. I won't forget. Koala spoke subconsciously. Holding the milk tea in both hands, Koala sat down and curled up. Psychological counseling teacher Bai is online. I know all about your past. Koala, born on the island of Forchat on the Grand Line, was captured by human traffickers and reduced to a holy place. At the age of 8, he fell into a holy place. At the age of 11, escaped from the Holy Land. At the age of 13, he joined the Revolutionary Army. This year, 23 years old, with a height of 1.6 meters and Perona, she has become the petite girl besides Aisha and Sugar, and Perona will be very happy. You investigate me? Koala stared at Bai Yu with wide eyes, then felt a little uneasy, bowed his head bitterly and said nothing. I'll take you to a place. Bai Yu came to Koala's side, stretched out his hand and said, come, give me your hand. #T. After thinking of something, Koala was a little stubborn and glared at Bai Yu again. Bai Yu chuckled. Looking at you, do you really want to hit me? Yes, I wanted to hit you more than 2 years ago. How could you say something like that to a girl? 55. Koala said, blushing behind. She'd never heard anything like that. Bai Yu had a puzzled face. What did I say? Why can't I remember? You. Damn. Koala glared at Bai Yu again, and was a little surprised. You don't really forget it, no, you just said it again in the VIP room, I read it right. Bai Yu suddenly realized his face. You mean mouth shape, right? Then you must have misunderstood. My mouth shape means that you were beautiful, and nothing else. 99. Koala was stunned. Is that so? Did she really understand it wrong? Bai Yu took the opportunity to ask, Beauty, what do you mean? I'll be your woman sooner or later, I thought it was this. Koala's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face flushed. Bai Yu was very emotional. You want to be my woman? Then you should have said it earlier. 35. Not at all. Koala retorted loudly. Wrong. Noticing the smile that Bai Yu couldn't hide anymore, Koala was instantly embarrassed. That's what you meant, you lied to me, it's too hateful. 35. Koala couldn't help but kicked over. Bai Yu grabbed it and smiled. I asked you to give me your hand, not my leg, what do you mean? Let go of me. Koala blushed and struggled, but her petite body fell into Bai Yu's arms as soon as she tilted. Rebecca covered her eyes and looked through her fingers. How did you hug? The captain is too charming, children don't look at it. Gerd covered Rebecca's eyes, watching with relish. I'll take you to a place. Bai Yu waved to Rebecca and Gerd. Ask Athena if you don't understand, she knows everything, I'll be back soon. Chapter 177. Bai Yu. Overwhelm me. Register first, Girl 033. Next moment. Where the room is. At this time, Koala turned away and returned to his senses. Where is this? Please let me go. 35. Bai Yu let go of Koala and said casually. As you can see, this will be your room in the future, I want to. Ah. **** hole. Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Koala kicked him again, but was caught by Bai Yu again, so he could only grit his teeth in embarrassment. What are you trying to do to me by taking me back to the room? Don't go too far. Yes, I have been collecting your information for the past 2 years, I will not hide it, I admit that I admire you a little, but it does not mean that you can bully me at will. Koala said, his eyes were red and he shouted, yes, the leader may really want me to be your woman, to add help to the Revolutionary Army, but we only meet for the second time, 99 feet. After the showdown, Koala silently shed tears. I'm very disappointed in you, you broke my fantasy of a hero, how can you be like this? 35. Family, Bai Yu looked at her quietly, and after a long time said, are you finished? Finished. Koala looked at Bai Yu with a complicated expression, she said everything, and Bai Yu remained calm, which made her a little bitter. First, I'm not a hero, and you don't really admire me. It's a fan of Mu Chang's psychology, just because you saw me killing celestial dragons and molesting you, breaking your psychological defense line and making a deep impression. Koala was in a trance. Is that really the case? But her room is full of information about this man. Second. 35 Bai Yu said and flicked Koala's forehead. I want to take you to the spiritual space. The spirit will enter, and the body will collapse, so I will take you back to the room, let you lie down, and then take you in, understand? What? Koala's eyes widened. Soon, Koala understood what Bai Yu meant, but it made her pretty face hot, overwhelmed, and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Ah, what a shame. Koala roared inwardly, and heard Bai Yu's mockery. You are so small, you won't let me eat it in a hurry, let's grow for another 100 years. ****. In a word, he broke the defense again, and Koala blushes and kicks again. Bai Yu grabbed it and pressed Koala on the couch. Lie down and don't move, close your eyes, I'll take you to the spiritual space. Humph. Koala didn't go too far, couldn't say it, couldn't beat it, and Bai Yu kept teasing her, she closed her eyes and chose to play bad. Next moment. Koala felt a strong light, which made her open her eyes subconsciously. When she saw her surroundings, she became sluggish. Because this is her hometown, and in her vague memory, her age is still in her childhood. Come and catch me. A little bit, you can't catch me? This time I won. Hurry up, it's time for me to arrest you, you mustn't be rude. 99. 66 in front, an 8-year-old orange-haired cute little girl is happily playing with her friends. The little girl's eyes are pure and bright, and her laughter is full of joy. Tick, tick. Koala looked at the scene in a trance, and tears fell silently. The fuzzy memory became clear in an instant. This was exactly when she was a child, and it was the day when she was taken away. 1 second of joy turned into misery the next. Advertisement. If you want to cry, cry out loud, it's hard to hold back and cry. Wow. Before Bai Yu could say anything, Koala fell into his arms and wept, and the tears uncontrollably stained Bai Yu's clothes. I don't know how long. Koala's cry gradually eased, and he gritted his teeth in Bai Yu's arms. I can't forget the cause of the revolution, because I can't forget those weak and cruel celestial dragons' shops. I want to overthrow them, I want to let them down hell. I want them to die. 39 Koala shouted loudly, not even in the Revolutionary Army. If you really overthrow the celestial dragons, what do you want to do most is to stay in the Revolutionary Army? Bai Yu asked Koala softly. Be a teacher. Koala murmured and looked at the 8-year-old her in a trance. Children are the future of the world. I want to teach them correct values. First of all, never be a pirate. Evil pirates will only bring disaster to the world, to the country and to the people. Good pirates, if they do good deeds, they will make children think that pirates are heroes and lead more children to go astray, so they are also sins. Pirates don't care about production, don't care about family, don't distinguish right from wrong. Speaking, Koala suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Yu seriously. Including you, the most influential pirate in the current era is you, the devil Bai Yu. Your words and deeds have influenced the minds of too many children and young people. How many fans you have now, more crimes will be born in the future, you are the biggest villain. Well said. Bai Yu couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised Koala. Mr. Xiaoke said it very well, the student Bai Yu listened to your words, it is better than reading 100 years of books and has been taught. 35. You're teasing me again. 35 Koala blushed, she had never seen someone like Bai Yu, who was obviously a top tyrant, but always bullied her. This sense of identity gap makes Koala feel strange inside. Keep watching. Bai Yu motioned Koala to calm down. Koala took a deep breath and looked, but at this moment she also realized that she was in Bai Yu's arms, her face flushed, but she didn't move. The traffickers should be here. Koala murmured, unable to bear to look any longer. And the next moment, it was calm, still full of joyful laughter, and no traffickers. Isn't that right? Koala looked up at Bai Yu in surprise, and then looked at her when she was a child again, only to find that the scene was accelerating, like a month for a second. Under Koala's dull gaze, the whole island is changing rapidly, and the 8-year-old Koala is also growing up rapidly, as if in the blink of an eye, from a little girl to a girl, and then to a sweet adult. Teacher Koala is online. When he became an adult, he opened a kindergarten on the island, specializing in teaching children, full of happy smiles. And tell Koala, you're not too young, it's really time to get married. Yeah, 23 is really not too young, Koala, your friends can kill fish, even children. There is an earth-shattering super handsome guy on the island. I heard that he is very rich. Let me introduce you to him. In Koala trance, Koala, the same age in the mental space scene, is introduced to various objects by a bunch of matchmakers. Immediately after, a matchmaker opened a door. Come in, there's that earth-shattering super handsome guy inside. He's very rich, but he has a little more wives, but it's normal. He treats his wives very well. 5. Seeking flowers 0. When the door opens, Koala in the scene is stunned by the super handsome guy inside. Koala himself also widened his eyes and said incoherently, no, he. Advertisement, is he handsome? Bai Yu's voice was also amazed. Count 10,000 years ahead, and then count down 100 million years, and you will never find someone more handsome than him. Koala was speechless. That person is obviously you, okay, even though he is really handsome. Would you like to continue watching? The next step is to get married and have children? No need. Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Koala blushed and shook his head again, and whispered, thank you for letting me see a different life, that's enough. Bai Yu asked suddenly, how many children do you think we should have? 2, 1 male and 1 female is the best, so will. 39. Speaking of this, Koala's voice was stunned, his face flushed again, and he said emotionally and fiercely, damn Demon King, you are trying to trick me again, and I will fight with you. 0 Koala jumped on Bai Yu, threw a small punch, and killed the big bad guy. In this regard, Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. Use some force, are you tickling me? You don't have the strength to beat people, and you say that you are the deputy karate teacher of the Revolutionary Army Fishman. You paid for it, right? Oh, you're done. Koala got angry and put all kinds of big moves around, but it was completely useless. After a while, Koala fell silent and hung on Bai Yu and stopped moving. You fell asleep. No, I'm tired. Hearing this sentence, Bai Yu whispered. Leave all your dreams to me. Let me carry the burden for you. Time will prove everything to you. Koala.35. I've never heard such words before. I'm so moved that I want to give up everything immediately. Koala was in a trance again. Immediately afterwards, Koala looked up and met Bai Yu's eyes. You are so skilled in how you say it, so how many women did you say this to? 35. Only you. I do not believe, yes, I don't believe it either. 35. Koala stared. She had never seen such a man, always making her heartstrings go back and forth, and she couldn't stop. But she also felt very relaxed and could forget all her troubles for a while. She also suddenly understood the purpose of Bai Yu bringing her here, to eliminate the sense of estrangement and strangeness between the two. Koala looked up and said seriously, then from now on, I will officially join you, and I will hand over my heavy dream to you. I hope this will not overwhelm you. Let's see how you behave. Want to see my performance? Want to crush me? I guess you can't stand it, Bai Yu said mysteriously. What's the meaning? Koala was puzzled. Bai Yu chuckled. It's nothing, I don't understand if you don't understand, but you will understand sooner or later. Please register first, number 033. What number? Koala was a little confused. Why does Bai Yu understand every word, but can't understand it when combined? Is she really stupid? But seeing Bai Yu's smile, Koala knew that this might not be a good thing, and was teasing her again. Read more, girl. HMPH, I'm a few years older than you, called elder sister, boy. Miss 1 meter 5. I'll kill you, Jew. Chapter 178. Jack's Madness. Fujitora Hell Brigade. The 5 forces are in a melee. Now, the trading conference is coming to an end. The girls traveled around Dressrosa, and a team met Jack the Drow, who was about to leave after trading the fruit. "Hello, big man." Looking at Jack, who was more than 8 meters tall, Nami looked up, remembered something and said, "Are you relying on the Ship King?" Vivi was surprised. Is he really a Murloc? It doesn't look like it at all. The metal jaws on the mouth hide the characteristics of the Murlocs. 35. He's not weak. Pudding replied to Vivi's words. Hina stared at Jack. After all, she was an outsider, and Hina had instinctive vigilance. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Jack said dully. He recognized the Demon King's navigator Nami, but these 4 beauties were only a small part of the Demon King's spaceship. Think of this. Jack couldn't help but have a headache. If the eldest miss is really married to the Demon King, will she have to wait in line? Boss Kaido must be depressed. 99. "Are you okay?" Throwing away his thoughts, Jack said, "Please excuse me, I'm leaving." "Oh, sorry." The 4 Nami girls stepped aside, a little surprised. Relying on the Ship King is the nickname Bai Yu told them, and in the information Doflamingo gave, didn't it say that he was very short-tempered, and now he is very polite? Sure enough, seeing is believing. 490s. And the next moment, Jack shouted loudly, "The little devil in front of me, stop for Lao Su and leave your devil fruit, or die." The 4 girls of Nami looked at Jack, who was suddenly furious, and then looked at the young man wearing a cape and a top hat in front of him. "What did you say?" Sabo turned to look at Jack coldly. He was in a bad mood right now. Mera Mera fruit was successfully obtained, but when he thought that Koala was taken away by the devil, he would rather not have been here. Jack looked down at Sabo indifferently. "I've been staring at you for a long time. Mera Mera fruit is in your hands, leave it to me." 5. Sabo said coldly, "Jack the drill, right? What if I don't pay?" "Dressrosa is the Demon King's territory, no fighting is allowed, but I promise you will die in the sea," Jack said and walked over, imposingly. "Way ha ha ha, it's really lively here." Badgers came over with a bag and a knife with a big laugh. Sabo and Jack frowned. "This guy is a bad guy." Badgers glanced at Jack, then looked at Sabo. "I've been staring at you for a long time, why don't we beat Jack first and then distribute the fruits?" 35. "Ah." Sabo is disdainful. Jack was furious. "You deserve to beat me back. Blackbeard doesn't dare to talk to me like that, you can send it." Badger's expression sank. Nami looked around, and his interest rose. The man in the top hat is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. The Ship King is one of the 3 disasters, and the one with the knife is the captain of the #1 ship of the Blackbeard pirates. The 3 Vivi girls nodded. The elites of these 3 forces actually got together to grab Mera Mera fruit, but they are currently on the island and cannot fight for the time being. "Be careful." Hina suddenly alerted and motioned the girls to look to the other place. "That guy. The new Marine Admiral," Fujidora smiled. Right side. Wearing a purple kimono and an admiral cloak, Fujidora walked out of the gladiatorial arena calmly, holding a cane and a sword and walking on wooden shoes. Blind? After seeing Fujidora's appearance, Pudding rolled his eyes and suggested, "Would you like to call someone and besiege him and take him down?" Good suggestion. Nami also likes to be lively and agrees. Thinking of what Bai Yu said, Vivi wondered, is he the sure-kill admiral that brother Bai Yu said? Not him. Advertisement. Hina shook her head. "When encountering a sure-kill, I said another one, and I can't stay, but let's stay away first." 99. Fujidora. Jing. The dialogue of the 4 girls was not concealed at all. Fujidora was amazed by the courage of the 4 girls, and guessed who was the sure-kill admiral. Kizaru? He's too fast and will cause trouble for the Demon King's forces? Green Bull. The idea is very extreme, and he is trying his best to maintain the rule of celestial dragons. Fujidora. Seeing Fujidora's appearance, Jack instantly burst into anger. "I wanted to complete the task given by Kaido first, so I was chased and beaten all the way by you. Do you think I am afraid of you? It's ridiculous." "Oh." Fujidora nodded, then ignored Jack and continued to walk. "Since he can't do anything here, it's better to leave as soon as possible." "Ignore my father." Jack froze for a moment, then became furious. "I want you to die." 35. Pulling out 2 shuttle knives, Jack rushed towards Fujidora and shouted, "There are no civilians around, all building losses are borne by me, Jack. And as long as I take you down, that's my Jack's gift to the Demon King, go to hell." Everyone was shocked, and the 4 daughters of Nami could not help but sigh. The top of the arena. Tetsolo said, "This guy Jack the Drow has some brains, but not much, he is still very reckless." Boiled, reckless is just his character, but it doesn't mean he is really stupid. Doflamingo smiled evilly. If he just destroyed some buildings and compensated, the captain wouldn't kill him, so he was just venting his anger. As for one person taking Fujidora, it is impossible. 39. But, Doflamingo squinted at the calm Fujidora. Jack's shot may have been considered this time, because he is a pirate, and Fujidora is admiral. This battle has alarmed us, and it may alarm the captain for a while. What do you think will happen? This. The captain might ignore Jack and focus on Fujidora, and the admiral might be dead by then. No, you can't guess the captain's mind, but it is indeed a possibility. Thinking of this, Tetsolo looked at the galloping mammoth in surprise. No way, is he so smart? Sigh. 35. Doflamingo smiled and explained Jack. If Jack had only the desire for destruction in his mind, he would have died. Whether he thought about it or not, it was the biggest mistake that Fujidora has ever left here. Die. Jack, who was more than 8 meters tall, came to Fujitora, who was more than 2 meters, like a hill, and slashed with his swords. Chong. Fujitora drew his sword calmly, and Jack's movements froze when the sword was unsheathed. Again. Jack found out when he met Fujitora a few days ago, fighting with him was extremely heavy, just very tired. Gravity knife, Hell Brigade. 35 Fujitora burst out of gravity, and the tyrannical gravity field directly enveloped Jack's entire body, pressing horizontally from top to bottom. Boom. Jack's body was even heavier, and his 8-meter-high body smashed the ground directly. Along with the deep pit blasted by the gravitational field, he fell directly into the underground abyss. Gravity knife curve. Fujitora held the knife in reverse, and the gravitational field began to integrate. Boom. There was another roar, and under the eyes of everyone, the surrounding ground rolled and closed, the deep pit was filled with earth and rocks, and the earth twisted and rolled together, squeezing Jack at the bottom of the deep pit. Clang. 35 After a moment, Fujitora stopped. At this moment, the whole ground is extremely flat, as if it has not been damaged, but the figure of Jack the Drow is gone. Finished. Pudding in the distance was stunned. What is his ability? How can he make moves so easily? He didn't move his feet. Paramecia heavy fruit, also known as gravity fruit, he can control the strength and direction of gravity attack at will. Vivi explained. Crack. 39 Advertisement at this time, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading like spider webs. Boom. The entire ground burst, shadows swayed down, and a huge mammoth giant jumped out, its eyes were scarlet, its ivory ferocious, and its trunk smashed the ground. What a big, white ivory. Nami's eyes sparkled. Nami, who has no interest in berry, likes to collect some rare treasures now, and Jack's ivory is so qualified to be placed in the treasure room. Moo. The mammoth Jack turned into roared and charged towards Fujitora, where it was dry and cracked. Gravity knife tiger. Fujitora's expression remained unchanged, and he accumulated gravity on the knife and slashed out. The lateral gravity impacted like a repulsive force. Boom bang bang. Bang, under Nami's pity, one of Jack's ivory cracked, and his body was smashed into the ruins by the bomb. Wave elbow. At this time, Giza's badgers took advantage of the chaos, waved his right arm, and attacked Sabo directly. I've been waiting for you. Sabo was not surprised by Badger's sneak attack, and threw his fists away. What? Badger's pupils shrank. He was not shocked by Sabo's quick reaction, but the fire on his fist blinded him. When did you eat it? Fire punch. Sabo blasted out a huge and high-temperature flame arm, attacking at a high speed, drowning badgers, and burning the ground to black and smashing. Boom. The ground roared again, and when the girls looked, they saw the Golden Emperor Tetsolo jumping on the ground, and the surrounding ground turned into a golden tide that kept gathering around him. In a blink of an eye, a golden giant with a height of hundreds of meters appeared and stared at Fujitora. Marine Admiral, you shouldn't be here. Buzzing. Tetsolo uses Haki as an energy source, which is heated by mechanical transmission in the giant's body, producing high temperature and high density energy, and sinking 0.9 into the right eye. Golden fire. A blazing laser ray burst out and rushed towards Fujitora extremely fast. Chong. Before the attack, Fujitora reacted, turning around and drawing the sword again. Gravity knife, tiger, time and space are gone. The moment Fujitora swung the knife, Doflamingo shot out from the right, and with a stern kick, the space distorted directly. Gravity, chaos. 35 Fujitora's expression was slightly condensed, and a tyrannical gravitational wave erupted from his body, which directly disrupted the surrounding gravitational field. Laser hits crooked. Dover kick crooked. Boom, 35. The three major attacks of laser, twist, and gravity all exploded in a concentrated manner, setting off a grand impact of airwaves, alarming the entire island. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Nami frowned. If there is chaos in our territory, Fujitora will hand it over to them. Kill one first. Let me see who dares to stop me. 35. 5 party forces melee. Bai Yu, who had just left the spiritual space and walked out of Koala's room, sensed Dressrosa's movement. Bai Yu thought deeply. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Who to kill first? The girls everywhere, Rebecca and Gerd on the invisible spaceship, and the giants in the hall all cast their gazes. The weakest one. Fujitora smiled. Chapter 179. Big Bear Haunts. Excuse me, what should I do when Admiral encounters the Demon King? Moo. The mammoth sprang out again. Jack was full of anger and rushed towards Fujitora again. Pooh. In the ruins, badgers jumped out, vomited blood, and looked forward. Why haha, I didn't expect you to eat Mara fruit so quickly. Badgers sneered. But it's useless, it's only me who will get Mara fruit, you should just die here. Carrying a package and holding a knife. Badgers was already prepared, no matter who traded and ate Mara fruit today, he would take it back. You are the one who will die. Sabo said, looking at another battlefield out of the corner of his eyes. The Demon King's forces shot, which made his heart sink. Admiral Fujitora vs Jack plus Tetsolo plus Doflamingo. The battle between the four of them is so fierce, it is very likely that the terrifying Demon King will be attracted. If there is another fire, he may send it directly today. Unsinkable fleet elbow strike. Badgers attacked again, and waved his arm to send out a huge shockwave. Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King. Sabo's hands formed 3 dragon claws, and he was about to blast out an attack when he suddenly sensed the danger and immediately retreated. Kamui. God's feather. Frozen rays. 99. Thousands of thunders are coming. 95. Hina's space warp. Pudding's feather. Vivi's ice light, and Nami's thundercloud all come together. What? Badgers, who had just blasted out the shock, was about to withdraw his fist when he suddenly found that his body was twisting. As soon as he struggled, he felt a sharp pain that pierced his soul. Hooah! Crack boom. The extremely freezing light was frozen, the feathers of the gods pierced through, and the sky thundercloud released 10,000 thunders to drown Badgers. Extraordinary ghost bomb. Suddenly, a gigantic ghost rushed in and exploded the mushroom cloud directly. Badgers turned to ice. Nami shouted helplessly, "Perona, what are you doing?" "No need to thank me." Perona, a ghost floating in the distance, made a face at Nami, and when she saw Nami's face darkened, she turned and ran away. Sabo's pupils shrank, and when the four women attacked, he realized the crisis and then escaped, but now seeing with his own eyes that Badgers turned into scum in an instant, Sabo was dignified and immediately prepared to flee. Aurora Slash. 35 Sabo just turned around and saw the gorgeous Aurora Slash, and immediately avoided it, dodging it dangerously and dangerously. Snowstorm. Sabo, who was dodging, saw a huge blizzard on the other side. Fire Punch. Sabo threw a punch, and with a dignified expression, he flew back and quickly fled. Mind Power Cage. Light imprisoned. 9 An invisible thought force made Sabo's body stagnate, and another golden light fell from the sky to imprison him. The female attack made Sabo's heart sink to the bottom. Boom. The next moment, Sabo disappeared, but a tall and strong figure appeared. "If you want to travel, where do you want to go?" The bear came out holding the Bible. But Sham looked around and didn't see koala for wheat, but he was still calm. "Was it stolen by Bai Yu? I wish you peace, koala." Bear. This has long been expected. Advertisement. What are you doing here? Bonnie flew from a distance and glared at the bear. "You run around after Bai Yu is cured, and you are so loyal to the Revolutionary Army?" 99. "You seem to be hostile to the Revolutionary Army." Shang looked at Bonnie calmly. Bonnie pouted. "My family was killed, but the forces I belonged to watched helplessly and let my family die. Do you expect me to have goodwill?" 35. "You misunderstood, they. Don't tell me big truths." Bonnie interrupted Shang's words and said in a condensed voice. "No matter what the reason is, I will never agree with your idea of giving up everything for the sake of revolution. I'm just an ordinary girl, I'm not as great as you." At the end, Bonnie shouted, "Continue your great career, I don't want to see you again, get out." The bear was haunted and silent. After a moment, he turned and disappeared. The girls who came saw this and wanted to go over to appease Bonnie, but Bonnie took a big mouthful of meat and shouted to the sky with bulging cheeks. "A great revolution? Revolutionary mother, I will ask Bai Yu to destroy your revolutionary army, and see if you are still great." 5 The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bonnie is really fierce and super fierce now. Boom. Sensing the arrival of the girls, Fujitora burst out with all her strength to force the 3 of Dover back. With a click, the ground under Fujitora's feet cracked open, and a rock rose into the air, and he controlled gravity to fly him rapidly into the distance, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Moo! Jack roared angrily, and the mammoths ravaged the ground, trampling everywhere. "Want to chase?" Tetsolo exited his awakening state and rubbed his aching fists. "That guy's strength is really strong." "You are too weak." Dover's unceremonious criticism left Tetsolo speechless. Before he could say anything, Dover continued. "The moment an admiral came to our turf alone and didn't run away immediately knowing the captain was there, his end was doomed." Tetsolo was a little confused by Dover's words. "What is the ending?" "Don't ask, this area is a mess and someone is in charge, catch Jack." Dover shook his head, guessing that the captain was a big taboo, and he couldn't say it if he guessed it. Tetsolo also threw his thoughts away and looked at the mammoth running around. "Sabotage. This guy is crazy, every inch of land here is precious, a house, a billion berry." "Oh, I'm too kind, let's count 300 million per house. First deduct all the devil fruit he traded, and if it's not enough, pull out his ivory and sell it. If it's not enough, let Kaido send someone to send money, how about that?" 35. "We're taking over this time," Tetsolo said with a shock. "Yes, land charges, and real estate is called real estate." "Is this the richest man?" Doflamingo nodded earnestly when he glanced at Tetsolo, who was extremely dark-hearted, who even charged a large house fee. Seconded. The other side. Fujitora was indeed on Dressrosa alone. After all, it was the Demon King's territory, and he didn't want an accident to make the soldiers' sacrifices meaningless. The warship did not dock either. Instead, dock at a nearby island and let the marines wait there. Whoosh! 35 Fujitora stepped on the stone and flew rapidly in the sky, alerting all directions. "It's them again." After sensing that no one was chasing him, Fujitora felt relieved and sensed the submarine that had been following him. "There is CP0 in it." Fujitora frowned subconsciously. No one likes to be suspected and followed. He is a strong man, and Admiral, the 5 elders are too disrespectful to him. If Sengoku knew what Fujitora was thinking, he must have sighed. "They often call me a dog, and now I'm just suspicious of you, so let's have fun." 99. As Fujitora took a deep breath and spit out a little depression and unhappiness in her heart. Also at this time, advertisement Fujitora looked startled, sensed the past again, and couldn't help being horrified. They suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace, not even the submarine. This situation is not good. Fujitora thought of a possibility. Those two CP0s couldn't instantly disappear into his perception range, only one person could do it. Make others disappear instantly. Gravity, chaos. Fujitora burst into full force directly, and the powerful gravitational field directly stirred the surrounding air, the sky above, and the sea below, all of which were incomparably chaotic. The chaos of gravity, as if everything was turned upside down, Fujitora hurried away while exploding gravity. Responsiveness is good. 55 Suddenly, a sound exploded in the sky, and Fujitora's expression was shocked. After sensing it, he drew his sword and unsheathed it, turning around and slashing with a horizontal sword. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora swings the knife to release a huge horizontal gravity wave, which is extremely powerful. I just got the gravity fruit before, and now I touch your gravity fruit. Which one do you think is stronger? Bai Yu slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist and blasted it out, smashing the gravity wave that Fujitora slashed, and asked at will. So strong. Fujitora's heart is dignified. Bai Yu's understatement is powerful, but Fujitora perceives the world with the color of knowledge. And in his perception, Bai Yu's breath is so powerful that it's hard to understand, and it's completely different from more than 2 years ago. Gravity fruit? Fujitora thought about the countermeasures in his heart, and said calmly and powerfully on the surface. Devil fruit's ability is different, but it all depends on the person who has the ability. You're right. Bai Yu agrees with these 490 points. Wild boar fruit, even if you die of exhaustion, it is stronger than Qinglong fruit. But, if Garp ate the bison fruit, it would definitely be stronger than Colonel Mouse who ate the big Buddha fruit, because Garp is far stronger than Colonel Mouse, and his ability is negligible. Bai Yu continued. Now, do you think you can run away? The old man is not someone to be slaughtered, even if you were the devil. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. Fujitora let out a low snort, and waved the staff and knife in an instant, and gravity rose. A ring of purple fluctuations visible to the naked eye appeared around Fujitora, and the next moment a purple light like gravity rose into the sky. Nice move. Bai Yu thought of something, and smiled playfully. Summoning meteorites? Which one do you think is more convenient for manipulating stones compared to the gravity fruit and lion fruit? Huh? No. Fujitora's expression was slightly condensed. His vision range was extremely far, and he could sense the ring meteorite belt in space, and then pull it down by gravity, and the meteorite attacked. And now, I feel it, but I can't pull it. Has other abilities to block gravity. After thinking of something, Fujitora lost his voice. You even have lion fruit, but lion fruit needs to touch objects to be manipulated, so you've been to space? Touched all the stones there. You're half right. 99 Bai Yu cuts off Fujitora's control. In fact, it was just a coincidence. There were too many stones in the ring meteorite belt around the Qinghai world. Even if Bai Yu teleported for 10 days, he only touched a small part of it. He naturally has other moves. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. But he only controlled the big ones, all the small ones were ignored by Bai Yu. And what Fujitora chooses to pull, happens to be one of the parts that Bai Yu controls. I'm in a good mood today, so, do you still have a plan? Bai Yu stood in the sky overlooking Admiral Fujitora. Fujitora gasped. What should he do? But other moves are difficult to make meritorious deeds, and the meteorite attack just wanted to attract Bai Yu's attention and facilitate his departure, which proved to be useless. Fujitora has a question in his heart. How did Pulsalino escape safely after encountering the Demon King many times? Chapter 180. 6 Library Immortal Thief. The Sword Art of the Son of Heaven. Kizaru. Welcome to Fujitora. Fujitora held her breath. The oppression of the strongest Demon King in the new era is a terrifying pressure he has never felt before. He stepped on the stone and flew. Bai Yu volleyed into the sky. Hell Brigade. Fujitora shot again, directly changing the surrounding gravitational field, and pressing towards Bai Yu from top to bottom. Boom. 35 Bai Yu's arms were released, directly shaking the force of gravity away. Weightless control. Seeing this, Fujitora was not surprised. He drew his knife down, and waves of gravity rushed towards the sea, and the next moment the sea swelled. Crash. 35. The sea water was weightless, and was controlled by Fujitora to form a tsunami, which attacked Bai Yu overwhelmingly. Whoosh. Fujitora turned and flew. It is impossible to fight to win the Demon King. You can only use the seawater to contain him and leave. Can you outrun Kizaru? Bai Yu ignored the tsunami and came over Fujitora again in an instant. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora completely exploded all gravity, instantly pulled the gravity to the limit, converged on the knife and slashed violently. The huge horizontal gravity wave collapsed the atmosphere, causing the atmosphere to squeak. Boom. Bai Yu shattered with one punch. The next moment came to Fujitora. Before he lifted the knife, he landed. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the sword broke, and Fujitora flew out under the terrifying force. Whoosh. Like a purple streamer streaking across the sky, Fujitora flew upside down for dozens of miles in an instant, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Boom boom. Boom. Fujitora directly hit a small desert island in the distance, smashing rocks and trees, and smashed into the ruins. Cough cough cough. Fujitora walked out of the dust, coughed up blood and said, facing the strongest in the world, I didn't expect this old man to be so unbearable. 5. It's good to get used to it. I wanted to do it a long time ago, although I did it a few days ago, but it's too far away from you. Bai Yu came over the deserted island and directly implemented, feel it again. Shield coverage. In an instant, Fujitora looked horrified, and he found that his knowledge was blocked and temporarily unavailable. No sense of sight. Fujitora was at a loss. A blind man loses sight and looks, and his combat power is instantly reduced by 80%, while the remaining 2 achievements are all kinds of big moves, can't beat the strong, and use it to clear small monsters. From being blind to being really blind, Fujitora's heart was full of heaviness. It was you who did it before. There are some things that affect my perception, such as red hair, but it's amazing that it directly shuts down my perception. Red hair? It was the first time Bai Yu heard someone comment on the ability of red hair, and it was Fujitora's comment. Conqueror's knowledge kill? Effects predicting the future? Throwing away his thoughts about Xiao Hongmao, Bai Yu said casually, "You are suspected by the 5 elders, and sooner or later by Marine, so I guess Kizaru will die of laughter." 35. Kizaru. 99 Fujitora sighed. Sure enough. He had guessed before that if there was a top general who revealed the exact location of Vegapunk, it was most likely that Kizaru had met with the Demon King many times. But the 5 elders only suspected him, a mere rookie, and trustworthy. This is the choice? Fujitora said with emotion. Since I have now determined that Kizaru is undercover, I only have 2 choices left, either join or die, right? Right. If it really can't be subdued, Bai Yu won't waste time and kill. Advertisement in the game of conquering the world. Bai Yu found a girl to snatch it, while taking time to pass 1 level at a time. This level, Fujitora level, then I will join. Fujitora spoke quickly. Interesting. Bai Yu nodded slightly, didn't ask any further questions, and casually flashed a faint light. The space imprint remains on you, so that I can teleport to you at any time. 5. Ask Kizaru a question. The code is World Peace. There are no tasks in peacetime, there are tasks that must be completed. That's it. What? When Bai Yu disappeared, Fujitora's sense of sight recovered, and he quickly sensed all directions and finally determined one thing. The devil is really gone. This puzzled Fujitora, and he murmured in a trance for a long time. He just left. So trust me? Aren't you afraid that I will expose Kizaru? 35. This is how he conquers the strong. It's so simple. Fujitora was puzzled. Of course he is not afraid of the so-called death. The most fundamental reason why he agreed to join so quickly was that he still wanted to know how Bai Yu made those top powerhouses join and be willing to be loyal. With so many powerhouses in old-time legends, why did you join Bai Yu? What about your beliefs? What about your dignity? Take a gamble. So Fujitora decided to test the poison and personally verify why, even if it was possible to be rewritten by some special ability as guessed. Fujitora also recognized it and made a big bet. As a result, this is it. In a word, finished. It's so random, can it really be so simple? Fujitora was certain that his memory and thoughts had not been rewritten, and exclaimed after a long time, "What a confidence." He suddenly understood. It's not that Bai Yu's way of conquering the strong is too simple, but that he directly chose to join, so it became simple. If he refuses, it might be a little more complicated, such as using words, strength, ideals, welfare and other aspects of coercion to induce him to join, or it may directly kill him. But he directly agreed, then save all the process. It doesn't matter to you whether I betray or not, because you are confident that you can suppress everything, right? And if I really betray, it will make you feel very interesting, and then kill me and turn away. 5. Fujitora sighed with emotion. But when he thought that Kizaru was undercover and he was suspected, Fujitora was also a little depressed and took out the phone bug. After a while, Kizaru's lazy voice came. "Ah, it's so rare, why did you contact me all of a sudden?" "Don't pretend anymore," Fujitora said seriously. "Paluzolino, you are the undercover agent of the Demon King. You leaked the Vegapunk location, are you worthy of the Cloak of Justice?" Opposite silent. A few seconds later, Kizaru's voice sounded again. "I was disturbed by a little pirate and kicked to death. By the way, what did you say? The old man was exposed." "It doesn't matter, I've been working more and more recently. This old man happened to go on vacation to the Devil's Sea. I heard that Rayleigh and the others only have a mission every 2 years, which is great." 66 inches. Fujitora was speechless. The Demon King is free, and Kizaru is also very free. You really don't take undercover seriously. You should respect the power of the world government. In a trance, Fujitora had too many questions and said solemnly, "World peace." Kizaru immediately sat up straight. "Smile, what did you just say?" "Peace in the world. Isn't this a code? Although it's a little strange why this is, but the old man just joined." 39. Hearing Fujitora's words, Kizaru's expression was exaggerated. "I didn't expect you to join in with a smile. This code is very good, that is the great dream of this old man." 66 You are welcome to join. Is there anything else? If there is nothing, the old man will have a lunch break. Undercover is very easy. What should I do? Fujitora was stunned. Advertisement how the world suddenly became unfamiliar, he was very uncomfortable. This is the end of the matter, since that's the case, then take a gamble and bet on the devil. 35. After Kizaru hung up, Fujitora thought of Akainu and said with emotion, "This year's marshal is really bad, too undercover admiral, it's really, too difficult." 99. On the ship. Bai Yu didn't think about Fujitora anymore and didn't care what he thought. Anyway, if Fujitora joins, you will die if you betrayed him. Even if it's that simple, it won't make Bai Yu's heart waver. All are workers. Why do you think so much? System, lottery draw. Bai Yu went back to the room first to draw a lottery. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Gerd to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on drawing energy. Ding, Luku Immortal Thief. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. The system actually planned the Luku Immortal Thief as energy. Does it mean that he can cultivate inner energy? Inner chi comes from under one person. Those who can detect and use the chi in their own body are all aliens, divided into two types: congenital aliens and acquired aliens. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding, any side effects of Luku Immortal Thief will be erased, and any advantages will be strengthened. 35. 6 Library Immortal Thief. Strengthening the body method. The 6 library is the 6 fu organs, the 6 organs of the human body that absorb energy, based on which a perfect digestive system is created. Efficacy 1. Inner chi can be cultivated by ingesting substances and digesting it. Efficacy 2. It can instantly decompose the ingested substances without producing toxic impurities and without excretion. Effect 3. Inner chi has a deadly corrosive effect that corrodes all things. Efficacy 4. Because this ability can make people take in nutrients perfectly, it is extremely effective to strengthen and improve physical fitness. Efficacy 5. No aging, physical strength and energy will become more and more vigorous. Efficacy 5. The smell disappears. Remarks. The stronger the nutrient intake, the stronger the effect, and the upper limit is extremely high. It's well optimized. Bai Yu appreciates this. First, he and the girls have energy that can be continuously upgraded. Second, they don't need to eat and drink, so the girls have really become little fairies. Third, they have added a fast and strong energy training method. Eat and broadcast Bonnie, like this. System, continue. Yano, S. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Koala to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, Tianwen Jian. Tianwen Sword. From the Mingyue world in Qin Dynasty, originally from the state of Chu, and later became the first emperor's sword, ranking first in the sword score. After reading the information, Bai Yu didn't feel anything about Tianwen's sword, because this sword was a little brittle to him. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding, the quality of Tianwen's sword has been fully upgraded, and it comes with the swordsmanship of the Son of Heaven. Bai Yu is surprised. Can it be optimized like this? The system can really play. Tianwen Sword. Nothing is indestructible, nothing is indestructible, the sword of the Son of Heaven. Emperor's swordsmanship. From the legendary world of the Son of Heaven, before Shenyu, Li Changfeng had exhausted all his life's learning to create a set of 9 styles of the Son of Heaven's swordsmanship for the heavenly sword. Remarks. Every style of Tianzi swordsmanship is unique and earth-shattering kamui, with no imposing manner, and the last style gathers the endless aura of the sky, all collected in the Tianjin. The golden dragon is terrifying, and the violet dragon is king. Bai Yu was in a good mood, a very powerful sword move. If you don't have spiritual energy, you can use inner energy to try and absorb ideas. The 2 lottery draws are good, and the 6 library Immortal Thief can popularize the girls. Looking at the incomparably luxurious Tianwen sword, Bai Yu put it away and walked out of the room. When Bai Yu looked at the deck, he saw Koala, Rebecca, and Gerd 3 daughters, surrounded by Kaya and other girls, and asked curiously. Get to know each other and enjoy each other. Chapter 181. Thanks for the gift from the Revolutionary Army. The deep-sea demon whales overwhelmed the audience. I am back. Bai Yu came over and said hello to the girls. Hancock rushed over, like a kitten. Holding Hancock in his arms, Bai Yu looked at Stussy. Fujitora has joined. Notify the divisions to avoid misunderstandings. Smile. I see. Stussy nodded lightly, not even surprised, already used to it. What? Koala, who has been peeking and pricked up his ears since Bai Yu appeared, exclaimed. Are you sure it's Admiral Fujitora? How could he join as a pirate? No, the Revolutionary Army has invited many times, without success. 35. Fuss. Bai Yu didn't explain. Time would make her understand everything, and looked at the girls. Koala, Rebecca, Gerd, Man Shirley, you should all know each other, and you will be a family from now on, helping each other, uniting and loving each other. The devil is a big villain. Man Shirley stood on Robin's hand and stared at Bai Yu. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. I suggest you don't study Perona and Sugar, because the 2 of them are often beaten. Not at all. I'm not afraid. Sugar and Perona spoke in unison. Seeing Bai Yu squinting, they immediately ran behind Monet and Kaya to hide. Being beaten. Man Shirley was shocked, and Robin reminded with a chuckle. As long as you don't get older, he can't beat you. Man Shirley nodded again and again. Yes, 20 centimeters is enough for me. I don't want to get bigger. Bai Yu didn't care either. Gerd's character is really very good, very gentle, and very beautiful. Nami praised with a smile. Gerd said cheerfully. Nami's character is also very good, and the person is very beautiful. Bai Yu chuckled. Are these 2 girls blowing each other in business? It's interesting. At this time, Shirahoshi held Rebecca's hand and said happily. Look, Mr. Bai Yu, Rebecca has the same long pink hair as me, the same 16 years old, and now we are about the same height. Do we look alike? Are they sisters? 35. Bai Yu smiled and said, you can compare the birth dates to see who is the elder sister 490 and who is the younger sister. Yes. 35. Shirahoshi's eyes lit up and looked at Rebecca. I was born in April, how about you? I'm from August. Rebecca looked at Shirahoshi. She was so beautiful, so cute, she wanted to hug her. I'll be your older sister from now on. Shirahoshi was so happy that it was nice to have a similar sister. Bai Yu praised this team of sisters. It is really a sweet girl team. It was a very good decision for you to bring Koala on board. Noticing Bai Yu's look, Perona said seriously. From the first time I saw Koala, I knew she was a very good girl in every way. So much praise. Koala was a little embarrassed. Don't say that, I am ordinary, and I also have many shortcomings. Very good, very humble. Perona smiled happily. Bai Yu ordered Hato. Koala, do you know why she is so happy? Because you are as petite as her, over 16 years old, and the shortest in the boat. What? Koala was surprised, then rolled his eyes. Your words are too fake. How can anyone be happy because of this? Shirahoshi and Gerd are both made smaller by you, then she can be made bigger by you at any time. Next moment, under Koala's astonishment, Perona rushed over angrily. Ah, big B asterisk 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 D by you. You expose my shortcomings again. I'm not finished with you. 35. Could it be true? Koala couldn't help laughing and laughing, not expecting this Princess Mononoke to be so innocent. Okay, let's get down to business. After a while, Bai Yu pulled Perona down and placed it, and took out 2 fruits. The fruit of gravity, Rebecca, I believe you can develop it well. Advertisement, thank you, Mr. Bai Yu. Rebecca blushed, and Shirahoshi's eyes lit up when she heard the address. Does she also address Bai Yu-sama? We have one thing in common. Op fruit, Gerd, you have been studying medicine for decades, and you are the most suitable person to be present. This is very suitable for ship doctors. I'll develop it. Gerd accepted it with a generous smile. Bai Yu nodded. Gerd studying medicine for many years is indeed suitable for this. When the fruit awakens, Bai Yu can first restore the age of some of the girls permanently, and then go to the bug of op fruit, so that all the girls will be immortalized. At that time, the eternal happiness of a group of people is the real happiness. Fruit of power, moon rabbit of Eudemons, elves of Eudemons. Thinking of the 3 top devil fruits left in his hand, Bai Yu focused his attention on the power fruits. The introduction Bai Yu saw was a special kind of paramecia, because as long as you eat it, it will greatly strengthen your body. It can comprehensively increase any power aspect, and it is single and powerful. Suitable for those with strong physical skills. Bai Yu looked at Koala. Her thin arms and thin legs are very petite, but who said petite girls can't be powerful? The special contrast is also very attractive. Koala, you. I do not need. Koala shook his head. I specialize in Murloc karate, and the fruit will distract me, and I can't go into the sea anymore. Bai Yu said bluntly. I will erase the side effects of the fruit's ability, and increase the strength as soon as possible. You must eat it. So domineering. Koala murmured, blushing inexplicably, because she felt very at ease and relaxed. Giving the fruit of strength to Koala, Bai Yu said, there are more suitable ones in the future, you can change them, the most important thing is to improve your strength first, you can start eating. Karina came over with a fruit plate and said playfully, everyone cut a small piece and mixed it with the fruit with sugar, honey and cream, it's delicious. Really? The 3 girls had never eaten, so they tried to cut a piece and eat it. Wow, Bai Yu laughed, there is a saying that a piece of stinky tofu is full of soup, and the taste of devil fruit is difficult to change. This kind of taste will be unforgettable for a lifetime, so there may be girls who refuse to replace the fruit because of the fruit taste in the future. Bai Yu expressed his understanding. If Bai Yu had experienced it, he would not be able to speak. So, flavor transfer is a long way to go, at last. Bai Yu took out another box. Thank you for the gift from the Revolutionary Army. Koala secretly complained. This devil fruit was obviously robbed by you, but I have to say good things for you, Beboj. Looking at the label on the box, Robin's eyes lit up. Is this for the lovely Kyogre? Kyoka. A huge figure popped up in his mind, and Vivi was surprised. How big will she become if she eats it? No, brother Bai Yu can make her smaller. 35 Hearing this, the girls became interested one after another. They had only seen other creatures other than humans eat the fruit once, and that was the Chopper of the Straw Hats. Listening to Bai Yu, it seems that what Chopper ate is the fruit of everyone in the form of the common people, and they didn't understand it either. I'm going to bring her back. 35 Preceding the imprint, Bai Yu disappeared. Now. New World Moonlight Island. This is a small island, there is chaos at the moment, there are cracks everywhere, and there are many corpses. One side. The clothing logo is an upside-down marine pattern, and the skull representing a pirate is pierced by a sword. Advertisement Neo Marine. One side. Caribou pirates plus Pet King breed. Bastards, let them go. The leader of the Neo Marine guerrilla detachment, Shuzo from the Longhand tribe, was extremely angry at the moment. Many Neo Marines were struggling in the quagmire. Shuzo was besieged and could not be rescued for a while. Hey, my swamp is a bottomless swamp from which it is impossible to escape. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Tall, lean, bearded, wet-haired caribou sneered. Logia marsh fruit. It can change the surrounding environment to make it swamp, and he can turn any part of his body into a mud like bottomless swamp. Captain of the Caribou Pirates. In the original trajectory, when following the Straw Hat crew to dive into the sea, he encountered the sea monster Kulakan. Except for Caribou, who survived by chance, everyone else was wiped out. Now the track, come to New World. God, forgive them. Forgive them stupid Neo Marines armed with weapons trying to kill us, and forgive me. Caribou prays to God while killing Marine. Sorry, God, sorry. 9. He, you have to pray to kill people, you are a despicable guy. The man wearing a top hat and a blue cape smiled disdainfully. Breed, an incompetent captain, was abandoned by his own crew. Working with Caribou temporarily. Pet fruit. It can release a green ring, and the trapped creature will be commanded by him like a puppet and commanded by voice. Original track. In the New World, Breed used his ability to control the sea beast pirates headed by the Kung Fu Manatee, attacked the Straw Hat and the Surgical Male Alliance, captured Caesar, and wanted to use Caesar to build his own kingdom. Build an empire of tame animals. Actually, just want to use the ability to turn all creatures into slaves. Neo Marine's Elite. Be my pet. Breed released a green halo from his hand, covering Shuzo. Dream. Shuzo shaves out of the way. Moonwalk lifts off, ready to unleash the Tempest Kick. Breed suddenly shouted, "You all come to protect me." 5. Shuzo froze for a moment, because after Breed spoke, many Marines who had been trapped by the halo before guarded Breed. This made Shuzo unable to start. How can there be such a despicable ability? He didn't know much about pet fruit before, and when he saw the halo, he wanted to smash it, but he scattered and trapped many Marines into obedient pet slaves. Boom! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and everyone looked at the coast in unison. The pirate ship seemed to be frozen and shattered, and it shattered into pieces of ice, which shocked Caribou and the others. Kuzan. Pirate Empress. Shuzo was shocked by the frozen scene, and quickly looked around, but he didn't see the two of them. Who else would freeze? Shuzo didn't know Yamato's abilities, and suddenly remembered the legendary whale. The next moment, the audience was sluggish. Crash. The sea not far from the coast was churning, and an ice blue whale head emerged from the sea. Its head was thousands of meters huge, making the island dark, and its dark blue eyes overlooking the whole island, coercing the audience. This is 35, deep sea demon whale. 8 trillion chapter 182. Kyogre seeds. Uda friends? The world shakes. Woo! A crisp cry sounded, and under the horrified eyes of everyone, the sea in the distance was churning, and many sea kings emerged from the sea, guarding them like guards. Gollum. 35 Everyone was terrified. This small island is powerless in the face of a kilometer-sized ice blue whale head, and there are so many sea kings. Woo! The crisp sound sounded again. Everyone seemed to understand. Meaning, if you don't use you all step back. Crash. Many sea kings went into the sea very obediently and disappeared in a blink of an eye, which made everyone's scalp numb. Could this whale be a royal family of sea kings? Deep sea demon whale? Caribou called out his name in shock. What? It's the deep sea devil whale that badly injured the Admiral Green Bull. Breed was shocked, and suddenly became excited. In the end, it's just a sea kings with low intelligence, if I can keep it as a pet. Idiot. 35 Shuzo was dismissive. A rumored Grandmaster conquers hockey, and a deep sea devil whale with multiple abilities. Even the Admiral Green Bull was seriously injured and escaped, but this guy lost his mind greedily. Forgot the scene just now? Wow, cheerful calls sounded, and the huge ice blue whale turned to look up into the sky. Everyone also looked at it in surprise, and when they saw the figure appearing out of thin air and standing in the sky, everyone completely lost their voices. Demon King. Bai Yu. Gollum. The moment he saw Bai Yu, the pirates such as Caribou were swaying profusely, and they subconsciously retreated, but their legs felt weak. What if the new world encounters the Demon King? It's better to kneel down and pray. This sentence. I don't know when it started, and the rumors of New World went viral, but no one came forward to refute it. Blackbeard. Yes, it came from me, not to mention. What a sense of oppression. Shuzo Moonwalk fell out of control from the sky and fell to the ground in shock. Sad ants. 99 Bai Yu glanced at Breed indifferently. This rubbish also wants to keep Gaoka as a pet. Die. Conqueror's coercion. With extremely fine control, Conqueror's is like a light spectrum across the island in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Puff. Puff. The next moment, Shuzo and other Neo Marines looked sluggish and felt cold all over their bodies. Because all the pirates looked soft, and all fell to the ground with a roll of their eyes, but after sensing the past, they lost their vitality. Gollum. What was the ability just now? Is it Conquerors? Nothing was destroyed, but it shook them to death. What fine control, what horror. Shuzo was shocked. He'd never heard of using Conquerors to kill anyone, and it didn't hurt anything. When there is a gap in mental strength, the weaker party will be unable to move. If the gap in mental strength is too large, the weaker party's spirit will be shattered and die on the spot. Thanks to Hockey's real solution to Conqueror's special skill, coercion, Bai Yu is also used to shock the dead for the first time. The next moment, the bodies of Caribou and Breed were thrown into the undead prison. Logia marsh fruit. Paramecia pet fruit. A creature trapped by a green ring will become an obedient pet. Bai Yu's impression of Breed is very light, after all, his role is very small, but he is deeply impressed by the ability of pet fruit. Because the ability is exaggerated. All kinds of living things, such as animals and plants, are living things, and nature also includes people, but I don't know what restrictions are there. If Bai Yu comes to use it, I don't know who can stand it, and it will set you a monkey. Advertisement, Xiao Yu. The amazing ability of pet fruit made Bai Yu think of a similar paramecia ability of Wanukuni, dango fruit. However, Xiao Yu's ability seems to be limited, valid for 1 month. Is Zephyr okay? Bai Yu looked at Shuzo, the captain of the disabled marine, who was terrified. Shuzo has always followed Zephyr and assisted Zephyr in establishing Neo Marine. He is Zephyr's right-hand man, respects Zephyr very much, and is willing to sacrifice for him. The original trajectory and the Straw Hat had 2 head-to-head confrontations, the third defeat. Ask me. Bai Yu's sudden question made Shuzo nervous. Teacher, very good. It was there. Bai Yu directly listened to Shuzo's inner thoughts at the moment, and determined the specific location of the original Admiral Zephyr. It has been 10 days, and the subordinates such as Eagle Eye have not found Zephyr, so it is enough to send it to him now. Brush. Ignoring Shuzo, Bai Yu came to the top of Kyogre. She was winking playfully at Bai Yu and cheering. You seem to have grown a lot. Bai Yu felt the size of Kyogre, and said that he had grown a few dozen meters in less than 10 days, but it is still more than 5,000 meters long. You must be lonely living outside alone, you. Wow, 46. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched, and Kyogre meant. It's fun outside. I took in many little brothers, and I also met an elephant that was much bigger than me, and I also met a whale with scars on its head, flying dragon. Elephant Lord? Laboon? Kaido? Gaika's life is so colorful, no wonder you didn't come to play with him and learn to accept his younger brother. Do you want to change shape? Do you feel that you can transform into an adult in 300 years? It's too long. I brought you the fruit, and when you transform, go wherever you want and open your mouth. Bai Yu said, took out the natural elf fruit and threw it into her mouth. Stay away. Bai Yu directly transferred all the Shuzo and other marines on the island to the very far island, so as not to disturb him. How do you feel? It's okay. I have transferred the concept of side effects. You will not be affected in the sea. Feel it slowly. 5. Kyogre patted the sea and whispered, what she wanted most now was not to change shape, but to speak. Bai Yu guides Kyogre. Zone, human fruit, eudemons, natural spirit form. And zone, if people eat it, there are 3 forms. Human, animal, human and beast, and the third is the strongest. And Kyogre, who only needs to enter the elf form, can become an elf, just as Conus becomes an angel, and the natural elf is also a humanoid creature. Wow, Kyogre screamed again, and a green light bloomed on his body, then turned into a blue light, illuminating the sea. After the blue light dissipated, the cold air froze the sea in all directions, and a petite figure fell. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress in aqua blue, long ice blue hair, dark blue eyes and pointed ears. She looked only about 10 years old, 1.3 or 4.5 meters in length. She looked very sweet and cute, but she looked a little bit high and cold. Bai Yu was a little surprised. Isn't this a natural elf form? 9. Chill is no problem for Kyogre's water control, but apart from the fact that the ears are a bit like an elf, how come the body has become smaller, and where did the clothes come from? Master. Master, a sweet and coquettish voice sounded. Gaoka came to Bai Yu with her bare feet in the next instant, and hung up directly. Master, hug. Cough. Bai Yu's footsteps sank, and his heart was amazed. His small body contained extremely terrifying power, and it was a little heavy. The body of more than 5,000 meters is concentrated in the body of 1.3 or 4 meters. Bai Yu can stand it, but the girls can't. And Gaoka has yet to control the strength, but fortunately Bai Yu is strong enough, otherwise he will be knocked out. The scene is very embarrassing. Where did your clothes come from? Bai Yu asked while holding the little Kyogre. Kyogre rubbed against Bai Yu and said in a clear voice, racial talent, that fruit inspired my talent, so I transformed myself. The ears are pointed, because I am the elf of the sea, and the clothes are my companion armor, which can be changed at will. Seeking flowers 0. Advertisement Bai Yu Mingwu. Ability 2. Phagocytosis and growth, up to 18,000 kilometers, can freely change size and shape after adulthood. This is the genetically optimized Kyogre's special talent, and the elf fruit triggers the talent, allowing her to control it in advance. I didn't expect that there is a companion armor, it's really good. Bai Yu stroked Gaika's hair, and said softly. Then how about I give you a name? Yeah. Kyogre's eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Bai Yu thought for a while and said, Ace Day, this is your name, you will call me brother from now on. Brother, Ace Day smiled sweetly and spoke in a crisp voice. Bai Yu felt like her heart was melting, her sister was really cute. But first and foremost, Bai Yu needs to let Ace Day control her power, take her to the gravity space to adapt, and after taking control of her power, Bai Yu hears unexpected news. Brother, I not only accepted a lot of younger brothers, but also met a good friend. She sings so well, Ace Day said with some nostalgia. Singing? Woman? Yes, her name is Uda. Bai Yu had a weird expression. As Uda's ability to sing songs, singing well is a must. But, how did she make friends with Uda when she was more than 5,000 meters away? Brother, she is so lonely, I want to play with her for a few days. Ace Day looked at Bai Yu expectantly. Bai Yu carefully sensed Ace Day body and soul, made sure that he was not affected by the singing, and nodded. Okay, 99. Great, Ace Day is very happy. Bai Yu can also see that Ace Day has a very lively character, and because she is young and active, she really wants to go out to play. This is also her habit for the past 2 years, playing around the world. Then let's play with her for a few more days. Isn't she going to hold a concert? I will find you then. Bai Yu counted. It seemed that there was still a month left. Now I'll take you to meet the sisters, and you'll go play in 2 days. 55. Well, listen to my brother. 2 days later, newspapers spread everywhere. The world shook. Open black lens bracket Shichibukai Whitebeard 2, died at the hands of the traitor Gion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters under the 4 Emperors Kaido, was caught. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4 Emperors Blackbeard, Captain Badgers of number 1 ship is dead. Close black lens bracket. At the last 2 points, countless people were stunned. The accident of Shuangwang's subordinates seemed to be a prelude to the chaos of New World, and the undercurrent was surging. The major forces also officially confirmed the news of Dressrosa's event. Inside the Revolutionary Army headquarters, a long table was filled with elite cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and there was a lot of discussion. Commanders from all over come. Boom! Betty slapped the table and said fiercely, "What, he took Koala away? This abominable devil, don't let the old lady see him." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. If you encounter the devil, it is estimated that you will be robbed. Koala. The fishman Haku felt a little heartache. Sabo was shot by the bear, and he is still flying in the sky. He shot in the Demon King's territory. It is fortunate that he is fine. Sabo was attacked by badgers, and he was just passively fighting back. He was not wrong. Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, said in a low voice. Congratulations, you got it. The strongest Demon King in the new era doesn't even care about the world government, so he may really not care about them. I don't know which hero is not angry. Send the elf fruit, and he still wants to rob Koala. Did he put our Revolutionary Army in his eyes? Betty's voice got stuck, and it was only then that she remembered the horror of the devil, so it's better not to meet the devil. 9. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. People. Whitebeard 2 died, Badgers died, Jack was caught, Fujitora fled, only Sabo was lucky, but it was not a cause for joy. The crowd was silent. Chapter 183. Blackbeard forbears. Quinn is furious. It's so embarrassing to be admiral. The Demon King is scary. However, thinking of Koala falling into the claws, Betty was still worried. Leader, can you save Koala? It's okay to trade at a price, pirates are greedy. 39. What price? Drago asked calmly. Treasure, no. Fruit, no. Intelligence, no. Speaking of this, Betty suddenly discovered that the various resources of the Demon King's forces really have everything, and the Revolutionary Army can't come up with anything better. Secretly rescue Koala? If you fail, get revenge. If successful, great revenge. Thinking of this, Betty felt a little uncomfortable. Do you want to give up Koala? She will definitely be bullied by the devil? You're not thinking right, Drago said calmly. Everyone here has more or less misunderstood the Demon King. He is neither cold-blooded nor violent, and he is more kind to the female crew. Koala is definitely not bullied with him, she just changed her way of life. Few people wondered. Even if this is the case, can the leader be so sure of a pirate that Koala is safe? Don't worry. A cadre said solemnly. The matter has come to this point, we should give up unnecessary emotions to influence judgment. Koala being robbed may not be a bad thing. That's right, the Demon King's power is getting stronger and stronger, and it is a natural ally for us. Koala may become the link between the 493 forces. There is also a calm analysis of the cadres. With bonds, there may be opportunities for cooperation. After all, we all have common enemies, which is important. Koala joined the training at the age of 13, and her revolutionary belief is very strong. 35. Marine was robbed several times. Why didn't he respond? It's worth thinking about. There was a lot of discussion. Betty took a deep breath, lit a cigarette, and accidentally burned her hand, but she didn't care and smoked silently. The death of Badgers has heralded the impending chaos of a new world, and we must be prepared. Drago looked at Betty. Get ready and go back to East Blue. Huh? Yes, Chief. Betty nodded in confusion. She was originally from East Blue, and she was the commander of the Eastern Army, but she didn't go there recently. But when Betty agreed, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Meet the Demon King? For some reason, this possibility popped up in my heart, and Betty shook her head quickly. Impossible, he won't go to East Blue, there's no value to him there. New World. Beehive Island, Hachinosu. There's a huge skeleton-shaped building on the island, and the island is full of khaki houses, and the island is also known as the Pirate's Paradise. Beehive Island is also the birthplace of the pirate game, once the Rock's pirate gathering place. Blackbeard occupied here. And in the hall, Blackbeard, as well as the cadres and captains of the ships are here. Lafayette said solemnly. Captain, the news is confirmed again, there's nothing wrong. 35. Thief, ha ha ha, it turns out that Badgers is really dead. I thought the burning lifeguard was fake. Blackbeard Teach smiled coldly. Badgers is the helmsman and captain of the first ship on Lao Su, and one of the earliest crew members to follow Lao Su. I sent him to Dressrosa to trade fruit, and even if he did it there, Jack the Drow didn't kill him, so why did he kill Badgers? When the subordinates held their breaths, Blackbeard roared angrily. 2 years. I have worked hard for 2 years to collect 12 devil fruits for the Demon King and send them over, and what about him? Even if you keep a dog for 2 years, why should you feed a few bones? And he doesn't give anything, and even breaks a leg. You are so cruel. 99. Everyone looked at each other. Captain, to use a dog to describe, is your description a little inappropriate? This is too humble. Advertisement. After venting his anger, Blackbeard burst out laughing. Thief, ha ha ha, Demon King, you are powerful, so what you do is right, but no one wants to be a dog. Lafayette, let them trade on the island, I want to be free. Yes, Captain. Lafayette leaves. They, referring to CP0, cooperate in the transaction, provided that the space imprint Bai Yu left on Blackbeard is erased. After a while, a CP0's hand shone with light, covering Blackbeard under the gaze of Lafayette and the others, and closed his hand in 3 seconds. CP0 said flatly, I am a fruit remover who can remove any abnormal state. The space imprint on your body has been removed, and you can start cooperation. Are you sure it's cleared? Blackbeard was taken aback. CP0 said, do you feel that the Demon King left a space mark? 99? No, well, neither Purge. Blackbeard was silent. He always felt that something was wrong, but he really had no way to get rid of the mark. This was a life-saving straw. Believe it or not. Coincidentally, the 5 elders thought so too. The life-saving straw, you have to believe it if you don't believe it. Anyway, when the Demon King really teleports over to find you in person, you will be of no value. It is true that the removal of the fruit can indeed clear any abnormal state, but it is too difficult to clear the space imprint, and it is even more delusional to clear what Bai Yu has left. Sudden. Blackbeard's expression changed for a moment, and he sneered. Thief, ha ha ha, the death of a CP0 will not affect the cooperation with the world government, so, die, 99. Dark water. Blackbeard's sudden attack shocked CP0, and directly sucked him over, temporarily sealing the fruit's ability. Peeved. The 2 captains, one on the left and one on the right, respectively held a knife and penetrated CP0. Do not move. The other CP0 was directly surrounded by the captains of each number, making his face ugly. Covered by a black cloth and filled with black mist, Blackbeard took out the fruit of removal. Find an elite to come over and test the fruit of removal. I want to know all the abilities of this fruit. 35. He has to be sure, otherwise the space imprint is on his body, and he will not be able to sleep well. Another CP0 shouted angrily, Blackbeard, are you crazy? Thief, ha 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 ha, yes, you have to die too. Even if you die too, it will still not affect the cooperation. 5. Blackbeard laughed cruelly, besieged them together, and killed the CPO. After an hour, with the elites who removed the fruit, he thought. Theoretically, the space imprint can be removed. Theoretically. Blackbeard was uncertain. In addition to the cold sweat on the forehead of the elite, it can be cleared as long as he wakes up. 2 years. No, at most 1 year. I can also, and he must have awakened, and he must not dare to deceive the captain. Thief, ha ha ha, you really are a talent, wake up as soon as possible. Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief. He also felt that there was no need for the world government to deceive him, but he could rest assured that this ability was entrusted to his own people, lest one day he would be planted with a space imprint by the Demon King. It turns out, both Blackbeard and 5 elders underestimate each other's hearts, but for now, 5 elders is slightly better. Captain, revenge? Yes, we are the 4 emperors, and so is the Demon King. Why should we be afraid of him? 39. Team 0. Never heard of it. Thief, ha ha ha, Badgers is Lao Su's brother, he died so tragically, I'll talk about it later. Ghost Island. This idiot Jack, how many times has he told him not to fight in the Demon King's territory? Can he remember? Quinn cursed a few times, and had a headache. Advertisement, fortunately, he was only arrested, he still has some help, let's not tell the boss, so as not to disturb the boss's cultivation. Yes, I'm Quinn Cowardly. Jack was just caught, not killed. Quinn really didn't want to make things bigger, and it would be bad for everyone. A lot of people will die. Jin shook his head slightly. Don't try to hide Boss Kaido, and since it has already been published in the newspaper, it is useless to hide it. Get rid of Jack as soon as possible before Boss Kaido flies back. Send Foz Fu and trade Jack back with the treasure. 99. Thinking that Jack was arrested for destroying the building and detained because he didn't have enough money to pay compensation, Jin couldn't help asking, by the way, how much do they want? I'm going to be P*********** D at this. Thinking of the previous phone call, Quinn was furious. Doflamingo and Tetsolo, 2 bastards. Jack smashed some ground and a few houses, and even opened his mouth to ask for 50 billion. That's after deducting the value of the devil fruit that Jack brought. Quinn's spit was flying. They almost pulled Jack's ivory. How many ruined houses are tens of billions of dollars? Crazy thinking about money. 35 Ember was speechless. Jack Ivory is valuable? Are Dressrosa house prices that high, or is it a new industry? It was obvious that they were going to be slaughtered. But things that can be solved with money are nothing, as long as Jack is fine, Jin quickly figured out. Let Sasaki go too, lest there be an accident on the way, and leave immediately. Red Hair Pirates. Because Uda is going to hold a concert in a month, he is returning to New World, and the Red Hair is silent all the way. And Naval Headquarters. Office of the Marshal. Fujitora said calmly. No one was chasing them. After I flew to the warship, I rushed back. There were no accidents on the way. The generals nodded. Sengoku and Crane pondered. The Demon King is also in Dressrosa, why didn't he take action against Fujitora? Disdain. The Demon King just showed up to accept the allegiance of the giant soldiers pirates, and didn't show up again. Although Green Bull and Fujitora had very different understandings of justice, they could still chat with each other in a friendly manner. Fujitora said in a low voice. It seems that when the Mera Mera fruit was traded, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army was summoned, but he didn't show up, let alone ignore the old man. As an admiral, being so ignored by the Demon King makes this old man very uncomfortable. Green Bull snorted coldly. Rayleigh and Ryder ignored me at the time, not to mention the Demon King 0.9, who is a raccoon dog. Well, empathy. Fujitora sighed inwardly about this. Perusolino is right, when an undercover agent is undercover, it is important to have a normal mind. The above questioned me. 2 CP0s suddenly lost contact, do you know? Akainu turned over the document and asked. It was because of suspicion that he followed the 2 CP0s on Fujitora's submarine, but Akainu didn't point out that it was the suspicion above, and he couldn't tell. Fujitora secretly said, they are now probably feeding the corpses to the fish. Not sure. They underestimate the old man, and have long sensed that they are following. 35. When Fujitora said this, he was really angry. Marshal, does the above have any opinion on our marine? Looking at Fujitora again, Sengoku sighed. They're bosses after all, for justice, sometimes we have to swallow all kinds of grievances and learn to compromise. Fujitora didn't say any more. After joining the Demon King, he fully understood that marine was a tool in the hands of the world government and would be replaced and discarded when necessary. Shut up, 99, I understand. So, place a bet on the Demon King. Sengoku's face darkened. Is a fool only an admiral? He stuffed the senbei into Garp's mouth. Stop talking nonsense, eat yours. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Garp buckled his nose and said, that's why I say fools are adults. Even Marine Admiral wants to be suspicious. He even sent people to follow up to investigate, which has touched the bottom line of this old man. Chapter 184. Zephyr. Bloody Kizaru applies for battle, squad leader versus Kuzan. New World, Grand Island. There are quite a few people standing in uniform here. The clothing logo is an upside-down marine pattern and a skull representing a pirate was pierced by a sword. Neo Marine. In front of the army, stood a sturdy man with purple hair, sunglasses, and a crusher on his right arm. Former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. At the age of 14, he entered Marine school at the same time as 18-year-old Garp, 19-year-old Sengoku, and 17-year-old Suru. 18 years old, first combat. At the age of 28, he was officially promoted to Marine Corps and acquired Marine 6 styles. 34 years old, armament hockey strong, won the title of Black Arm Zephyr. 38 years old, promoted to Marine Admiral, married in the same year, happy family. Also, don't kill Admiral, because Zephyr has never killed a pirate, just captured it and put him in jail. At the age of 39, a son was born. At the age of 42, his wife and children were killed by thieves, and he began to hate pirates. He resigned to retain the rank of Admiral and turned into a military academy instructor. Inaugural students, 23-year-old Sakazuki, 26-year-old Blusolino. At 44 and 19, Kuzan became the third class of students taught by Zephyr. At the age of 65, the training ship was attacked by pirates. Except for Ain and Bins, all of them were killed, and Zephyr's right arm was severely injured. At the age of 70, his right arm was transformed into a mechanical crushing arm equipped with seastone, and he formed a pirate guerrilla team to hunt pirates. 2 years ago, 1 year ahead of the original trajectory. The 72-year-old Zephyr, when he learned that the pirate who cut off his arm and killed the students became Shichibukai, had strong doubts and distrust of Marine, and resolutely quit. A hero who does not kill Admiral, a Marine hero who has raised many Vice Admiral and Admiral, so 11 is not respected. Thinking of this, when Zephyr quit Marine, many Marines were outraged and chose to follow Zephyr. As a result, Zephyr led people to set up an organization for the purpose of annihilating all pirates in the world, Neo Marine. This year, 74 years old. So, the Demon King saved you? Zephyr asked in a deep voice. Shuzo said ashamed. Caribou marsh fruit, breeds pet fruit, if it continues to fight, the soldiers must lose a lot. The devil seems to be looking for the deep-sea devil whale. He happened to pass by and killed them in seconds, but for some reason he let me go. Zephyr couldn't help frowning. Does the Demon King want to subdue the demon whale to increase his power? Thinking of Whitebeard Eye's death again, Zephyr shook his head and looked aside and asked, how long will Ain be back? About a day. Carrying a long knife, wearing a headscarf and wearing a garish, Bins opened his mouth. After speaking, Bins's expression was a little strange. Ain came to the news earlier that she passed Kizaru's boat a few miles ago, and the other party did not find her. He didn't find out. Impossible, Shuzo said subconsciously. Are you lazy to paddle? Zephyr couldn't help frowning. What happened to Pulsolino? Now that the situation around the world is tense, he is still so lazy, it's outrageous. Although they are enemies at present, Kizaru's laziness still makes Zephyr angry. Kizaru is the most undistinguished student he has ever brought. Leave him alone. If he continues to be lazy, just wait and regret it. Zephyr looked at the distant sea and said solemnly, continue our plan, 95. The crowd held their breaths. Plan. Destroy New World to kill all pirates in New World. Currently, 1/3 complete. The other side. There is a desert island hundreds of miles away from where Zephyr is, and an Admiral-class warship is docked on the coast. Ah, it's only been 2 years since I haven't seen you. How do you feel that you have suddenly become handsome, but you are still a lot worse than this old man? Kizaru lay lazily on the chair, looked forward, and said lazily, I must praise you. You are so wise to quit Marine. I have almost exhausted your brother and me for the past 2 years. Marines. Mr. Admiral, is it true that you say that? The Marshal will be angry. Advertisement, Alara. Long time no see, brother, you are getting more and more joking. Kuzan was riding a bicycle on the sea, where the sea was freezing, black pants, long boots, a green coat, a brown backpack and round sunglasses, very casual wear. Kizaru beckoned. Meeting is fate, come up for a cup of tea? No, I'm in a hurry. Kuzan glanced at Marine's complicated eyes, shook his head slightly and refused. Kizaru's presence here, probably because of that incident, made Kuzan a little anxious, and he wanted to stop it before it completely happened. Go to the teacher? Kizaru pointed it out directly, saw Kuzan's complexion changing slightly, and continued to shrug. You were busy with yourself, don't worry about me, if you can really persuade the teacher, maybe. No, you have no chance. Laser. Icicles. 35 Kizaru and Kuzan shot at the same time, one with a laser on their fingertips, and one with a raised hand, and 5 icicles were thrown out. Attack, above, because the two of them noticed the abnormality in the sky at the same time. God's punishment. A thunder exploded, illuminating the sky and hitting straight down, colliding with the laser. Tempest kick. A sharp slashing wave swooped in and hit 5 icicles. Boom. Kacha, lightning, lasers, slashing waves, and icicles exploded in midair like fireworks, and the airwaves blew a lot of marines. When Kizaru and the others looked up and stared, they found a ship that was only a few dozen meters long with a faint golden luster, whirling in the sky, and there were many people on the bow. Hawkeye, Bullet. When Kuzan saw the two of them, his heart sank slightly, and when he saw Enel, Crocodile, Lucci, Cracker, Moria and other captains, vice-captains, and officers, he was immediately dignified. This lineup. The king is coming. Kizaru's expression suddenly became extremely exaggerated. Oh, red hair pirates is nothing more than that, one by one, you are so scary. Lucci and the others twitched their eyelids. This guy is very unreliable no matter how you look at it. The captain asked him to be an undercover agent. He must have. He has his own considerations. Yeah, ha ha ha. The seniors of the Zero Team rest first, and let this god come to meet the highest combat power of the world government. With a flash of lightning, Enel came directly above Kizaru, hooked his hands and said, I heard that you are very fast, and if you don't want them to die, then fight with this god in the sky. Ah, the legendary Thunderfruit, you are so scary. Kizaru's expression was exaggerated, and he raised his hands directly. Is it okay to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Dignified Admiral raised his hand to admit his counsel. Enel felt that he was being teased, and his body flashed with lightning. 100 million volts. Thunderbeast. The Thunderwolf condensed into a wolf-shaped giant Thunderwolf and charged towards Kizaru at high speed. This little Thor really doesn't have a sense of humor. Kizaru secretly complained, kicking the Thunderbeast. Speed is power, so, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Before he finished speaking, Kizaru disappeared in place, came to the top of Enel, his legs were photonized, and he kicked fiercely. Light speed kick. Thunderfist. 39 to Kizaru's slight surprise, Enel responded quickly and fought back with an extremely valiant armed fist. Boom. The sky exploded with lightning, and Enel smashed a small part of the photons with one punch, but was kicked by more photons. Whoosh. Poof. 9 under the gaze of everyone, the thunder light slid through the air and fell into the sea in a blink of an eye. Kizaru's expression was even more exaggerated. Ah, it's really scary for this Thor to be kicked at the speed of light. This idiot, Crocodile, who had seized the opportunity, sneered when he saw this scene, and then looked at Kizaru. Guhahaha, Admiral Kizaru, your next opponent is Lao Su, 39. Wheel battle. Advertisement. Kizaru's face darkened slightly. What's going on with these little brothers? Instead of attacking Kuzan, they attacked him as a serious and responsible undercover agent. My own. Kizaru winked at Crocodile. Crocodile ignored it directly, and the sand Uzumaki condensed in his hand. Salon. 35. The sand and dust Uzumaki spun at a high speed and rushed straight down, and rapidly became larger, turning into a 100-meter sandstorm in an instant. Hey! A flying slash appeared, shot by a mustache man with multiple scars on his face, Marine Vice Admiral Doberman. Boom. The sandstorm split apart, and Doberman slashed again with a few knives. You deserve to fight me too? Crocodile roared angrily. Doberman said nonchalantly, you deserve to fight Kizaru Admiral too? Seeing this scene, Kizaru complimented and shouted, Doberman, you leave with the soldiers, Huashan, Stallo Berry, you stay and take them down with me, for justice. For justice. Doberman looked solemn, ignored Crocodile decisively, and directed the soldiers to leave the battlefield by boat. Kizaru landed on the deserted island, looked at Hawkeye and the others and said solemnly, if the old man is here, don't try to intercept it, I am Admiral Kizaru, let's go up together, 35. Oh my god. Kuzan was full of surprise. Kizaru has become so bloody and energetic, is it the influence of a Kainu? Then he is indeed more suitable to be a marshal, even Kizaru can change. Whoosh. 35 At this time, a fierce wind blade struck, Kuzan tilted his head to dodge, and looked up to see Lucci flying in the sky. Tempest kick storm. Lucci entered the strongest human and beast form of the Phantom Beast Itachi, and kicked it out into a grand storm. Do you control the power of the wind, like that guy? Kuzan's mind crossed the figure of a man without eyebrows, and the cold air from his hand shot out. Ice cube storm Pheasant Mouth. A huge ice bird with a strong impact force, the atmosphere froze wherever it went, and rushed directly into the storm. Icebergs burst, storms diverted. Kuzan glanced at the departing warship, not suitable for freezing the sea, abandoned his bicycle and landed on a desert island. Desert Sword. Crocodile jumped off the ark, turned his arm into a sand blade in midair and released a gigantic slash. Rolling and pretzel knife. Bone Fruit Cracker pulls out the hand bone with his left hand and chops off a spiral slash. Volume 10 Finger Stab. Cracker raised his right hand, and the bones of his 10 fingers were wrapped like bullets, and he also rushed towards Kuzan. Shadow Gun. Moria also shot out, and Kuzan's attention was that Moria's shadow spear had an armed color on it. Shadow wraps around the armed color, what an amazing skill. Being surrounded by everyone, Kuzan didn't panic. Kuzan chose to dodge and let the attacks from all sides gather and explode, turning his body in one direction and rushing towards Cracker. Frozen Time Capsule. Kuzan released a shockwave of cold air from his hand. Hard Bone Wall. Cracker directly pulled out his spine, and the moment he threw it on the ground, his spine swelled rapidly, directly forming a huge white bone wall of hundreds of meters to resist the cold air. Scatter the Bats. 9. Arc Moon Dunes. 99. The Wind is Dead. Moria's Shadow, Crocodile's Sand Slash, Luigi's Storm, the three attacked again. Kizaru's expression exaggerated. Team Zero hasn't shot yet, these captains are really scary, brother Kuzan, I really can't help you this time. Sorry, I'm undercover. Chapter 185, Pulsolino, Shameless Old Thief. Kuzan was defeated and arrested. Ice Age. Kuzan broke out the cold air decisively, using itself as the source, releasing the cold air in all directions, erupting like a torrent. In an instant, the entire deserted island was frozen, except that Lu Chi blocked the cold with the wind barrier, and the other three were frozen. Ice Cube 2 Spears. Without any stagnation, Kuzan fired 2 long, narrow ice spears at Cracker and Moria respectively. Tempest Kick Line. Straw Knife, Giant Lead Projection. The Tempest Kick of Kaku in the form of the ancient species of horned deer, Hawken's Grass Knife, Yorogue holding a huge pencil and projecting, and the other 2 vice captains also shot. The ice spear shatters. Crocodile and others broke the ice, and the 4 captains and 5 vice captains attacked Kuzan in unison. Brush 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 brush. Hua Xiaoshan was smoking a cigar, with a smile on his face, staring straight ahead. After seeing Bluno, Jabra, Quotuo, and Fukuru, Hua Xiaoshan said, "The original CP9, are you my opponents? Come on." The 4 division officers, none of you seem to be weak. Stallo Berry, a bearded man, said expressionlessly as he looked at the officers surrounding him. Everyone is surrounded by so many people, especially Kuzan. Kizaru fell to the ground and looked at Hawkeye who jumped from the Arc Motto and fell on the ice. Can you not fight? No, 99 Hawkeye said coldly. Now he just wants to find a top-level powerhouse who has never fought against each other very much, and Admiral Kizaru is very suitable to verify the strength of the 2 years of asceticism. Crackling. At this time, the sea not far away broke open, a flash of lightning flashed, and Enel jumped out of the sea and landed on the ice. Under the command of the Demon King, there is no fear of seawater. Ah, as a Thunder Fruit person, you jumped out of the sea, you are really scary. Kizaru tried to divert his attention with an exaggerated expression, but was greeted with a fierce warm-up slash from Hawkeye. Enel's face darkened. No matter what the reason is, being kicked into the sea by Kizaru, replaced by a few months ago, is called a spike. Because a few months ago, Bai Yu hadn't erased the side effects of his ability, except for a very few, those with ability would be defeated if they fell into the sea. You don't have to shoot. On the Arc Proverbs, Bullet folded his arms and said, "There are enough people here, come back and sail to Zephyr, Cracker, and you will also lead the team to follow." 5. Cracker withdrew from the siege. Enel glanced at Perusolino again, turned his head and shouted, "Yorogue, retreat with this god." "Yes, Captain." Yorogue and the officers evacuated. Arc Proverbs leaves soon. It's troublesome. Kuzan sank as he recalled Bullet's words. The target is not just him and Kizaru, but also Mr. Zephyr, what should I do? Perusolino, is there any support from Marine's side? Kuzan pushed the crowd back with all his strength and shouted as he pulled away. This is Marine's secret, I can't tell you this, Kizaru said, dodging an eagle-eyed slash. Kuzan's face was slightly black, and it was time to think about this. Seeing this, Lu Chi shouted loudly, "Bluno, you and Kwangu go after Doberman and the others, don't let him have a chance to perceive what's going on here." Good backquote. Bluno opened the door, took the snuggle away, closed the door and disappeared. Kuzan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much, and was besieged by Lu Chi and the others again. After a few minutes, Kuzan was embarrassed. Kizaru said helplessly, "Are you too cruel? You almost hacked me to death a few times just now." "Stop talking, I'm warming up." Hawkeye ignored Kizaru's joke. Kuzan shouted again, "Perusolino, the teacher's purpose is likely to anger the Demon King. Do you want the teacher to die at the hands of the pirates?" And Kizaru spoke up. Stunned Kuzan, "Brother, I suggest that you surrender directly and join us, so that you can go to the teacher with us." "What did you say?" 35 Kuzan opened his mouth in shock, and in a trance in his heart, Lu Chi and the others seized the opportunity to attack him, and directly blasted Kuzan into the air. Peefed. A knife slashed through Kizaru's abdomen, splashing a flower of blood, which made Kizaru's heart start to quickly pull away. Advertisement, are you serious? 35 Kizaru touched the wound and looked at Hawkeye, who raised the knife again in astonishment. Hawkeye said coldly, "In this battle, I just want to cripple you, or be crippled by you, otherwise, it will never stop." Think back to the past 2 years, challenging Bai Yu often. Every 2 months, even people with knives have to be maimed by Bai Yu. While Hawkeye feels very happy, he is also a little weak. Every time he lost too fast, Hawkeye couldn't judge how much he had improved, and Rayleigh ran away when he saw him. Carter had just grown up, and Ryder and Bullet had only just joined, and Hawkeye had not yet tried his best. "Come and fight!" Hawkeye shouted loudly, his fighting spirit soared, causing Kizaru to feel a headache. Paluzolino, 35 Kuzan turned over very quickly to dodge the attack and charged towards Kizaru. Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Mission, it's pointless to fight with me. How about this old man let you cut twice? The mission is the most important." Hawkeye's action was stagnant for a while. Kizaru said something reasonable, and said coolly, "My fault, take Kuzan together." Not only admitting mistakes, but also joining forces with me. Kizaru sighed that the change was not small. "Everyone goes together, the task is the first, we will fight after taking him down." Kizaru is helpless, meaning that we have to fight a bloody battle today, right? Fine. If he didn't get hurt, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Akainu when he went back. Kizaru turned his head and shouted, "Fire Mountain, Stallo Berry, come and lay siege to Kuzan together." Lucci and others were surprised. Are these two vice admirals also undercover, and why don't they know? Before Kizaru deliberately left these two vice admirals, he thought it was Kizaru who wanted to eliminate the dissidents and kill these two. "You didn't expect it?" Kizaru grinned. "Stallo Berry has always been my subordinate, I've been with me when I was vice admiral, and Huo Shaoshan, is his own anyway." 5. Sand Crocodile and others were speechless. Everyone did not expect that Kizaru even developed two vice admiral level downlines, and they were impressed for a while. This salted fish turned over. "Paluzolino," Kuzan said coldly, "as Marine Admiral, but being a pirate undercover, is this your justice? Incredible. Incomprehensible. If Kizaru quits Marine, Kuzan doesn't feel anything after joining any forces, even if he himself wants to change the status quo. But now it's Admiral, what about your work ethic?" Kuzan shouted angrily. "You are still down the line, why don't you want to fight to be the Marine Marshal, and then develop the Marine headquarters into a small branch of the Demon King? The Demon King will definitely reward you." "Ah, good suggestion. 6635 Shameless Thief?" Kuzan's face darkened. Extremely cut. Hawkeye drew his sword and slashed, and a fierce slashing wave rushed towards Kuzan. Shadow Box. Heavyweight Saran, Tempest Kick Storm, 35. In an instant, Moria, Crocodile, Lucci and others all attacked. With intensive attacks from all directions, Kuzan had no chance to counterattack at all, so he could only choose to resist hard and find a chance to break through. "Kuzan, I'm sorry, brother, I just want to find a stable place for you to live, no longer confuse." After Kizaru was phonized and flew into the air, it fired countless dazzling light bullets. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Boom. Attacks from all sides converged, and a terrifying mushroom cloud exploded in Kuzan's place, and the entire desert island was cracked. Kizaru reminded, "Don't let Kuzan close to the sea, or he may jump into the sea to escape, and it will be difficult to chase." 99. Jump into the sea to escape. Many people were stunned. How can frozen fruit still be like this? Advertisement, Paluzolino. 55 Kuzan's anger resounded in the dust of the ruins. He didn't expect that Kizaru would sell him so thoroughly. As for the big brother, you are the top 6th. Kill. The crowd did not stop, until Rear Admiral Kuzan is disabled and unable to resist, beating as king. Boom. A few seconds later, the attacks from all sides exploded again, blasting Kuzan out. Light kick. When Kuzan flew upside down, Kizaru came over with a calm expression, took a photon kick, and kicked Kuzan directly. Boom. Kuzan took the initiative to elementalize, but was kicked and exploded into ice cubes scattered all over the place. Armed out. The next moment, Crocodile, Rob Lucci, Moria and others formed a circle around where the ice cubes were, and raised their hands to explode their armed colors. Extroverting is a high-level skill. If you can't learn it after practicing in the gravity space for 2 years, it really has no training value. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Kizaru flies to the sky to zoom in. Boom. 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 The ice cubes in various places were constantly hit by a full range of external armed colors and light bombs, and the ice cubes were blown into pieces. 10 full minutes. Kuzan didn't have a chance to recondense his body, and everyone put their hands together to gather energy. Crack clap. With no other choice, Kuzan started to gather his body. Ice Age, 99 just halfway through, Kuzan burst into cold air, and Hawkeye, who had already finished charging up, delivered the strongest blow. Cut. 55 between the lightning and flint, the cold air burst, and Eagle Eye passed Kuzan. Kuzan felt a sharp pain, and his thoughts stopped for a moment. All kinds of big tricks come. Boom. This time the explosion was a bit more bloody than before, and a bloody fog could be clearly seen, but everyone did not stop and continued to attack. I do not know how long it has been. Kuzan has been in a storm of various blows, the sound is fading. Peefed. Manuo Zhao, Kuzan's tall and thin body fell to the ground, covered in blood, his clothes were torn, his body was mutilated in many places, and he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Crack. Luo Lucci held the high-purity seastone handcuffs and leaned against Kuzan's left hand that was left intact, and that was the end. Even so, with only one eye left, Kuzan still tried his best to stare at Kizaru, his voice hoarse and weak. Paluzolino. I am here. Kizaru walked over to Kuzan and sighed, you are very strong, You have to be disabled to be at ease, so you have to understand. Hearing this, Kuzan couldn't hold back, %#@*. Ah, how did you learn to scold people? You still scold so badly? 99 Well cursed, shameless thief, Crocodile et al. Were speechless. He also said that you need to understand the crippling. If they were Kuzan, they would definitely scold Paluzolino from the inside out, from the top to the bottom, from the 18th generation of the ancestors 100 times. Kizaru coughed lightly. My fault, get a good night's sleep, and when you figure it out, the injury is a small problem. Kizaru had just knocked out Kuzan when he saw Hawkeye walking towards him. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Searching, Kizaru's eyes twitched. You take Kuzan back, 35. Saying that, Hawkeye drew his black knife and stared at Kizaru. The mission goal is completed, let's fight, Pulsolino, 35. But that's fine. You don't need to go to the teacher for the battle with Hawkeye, otherwise it's not good to do anything. Now, there's a reasonable reason to take a leave of absence to recuperate. Marshall, listen to my explanation. Boom. Chapter 186. Buggy awakens, splitting the world? Raftel permanent pointer. Kuzan was defeated. Another team goes after Zephyr. And on a small island 100 miles away from the deserted island where Kuzan was defeated. The two groups confronted. All pirates. Fuhihi, it's an honor to meet Shichibukai on a treasure hunt. The afro-haired man laughed and opened his mouth, wearing a coat and a cigar. Buena Festa, captain of the Celebration Pirates. He is very good at holding various conferences and celebrations, and is also keen on treasure hunting. He is currently looking for a partner to plan a grand expo. It's you? You should have died in the Sea King's accident many years ago, but it doesn't matter, give me the treasure. The person in the lead on the opposite side wore a red and white clown hat, long blue hair fell down, and used his ability to support a huge red cloak that made him look several meters tall. Gives a lot of pressure. 1002 ways, Buggy. Current status. Demon King's subordinate, Shichibukai, captain of the Buggy Pirates, and boss of the Buggy Express Company. Original track. Halding and other 5 giants are under the command of Buggy. And a few months later, Sand Crocodile and Hawkeye formed the Cross Guild because Marine misunderstood Buggy as the guild leader and became one of the new 4 emperors. So, Bai Yu deliberately released Buggy and Mr. 3 Inches, just to see if Buggy's amazing lucky color hockey can continue to perform miracles. It turns out, Buggy is synonymous with miracles, and within 2 months of going out, he turned into Shichibukai from nothing. On Marine's side, he didn't realize that Buggy had stayed at Impel Down, so he didn't suspect that it was Bai Yu. It is almost 2 months now that it has become Shichibukai, and Buggy Express is in full swing. Its signature, green pepper. Yes, it is pirate green pepper. Eagle Eye and Sand Crocodile can't stop Buggy's lucky color hockey, little green pepper, not worth mentioning. Bai Yu sighed inwardly when he knew that the green pepper was added. Hearing the request for treasure, Festa squinted. What if I don't give it? 497. Oh, you are dead, Fuhihi, don't think you're Shichibukai, I'm afraid of you, but you're just a clown with a red nose. What did you say? Hearing the words, red nose, Buggy suddenly became furious. Green pepper, cut him into 8 pieces, everyone will be served, and everyone else will be killed. Yes, Captain. Green pepper kills Festa. From the land of Oriental flowers, the leader of the Green Pepper family, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, and a bounty of 500 million 30 years ago. The green pepper of the cone. A lot of treasure is hidden in the treasure jade iceberg that only his head cone can break, but 30 years ago, the head cone was dented by Garp's punch, and the dream was broken. And a month ago, Buggy came to Bai Yu Ice Mountain to hunt for treasure, and during the battle with Green Pepper, his ability was awakened unexpectedly. So far, Green Pepper shed tears of allegiance, and brought the 8 Treasures army, offering a lot of treasure. Buggy accepted it with tears, and bluntly said that the Green Pepper will be his brother in the future. Anything that happens to Buggy is not outrageous, and now Buggy is very angry. 8 pieces are not enough, he must be smashed into 10,000 pieces. Wait, I have something to say, and when I finish speaking, I promise you won't dare to touch me, Festa said suddenly. What? Buggy froze for a moment, then sneered. Haha, I've never heard such a last word when I grew up. You managed to arouse my interest, so I stopped and let him say it. Green Pepper and others stopped together, but they still surrounded Festa and others. Festa said solemnly, I found the treasure left by Roger. Click click. The next moment, under the horror of Festa, the earth cracked instantly. Not just the earth. Advertisement trees, boulders, the atmosphere, and even the sea not far away, all showed a crack, cracking wherever his eyes went, making Festa terrified. Bebodge, it's the ability of the captain. Oh, I see, finally I see the ability of the captain again. Awaken, the world torn apart, long live the Lord Buggy. What? A world torn apart? Festa's eyes almost popped out, isn't this an exaggeration? Whoosh! One of Buggy's hands split apart, flew over very quickly to grab Festa's neck, and said coldly. Listen, if you're lying to me, I'll let you know what life is better than death. After practicing in gravity space for nearly 2 years, when Buggy was first released, Rayleigh's evaluation, no weaker than the elite Vice Admiral. After the awakening of the fruit of the battle with Green Pepper a month ago, Buggy's combat power was soaring again, and he hadn't made a full shot yet. Festa's voice squeezed out of his teeth. Only I know where Roger's treasure is, you'd better kill me. Threaten him. Buggy's face was ashen. The next moment, Buggy let go of Festa and laughed loudly. What are you talking about? How could I kill you? I was just joking with you. Look at you. You really have no sense of humor at all. Foo hee hee. It's me being too stupid. It's my fault. Festa didn't mess with Buggy anymore. He investigated Buggy. It is not clear what the devil's subordinates are, but Buggy has been very active in recent months, and it has been revealed that he is an intern of the Roger Pirates. According to gossip, he has a good relationship with Red Hair. Just these 2 points. Festa thinks Buggy is a good partner. Although the best partner in his heart is Rayleigh, Bullet, the 3 original Roger crew members of the Red Hair, especially Bullet, the fighting maniac. But these 3 are not good, Buggy said bluntly. What's the Captain Roger treasure you found? That. Festa glanced at Green Pepper, Mr. 3 and the others, and the words stopped. Buggy's face froze. They're all my brothers. You don't trust them, just don't trust me. Do you want to die? Captain. Mr. 3 and others had tears in their eyes. Festa spit out a sentence. It's the Raftel permanent pointer. What? Green Pepper and the others were shocked. Isn't Raftel the place where the great secret treasure is located? The island that countless new generation pirates have been searching for more than 20 years, and the pointer? Impossible. Buggy exclaimed subconsciously. Qingdao also glared at the past. You really are a B****ch. You have to play with the captain when you are about to die, and die for me. I have proof. Festa took out a photo. The Green Pepper froze for a moment, and Buggy looked at it. There is one thing on the photo. A permanent pointer with a special stamp. Boom. The moment he saw the mark on the pointer, it was as if a thunder burst in Buggy's mind, and his memory quickly retraced. More than 20 years ago. The day before the Roger Pirates were about to arrive at Enlargement Island, Buggy fell seriously ill and stayed on the ship, while Shanks stayed to take care of them, so the 2 of them did not land on the Enlargement Island. When Roger and the others came back, Buggy heard Roger talking to the crew. You secretly made a permanent pointer to record Raftel. What are you trying to do? Future pirates shouldn't rely on permanent pointers to get here, that would lose all meaning. As Buggy saw with his own eyes, Roger turned and threw the permanent pointer into the sea, which was a pity for Buggy. Wrong. Thinking of the pointer falling into the sea, Buggy asks, where did you get it? Didn't you wonder before that I should have died in the Sea King's accident? Yes, I survived. Festa was terrified, but excited. I found this permanent pointer in the belly of Sea Kings, 99. Buggy. Crystal so, the permanent pointer that Captain Roger threw into the sea was swallowed by the Sea Kings, then Festa, and ended up in his hands? Advertisement outrageous. Crew secretly crafting plus Roger thrown into the sea plus Sea Kings swallowing plus swallowing Festa again, what a heaven-defying luck. Noticing the slight change in Buggy's expression, Festa was vigilant. Until the official cooperation is confirmed, no, before the conference opens, I will not take it out. What meeting? Buggy suppressed greed road. Festa raised his hands excitedly and said, of course it's using the Raftel permanent pointer as a gimmick, and then letting you, a member of the Roger Pirates, prove it, in order to attract the attention of the world. Afterwards, I will hold a pirate expo that will shock the world, 99. He won't be sick, will he? Buggy looked at Festa silently. What can't you do with a pointer? You have to hold some kind of pirate expo. It also attracts the attention of the whole world. You are attracting all the pirates to kill you. What about the purpose? For what purpose? Is there any benefit for me to hold this conference? The permanent pointer is given to you. Good, 35. Buggy nodded in satisfaction. In my heart, I added Festa to the must-kill list. If I don't take it out now, I don't have to take it out at the beginning of the conference. I feel very passive. Would you like to inform the captain? No, why bother the captain with such a trivial matter? I should inform Senior Ryder and let him read this guy's memory and find the permanent pointer. Buggy thought silently. He didn't have the heart to hold a world expo with this guy and wasting time. And Festa must have other purposes, probably to his own detriment. Captain, there's Marine, Green Pepper reminded, and Buggy looked over. Not far off the sea, warships passed by quickly, that is, the flag was very special. Mr. 3 said in surprise. That's not Marine, it's the Neo Marine flag. Neo Marine? Buggy took out his binoculars and looked carefully at the warship. First look. The army was standing on the deck in a neat and uniform manner, very imposing. Second look. See a beautiful woman. Pirates, HMPH. The beauty snorted coldly and found the pirate ship not far from the coast. A beautiful woman with smooth navy blue wavy long hair, wearing a purple vest and black shorts, stepping on high heels and wearing a blue cape. She is very stylish. What kind of pirates are they? The beauty asked. The soldier checked the flag and recalled, it's the Buggy pirates. Shichibukai. Thinking that Buggy is Shichibukai, the sea blue-haired beauty's expression is a bit colder. It was because the world government invited some damn scum to join Shichibukai that the teacher who had worked for Marine for nearly 60 years forced Marine out. But he's dead. Recalling the newspaper report that Whitebeard 2 died at the hands of Guion under the Demon King's command, she murmured, Sister Guion, thank you for avenging your teacher. Guion replied, and Hina added, she is Hina's junior, who joined the military academy 2 years later than Hina. She was one of the 2 remaining students when she encountered a pirate on a trainee ship 9 years ago. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. High in the air. And this moment. The spacecraft was invisible and whirling high in the sky, and there was some knowledge that blocked it and no one found it. Kaya asked curiously, Sister Gion, Sister Hina, do you all know her? Ain? Ignore them, speed up, and get to the teacher as soon as possible. She is Ain. 99 Bai Yu, who is basking in the sun, is interested, and there is a very special beauty in his memory. This is another chance encounter by fate. Chapter 187. Ain. What if I encounter the Demon King? Captain, I'm Xiaoji. Neo Marine Beauties? Festa had no interest in hearing this, and chose to change the topic. When will our cooperation? Say more later. Buggy interrupted Festa's words, raised his hand and said, Little ones, sail the ship and surround that warship, don't let her run away. 95. Oh. The little brothers cheered. Green Pepper was surprised. Why is the captain suddenly interested in women? Mr. 3 shook his head. No, the captain is only interested in finding treasure, but this beauty is very important. 35. Why? Senior Green Pepper, you will know later, this is the captain, privacy. 99. Hearing Mr. 3's words, Green Pepper nodded and didn't ask any further questions, but his intuition told him, this privacy is amazing. After a while, Lord Ain, their pirate ship is very fast and will catch up immediately. Yes, the soldier reported loudly. Court death. Ain's sea blue wavy long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. Send them a ride and fire the cannon. Bang bang bang. The artillery fire of the warships roared. 8 punches. Candle wall. Qingjiao punched out a shockwave in a diffuse shape, shattering all the shells in the air, and Mr. 3 blocked the aftermath. Seeing this scene, Buggy played with a small knife and said, this woman has a high probability of being a fruit person. 5. Remember my words, just trap her to prevent her from escaping. No one can touch her, let alone hurt her, do you understand? 35. What? Many younger brothers were taken aback, just to prevent escape. Green Pepper said. The old man used conquerors to intimidate her, for a moment or even a few seconds. Dinuo used candles to stick the warship, and she couldn't escape at sea. Okay, try it first. Mr. 3 Dino nodded. Festa couldn't help asking. What are you going to do? Is her devil fruit ability important? I don't know what she's capable of, and you're talking too much nonsense. Buggy continued to ponder. It has been almost 4 months since he was released. He became Shichibukai, formed Buggy Express, and also conquered the 8 Treasures army. It seems good, but Buggy believes that the captain must have given him high hopes for letting him out. Then this power is not enough to see, and there is no fault. I will at least form a force that is no weaker than the sum of the 3 divisions. When the time comes, I will let the bastards such as Enel, Sand Crocodile, and Lucci take a good look. Uncle Buggy is better than you. Buggy clenched his fists. Gravity space practice for nearly 2 years, at least half of the time was beaten by many people, euphemistically called strengthening strength. He is very vengeful. They're all captains. Wait, I'm going to fight 10 Buggy. The appearance of the squad leaders flashed across his mind, as if seeing the scene where they knelt on the ground and shouted for Uncle Buggy to beg for forgiveness. Buggy was a little excited. No, it's not enough. No matter how strong a force was formed, the captain could not slash it with one blow, and Buggy immediately set his sights on Ain. No need to catch, just trap her and prevent her from accidentally escaping. I'll drop Bree's lens again, contact Bree to open the Mirror World channel, and let Smoji of the 9th Division lead someone to capture her and send her to the City of the Sky. Perfect. Buggy secretly praised his plan. What kind of big power should be formed so that the captain can take a look at most, and sending Ain over, maybe the captain will be happy. The captain is happy, that is a great achievement. Great deeds are rewarded, let those captain's bastards be envious and jealous. Accelerate. Advertisement Buggy yelled. The ships of the 2 sides, at this moment only 100 meters away, will soon collide. High altitude. On a stealth ship. Overlooking the pirate group, Nami said uncertainly. That's the clown Buggy. Why is he here? She was very impressed with Buggy, because that red nose is so rare. Stussy glanced at it and chuckled. Bai Yu, it seems that Buggy wants to take this beauty and send it over. He might think you'll be happy like this, but in fact, he thinks too much, you don't need someone else to send it. Vivi laughed. Yeah, brother Bai Yu likes to grab it by himself. Right. Bai Yu nodded. Hearing the words of brother, Bai Yu thought of a Seeds who had just teleported away to find Uda to play with an hour ago. Bai Yu is not worried about the safety of Ace Day, Conqueror's Hockey plus teleportation plus recovery plus water control plus natural spirit plus top physique plus many Sea King's younger brothers. Even if Ace Day encounters the red-haired plus Kaido 2 big pirates to fight, it will still not hurt one bit. That guy. Bai Yu pointed at Athena to scan Festa on the broadcast screen. Shirahoshi, put on your battlesuits and take him down as a workout. Several weak women who joined in the last month can go to practice their hands. Aha. Shirahoshi nodded happily, and went back to the room with Rebecca's children to change into battle uniforms. Hancock asked curiously, husband, is that guy worth anything? 5. He had a permanent collection of Raftel's pointers and accidentally found. Robin's eyes lit up. Are we going to Raftel soon? No, it's fine. Robin shook his head suddenly again. Although Bai Yu said that everything in the 100-year blank is recorded in Raftel, everyone can collect the text of the road signs when they go to sea again. Yes, we don't want that pointer, but neither can anyone else. I'll return soon. Bai Yu said and got up, on the warship. Looking at the pirate ship that was already dozens of meters apart, Ain said coldly, I ignored you before, but now you come to die, I will fulfill you. 5. Knowing what Buggy's purpose was, Mr. 3 couldn't help but said, "Captain, will this woman be too fierce?" "Idiot, we are pirates, she is marine, of course she is fierce." After Buggy finished speaking, he also stood up and shouted, "This beautiful lady, we have no ill intentions, we just want to invite you as a guest, I am for." The words stopped abruptly. Buggy's eyes widened. Gollum. The expressions of the pirates were sluggish, and many people were directly paralyzed on the ground in fright. And Green Pepper broke out in a cold sweat in an instant, but subconsciously stood in front of Buggy. It's over. The Neo Marines on the warship were also terrified, and there was an indescribable despair in their hearts. Now, a figure volleyed up in the sky, standing above the middle of the two ships. Obviously nothing was done, but everyone felt the oppression of suffocation, which made everyone tremble. Demon. Demon Lord. The moment he saw Bai Yu's appearance, it was as if a cold air swept through his body, making Ain's body stiff. Subconscious fear. The strongest Demon King in the new era is the existence that she and all Neo Marines, including teachers, do not want to face. Because Demon King Bai Yu is definitely a strong person who can kill them all, and there is a reason to want to kill them all. Could it be that the teacher's plan was known to the Demon King and came to hunt us down? Ain thought of a possibility? For Flowers 0. Advertisement. After all, if the plan is spread out, it will definitely arouse the hatred of all the forces in New World, and Marine is currently chasing him. On the ship. Perona murmured, "When can I be like a big villain, and everyone who is shocked when I appear on the stage dare not move or speak?" 35. Next life. Sha Tang secretly said in his heart and didn't say it, for fear that it would hit Perona. In the audience holding their breath, Bai Yu looked at Ain. "Br. Oh, it's really you," an exclamation interrupted Bai Yu's words. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, Buggy's excited body was torn apart, and then his feet stayed on the boat, and his legs and upper body flew towards Bai Yu. He wanted to fly over to kneel. Not good. The behavior of Buggy makes the Green Pepper look terrified, which may anger the Demon King. Qingjiao jumped into the air without thinking. "Captain, run quickly, I'll stop the Demon King. Run, if I die, don't avenge me." He grabbed the excited Buggy in midair and threw Buggy towards the pirate ship with all his strength. Green Pepper stepped on the air again and rushed towards Bai Yu like a moonwalk. If you want to hurt the captain, just step over the old man's body. The New Era Devil, 99. Cone Dragon Cone Nail. The profound meaning of the 8-Chong Fist, the Green Pepper's strongest move, the armed color wraps around the head cone and smashes the opponent at a very high speed. Bai Yu praised the loyalty of Green Pepper's power, Shawa Zhengchuan. Koala was wearing a white combat uniform, spread out his angel wings and flew, and punched the Green Pepper directly. Boom. Green Pepper was still shocked by Koala's appearance, and suddenly saw an exaggerated scene. That petite fist directly blasted a grand and terrifying shockwave. Under the gazes of the crowd, the Green Pepper, which rushed past at high speed, was directly blasted away by a punch, and fell into the sea through the air. How is this possible? The leader was attacked with all his strength and was punched away by this girl. The 8 Treasures Navy was shocked. Koala's petite body with thin arms and thin legs is only 1.6 meters, which is completely out of proportion to that terrifying strength. The shockwave just now was replaced by them, and it might explode with one punch. Thinking of this, everyone's scalp was numb. "How is it, am I good?" Koala said with a small fist. Paramecia Fruit of Power. Drinking holy water to strengthen, and strengthening the body by the fruit ability, and then using the ability to increase the strength. Koala is now, only in terms of strength, not bad. The contrast between the petite body and the huge strength is really eye-catching. Bai Yu encouraged. "It's really powerful, but you need to continue to work hard. When you can knock out the other 4 emperors with one punch, then you will be able to graduate." "You are very demanding." Koala couldn't help but stunned, thinking that it would be too difficult to blow up the 4 emperors with one punch, then it would be better to wait for them to die of old age. After returning to God, Buggy was also surprised, and quickly shouted, "Captain, it's me, I'm Xiaoji." "Captain, look, my big red nose, and my chop fruit, I'm really Xiaoji." The audience was shocked again. "What the heck, kitty?" "No, that's not the point. The point is, Shichibukai Buggy actually called the Demon King Bai Yu as the captain." Hoss. The pirates were sluggish on the surface, but they shouted excitedly in their hearts. "Woohoo, long live the god of Buggy, long live the devil." Bai Yu. "Curse me for 100,000 years? Is this real?" Ain held his breath very solemnly. "Aren't the people on the opposite side all from the Demon King, and they're the only enemies left? What should we do now?" 9. Chapter 188. The behind-the-scenes boss destroys the era of pirates. Fuel Bai Yu's arrogance. Wow, Captain." Seeing that Bai Yu ignored him, thinking he had forgotten about him, Buggy couldn't help crying. "Captain, I have a red nose, I'm really Xiaoji." "I know it's you." Bai Yu raised his hand slightly, signaling Buggy to calm down. "Hiss, it really is." Neo Marine's scalp was numb, and Aim couldn't help but despair. Originally, the Buggy pirates could still share some of the pressure. And now, wait to die. Oh, Buggy's younger brothers breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, excited and unable to extricate themselves, dancing with joy. Everyone forgot about the Green Peppers that fell into the sea, and the 8 Treasures Marine Corps forgot to rescue them. Everyone calmed down. Buggy gave a loud shout. Although these younger brothers are attracted by his charisma, Buggy also understands that many of them are a little dumb, and it is easy to quarrel with the captain. After seeing the boys calm down, Buggy also looked at Bai Yu excitedly. Captain, I finally see you again. You get out of the way first and let them deal with Festa. In addition, you were deceived by him, and he is extremely hostile to Roger. Bai Yu points out Festa. What? Buggy was startled, and suddenly looked at Festa coldly. He knew that this guy had no good intentions, and he was dead on the street. Gollum. Festa was terrified. Just now Bai Yu glanced at him casually, which made him feel that his soul was trembling, and all his thoughts were seen through by 50. He was like a clown. Demon. Demon Lord. Without thinking about it, Festa knelt directly on the deck and trembled. Raftel permanent pointer, I have this. I am willing to dedicate the pointer to you. What a pointer. What's the plan? Facing Buggy, Festa could still calmly flicker, but when facing Bai Yu, Festa decided to kneel down first. Bai Yu chose to ignore it, and the other party thought a lot, and was still thinking about other things. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the audience was shocked. A few more beauties flew out of nowhere in battle uniforms, which reminded everyone of a spaceship, which must have been invisible. Wrong. What are they flying for? On the alert of Ain, Shirahoshi's sons and daughters dressed in white battle uniforms, unfolded their angel wings and swirled in the sky to overlook. Get out of the way. Buggy shouted and told the crew to back away, leaving Festa alone. Crack. 55 Hancock snapped his fingers on the spaceship, making many people tremble. Crack. 99 Under the stunned eyes of the pirates and Neo Marine, the sea surface froze in an instant, the ice sheet spread for dozens of miles, and the warships and pirate ships were also frozen in place. Seeing the underside of the warship frozen, Neo Marine was left with despair. Leader. At this time, the 8 Treasures Marines came to their senses, and the leader was still in the sea. Crack. In the distance, an ice surface broke open, and the white and long beard with a sharp cone head jumped out, and the 5-meter-tall cone-shaped green pepper jumped out, with a fist-shaped bruise on its body. Qingjiao, Lord Demon King is my captain, don't take any more shots. Seeing Qingjiao coming out, he wanted to continue rushing to protect him, and Buggy was very moved. Is that so? Qingjiao breathed a sigh of relief and shock, and looked at Koala in amazement. This girl is so terrifying, and that punch almost dented his head. Turn around and go back to the boat. Advertisement. Foo-hee-hee-hee. I didn't expect this kind of situation. Festa was in despair under Bai Yu's ignorance, and then laughed angrily. Demon King, you were right. I am indeed hostile to Roger. I hate him. You do not deserve. Buggy roared angrily. Festa ignored it, jumped from the boat on the ice sheet, and said solemnly. My dream has always been to hold the greatest grand celebration. But after Roger opened the era of the Great Pirate, my dream was shattered. 99. No matter how I hold an event, I can't surpass the feast of the new era of pirates like the era of the Great Pirates. So, I hate him. 5 What the hell? Everyone was speechless. Buggy's words stuck in his throat, and he suddenly felt that Festa was really sick and had a brain problem. You can't laugh at other people's dreams, but your hatred is somewhat inexplicable. When I was shipwrecked and swallowed by the Sea Kings, I accidentally discovered Raftel's permanent pointer. And Buggy's reaction proves that this one was thrown into the sea by Roger, and it should have been secretly made by the crew. Speaking of which, Festa's laughter contained hysterical madness. Since the pointer is sure to be true, then it's up to me to destroy the era of the Great Pirates. What? Shirahoshi's sons and daughters, who didn't care at all, were about to take action when they heard such an astonishing idea. How can they be destroyed? Inform the world that I have the Raftel permanent pointer, and then let the original Roger crew of Buggy prove it to be true. 39. The world will be watching. Seeing no hope of living, Festa chose to expose himself. Open the Grand Pirate Expo to attract all pirates to compete for the pointer. Whoever can get this permanent pointer will be the Pirate King. When the time comes, the pirates will gather on the island to fight frantically and kill each other. I'll get in touch with Marine, they won't miss this opportunity and will definitely send the strongest lineup. When the pirates were exhausted, Marine suddenly came out. How many pirates will survive? 39 Many people lost their voices. This guy wants to be the big boss behind the scenes, controlling everything with greed. That's plan 1. Festa shouted. Plan 2, even if the pirates are not cleaned up, if Marine gets the pointer, he will occupy or destroy Raftel, and the era will end. If the big pirates get a pointer, they will also go to Raftel and become a new generation of pirates. The dreams of the new generation of pirates will be broken and the era will end. 5. My 2 plans will end the era of the Great Pirate, and I am the greatest event planner. Festa was suddenly in high spirits. He said it will spread out sooner or later. Even if he died here, he would still shock the world and leave his name in the world. 66 It's amazing. Festa's plan confuses the Buggy Gang and Neo Marine because Festa's plan seems perfect. Shirahoshi wondered. The first plan, if Lord Bai Yu goes, who would dare to attack the other pirates? Will Marine really send troops to surround and destroy the island? Shirley continued. Result. The permanent pointer fell into the hands of Mr. Bai Yu. Many pirates surrendered and became affiliated groups, but none of Marine came. Festa. Karina asked rhetorically. The second plan, didn't you think about destroying it after someone got the pointer? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Festa immediately rejected. Then you were wrong. Rebecca's long pink hair fluttered, and she said seriously, Sir Bai Yu, I just want to get the pointer and destroy it. Festa was sluggish. Buggy cried inwardly. Captain Roger threw the pointer into the sea, and Captain Bai Yu would also destroy it. How good it was for me. What are you doing? Bai Yu looked at his sons and daughters. You guys are here to fight, and you let him talk so much nonsense and still not take action? Huh? Oh. The 7 sisters, Shirahoshi, Shirley, Bakura, Karina, Rebecca, Man Shirley, and Gerd who have joined recently, are very young in battle. And Koala has a lot of fighting experience, so he didn't need to shoot the flying green pepper before, Gion, let alone shoot. So, Shirahoshi 7 girls shot. Lucky coins, advertisement. Gravity cage, space transfer, open the world. Lucky fruit Bakara threw the gold coins over, affecting her luck. Gravitational fruit Rebecca manipulated gravitational waves and transferred the fruit. Karina moved herself and stabbed it with a knife without shouting. Only Op fruit Gerd, the ship doctor holding a giant axe, shouted out a move that made Bai Yu look sideways. It's a breakthrough, it's really scary to shout. Bai Yu looked at Shirahoshi's 3 daughters again. Festa is in his 40s this year and his strength is not weak. The original trajectory, Festa and Bullet started the Pirate Expo together and finally lost in the hands of Sabo. Tempest kick 2. Boom. Shirahoshi and Shirley only joined for more than 10 days. They only drank holy water 10 times to strengthen their body and spirit. They have good learning ability and use the unskilled Tempest kick. As for the healing fruit, Mancherry, Hockey is currently not good at physical skills, so he shoots with a small pistol. The girls didn't use their angel's wings to attack, and beating was the kingly way. Boom boom boom. 35 The ice field roared. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, and Ain's heart was shocked. Looking up at Bai Yu's eyes, those very deep and calm eyes made Ain's heart sink to the bottom. It's over. She's dead. Wrong. Suddenly thinking of the legend about the Demon King and many beauties, Ain subconsciously shook his hand and lowered his head. What should I do? There's only that way. 39 Ain looked at the Neo Marines who couldn't control their fear, and shouted. Don't move, Demon King. Let them go. I'll go with you. 35. Brush. Bai Yu came to Ain in an instant, and the two were less than half a meter apart. At such a close distance, Ain subconsciously retreated a few meters, but found that Bai Yu was still less than half a meter away from her, as if the two were always so close. This makes Ain powerless. Bai Yu casually said, I didn't want to kill them at first. Why do you want to follow me? Do you admire me? 99. Hearing this sentence, Ain didn't know what to say, so he could only snort coldly. Don't think I don't know that the new era Demon King likes to rob women of all major forces, and the mere pirates are not worthy of my admiration. It seems that you hate pirates, and you're right, it's impossible for me to be open-minded. Bai Yu's words made Ain's heart tremble, does he know? But you know that it is like 0.9 she is just one of the people who suffer from the hardships caused by pirates, and in front of her is the biggest pirate in the new era. Thinking of this, Ain raised his head and looked at Bai Yu's eyes coldly, without fear. Nice look. Bai Yu raised his hand slowly, not knowing what to do. Ain gritted his teeth slightly, and finally did not move, holding his hand tightly. Attack with ability. Ain is not a novice, Bai Yu's armament is not something she can shake, and he will only anger him. The method she thought of, although it required ability, it was definitely not now. Hina. Yes, Hina was in a hurry last time, so, very happy. Bonnie. Am I the most naive? When Bai Yu took Ain away, the Neo Marines were bitter and powerless. Seeing that no one was paying attention, they broke the ice and left. Nami's eyelids twitched. You will only fuel Bai Yu's arrogance, and sooner or later the spaceship will not be able to hold it. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Ain, I took it. Bai Yu took Ain in his arms, ignoring the Neo Marines and waving at the spaceship. Beauties, I'll be back soon. Isn't there 72 suites? Hancock wondered, but said indifferently. Anyway, the city in the sky is very big, and it's no problem to add another 10,000. 5. The girls. Hancock blushed and opened his mouth. The way my husband is holding other women is really handsome. Perona. I'm not stupid. Chapter 189. Dynamite Rock. Legend of Destruction. Pacifist, White Bear. New World. Smir Island. This is a desert island with a large area. At this moment, there are quite a few Neo Marines on the island, carefully carrying some closed mailboxes. Inside the box. Dynamite Rock. Special substances. When subjected to violent collision or close contact with oxygen, a super explosion will occur. If there is a certain amount, it doesn't need to be too much, and its explosive power is no less than the legendary ancient weapon. Be careful. Zephyr said in a deep voice, feeling a sense of depression in his heart. A month ago, Marine was aware of Neo's unusual behavior, but was not sure what Neo Marine was doing. Until 2 days before Bai Yu moved away from the Fishman Island, something happened in New World that shook Naval Headquarters and 5 elders. Excavation, storage, transportation, and use of explosive rock are all secretly managed by Marine unilaterally, and most people have no chance to know of its existence. But Zephyr took Neo Marine and attacked Marine's troops who were responsible for guarding the dynamite rock, taking away a large amount of dynamite rock. The moment one of the New World's endpoints is blown up later, Marine realizes something has happened. Hence, Marine shakes. The 5 elders ordered Zephyr to be hunted down, so Akainu sent Kizaru. Endpoint. The terminal island that links the 3 lava lakes under the New World. There are 3 in total. As long as the 3 endpoints of New World are blown up, the magma lake terminals are connected, and the ley lines start to move as a whole. 11 will cause destructive magma to erupt in all the sea areas of New World, so fire everywhere in the sea area destroys New World. At that time, all the countries in the New World and the islands where all the pirates are located will be submerged by the flaming magma. The New World will turn into a sea of fire. Too fake? On the arc Proverbs, Cracker looked at the specific relevant information from Katakuri and was a little unbelievable. Yeah, haha, I won't send the wrong information, I don't believe it. Enel spoke his thoughts. If the New World is so easily destroyed, why hasn't anyone done it? For hundreds of years, there will always be a lot of guys who want to destroy the world, such as the World Destroyer. Hawkins flipped through the information and said calmly, Captain, Senior Katakuri should have sent the wrong information. Bullet said, I've heard this legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yeah? 35? In fact, many people know it, but like us, they don't believe it. Enel and others were a little confused. This news was forcibly concealed by the world government's various means, and was considered by everyone to be fake news, and at most it was regarded as a legend. Because it is very exaggerated in itself, and it is even more exaggerated when it is rendered, so people who know it will treat it as a joke. And, except for world government, other forces are really not sure which island the 3 endpoints are. And it is possible to know, such as Dorag, he will not say. I feel it. Enel looked into the distance. A lot of people there, right in front, are carrying boxes. Is it dynamite rock? Be careful. Bullet reminded and looked forward again. What will happen if I fuse dynamite rock? Hiss. People are shocked. Are they crazy? Advertisement. Island. Zephyr felt that the depression in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he quickly sensed the surroundings, only to see Bins running in panic. Teacher, something bad happened. Ain was captured by the Demon King, 35. I see. To Bins's astonishment, the teacher, who was supposed to be extremely angry, was only speaking at this moment and spoke calmly, as if there was still a sense of relief. Teacher, I may not have made it clear that it was Ain who was bewitched. Bins also suddenly paused and said in a low voice, I understand. Everything has its pros and cons. The Revolutionary Army could see Koala being taken from a pros and cons point of view, and Zephyr and Bins also thought about it. But not for their benefit, but for Ain himself. Destroying the New World plan has no turning back. If it succeeds, it will be buried with New World. If it fails, it will be killed by various forces. The plan begins. Everywhere is dead. They are not afraid of death, but when they think that Ain still has a good life, and being snatched by the devil, it can be regarded as refuge. Teacher, the Demon King. Bins, it's pointless to think about other things, you only need to know that Ain will live well, and there is hope in living. Zephyr looked at the sky, noticed something, and said condensely, immediately collect the explosive rocks, line up, there are enemies, 39. Boom. It seemed that something had been stepped on and exploded into the sky, and when everyone looked up, they saw a black shadow flashing rapidly. Boom. The shadow fell and smashed deep holes, and when the dust cleared, Zephyr's pupils shrank. The visitors are tall and strong, with sharp eyes, wearing new military uniforms improved from the old military uniforms and wearing medals. The Devil's Air Bullet. Zephyr spit out the name, much to the surprise of the Neo Marines. The legendary monster, the former member of the Roger Regiment, is now the 0 Division of the Bai Yu Regiment. Zephyr said solemnly, the Demon King received the news and sent you to kill this old man? You're Zephyr? I'm disappointed that the breath is so weak. Bullet was too lazy to explain, and never concealed his emotions. His face was full of disdain. I came to you specially. How many punches can you block me now? Even if the old man is old and incapacitated, you pirates are not worthy to look down on the old man. Zephyr shouted coldly. His body was washed with a strong murderous aura. Bullet narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that you have really changed. I heard before that even if you saw pirates massacre the whole island with your own eyes, you still arrest all of them if you don't kill them, and don't kill Admiral, he. Zephyr, 74 years old. Bullet, 45. Zephyr was killed at the age of 42 because of his wife and children, and turned into an instructor. At that time, Bullet was only 13 years old, and he was imprisoned at the age of 22. This is the first time the two have met. It used to be a joke to not kill Admiral, Zephyr grimly. Before Zephyr was 42 years old, he did not kill any enemy, and only after his wife and children were killed by pirates did he begin to hate pirates. Think about it now. Zephyr is extremely despised, and some of those caught pirates have repented. It is not a good thing for this world to be too kind. Yeah ha ha ha, there are a lot of people, but why are they so weak? In Arc Proverbs, Enel looked down at Neo Marine on the island, and his eyes stopped on Bins and Shuzo. What is that? There are more than a dozen figures on the island of the same size, all wearing long white clothes with the Neo Marine logo. Hawkins flipped through the documents and said in surprise, they are also pacifists, they can also use lasers, they're called white bears. When everyone's eyelids twitched, the bear's black hair turned yellowish, and his clothes turned white, so he was called a white bear. Does the bear know about this? Advertisement high in the sky, another place. Clouds fluttered across the island, and Bai Yu stood here with Ain, looking down. Teacher. Ain was worried. The heir of the devil at the peak, Zephyr, who is retired and disabled with asthma, is not a small gap between the two. The ending is predictable. Ain's eyes reddened and said, I will join, please let the teacher go, you can do whatever you want to me. Seeing that Ain wanted to kneel, Bai Yu raised his hand to block it and said warmly, since you joined, you are my people. Except for some special circumstances, you don't need to kneel to anyone at any time. Special case. Ain's head was full of question marks. But Bai Yu's sudden gentleness made Ain very uncomfortable. Looking back on the way back, Bai Yu couldn't be colder. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill Neo Marine." "Are you sure it's a person? The Demon King is really fickle," and Ain said with some trepidation. I want you to let go of the teacher, okay?" "Sure." With this small request, Bai Yu nodded and said, But what?" Ain suddenly became nervous and raised inwardly. The plan failed and he was let go by the pirates. He may commit suicide in grief and anger. Yes. Ain was in a trance. Various tragic experiences have made Zephyr's belief collapse, and he is extremely hostile to pirates. If the plan is blocked by the pirates and then let go by the pirates, Zephyr is likely to collapse. Bai Yu 500 continued. "I don't think you need to worry about Zephyr, you should worry about yourself now. 95. Ain was stunned for a moment. After thinking of something, his face turned red, white and green, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, I won't resist." "Oh." With a flick on his forehead, Ain exclaimed and glared at Bai Yu. Bai Yu is very satisfied. "It's this kind of eyes, I don't fear me and even want to kill my eyes, I like it." "I do not have," Ain immediately retorted and said nervously, "I didn't think about it. Lying is also a manifestation of not being afraid of me, but it is a little naive." Bai Yu's hand fell on Ain's shoulder, she felt her body tremble, and said in a low voice, "For outsiders, I am accustomed to listening to what I am thinking. Before you joined, I at least heard it on the road. I must kill you 100 times. Ain was shocked, his face paled, and he felt a little powerless. She slumped down, but found that Shamalian was a little hot. Ain looked around carefully, but saw that he was sitting in Bai Yu's arms. Your plan is good." Bai Yu's words made Ain stunned. "Because the pirates killed all the training ships you were in, and only you and Bins were left, and the teacher also suffered a broken arm, so you were extremely disgusted and looked down on all the pirates." Bai Yu's words made Ain hold hands tightly, only to hear Bai Yu continue. "I am the strongest pirate, and I am not willing to be robbed by me, so you planned. When I bully you for distraction, suddenly activate the ability to turn me into a child, kill me and then commit suicide, right? Regression fruit is really good." Ain smiled bitterly. The Demon King is really too terrifying. Is he going to kill her? Ain closed his eyes very weakly. "You close your eyes in my arms, it's obvious that you want me to kiss you?" "You were dreaming." Ain opened his eyes and shouted angrily, only to see Bai Yu laughing. At this time, he remembered that Bai Yu liked her stubborn eyes, and immediately adjusted his emotions and calmed his eyes. Chapter 190. Ain, the fruit of regression. The Demon King is not human. The Wanukuni force him. What exactly do you want to do? Ain's heart is complicated, and within an hour of meeting the Demon King, her mood floats like a cloud. Communication of familiarity and affection, Bai Yu said as a matter of course. Ain questioned. "You were threatening me just now, and you wanted to kill me." "That's because you think too much. But you just said in a low voice my plan to kill you. I don't believe you are not angry at all." "Why am I angry?" Under Ain's astonishment, Bai Yu whispered. "If you have joined me, then I will treat you as my family. As long as you don't betray me, everything will be fine." 5. Is that so? Pirates are not trustworthy, this is what Ain has always thought. But Bai Yu's voice was extraordinarily sincere, causing Ain to be in a trance. Wrong. Recalling that he was still in Bai Yu's arms, Ain secretly spit that he was too careless, and immediately wanted to get up, but was stunned again by Bai Yu's next sentence. "Is this the scar from the trainee boat 9 years ago?" No, Ain looked at his right leg, and there was a hideous X-shaped scar, which destroyed a bit of beauty, but Ain didn't care about that. Next moment, Ain saw a hand reach out and put it on her lap, which made her body tremble, and just when she was about to struggle in embarrassment, she heard Bai Yu say, "To start a new life, let's start by washing this scar. The wound heals." A flash of brilliance flashed, and Ain looked at the original scar in a trance again, and now it became white. Bai Yu smiled with satisfaction. "Well, there are no scars, it's long, white and thin. Want to touch?" Ain said a few words calmly and suddenly. Bai Yu's face was serious. "What the hell is going on with this little girl? You wanted me to bully you before, then wanted me to kiss you, and now you want me to touch you. You test me with this? 9. You. Shameless." Ain blushed with embarrassment. Bullying, kissing, this Demon King led her to think so. Touching is also angry, and, although she didn't understand, she never believed that the devil who grabbed so many beauties would be a pure big boy, but he was criticizing and educating her, which was too annoying. "That's right, if you have emotions, you can express them, how tired you are." Bai Yu said with a chuckle, causing Ain to be in a trance again. Is he thinking about her? It's really hard for this Demon King. Under Ain's consternation, Bai Yu said seriously, "I am very good to my family, come and tell your dreams." Ain suddenly fell silent. His family, my dream? A moment later, a gleam of light flashed across Ain's eyes, and he said seriously, "My dream is, let me go, I will definitely be grateful to you for the rest of my life." 5. This is not okay. Oh, you really can't. 55:39. Bai Yu was astonished. He didn't expect to be blinded by wild goose pecking all day long. Because Bai Yu won't answer, no matter what the answer is, it means no way, General Ain said a word. Bai Yu squinted. "You really don't know me, I hold grudges." 39. Ain was shocked. "This is the family? My impression of you has just changed, and you want to kill, Bai Yu lowered his head directly. Ain's eyes widened. She is now in Bai Yu's arms, She has been stunned by Bai Yu's words. She has not left until now, bowing her head as eternity. Advertisement Dane's mind went blank. How can he do this? He doesn't say hello at all. No, how can the family who agreed to kiss me? Bai Yu. Naive, the family I'm talking about is my wife, what's wrong with a kiss? I don't know how long it took. Ain's thoughts gradually pulled back, and when he regained his senses, he was full of embarrassment, blushing and shouting. You bullied people first, don't blame me. 99. The fruit ability activates. Paramecia regression fruit. Rewind everything like a time lapse, touch it, and go back a certain amount of time. Rewind time varies from person to person. And Ain, the current limit. One touch will make everything go back 12 years. For example, a 36-year-old person will return to 24 if you touch it. If you touch it twice, you will return to 12 years old. If you touch it 3 times, people are gone. Bear. A pink flame appeared in Ain's palm, illuminating Bai Yu's eyes without feeling any heat. Bai Yu commented, the fruit of retrogression is really strong, and it is similar to recovery, so you can try concept development. 35. I snorted and said stubbornly, you have the ability to bully me, so do you have the ability to not be armed? What if there is? Bai Yu looked at Ain with great interest. Ain took a deep breath. If you don't need to be armed and block it, then my sincerity will be handed over to you, and you can bully it as you please in the future. Do you dare? I can bully as much as I want now, but Bai Yu spread out his hands casually. Come on then, I want your sincerity. If you go back on it, I will let you know what real bullying is. 5. Just don't regret it. After Ain finished speaking, he directly bumped into Bai Yu. When Bai Yu didn't use his arms and she really touched him, he exclaimed, are you serious about me? 5. 12. No, a year. After the ability was activated, Ain subconsciously rewrote the backward time. But, to Ain's shock, her abilities had no effect on Bai Yu, as if she had regressed to loneliness. 2 years, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. I touched it several times, and the time was different each time, but Ain's expression was dull. Bai Yu was still the same Bai Yu, and there was no change in the slightest. How? How is that possible? Ain lost his voice, unable to understand the scene in front of him. Why did it fail? Bai Yu looked puzzled. Yes, why does it fail? You're not kidding me, it's not funny. Looking at Jun Lang's puzzled face, Ain wanted to hit someone. Don't think she couldn't see that it was a fake. B*****************. D. The reason is simple. 35 Under Ain's stunned gaze, Bai Yu's palm raised an ice blue flame, which had no heat like her pink flame. The same ability? I also have your ability, come and experience it for yourself. Backward, 18 years. Ice blue vs pink. Ain burst out with pink flames and wanted to resist, but was suppressed and swallowed by the ice blue flames, and his body shrank together with his clothes, turning into a 10-year-old girl in an instant. Huh, showing your age? The 10-year-old sea blue long-haired little girl looked at Bai Yu dully, and murmured in a trance. You are not human. Demon King, inhuman. This is Ain's thinking at the moment, with her ability directly and even more powerful, even the original Whitebeard Pirates member. The copy fruit of Dominio is not so pervert, right? Could it be that the Demon King's ability is a high-ranking fruit that replicates the fruit? In a trance, Ain suddenly felt his body light up and fell into Bai Yu's arms. Little Ian is so cute. Bai Yu smiled and lifted the 10-year-old Ain high. Come on, I'll take you to meet some beautiful sisters. On the ice sheet, advertisement Festa fell in a pool of blood. Pudding retracted his hand and said happily, I have found a memory of Raftel's permanent pointer. If it has not left, then it is not far from here. Leave? Yes, he handed the permanent pointer to a subordinate, and he was a fur tribe, waiting on the island, only a few dozen miles away. 35. The women nodded. Shirahoshi blinked and asked curiously, what is a fur tribe? Is it tall? Robin smiled and said, humans have animal characteristics and special abilities, such as cats, dogs, lions, bears, rabbits, etc. They are all derived races of hairy animals. Bunny? Shirahoshi looked at Gion subconsciously, then blushed. No, I didn't mean that, Gion chuckled lightly. I understand, I can turn into the Inaba white rabbit of the Phantom Beast, so I also like rabbits very much. The women's eyes lit up. So, what would the beauties of the Fur Clan and the Rabbit Clan look like? Let's go back to the spaceship and find that fur tribe first. All the girls flew away together, only the buggy pirates remain. Buggy jumped on the ice sheet and came to the dying Festa. Hey Captain Roger, use me to open the pirate fair, and also want to be the behind-the-scenes manipulator to destroy the era of the great pirates? Go to hell? Peeved. Knife kills Festa. After finishing the solution, Buggy looked at the flying spaceship and became a little dejected. I just talked to the captain for less than 2 words. I don't know when I will see the captain next time. Captain, there's a situation. The green pepper suddenly opened his mouth, and Buggy looked sideways, and found the shadow of a small boat on the edge of the ice sheet in the distance. At the same time, the girls on the spaceship also discovered the boat, and let Athena scan and broadcast a clear picture from the radar. Small boat, 4 people. The first one, very strange appearance, long red hair, colorful kimono, walking on wooden sandals, and carrying a saber shaped like a riding brush. The second, the face is very large and occupies a small half of the body, with lightning eyebrows, blue kimono, and the appearance is shockingly ugly. The third one, black bun goat, lees, beard, A pair of big and small eyes, wearing a kimono with 2 knives, the image of an ordinary samurai. 4th. Pointing at the spitting bald pink kimono kid with a spitting face and pointing at the 3? What kind of combination are these? How did they come to New World? Perona couldn't help but complain. That child is not a good thing at first glance, Sugar murmured. Kaya nodded. It seems that some noble family's children are not well educated, and everyone must listen to him. Is it all Wanukuni clothing? Nami glanced at it and ignored it. Don't pay attention to them. Bai Yu can teleport back, let's find the pointer. The spaceship accelerated away, on the ice sheet. Buggy was in a bad mood at the moment. He waved his hand and said, drive them away, and by the way, break through the ice sheet and leave here. A crew member ran over. After a while, the crew member ran back again with an ugly face. Captain, no, the kid said, he. The crewman gritted his teeth and said, the 2-knife warrior asked us to send him a ride, and the bald child said, prepare the room immediately, he needs to rest, it is best to have beautiful women, allow us to follow him, this is his gift to us. 5. Buggy frowned. Then I will send you a ride. What? Buggy stared in anger and get up. Say what? He's so big, he's never seen such an arrogant kid, I really think he's a good guy. Buggy. Chapter 191. Bullet mass-produced Pluton. The original Admiral Zephyr was defeated and arrested. Whoosh whoosh. After Bai Yu left with the 10-year-old Aang, many figures jumped off. Crackling. With a flash of thunder, Enel, Cracker, Hawkins, Uroge and other captains and vice-captains, all jumped on the island from the Ark Proverbs. It's 2 squad leaders again, it seems that the Demon King really knows my plan. Zephyr made a gesture. Shuzo and Bin saw the gesture and took a deep breath to do something. What can you do with these little things in front of me? Bullet sneered coldly. Boom. Conquerors broke out. In an instant, the whole island roared, and Bullet's conquerors was like a continuous tsunami, layer after layer, continuous bursts, constantly sweeping the island. Even a battle-hardened general will fall to the ground with a bang if subjected to the continuous impact of the Bullet conquerors. Puff puff puff. The Neo-Marines passed out in pieces like reaped wheat. Enel and others were stunned. What's going on? They just jumped off the Ark Proverbs and all the Neo-Marines on the island are kneeling? There were only 3 people left, and Zephyr was fine, but Shuzo and Bins were in very bad condition and would faint immediately. Seeing this scene, Zephyr immediately threw a punch. Smash the bombardment, ridiculous attack. Watching a blast of artillery fire from the shredder, Bullet didn't bother to defend. Boom. The attack landed on Bullet, but he didn't take a step back, and his body was unharmed, which was shocking. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and his heart couldn't help but feel bitter. Bullet was very strong, but his own strength diminished too much. What do we do next? Uroge couldn't help it. Hawkins said calmly. First of all, the explosive rock will be collected to avoid explosion. 35. Secondly, take down these pacifist white bears together, their strength is at least over 100 million pirates. The crowd nodded. There are a lot of explosive rocks here, such as violent collision or contact with oxygen, the whole island will explode in the next moment. More than a dozen pacifists are enough for them, because except for the captain plus vice captain plus chief officer, the team members did not come. Teacher. Bullet 500 fought Zephyr, and the voice woke Shuzo and Bins from their bloated heads. I come. Leave it to the gods. Seeing that the 2 were sober, Cracker and Enel rushed over directly. Grinder. Zephyr wielded a huge iron-armed shredder, smashing the Bullet hard. It's too slow. Bullet was very dissatisfied, and quickly clenched his fists and threw a punch. Boom. When the 2 fists collided, a strong shockwave burst out, and Zephyr flew upside down in a stalemate. Bullet smashed the ground with 1 foot, rushed over to catch up with Zephyr who was flying upside down, and stepped down hard. Boom. 35 such as a huge artillery shell exploding on the ground, blasting out deep pits filled with dust. Teacher. Shuzo and Bins exclaimed. Cracker snorted coldly. You are still distracted by fighting with me, are you strong? Volume 10 Finger Stab. The phalanx of the 10 fingers were wrapped in armed colors and shot out like bullets. Shave. Shuzo is very fast, dodging the phalanx and coming to Cracker's side. The advantage of the long-handed family is that their hands are particularly long. Finger Pistol 10 Finger Pistol. Shuzo turned his hands into virtual palms, and grabbed Cracker with all 10 fingers. Waves and scrolls. Cracker's reaction was also very quick. He ducked sideways, a hand bone protruded from the palm of his hand and turned into a bone knife. He turned around and stabbed, bursting out a powerful slashing wave. Armed iron body steel. Shuzo immediately defended, a clanging sound rang out, and he resisted the slash and retreated a few cloths. 6 style cultivation is good, but it's just that. Cracker commented and laughed. Let's show you what it means to become an army by 1 person. Come out, army of skeletons. Under Shuzo's gaze, bones burst out of Cracker, turning the surroundings into a forest of bones in the blink of an eye. Crack, click. The next moment, the bone forest trembled, and all the bones seemed to come alive, turning into no less than 1,000 skeleton warriors with sharp bones in their left hands and bone shields in their right hands. These warriors. Advertisement. Shuzo's heart shook, and these skeleton warriors were very imposing at first glance. Haha, how's it going? Cracker enjoys the horrified expression of the enemy. He used to be a biscuit fruit, but after eating the bone and bone fruit, he grafted the skills developed by the biscuit. As a result, it was successful. Skeleton soldiers, stronger and tougher than biscuit soldiers. Around Mercury Island, there are skeleton warriors patrolling, who were given soul life by Lin Lin's soul and soul ability. It's a pity it's only you, Cracker said, putting his hand on the ground. This is the first time I use it. Wake up, Skeleton King. When Cracker awakened, the whole person turned into a skeleton wearing a bone crown, and the surrounding earth turned into white bones, which made people palpitate. Boom. Thousands of skeleton warriors rushed towards Cracker in unison, and the moment they touched Cracker, they merged into it. In a blink of an eye, Cracker turned into a huge skeleton king over 100 meters tall, holding a huge bone knife, and the voice was rolling. What are you doing to stop me? Give me defeat. Not good. The bone knife fell, Shuzo's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged without thinking. Hey. Boom. The slash was huge and eye-catching, directly splitting an abyss on the island. The airwave lifted Shuzo, and he vomited blood on the ground. Yeah ha ha ha, I thought I was so powerful, but this is the result? Enel's words made Cracker's face turn black, which Thor is really bad. What are you doing? Enel turned his head and saw Binz dancing. His face also darkened. This god is fighting with you, but you are dancing here? 55. ***. 55 Binz retorted reluctantly. He is too weak against Enel, let alone counterattack. It is difficult to encounter. Paramecia lush fruit. It can control nearby plants and speed up the growth of plants, but when the ability is activated, the body needs to dance. The frequency of the dance and the amplitude of the swing will affect the strength of the ability. It is a low-ranking fruit of the Admiral Green Bull, and it is not powerful. I'm also embarrassed to have to dance every time I fight someone. Quickly throwing away his thoughts, Binz moved his body earnestly to activate his abilities. Crack. The ground cracked, and dozens of vines burst out of the ground, rushing towards Enel. Yeah haha, are you dancing with your body to attack? You're laughing to death. Enel hurried through all kinds of vines. Building the god of thunder. When he came to the sky above Binz, thunder broke out on Enel's body, and the muscles of his whole body twitched up, making Binz feel a palpitating breath. The lightning stimulates the cells, and then the explosive thunder is absorbed into the body, which greatly increases the speed of power in a short period of time. Shave. Binz pulled away. Too slow. Enel left the spot in an instant, and the next moment came to Binz. Rapid fist. Boom. An uppercut from the bottom up sent Binz flying directly into the sky, and Enel charged again, kicking his foot hard. Thunderkick. 35, 500 million volts Thunder Dragon. Binz had no chance to resist, turned into a streamer and smashed to the island, and there was another huge Thunder Dragon, roaring and catching up with Binz, and fell to the ground together. Boom. There was a roar, and the dust billowed. Unstoppable. Bebodge. Enel looked around with staring eyes, but did not go to grab the head. The seastone handcuffs handcuffed Binz, who was dying, and sat down to eat apples and watch the battle. Cough cough cough. On the other side, just as the dust cleared, Zephyr walked out of the deep pit, took out a bottle of medicine in his left hand, crushed it, and ate it. Are you still taking drugs? Bullet frowned, suddenly feeling that he shouldn't be here. He should participate in the task of competing for Vegapunk. One person vs Sengoku plus Garp plus Green Bull. How cool. Call. Zephyr took a deep breath. I'm old, my arms are heavy, my movement speed is a little slow, and I have asthma, so I have to take medicine before every fight, and now I am much better after taking medicine. Smash the tornado. Zephyr smashed the ground with one punch, forming a grand tornado storm, rushing towards Bullet. Boom. Bullet shattered with one punch. Whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. Zephyr raised his hand again, and bullets burst out from the shredder. Bullet's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the incoming bullet. This is Seastone Bullet? Are you okay? Zephyr was shocked. The Demon King's capable people were not afraid of seawater and sea stones. Marine didn't publicize it. That would only encourage the Demon King's power. Fusion. Under Zephyr's astonishment, Bullet was not only fine, but also activated the ability to integrate the Seastone Bullet into itself. Paramecia Fusion Fruit. It can arrange and combine all objects, and it can also make the inorganic objects that it touch merge with its own body. It can also combine inorganic substances to rearrange substances to create new weapons. So, Robin once hypothesized, if Bullet has read through the Pluton design drawings and collected all kinds of materials, can he mass-produce Pluton by himself? Bai Yu said, good idea, other weapons can also be mass-produced, the premise is to understand the structure and send him to learn. Learn about various types of weapons. Devil's Armory Bullet. In Bai Yu's view, fruit abilities have many uses other than fighting. For every fruit, can the desert in Vivi's hometown be full of trees and take it away another day? Bai Yu thought about it. No abnormality. Bullet also came up with a whim. He didn't expect that Seastone could really merge, and he clenched his fists and said, the captain has erased the side effects of my ability, and is not afraid of Seastone from now on, which means that my fist will be the nemesis of other Foss's ability. 35. As long as you don't arrange and combine them, you still have the characteristics of Seastone. Zephyr was shocked. Bullet's remarks directly brushed the New World view, the live-action version of Seastone. I'm not interested in you anymore. Bullet glanced into the distance, and directly burst into hockey, blending into himself. Devil form, open. After entering the devil form, Bullet's power speed increased sharply, and he came to Zephyr in an instant, punching hard. The strongest punch. Smash bunt. However, Zephyr's counterattack took a beat, and he was directly attacked by the Bullet terrorist and flew out again. Bullet ignored it. rushed to the positions of the chief officers of the two divisions in front, and said after falling, "You all stay away, give the explosive rock to me." Enel rubbed his feet and stood up. "He's not coming, is he?" Cracker had just suppressed Shuzo, and he also looked at him in amazement. "These dynamite rocks are enough to blow up the island, if there is an accident in fusion." Boom. Bullet took out a dynamite rock, crushed the bottle, and threw it into the sky, where it exploded when exposed to oxygen. "The power is really good." Bullet nodded in satisfaction, looked at several boxes containing explosive rocks, and directly opened the fruit awakening. Boom. The power of awakening spread across the island, the ground cracked, and even the warships along the coast were affected, and they disintegrated and merged into the bullet, forming a supergiant monster with a volume half the size of an island. Large bullet form. I think too much. 99 bullets sensed the explosive rock in his body. If I exercise vigorously or let it come into contact with oxygen, it will also explode. If it is rearranged and combined, it will not be explosive rock, and it will be even more useless. I can't fully control it, maybe, munch fruit? Thinking of this, Bullet pushed the explosive rock out again and handed it over to the officers to put it away, and then looked in the direction of Zephyr. "You are really too weak now, let me end it." The ultimate cannon. The huge left arm was wrapped in armed color and smashed towards Zephyr, who just got up. Boom. One punch shattered half of the island. Zephyr crashed directly into the sea, and Bullet's disarming ability fell to the ground. Throwing out a mirror, Bullet took out the phone bug. "Go and salvage Zephyr, I'll tell Bree to pick him up." Mission is over. After Zephyr's defeat, Bai Yu held the 10-year-old Lil Ain and drove Shamayan back to the original road. Huh, interesting. 9 just arrived over the ice sheet. Bai Yu did not find the spaceship, but saw something interesting to Bai Yu. The Wanukuni escaped quartet faced off against the buggy pirates, especially the bald kid, which made Bai Yu narrow his eyes. "Peach is disgusting and sure kill help. I finally saw it." After Ain noticed the person Bai Yu was looking at, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be interested in children. Wouldn't you want to grab him onto the boat?" "I just want to get him on the road." 35. Ain was puzzled. Bai Yu didn't say anything and looked to the future. Predicting the future plus divination, Bai Yu did not use Shirley crystal balls and Hawkins cards. See a clip. "Peach must die like this. I'm really surprised, but it's okay, so as not to get my hands dirty." Chapter 192. The young master is still a child. The boss of women's clothing? The retainers are furious. Edge of ice sheet. One side, Wanukuni 4 people. One side, the buggy pirates. The two sides looked at each other, and because Buggy didn't speak with a sullen face, the atmosphere at the moment was always depressed. "Who asked us to send us a ride just now?" Seeing Buggy waving his hand, Mr. 3D Nuo stepped forward and said coldly. "And who said that we should prepare the room immediately, arrange for the beautiful lady to serve him to rest, and allow him? What are we following? Stand up for me." The words fell. All the members of the buggy pirates looked coldly at the bald child. Such an arrogant little brat, it is a miracle that he has survived until now. Gollum. 39 The bald boy in pink kimono swallowed his eyes in horror. There were quite a lot of people in the buggy pirates, and there were only 3 of them that could fight. "Sorry, really sorry." 35 The two-knife warrior blocked the bald child and said apologetically, "I am his father, he has suffered trauma and is prone to cranky thoughts. He was just talking nonsense, please forgive me." Mr. 3 drank coldly. "Just apologize and it's over?" The name of the origin? "We're from Zo, we're going home, I'm Kinnaman." The two-knife warrior opened his mouth reluctantly, and by the way concealed his true origin. Jinnaman is also very helpless. These days, the young master can't bear it. After finally meeting a group of people, the young master's temper broke out. He subconsciously regarded the members of the buggy pirates as ordinary people in Wanukuni, and spoke arrogantly, but he was angry. "Captain, he's lying." Green Pepper squinted his eyes slightly to remind him. Jinnaman was startled. Could it be recognized? But that's impossible. Buggy said disdainfully, "Zo Island only has fur tribesmen, you all wear kimonos, and you think I'm a fool? I just said which kid is so arrogant, so it's you. Momosuke." Boom. Buggy's words were like a thunderbolt blasting the 4 people's minds, not only seeing through the disguise, but also recognizing everyone. "Lazo, Kanjuro, take the young master away." 99 Kinnaman pulled out his 2 knives and glared at Buggy and the others. "If I'm not mistaken, you guys are Kaido's lackeys, right? A Jew was caught. Was Kaido sent you to hunt us down?" Presumptuous. Noticing that Buggy's face was instantly gloomy, Qingjiao suddenly burst into murderous intent. "Kaido lackey. Just this sentence, no one can save you today." 8 punches. Green Pepper rushed over, punching out a shockwave that spread. Foxfire flow flame crack. The moment Kinnaman jumped up to draw the sword, flames appeared on the blade, slashing at high speed. Boom. The flame burst and the shockwave spread, causing many people to retreat. At this moment, Momonosuke shouted, "Stop, stop." Green Pepper ignored it and chose to continue attacking. Seeing this, Momonosuke shouted again, "Red Nose, I also remember you, we are companions." 35. Green Pepper froze for a while, and subconsciously looked at Buggy. Kinnaman was also surprised, and quickly retreated to Momonosuke. "Young master, what are you talking about? Aren't they from Kaido?" "Of course not." Momosuke pointed at Buggy excitedly and said, "I was on the same boat with him, I remember him. His big red nose is really ugly, and his strength is very weak, he is a little stupid, he has a bad temper, and he is not a good person." Buggy. 35 Momonosuke continued excitedly and said. Red Nose, take me to Zuowu. Don't you like treasures? Wait until Zuowu, I will definitely reward you. Hiss. The pirates were in an uproar and looked at Buggy one after another, and found that their captain's expression was extremely indifferent. They have never seen. Advertisement, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Buggy was indifferent for a long time and suddenly burst out laughing. I also remember you, because your father is a strong man, you don't take me seriously, and laugh at me all day for the idiot of the nose. Stuff, 35. When you were only 3 years old, you became a hungry ghost like your father. You are also worthy of being my companion. Ridiculous. What? Momonosuke was stunned. Kinemon and Raizo were instantly furious, and Kanjuro's eyes flashed a ray of light. You! How dare you talk to me like that? Momonosuke suddenly became incoherent and shouted angrily. That's it again, do you think Kazuki Oden is still around? Buggy closed his eyes and waved his hand slightly. Come on together, I don't want to hear his disgusting voice again. Oh. The members of the Buggy pirates screamed and attacked the four of them. Island Cloud. Bai Yu blocked what he saw and heard, but the people below didn't notice it and were watching the play. Ain, in the image of a 10-year-old loli, sensed the scene below, and said in amazement, Companion? A boat? Buggy is a member of the original Roger Pirates, so is that child? 35. No, Bai Yu explained a little. Have you heard of Kazuki Oden? He was on the Roger ship with his family. After Kazuki Oden joined the white team, 2 children were born on the ship, and he also became the captain of the 2nd Division. After Roger got to know Oden, in order to interpret the historical text, he knelt down to Whitebeard and asked to borrow Oden for a year. Whitebeard strongly objected and would never allow anyone to take his family. But Oden was interested in Roger and asked to get on the ship, and promised to come back in a year, but Whitebeard reluctantly agreed. The result? Didn't come back. So far, Oden and his family boarded Roger's boat, passing Wanukuni, before leaving his family in Wanukuni. After that, Oden interprets the historical text to assist Roger and becomes the Pirate King. So, Buggy and Momonosuke do know each other, but they have only known each other for a few months, and they are still 3 or 4-year-old Momonosuke. Hearing this, Ain was even more surprised. The captain of the 2nd Division, Oden, actually got on Roger's ship because he was interested, and even helped him become the Pirate King. Is it too disrespectful to Whitebeard? And didn't come back in the end, isn't that treachery? Gotta send a letter anyway. I feel like he didn't take Whitebeard seriously. 99. You're right. Bai Yu agrees. Whitebeard treats you as a family member, you disregard Whitebeard's mood, and you get on a competitor's boat just because of your preferences. How many people will laugh at Whitebeard if you spread it out? Don't the pirates fight for this face? They really don't care what Whitebeard and the other sons think. Especially. Roger said the queen went to Whitebeard, drinking and saying, Newgate, do you want to know Raftel's secret? I'll tell you. 35. If Bai Yu was Whitebeard, he would definitely cut it with a knife. It was found by Lao Su's people who helped you interpret the historical text of the road sign. What are you pretending to be with Lao Su, your face? It's a good year, but Oden hasn't come back, he's playing lousy? It's like, I took your money with empty gloves, and after I bought a house, I asked you again. My house is beautiful, do you want to go in and visit? My god, thinking about it like this makes me angry. Both of them are perfidious, because Oden didn't return to the boat. Whitebeard's temper is so good. Bai Yu didn't think about it anymore and couldn't bring it into Whitebeard's perspective, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Ain recalled Buggy's words again, that Oden is horny? When he was 6 years old, he went in and out of Lushang, Waji Street, and when he was 15 years old, he threatened the abbot of the temple to live in seclusion in the temple, and kidnapped women every night to play with him. It sparked outrage and a siege, which Wanukuni called, harem rebellion. What? Ain was stunned. For flowers 0. Too despicable, Ain frowned. Disrespecting the captain, perfidious, bullying women, there must be other problems. Advertisement, no matter what he becomes in the future, even if he becomes a so-called hero, I feel extremely disgusting. Seconded. Forcibly moved hero. Bai Yu looked down. It seems that Dao must die just escaped from Wanukuni not long ago, and has never encountered a shipwreck. The 5 Momobi, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Leizang, and Kiku no Cheng were teleported to 20 years later by the ability of the Fruit of Time, which is this year. Kinemon and the 3 of them go out to sea to seek reinforcements with Momo to die, and the women's clothing boss Juji-chung stays in Wanokuni to investigate the situation. Women's clothing bosses can't be provoked. Thinking of Juji-chung and Izo's younger brother who stayed in Wanokuni, Bai Yu felt a chill and felt awkward. Those who don't understand must regard Juji-chung as a woman, and Taibo's surgery can't compare, it's simply too beautiful. Stop it, Momonosuke cried with fear at this moment. Red Nose, what did I do wrong? Let you do this to me, tell me, can I change it? What? Buggy was directly angrily laughed. A mouth and a red nose, do you put me in your eyes? I call you a B****************** D, do you dare to agree? Oh what? Momonosuke sluggish. B************ D. Presumptuous. How dare you address the young master like that, I'm going to kill you. Kinemon and Reizang immediately felt that their parents were killed by Buggy, and they rushed towards Buggy in a rage to kill them, but were blocked by Green Pepper and Mr. 3. Kanjuro guarded Momonosuke and reminded, young master, that person probably doesn't like to be called Red Nose, Luo. But I called him that before, and he wasn't angry either. Momonosuke's words made Buggy's face darker. Do you really think I have a good temper? If you hadn't been watching, I would have killed you and fed you to the fish. Kanjuro dutifully played the role of a loyal servant and retorted loudly. How can you be so cruel? The young master is young, he is still a child. Bai Yu. Yes, he is still a child, please don't let him go. Child? Ha ha ha. Hearing this sentence, Buggy sneered disdainfully. Who do you think this uncle is? I'm a pirate. You are so cruel to a pirate who does all kinds of evil. Do you want to laugh at this uncle? Despicable. Kanjuro is at a loss for words. The role of this loyal servant is really difficult to play. What should I do? Huh? No, what did Buggy think? Staring at the terrified Momonosuke crying. After more than 20 years, why do you only look like you've grown by a few years? Yup. Green Pepper and others have also come back to it. It is impossible to grow up. This is a very important issue. So, Buggy's hands split apart, and he bypassed Kanjuro at a tricky angle, grabbing Momonosuke's neck. Don't move, or I'll kill him directly. 35. Young Master 3, the three of Kinemon exclaimed. The damn red nose. If the young master died here, the three of them could only commit suicide by cutting their abdomens. Kanjuro secretly said, I will continue to play even if I die. But seeing Momonosuke's demented appearance and afraid to speak, Buggy spit it out. Except for being a pervert like your father, the others really don't look like you at all. Buggy looked at Raizo. Buggy wanted to know this, he felt like there was an amazing secret. Seeing Momonosuke shut up in horror, Buggy said coldly, why are you still so young? Answer me. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. If you call me Red Nose again, I'll chop you up and feed the fish now. Lei Zhang scolded him secretly. What's wrong with him being ugly and having a big head? He ate 9 of your rice. You are the ugliest. Wow, let me go, Red Nose, you let me go. Chapter 193. Momosuke, there's no dead body. The best actor? Set off to Zou Island. Say, Buggy cold drink. Looking at the young master in Buggy's hands, Lei Zhang and Kinemon looked at each other and chose to tell the truth. It's Madame's ability that transported us from 20 years ago to this year, without changing our age. Sending people across time and space? Green Pepper and others were shocked. Thinking for a moment, Buggy couldn't wait to ask, what fruit? Not clear. After Lei Zhang finished speaking, seeing Buggy's cold face, he immediately said, we are retainers, we shouldn't speculate and discuss the matter of the master's wife, I really don't know. The madam has passed away, don't talk about the madam. Kinemon recalled the tombstone he saw in Wanukuni, and couldn't help but speak sadly and angry. Are you teaching me what to do? Buggy's expression turned cold, the strength in his hands subconsciously increased, and Momosuke's scream came. Little lord. The three of Jinemon's eyes were splitting, the young master lost a hair and they all felt heartache for several days, and now they're in pain. Shut up. Buggy shouted angrily and looked at Momonosuke, who was screaming in fear and screaming coldly. Can you interpret the text of history? Don't tell me you won't. The historical text was forged by the ancestors of the Wanukuni Kazuki clan, so Captain Roger knelt down and asked Kazuki Oden to join in to interpret the historical text. Ho ho ho. Momonosuke only made a ho ho sound as he was strangled. Seeing this, Buggy let go a little, but he didn't expect that Momonosuke shouted in the first sentence. Save me, 5 zeros. I order you all to save me immediately. Kill this red nose. It's so rude. Before Momonosuke could finish speaking, Buggy's anger was no longer suppressed, and he shouted angrily. I'm called Lousy Red Nose again, I have endured you for a long time. Oden 2 swords. Just when Buggy was furious and wanted to shoot, Kinemon rushed forward. 10 fists of Taoyuan. Swinging the double knives wrapped around armament hockey, Kazuki Oden used the stunt of Kazuki Oden, the cross behind the predecessors, like a shooting star, attacking Buggy directly. Captain, Green Pepper and the others were startled, they were attracted to their attention before, and they were careless. Separate technique. Raizo turned into several clones, disturbing the nearest Green Pepper, and then joined together as he rushed towards Buggy. Rolling technique return. Lei Zhang sprinkled seawater on Buggy. Paramecia roll fruit. You can create scrolls and use them to absorb other people's attacks and release them. Raizo can freely scale the size of the scrolls. The seawater was encountered by the waves a few days ago. In order to avoid overturning the boat, Lei Zhang used a scroll to collect the seawater. Ink cloud. Kanjuro squeezed out the ink from the end of his long brush-shaped hair, and quickly formed a dark cloud of ink. Paramecia pen fruit. He can turn the things he draws into entities, and the creatures drawn by Kanjuro have subjective consciousness, can make sounds, move freely and even carry people to fly, and can also draw food to satisfy their hunger. The arrow of ink. Kanjuro controls the ink cloud. Yukio shower drawing. 35 The ink cloud dropped countless ink droplets to the Green Pepper and others below, and each ink arrow was very sharp and could easily penetrate objects. Peeved. 35 Kinemon's Taoyuan 10 punches directly cut Buggy in half, grabbed the landing Momonosuke, turned around and ran. Crash. The seawater from the Reizang scroll poured, washing Buggy's body away dozens of meters. Island cloud. Ain looked at this scene and said in amazement, why did that person suddenly turn into several people just now? It's not the ability. Does Wanukuni really have the clone technique? 35. We'll know when we arrive at Wanukuni in 2 days. Bai Yu didn't say much. Wanukuni is closed to the country, and Raizo still doesn't know that he has eaten devil fruit. As an ninjutsu, including Kinemon, he doesn't know devil fruit, and he describes eating a rare fruit. Paramecia clothes fruit. Allows designated objects with leaves or stones on their heads to change clothes. The clothes are imagined by those who have the ability, and they can also change into decorations, such as sunglasses and wigs. Okay. He's finally dead. Damn Red Nose is still trying to kill me. Momonosuke roared in Kinemon's arms. Noticing Qingjiao and the others surrounded by rage, Jinnaman burst into a big head. Young master, he is not dead, let's run away. 99. Advertisement, not dead. Momonosuke was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering that Buggy would split his body, and quickly said, no, if Red Nose wants to kill me, he must be killed. Kanjuro. Kinemon didn't listen to Momonosuke's words for the first time, shouted at Kanjuro, and then fought against everyone with Raizo. Clear. Kanjuro painted immediately. A bird in a painting. Kanjuro painted in a hurry, and the huge sparrows he drew were relatively scribbled and had life. They could carry people and fly into the air, but because they were too scribbled, it seemed that they were strenuous to fly. I'll block them, you all go up and fly away. Kanjuro rushed over, chose one person to fight against Qingjiao and others, and played the role of a loyal servant with all his heart. Kinemon and Reizang immediately retreated with Momonosuke, and the three of them just sat on it, but they flew very slowly. Your opponent is me. Kanjuro shouted loudly, manipulating the ink cloud to form a cloud wall to block the crowd. Kurozumi Kanjuro. 99 Bai Yu was amazed. After the death of his parents, Kurozumi Kanjuro lost his heart and has been living by entertaining others, so he has superb acting skills and is good at playing anyone. After Orochi killed the person who murdered his parents, he was willing to follow Orochi to his death and become an undercover agent for the Kazuki family. It's almost crazy when acting, unless Kurozumi is called to stop, he will always play the retainer of the Kazuki clan perfectly. Even dead. The actor who plays with his life. In addition to being an undercover agent, Kanjuro's painting skills are also very superb, but he has been hiding it all the time, and has been painting with his unfamiliar left hand, resulting in scribbled things. Ha 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 ha. Buggy stood on the ice field unscathed, and laughed coldly. Okay, you are really good, you are more courageous than your father. Wake up. A world torn apart. When Buggy unfolded the fruit awakening, Kanjuro was stunned to see his wall of ink clouds torn apart. An extremely strong energy fluctuation rushed to the sky, and because the sparrows were scribbled and flew unhappily, they were not far away in the sky. Not good. 55 Aware of the crisis, Kinemon put Momonosuke into Leizang's arms. You all run away, I will block him. The fire willow flashes. Kinemon turned around and drew his sword, and flames erupted, trying to slash at a high speed the special energy that made him feel the danger. Crack. What shocked Kinemon was that, as soon as he drew his sword, he saw a crack appeared in the two swords, and they were torn apart in a blink of an eye. Whoa, sparrows split, dissolve and spill. Raizo, Momonosuke, and Kinemon fell from the sky. They were on the edge of the ice field before. Even if the scribbled high sparrow didn't fly far, the sea was below. Buggy was about to continue his shot when he saw a scene that shocked him. Crash. Before the three of them fell into the sea, the distant sea tumbled, and an extremely huge black shadow emerged from the sea, causing everyone on the ice sheet to be dead silent. Golem. A huge crimson octopus-shaped sea kings, with several octopus tentacles appearing, can't be seen at a glance. More than 10,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun. These are the top supergiant sea kings that are rarely seen even in the deep sea, and have the terrifying power to overturn islands. The flexibility of the octopus tentacles makes this sea kings more dangerous. Buggy and others hold their breath, and there is no need to anger this sea kings. What? During the fall, seeing such a huge octopus sea kings appear, all three of Kinemon's souls trembled. And the next moment, the octopus sea kings, with a few tentacles lightly lifted, crossed hundreds of meters and quickly wrapped around the three of them. It's over. Kinemon and Raizo are sluggish, they don't have weapons now, they are not easy to attack when they fall, not to mention the supergiant sea kings, it is difficult to resist. The three were entangled in tentacles. Crack. The tentacles were so large that the three fell into inconspicuousness, but when the tentacles began to roll, Buggy and the others still heard the sound of bone cracks, screams, and grief. Also see. Advertisement blood spilled into the sky. Little Lord. Kinemon and Reizang roared in grief. The two of them had just defended with armed colors, but Momonosuke was not armed. The terrifying power of the octopus tentacles shatters Kinemon and Raizo. And Peach Nosuke. Squeeze and burst like a balloon. Without even a single scream, Momonosuke shattered all over, his brain burst into flames, and his entire body became slag. Momosuke. Dead without a corpse. Whoosh. What surprised Buggy and others even more was that the octopus sea king seemed to dislike it and threw off its tentacles. A piece of slag accompanied by the blood mist, and the severely injured Kinemon, Leizang were thrown onto the ice field. This. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, it was great that this kid died so tragically. Buggy couldn't help sneering. This is the consequence of you angering this uncle, you don't need to take action, it's over. 99. But you turned out to be this way of dying, you really laughed my uncle to death. Wow, the octopus sea kings let out a cry, seemed happy, and turned into the sea. Aine's eyes were full of doubts. It was calling at us just now. No, at you? Yes, it is very smart and recognizes me. Bai Yu said and hugged Aine. Okay, let's go to the spaceship. 35. The octopus sea kings swam because they sensed the breath of Bai Yu Poseidon, and they saw three figures falling out of the sea. What is this? How dare you disturb me to see Poseidon die? When the octopus was unhappy, it rolled its tentacles randomly. Then, Momonosuke is dead. It was such an accident, which made Bai Yu feel the impermanence of life. Bai Yu let it go, and the octopus sea kings shouted happily after hearing this. The people I want to kill don't need me in the end, but that's fine so I don't get my hands dirty. 35. Bai Yu took Ain away. As for Kinemon, Raizo, and Kanjuro, they would definitely die. Kill them. Buggy glanced at the Momonosuke residue and said coldly, 0.9. Yes, Captain. The other side. Pudding found the island from Festa's memory and the spaceship arrived. Quickly get the Raftel perpetual pointer from the Fur Clan. Huh? This direction? Nami took the pointer and looked at the direction it was pointing, and put it away again. Let it be handled by Bai Yu, and now ask this sheep, where's Zou Island? 35. I don't know. The goat-like fur tribe trembled. I fell accidentally when I was a child, and I also want to go back to Zou. Festa promised to send me back to Zou, and I listened to him. 99. This fur tribe is very simple, confirmed by Pudding, and did not lie. The girls were disappointed. Pudding said crisply, Pokemus should know, after all, he is from the fur tribe, why don't you ask? Pokemus is a lion fur tribe and left Zou as a pirate. Zone Turtlefruit is currently the chief officer of the 11th Division. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The goat fur tribe looked at it and was immediately excited. The Elephant Lord. It is the Elephant Lord. I will not admit it wrong. Zou Island, my hometown is on it. 5. Bai Yu appeared out of thin air with Ain, smiled and waved at the girls. Vivi looked into the distance and exclaimed. When the girls looked in the direction, they all condensed, and a huge shadow appeared in the mist in the distance. Outline, much like an elephant. Let's go, Zou Island. He's right. Then. What is that? Chapter 194. The Millennium Elephant Lord, Wanmizuowu, Fur Tribe of the Furry Principality. Hello Ain. Little Ain is so cute. Come and give my sister a hug. 6. As soon as she got on the spaceship, the 10-year-old Lil Ain was surrounded by the girls, and she felt that she had entered the country of daughters. Ain. There are too many beauties here, can the Demon King Bai Yu stand it? Fortunately, Ain just thought about it and didn't say it, otherwise Gion would have said it seriously. I said it too, but I didn't hold back, so you were finished. 5. Holding little Ain, Hancock's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but wonder, does your husband like children very much? The girls pricked up their ears, because they found that Bai Yu likes to turn girls into little loli, but he has no strange hobby, just as a pillow, they also want to hug. It's alright, Ain was only reduced by the backlash of his ability, wait for you to take turns to hug for 2 days and then change back. 99. Ain stared. What does it mean to take turns to hug for 2 days? There are more than 30 beauties here, and it takes more than 2 months for one person to hug each other for 2 days. Vivi shyly said, then does brother Bai Yu like his children? The girls pricked up their ears again. Although Gerd is 75 years old, the giants have a life expectancy of 350 years, and their hearts are only about 20 years old. But Robin, Hancock, Monet, Makino, Stussy, Garrett, Hina, Gion, and 8 girls are now over 30 years old. Mental age is very mature. As Makino said to Nami and Nuokagao 2 years ago, at the age of 29, I am being urged to get married. If I don't get on the boat, maybe I will have children in 2 years. I am just an ordinary girl 11. And this year, 31 years old. Today, Bai Yu's ability plus pure gold plus card op fruitbug has been immortalized. The girls do not worry about age, and the years to come are extremely long. But as a woman, it is unavoidable to think about children. I like it, but I only like girls. I don't have a good education for boys. 99. Bai Yu said what was in his heart, pointed to the distance and said, that's Suowu. 35. Nami directly complained. A certain demon king will really change the subject, aren't you afraid that the beauties will be sad? If you complain about me again, go to my room tonight. Next year, you can stay at home and take care of the children. Don't think about going to sea. 35. Okay, it's a deal. 66 inches 5. The corner of Bai Yu's eyes twitched, and Nami Cutie did not play cards according to the routine. Seeing the girls holding back their laughter, Bai Yu flicked off Nami's little head, looked around and said seriously, I sincerely hope that thousands of years from now, everyone will have breakfast together. 55. Arrive. Bai Yu was on the spaceship with the girls, looking at the huge figure in front of him. It's really too big. Kaya took out the camera phone bug to take pictures. Gion sighed with emotion. I have only heard of but never seen such a large terrestrial creature, which is really amazing. The mammoth that Jack the Drow turned into is probably not enough for it to throw its nose. Sugar guessed the truth. Shown in front is a supergiant elephant with an island country on its back, walking in the sea towering into the clouds. Like the Lord. Natami Nolita, the long-legged giant elephant that lived for more than 1,000 years. Elephant Lord was born in the Grand Line thousands of years ago, and in the blank 100 years, he became Joey Boy's partner. But for some reason, Shanzu committed a crime and was punished and ordered to keep walking and not stop. In the following time, the fur tribe established a furry duchy on the back of the Elephant Lord and was sheltered by the Elephant Lord. Joey Boy again. Robin murmured when he heard Bai Yu's words. Konus was stunned. Because a command line goes hundreds of thousands of years, it is too obedient and too loyal. 5. But it's also been ravaged by years, Shirley whispered. The women nodded. Advertisement from a distance. Shangzu's eyes are extremely empty, his skin is wrinkled and mottled, and there are many scars on his body, especially his ears, which are covered with holes. Shirahoshi asked curiously, Lord Bai Yu, how big is it? Are you talking about height? Bai Yu reminded. First of all, you must know that the elephant owner is a long-legged elephant family, and the elephant's legs also have 3 segments, which means that there is an extra segment between the thigh and the calf. Elephant with long legs, or 3 sections. The women's brains made up a picture. The elephant with long legs has an extra leg, and that leg is too long. It is standing in the sea now, with only one leg exposed, and the height from the sea to its back is more than 10,000 meters. Under the sea, there are 2 legs of the elephant that are longer than the first. Bai Yu continued. The overall height is more than 3,000 meters, so start the scan. Yes, master. Athena turned on the radar scan, and soon the holographic projection of the elephant appeared, and a specific data was displayed. Moo, 39 suddenly, the elephant neighed. This seems to be a voice from ancient times. Due to its huge size, the slight neigh is deafening. Bai Yu unfolded the sound barrier of the enchantment fruit in advance, and looked sideways. Did you squeak because you sense Momonosuke's death, or because you sense my power? Elephant Lord can send out the voice of all things, and it can communicate with people who can hear the voice of all things. It is also possible to transmit the picture seen in the eyes to the mind of the communicator. In the original trajectory, the elephant master let Momonosuke see the picture in his eyes. Because Momonosuke can hear the voice of the elephant and can communicate with his mind and issue orders to him. Original track. Talk to Momonosuke. Elephant Lord. I am Joey Boy's partner, and I have persisted until now in order to fight side by side with you, and I have been waiting for you to issue battle orders. When the Luffy fruit awakens. Elephant Lord. I hear the drums of liberation, Joy Boy is back. Above. Bai Yu murmured. The so-called fate. This world is really interesting. Now. On the back of Elephant Lord, everyone on Zou Island was awakened by the sound of hissing. The furry principality. The fur tribe lived here. The human form derived from hairy animals, especially fond of bones. The fighting method was to rely on the body to emit static electricity, and when the moon was full, it could change into the form of a moon lion, and all the abilities of the body were greatly improved. From the fur tribe's point of view, they don't hate humans. Humans are just sparsely haired monkey fur tribes. The highest etiquette, changing clothes. And the fur tribe is known for being tough. The old and the weak, women and children have the strength to defeat the pirates, and the babies are also equipped with basic self-defense techniques. What happened? It's the neighing of the elephant. It's not good. There may be outsiders intruding. Quickly inform Inuarashi-sama. Elephant Lord neighing is extremely rare, causing all the residents of the furry principality to be startled, and they ran out of various places to gather. Moo, 35 The elephant neighed again. The girls on the spaceship saw that the elephant master raised his trunk, and instead of attacking the spaceship, he smashed directly into the sea. Boom. The incomparably heavy and huge elephant trunk slammed into the sea and blasted a wave, and a huge tsunami swept away. Nami is surprised. Is it angry? We didn't mess with it. No, it shouldn't be us, or it should be thrown at us. 5. It may also be that Big Brother Bai Yu is too strong, it doesn't dare, Kaya said. Sure enough, it was only when I realized Momonosuke's death that I was angry, and that's right, after all, he died dozens of miles away. Bai Yu secretly said, good death, we land on the island. Bai Yu is not interested in the main object, and there are many younger brothers of the huge sea kings in the deep sea. In the head of the elephant, only the Kazuki family and Joey Boy are in his mind, and his thoughts are solidified. Advertisement Lori Poseidon Shirahoshi in the left hand, Ace Day, the water controller of Lori in the right hand, what a 1,000-year-old elephant. Moo, seeing that the spaceship was about to fly over his head and sensing Bai Yu's terrifying aura, Shangzu was worried about the fur tribe on his back and subconsciously used his trunk. But after throwing it out, the elephant master regrets extremely. How can it provoke such a terrifying powerhouse? It will cause disaster. But the trunk is too heavy and the inertia is too large, and it cannot be recovered for a while. Very good. Seeing the huge elephant trunk thrown, Bai Yu was a little excited. Elephant Lord can destroy a fleet without breaking a sweat, and the original trajectory knocked down Jack the Drow with one blow. If he hadn't been supported by the Murloc Shen Haineng, he would have died as a capable person. He's going. Will he be okay? Ain exclaimed. It's really that Bai Yu's body size gap is too big compared to the Image Master. Robin whispered. Since Bai Yu has decided, then have confidence, we just need to believe in him. In addition, Robin looked at Zou Island. I heard the voice of the historical text, and it was also the historical text of the road sign. Pay 500 Rona exclaimed. Bai Yu said, you can hear the voice of the text when you listen to the voice of all things, are you awakened? Robin smiled and said, no, Bai Yu told me yesterday. Perona. Robin is too dark-bellied, deliberately fishing, she directly took the bait. Boom. A huge roar resounded in all directions, and when the girls looked at them, they saw the huge elephant trunk flying backwards, threw it on the sea and exploded the waves, and Bai Yu stood in the sky without any hindrance. Nice power. Bai Yu withdrew his hand. Moo, the elephant neighed again. It is sending an alarm to the fur tribe, reminding Bai Yu of the power. Haina's voice sounded. A lot of fur tribes, they are really like a group of zone fruit power users. The girls turned to look. Many fur tribes moved quickly on Zou Island, led by a fat cat and a yellow-haired dog. King of the Night, Cat Viper. led a group of knights to guard the sacred place of the fur tribe, the Whale Forest. The King of Daylight, Inuarashi, lead the musket team under his command to protect the furry principality. Cat Viper and Inuarashi are both kings, one is in charge of the night and the other is in charge of the day, and they usually don't see each other. Who is invading *2? Huh. How did you madman climb out of the forest? It's daytime, and I'm the king. 5. HMPH, the intruder who can make the elephant neigh must be very strong, and you are so weak, I don't worry about you. 95. For a time, a dog and a cat quarreled and were hostile to each other. The spaceship accelerated, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the sky above Zou Island, causing all the fur tribes to look up. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Whoosh. F#7. Inuarashi and Cat Viper were shocked at the same time, and it was rumored that the Demon King was even more terrifying than Kaido, which made them extremely stressed. The members of the Knights and the Musketeer looked at each other. If it were not for the invaders, the two kings would never communicate with each other. Inuarashi. The Demon Kings. The several hundred meters of the spaceship glowing with metallic luster directly made the fur tribes stunned, and the whole island fell silent. Cat Viper. Spaceship. Chapter 195. The Shock of the King of One Cat and One Dog, Cute Tutu Garot. Although Zou Island rarely communicates with the outside world, he can occasionally see newspapers, and the top pirate who has published the most newspapers in the past 2 years is the Demon King. Not to mention its strength, in terms of power, it far exceeds the beast's pirates. Where the spaceship is, there must be a Demon King. Inu Land's mind was calm. What is he doing here, encountering and playing, to subdue us, or? When Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other, they were a little dignified. It is impossible to come here to make friends, the Demon King will not personally come to subdue them, and the strength is seriously unequal. Then there are only 2 possibilities left. 1. Chance encounter, and 2. Historical text. Never let him take it away, Cat Viper and Inuarashi thought. The Whale Forest is a sacred place for the fur tribe, and the historical text of the road sign is something they have always guarded, and no outsiders can take it away anyway. Now I only hope that the devil does not know that the historical text of the road sign is here. One cat and one dog? Bai Yu sensed the moment. They went to sea together when they were young, were rescued by Odin and became a retainer, smuggled into the Whitebeard pirates, and then smuggled into the Roger pirates, and then passed Wanukuni and disembarked, but never went to Raftel. After Odin's death, the two blamed each other and quarreled, which eventually led to a split. In charge of the day and night of Zou Island, neither meeting nor wanting to see each other. The Fur King Inuarashi, representing the furry principality, welcomes the arrival of the New World 4 Emperors, Your Majesty the Demon King. Inu Lan was a calm person and did not like violence, and spoke extremely calmly. The King of the Fur Tribe, Viper, representing the furry principality, welcomes the New World 4 Emperors, His Majesty the Demon King. 99. Cat Viper's personality is very violent, and he is suppressing his emotions at this moment. What? The fur tribesmen were shocked, and the members of the musket team and the knights were even more shocked. How strong and high the identity of the Comer is, in order for these two kings, who they think are the strongest, to greet them. Notify you. Monet's voice cleared up. Immediately hand over the historical text of the red road sign, everything will be fine. Trouble. It was really for this, Inu Lan was solemn, and Cat Viper was irritated by Monet's attitude. Cat Viper said in a low voice, Zuo Wu doesn't have any text, I haven't heard of it. Robin reminded. It's a red stone with words that cannot be destroyed. There is no red stone you are looking for here, let's go. Cat Viper's voice was a little cold. Karina shouted, if the idol says yes, then there must be. I said no then no. Cat Viper's irritable temper could no longer be suppressed, and he shouted angrily. Your Excellency the Demon King didn't speak, you women are just, you don't know how to behave. F#7. Inu Lan cursed inwardly. As expected of a lunatic from Zou Island, really crazy. Ladies, calm down, there is something wrong with Cat Viper's brain, it is a physical defect, please forgive me. After Quanlin finished speaking, he suddenly kicked the cat and Pit Viper with a ruthless kick, and said to the members of the night group. You are optimistic about him, you must not let him. Whoosh whoosh, not waiting for Inuarashi to finish. Nami and the other women wore white combat uniforms, unfolded their angel wings and flew out of the spaceship, overlooking the sky. You can't pretend you didn't hear what you just said, Stussy said calmly. Karina said fiercely. You fat cat, you actually said that we don't know the etiquette, then you tell me what the etiquette is, if you can't say it, you just wait for someone else to collect the body for you, backquote. Pudding punched. You're just bad-tempered, I'm angry too. Why does Hina need your care, are you sick? Hina snorted coldly. Gerd said a little excitedly. What is going to happen next? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? 9. I'm going to hit 100, the girls were surprised. Unexpectedly, Gerd is still a fighter, but he is usually so gentle. Hiss. The Fur Clan was breathing cold air everywhere, and their hearts were extremely shaken. Woman. Hairless female monkey. Advertisement however, at least half of the auras of the girls were very strong, especially when the auras gathered together, they multiplied exponentially. How is this possible? As soon as Cat Viper stood up, he noticed the strength of the girls, and several of them shocked him. Cuckoo. Also at this moment, a crisp cry sounded, causing Inu Lan and Cat Viper to be stunned for a moment. The other fur tribes also looked. Goo goo. This sound is usually the sound of the rabbit fur clan being frightened or unhappy. The girls were also surprised. When looking at it, Makino's eyes lit up. What a cute bunny. Wow, it's really a bunny with bunny ears and bunny tail. She looks so good. Shirahoshi's eyes were shining. The mouth is bulging and moving. Is she eating radishes? Nami also asked curiously. Perona rolled her eyes and said loudly, My god, Nami, you want to eat her? This bunny is so cute. Why do you want to eat bunny? What? Eat me. The little rabbit was startled. Nami was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. I really want to eat it, but it's not me. A certain demon king should want to eat her. Learn. Understood. 35, congratulations, you got it right. 99. New Okagawa, Konas, Bonnie and other girls spoke, making the whole family hold their breath. Good. It's scary. The little rabbit is very simple and directly believes the surface meaning. He is very emotional for a while, crying and jumping on the spot, and by the way, he nibbles a radish. Wow, so cute. 35 mini girls have been turned over by cute rabbits who are jumping around and eating radishes. Inu Lan and the others looked at each other in dismay, so many of them couldn't compare to the little rabbit, ignoring them all. Brush. Bai Yu's figure appeared out of thin air, standing in the sky overlooking the fur tribe. Hey, the little rabbit glanced at the sky, eyes wide open. Other women can fly, and her little head can understand it. After all, there are wings behind her back, so they can be regarded as hairless birds. And Bai Yu stood in the sky, making her small head not enough, and she muttered in her heart, This hairless monkey is amazing. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. For outsiders, he was used to listening to his heart, but the little rabbit's hairless monkey almost broke his defense. I'm hairy. No, this little bunny is suddenly not cute. Hiss. How can that be? Other fur tribes are still amazed by Bai Yu's appearance, but the stronger the person, the more powerful Bai Yu can feel. The moment Inuarashi and Cat Viper saw Bai Yu, they felt a cold aura spread over their bodies and their souls trembled. That's a snap of your fingers. No, it's as easy as crushing ordinary little ants to crush them to death. They believe so strongly in their wild instincts that it is unbelievable. He's more terrifying than Kaido. No, Roger, Captain Whitebeard, all of them together? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cat Viper shouted in horror. Impossible, fake, I don't believe in waiting for these words. It was Nami who spoke, and said coldly. It can only prove that you are weak, it is simply unsightly. 3. The girls were surprised. The little rabbit stared wider. The next moment, Nami looked at Bai Yu with a chuckle. How about it, I learned the same way. Do you want to say this next sentence? You have nothing to say. Why'd I say this? Bai Yu was puzzled. Are these ants qualified to let me speak? I didn't expect you to think so highly of them. 5. Nami looked shocked. After a long time, Nami rolled his eyes playfully and said with a bow. It's the little girl who underestimates the Demon King too much, I admire him. The fur tribe looked dull. Advertisement, what does this man mean? Don't we, even the two kings, even have the right to let him speak? So annoying. Cat Viper. Boom, Luo Inulan kicked it away with one kick, full of fear, and said very calmly. Lord Demon King, the cat and pit viper. The history of the red road sign is there, deep in the whale forest. Robin, go and find it. 99. Bai Yu ignored Inuarashi, as he just said, he really thought that Inuarashi and others were not qualified to talk to him. Eligible. Interested, own person, or strong. The loyal Kazuki family licks dogs and cats, and their strength is unattractive. Bai Yu is crazy to be interested in cats and dogs. Wouldn't it be fun for him to find a little rabbit? What? Inuarashi was shocked to see Robin and many other girls flying in the direction of the whale forest pointed by Bai Yu. How did the Demon King who came for the first time know? Did he hear the voice of the historical text like Roger? Never let them take them away. Cat Viper got up and rushed towards the whale forest, and the knights quickly followed. Inuarashi's expression changed, and he did not rush to follow, calmly thinking about countermeasures. Hello, little bunny. Bai Yu came to the little rabbit in an instant, and she jumped up in fright. Chong. Inu Lan only felt a splendid brilliance flash before his eyes, and found a woman condensed out and drew a knife to look at him. No one is allowed to disturb Mr. Bai Yu. Take a step closer and die. Toshiki said calmly with a knife. Stay away. Baby Five's hands turned into laser cannons, aiming at the fur tribes on both sides. Bonnie said. Hey, that puppy, keep them all away. 9. Didn't you hear? Khalifa said immediately after seeing Inuarashi without moving. Inanlan couldn't help but feel extremely dignified. These women didn't feel weak. All go home, not allowed to come out without my order, let's go. Inu Lan gave the order to the clansmen, watched the clansmen begin to leave, and immediately took the musket team to the whale forest. Lee's good. For a while. The surroundings are very empty. The little rabbit glanced at Bai Yu, saw that Bai Yu didn't move, jumped immediately, and hurriedly ran towards Inuarashi. Because she was also a member of the Musketeers, a day and night messenger. Hey. The next moment, the little rabbit was dumbfounded and looked at Bai Yu in front of him with cute eyes. Why did I come back? 35. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. I did it, are you, Garrett? Garrett, 15 years old. Rabbit fur clan, with short blonde hair, rabbit ears, fluffy short tail, petite and slender body. The expression at the moment looks cute and cute. The character is innocent and romantic, simple and lovely, and easily excited. You? You know me. Garrett's bunny ears moved playfully and couldn't help but wonder. How did you do it? I didn't realize it just now. What a powerful hairless monkey. Peeved. Fish have no hair, but you have no hair, son. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Vivi, who was curious to see this side, laughed out loud, saw Bai Yu looking over, and quickly said, I'm sorry brother Bai Yu, I adore and love you very much, so I won't laugh at you unless I can't help it. 99. Listening to one party's head full of black lines and the other party's innocent dialogue, Bonnie and the other women couldn't help laughing and were so happy. Peeved ha ha ha. Hey, what kind of fish are you? Also noticed that the other girls were smiling and blushing, and Bai Yu had a black line. I'm not a monkey. Chapter 196. Customize the devil fruit card. The second road sign, Queen Zhou. Looking at the girls laughing, Garrett's expression was full of puzzlement. I'm really defeated by your innocence. Bai Yu knew that he couldn't change Garrett's understanding of human beings in a short time, so he changed the subject and said, from the first time I saw you, you ran away. It won't fall, even if it runs to. Bai Yu pointed into the distance. At the very edge of Zhou Island, I can catch you instantly even if I don't move. Do you believe it, little rabbit? I do not believe. Garrett subconsciously shook his ears. Bai Yu suggested. Would you like to make a bet? If I can, just get on my boat and listen to me. Can't you do it? Garrett's eyes lit up when she heard she got on the boat, and her heart was desperate for a free adventure. Fulfill your wishes. 35. You lied to the rabbit. Where did I lie to you? Garrett said seriously. I want endless radishes, preferably I can't finish them in my life. It must be true, can you do it? The girls were stunned. The wish promised by Bai Yu, and Garrett only wanted radishes, really, so cute. Bai Yu smiled and said, I'll give you a radish island full of delicious radishes you've never eaten before. 99. It's a word. After Garrett finished speaking, he couldn't wait to jump into the distance. You can't move. If you move, you lose. The girls laughed softly. Little Garrett was really simple and cute. If he got on the boat, it would definitely be fun. Gallet is a bunny after all. She likes to eat radishes very much, and wherever she goes, including clothes, daily necessities, etc., come with radishes. Bai Yu explained to the girls, and then reminded, but be careful, Garrett will not give carrots to anyone. If someone eats her carrots, the consequences will be very serious. Did you eat? Want to kill me? The girls were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. What if Bai Yu ate it? They seemed to see the picture of the future. The innocent and cute little rabbit puffed up and pounced angrily, biting down. Oh, it's so hard, my teeth are falling out, woohoo. 503. The other side. Whale Forest. The full name is the White Whale Forest. This is a sacred place for the fur tribe, and it is also a forbidden area. No foreigners are allowed to invade for half a step, otherwise they will be bitten to death. The girls flew very fast. Also see the whole picture of the whale forest with a huge tree in the middle. The trunk of the tree as a whole is similar to that of a whale going out to sea, and the crown of the tree grows extremely lush foliage branches from the head of the whale. The trunk looks like a whale, no wonder it's called a whale forest. Kaya looked at the tree and sighed. There, it's very empty, there's only one huge stone. Hancock pointed to the cave after sensing it. The girls flew over immediately. Crossing the forest, they came to a huge emerald green branch. The inner cave emits green light. When the women walked in, they saw a huge red cube stone dozens of meters tall. It is covered with square text. That's it. Robin walked over subconsciously and recognized it at a glance, the second piece of red road sign historical text. So, without that Raftel perpetual pointer, we're 2 blocks away. Perona's eyes sparkle as she recalls a piece she collected at Cake Island. Directly using the permanent pointer will lose the fun, and it is an adventure for everyone to go to sea again, and by the way, look for the road signs. The historical text of each road sign records a location, and when these locations are known and the 4 points are connected on the map, the last island emerges in the center. Raftel. Karina said suddenly. If that's the case, then we only need 3 pieces of road sign history. 35. How to say? Baccarat was surprised. Karina took out a piece of paper and a pen from Naji and drew a triangle. The 3 points connected together are a triangle, and no matter where the 4th point is, the center of the 4 points must be in the triangle area. Shirahoshi, Rebecca, Man Shirley and other girls were full of doubts. Bodge. Stussy praised. You are right, as long as the triangle area is determined, then whether it is Athena's radar scan or Bai Yu's perception and color perception, you can find where Raftel is. Including the sky and the deep sea. 35. Unless it is in a special space and requires a special method to enter, it will definitely be found by Bai Yu. Advertisement. Why in the triangle area? Shirahoshi and several girls racked their brains to think, but still couldn't understand. Koala suddenly said, it is indeed a good way, you are so smart. She's a little fox, of course she's smart, Nami agreed. I have a question. Rebecca raised her small hand. If 3 yuan is enough, don't others know, why haven't they found it? First, before Roger found Raftel, the final island was called Mercury Island, which was our headquarters. Guillaume lightly explained. Second, since the Roger pirates, no faction has assembled 3 historical texts of road signs. 99. Thirdly, even if there are 3 pieces, they can't do the wide-ranging and meticulous search that Bai Yu saw and heard. Rebecca realized. The 3rd road sign Bai Yu said, everyone knows where it is. Wanukuni. What is that? Aim pointed to the wall behind the red stone. There was a bird-like circular pattern with a black coat of arms. Robin looked carefully and shook his head. I haven't seen it either, but it looks like the legendary Yatagarasu. At this time, Hancock and Gion looked back, and a cat, a dog, a cat viper and Inuarashi entered the hole. That's the divine bird pattern of the Wanukuni Kazuki clan, which existed on Zo Island hundreds of years ago. Inuarashi spoke calmly. When they gathered on the road, they did not let the knights and musketeers follow them. They were not strong enough to avoid unnecessary casualties. Cat Viper said in a low voice, "This is my fur tribe's holy place, and that stone is my tribe's holy relic. I can ignore your intrusion into the forbidden area, but I must not take away the red stone." Inu Land didn't say anything else. Guarding the sacred place and the historical text of the road sign was their belief and could not be easily rewritten. Hancock said flatly, "What if the concubine must take it away?" Boom. The next moment, Hancock armed with a kick to the red road sign history text. It was extremely hard and could not be broken, and there were no cracks, but it was kicked and flew. "It's not very heavy, no problem." Hancock raised his hand, the acceptance ring flickered, and under the sluggish expressions of Cat Viper and Inuarashi, the red road sign disappeared instantly and was included in the acceptance ring. Disappeared? 99. Give the stone back. When Inuarashi was in a trance, Cat Viper rushed over in a furious rage. Odin is a blast. Cat laugh clash. The Cat Viper quickly charged and waved its cat claws, which could pierce and tear the enemy, and its power was not weak. "I come," Gerd said excitedly, and was about to swing his axe when he found Gion drawing his sword. "You can't stop him." 35 Gion drew his sword and slashed out a fiery pink slashing wave. Boom. With a roar, the Cat Viper flew out, and Inu Land immediately caught the Cat Viper and shook back 10 steps in succession. Seeing the bloody mist on Cat Viper's claws, Inu Land pressed him firmly, raised his head and proposed, "You can rub a copy, and then put the historical text of the red road sign back in place, then you will still be fur tribe. Distinguished guest." VIP. No need. Putting away the stones, Hancock walked in front. "Get away from the concubine. You guys don't want to leave." Cat Viper's irritable anger burst into the sky, and directly broke free from Inuarashi. "I must." Snowstorm. 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds. A vacuum world. The Holy Light Judgment, Blade Storm. In an instant, Monet, Robin, Nuokagao, Konus, Garrett and other women all attacked with their big moves. Not good. Advertisement. Inu Land scolded the cat and Pit Viper for being too irritable, and there is a point of bargaining for everything, and there is really no other way to think about it, how to do it. 10 fists of Taoyuan. Cat laugh clash. Inuarashi used the Odin 2 swords, and the Cat Viper waved the cat's claws again. Boom. There was a big explosion in the narrow cave, and the attack of the two could not resist the attack of the girls. Then came another attack. Cats and dogs fell in a pool of blood. In broad daylight, cats and dogs could not use the moon lion form. Instant eternity. Hancock used Inuarashi and Cat Viper as the source, and the cold air erupted directly, freezing the cat and dog on the ground in an instant. Hancock quits. Sha Tang said in surprise. "They have all shot, don't they kill?" Chong. Gion swung the sword and retracted it. When the sound of closing the knife sounded, the ice cubes shattered. Inuarashi and Cat Viper were directly abolished and passed out on the spot. "That little rabbit." Gion explained why. Hancock expressed his thoughts. "The 2 defunct kings are not worth mentioning, but we have to take care of the little rabbit's emotions and let her become the queen here after she has been cultivated by her husband for a period of time." 99. The women nodded understandingly. The fur tribe is finally valuable, and it is best to make the little rabbit a queen. Good. Bai Yu feels like it. In the original trajectory, after the Wanukuni War, Garrett the rabbit was elected as the new king. Queen Zo, Garrett. This proves, Garrett has this talent. And Garrett is indeed the leader of the fur tribe, and his talent is very good. Such a simple and cute little rabbit was elected as the new king by the fur tribe. She is only 15 years old. Bai Yu admires the little rabbit Garrett. Kanjuro, Kinemon, and Raizo were killed by Buggy, and 2 more were abolished, so there are only 4 of the Red Sheath 9 heroes left. Bai Yu threw his thoughts away. He was not interested in the Chisao Jusha or anything, but was all stubborn and loyal retainers, including Kanjuro, who was loyal to Orochi. System. Lottery draw. Looking at the girls around him, he felt that Garrett was still accelerating his long jump, and Bai Yu was in a good mood to draw a prize. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Ain to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Random fruit card 3.99. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. It's really been a long time since he stole this thing. After he stole Nami, he drew it on her. 2 last time, 3 this time. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Can this also be optimized? Bai Yu checked the information to confirm that it is the devil fruit card and not other fruits, and confirmed the optimization. Ding, the optimization is complete. The random fruit card is optimized to be customized. Customized devil fruit card 3. The host can independently edit the specific abilities of various devil fruits to realize it. Remarks. The balance of power in this world cannot be broken too much, such as the fruit of the sun, the fruit of the world, the fruit of the true god, etc. Note. Otherworld-specific powers, such as chakra fruit, shinigami fruit, magic fruit, etc., cannot be edited. Customize. Meaning, my custom-edited devil fruit. Logia can't go far beyond the thunder and lightning. Paramecia can't go far beyond the shock and flutter, and the Eudemons can't go far beyond Xinglong and Nika? Who can't make it up? What is good to make up? Gather the girls and brainstorm. Bai Yu didn't expect to be able to optimize it so much, it's equivalent to private customization. All in all, it is possible to edit independently, but it cannot be too exaggerated, but even so, Bai Yu is also interested. There are only 3 customizable devil fruit cards, so Bai Yu can't be too hasty, there are only 3 chances. Chapter 197. Go to Joey Boy, Move Zo, Royal Sister Garrot. Eudemons? Nature? Superman? Since it is a custom, Bai Yu is troubled by happiness. There are fruits related to time and space, so the custom can't be worse than this. At least one has to develop a conceptual power comparable to space and time, so Logia is excluded first, 35. Not that Logia is not strong. Logia is the power of nature, gold, wood, water, fire, soil, wind, thunder, ice, light and darkness, etc. If it is handed over to the girls to develop, the limit will be the level of the original 3 Admiral, and it is impossible to involve concept development. So customizing the power of nature, it is really wasted. Just when Bai Yu was thinking, Garrot jumped at a very fast speed. He was very close to the edge of Zo Island, and he was still accelerating. As Garrot, who can be elected as the new king after a few months of the original trajectory, even though she is only 15 years old, she is agile and powerful. For radishes, Garrot is full of energy. She smiled cutely when she thought that after winning Bai Yu, there was a whole lot of delicious radishes that she had never eaten before. Dance so fast. Bai Yu put away the 3 custom devil fruit cards, perception passed. Perceiving that Garrot just came to the edge of Zo Island, he was looking around with blinking eyes, as if he was ready to see how Bai Yu was so far apart, standing still and grabbing her back. After watching it for a few laps, Garrot didn't notice anything unusual, and couldn't help but mutter. He doesn't want to give me carrots, so he's driving. The words did not fall. Garrot found Bai Yu appeared out of thin air. No, it was she who returned to Bai Yu in an instant, making her eyes widen. It's amazing. Bai Yu's remote transfer surprised Garrot, and then he was very surprised, and he was even more looking forward to the adventure of the outside world. Karuchu, 35. Garrot was very excited at the moment, jumped over directly, hung on Bai Yu, and used her small face to stick Bai Yu's face. Kaluchu, 99. What does this mean? Vivi and the other women were a little surprised by this action. Why did the little rabbit suddenly become enthusiastic? She really wanted to hug her. The way the fur tribes are friendly to humans is called Kaluchu, and they will rub them intimately. The highest etiquette is to exchange clothes. Bai Yu said, and touched Garrot's small head. Duck cluck. Garrot suddenly smiled cutely, and his little face blushed. What? Tashigi and other women were surprised. Bai Yu stroked Garrot's little head and said, in addition to eating radishes, she also likes others to touch her head. Even if she is unhappy, as long as she touches her head, she will laugh cutely, which is her rabbit instinct. Wow, how can that be? Makino and the other women's eyes were sparkling, as if they had discovered a new continent, and they couldn't help but gather around them. When Garrot felt that her little head was being touched and smiled happily, she liked others to touch her head the most. Immediately after, Hancock and the other women rushed back from the whale forest and were pleasantly surprised when they heard Garrot's preferences and characteristics. Gluck cluck. Garrot smiled cutely. Bai Yu let go of her and fell into the hands of the girls, looking at Garrot. There are so many young ladies, even if one touches her, you have to laugh and cramp, right? 35. Results. Bai Yu was surprised that when the girls finished their experience, Garrot took the initiative to look forward to speaking. Your hands are so soft, can you continue? Meet you. 35. It just so happened that a lot of girls were still not satisfied and gathered around again. Husband, those 2 kings of cats and dogs, Hancock said again. Bai Yu said bluntly, it will be abolished, and the loyal retainers of the Kazuki family are not suitable to be the kings here. After all, it is Garrot's hometown. She will often go home to visit in the future, so she will plant our flag here, and this will be our territory in the future. Brush. Advertisement. Bai Yu brought the little rabbit to Wanda. I just stole Garrot, I will take good care of her. Canine Wanda. When back. Bai Yu sensed the elephant lord and found that it was still neighing from time to time. After all, the elephant master said that it was Joey Boy's partner, and it has persisted until now in order to fight side by side with Momonosuke, and has been waiting for the battle order. Bai Yu couldn't understand why Joey Boy's partner had to wait for Momonosuke and obey his orders. But now that Momonosuke is dead, does the elephant lord's persistence still make sense? Moo, 55. The elephant wailed. The fur tribe felt a grief that seemed to come from ancient times. Anyway, even without Momonosuke, it has to wait for Joey Boy to return, so it is destined not to listen to me, so Zo Island cannot stay on its back. Bai Yu perceives Sao Island, because it's Garrot's hometown, so this is my site, how can my site be handed over to outsiders? So, move. Seeing Bai Yu touching Zo Island, the girls were surprised, and Garrot also looked over curiously. What was he doing? Robin asked, are you removing Zo Island? Bai Yu nodded. The elephant is going to follow the returning Joey Boy sooner or later, so he can't let it take Zo Island too, that would be too troublesome. 35. Is Joey Boy really going to come back? Robin still couldn't understand how people from 800 years ago came back, and there is too little information at present. When the Nika fruit awakens, the elephant master can clearly perceive the return of Joey Boy. Bai Yu said casually, not clear or interested. Boom. Under Garrett's dull eyes, Bai Yu raised his hand, and the entire Zou Island trembled, and the fur tribesmen also walked out of the house one after another, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Next moment, the whole island floated, separated from the back of the Elephant Lord. This time, the Elephant Lord did not neigh, but was silent for a moment and walked forward, speeding up a bit. The gravity space opened, Bai Yu sent the island into it, and placed it near the Fishmen Island in the balance area to communicate with each other. Return the ship with the girls. Monet, Khalifa, you go and inform the cats and dogs. Bai Yu looked at the two women. Let them go to appease the fur tribe, make Garrot the first candidate for the king, and manage Zou during this period. Let them leave after Garrett takes the throne. Kazuki diehards don't stay here. The two women entered the gravity space. Shirahoshi said in surprise. Will they agree? And Garrett is only 15 years old, 1 year younger than me. They have no other choice, and you have to trust Garrett. Bai Yu stroked Shirahoshi's hair. The original track, who became the queen at the age of 15 a few months later, was nurtured by Bai Yu, and was definitely stronger than the original track. What are you going to do? After Garrett regained his senses, he was staring at Bai Yu with wide eyes. Her little head was completely confused now. Facing the pure Garrett, Bai Yu said bluntly, I bet you lost, so you will get on my boat in the future and obey me, right? Yes. 35 Garrett nodded, took out a radish out of nowhere, and swore very seriously, if I violate it, then I will only eat 1 radish a day. 35. The girls couldn't help laughing. Shibobani felt the same. If I only eat 1 meal a day, it will be more uncomfortable than killing me. The oath that little Garrett swears is too poisonous. The girls. Bai Yu's eyelids also twitched slightly, and he continued. Then listen to me and become the queen of Zou, but the premise is to increase your strength first. I'm not weak. Garrett twitched the rabbit ears and said puzzledly, Lord King, he. Yes, it's because you are too powerful and you want to call them Lord King, so they are very ashamed and want to abdicate, understand? Little rabbit. Bai Yu was confused, took out a bottle of holy water and a fruit and handed it to her. Drink first, then eat. I will give you the Radish Island when the time comes. Gollum, click. 39 for flowers 0, advertisement. Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Garrett was very excited and happily drank the holy water and took a bite of devil fruit. Zone, rabbit fruit, phantom species, moon rabbit form. Sent by the Golden Emperor. Okay, it's so unpalatable. Garrett's face was blue and purple, and he held Xiaoshuo's fist and said, you can, for the sake of Radish Island, come on. Just take a bite. Bai Yu reminded in time. Garrot heaved a sigh of relief, and felt a tyrannical energy in his body washing his body, but it was very gentle. The holy water strengthens the body and spirit tenfold, and with the addition of the phantom beasts, Garrett's expression is stunned. My body, my strength has become much stronger. Yeah, what should I do if some energy is going to run out of my body? Garrett jumped up and down emotionally, a little anxious. Bai Yu leads. Don't stop this energy, let it out. Boom. The next moment, the girls saw a strong and gentle white light burst out from Garrett's body, like a bright white moonlight. The rays of light condensed a full moon in the sky, which looked beautiful. I like the moon, because it not only illuminates Zou at night, but also illuminates the world beyond Zou, which is where I long for adventure. In the surprise of the girls, a melodious and slightly cold adult female voice came from within the white light, washed in the sky, and the lingering voice was melodious and pleasant. Point 0. Brush. A shadow jumped out of the white light and landed on the top of the bow of the spaceship, followed by the full moon condensed above. When the women looked, just saw that under the full moon, there was a tall, bunny-eared, beautiful woman with long white hair and a fluttering bunny tail, with a particularly elegant temperament. So beautiful. What a big change. 99. A certain demon king is smiling. 35. The girls were amazed and delighted at the changes before and after the little rabbit. Is she Garrett? Perona wiped her eyes. She couldn't believe it. I was just as tall as me. How did I become so tall and a big cow in a blink of an eye? Woohoo. Bai Yu chuckled and said, this is not only the moon rabbit, but also the moon lion form of the fur race. Under the full moon, Garrett's body will grow, his hair will turn white, his tail will become larger, etc., and his strength and speed will also increase sharply, but it will not last long, and he will be severely fatigued. The moon rabbit can create a full moon at any time and counteract the side effects of the moon lion. Bai Yu looked at Garrett carefully. Except for the ears and tail, there are no features of a rabbit. The phantom beast, the moon rabbit and the moon lion, make the current Garrot, with no red eyes, no claws, and even a rabbit nose that is no different from a human being, just like a white-haired top royal with fake rabbit ears and fake rabbit tail. Sister. That is so beautiful. Karuchu. The tall and slender Garrett, who looked aloof, jumped and hung on Bai Yu's body, rubbing his face against Bai Yu's face, and said emotionally, Kaluchu. Looking at the greatly changed Garrot, Bai Yu also chuckled. In addition to creating a full moon and entering the moon lion form at any time, do you have any other abilities? It's teleportation. 99. After Garrett finished speaking, he smiled cutely again. I create a full moon and teleport it within the range of moonlight. It can also condense compressed moonlight to attack, so it shouldn't be weak. 99. The full moon won't go away unless I voluntarily disarm or go into a coma. That is to say, within the range of moonlight, Garrot can teleport it will like Bai Yu, and there is only a problem of physical strength. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Hearing this, the girls subconsciously looked at the full moon, and then looked at the area where the moonlight fell, a sea area. Garrett is happy. Great, the moon rabbit and the moon lion are double strengthened. Teleport at will, moonlight attack. Bai Yu is very satisfied. Very well, from today onwards, you will be my official crew member and go out to sea with us. This range is not small. Bai Yu is also in a good mood, whether it is Lolita Garrot or Royal Sister Garrot, there is Garrot 9. Chapter 198. Fantasy Creation? Omniscient and Almighty? Perona, Bai Yu Big Bad. Zoe is done. The elephant is gone. Bai Yu threw the historical text of the Red Road sign brought by Hancock into the undead prison and held a banquet for Garrett. Royal Sister Garrett took a sip of wine, and then her pretty face blushed and turned into Loli Garrett, charming and cute. Shirahoshi, Shirley, what devil fruit do you want? Amidst the joy, Bai Yu looked at the two women and asked. On the current spaceship, except for the two girls and the maid Sha Lulia, the other girls have the ability, learn to develop, and then change when there is a better one. Me? Knowing that Bai Yu can eliminate the side effects of power, Shirahoshi did not refuse to eat the fruit, and tilted his head and said, I don't know very well, listen to Lord Bai Yu. In your opinion, what ability is the strongest? Bai Yu has 3 custom devil fruit cards, which can be edited as long as they are not exaggerated. Omnipotent. Shirahoshi blurted out, his beautiful blue eyes flashing. Sir Bai Yu is the strongest in my heart, like an omnipotent god. Bai Yu laughed dumbly. To be honest, it's good that the girls trust him a lot, but seeing him as an omnipotent god makes Bai Yu feel pressure. Pressure is the driving force. Shirley, how about you? Hearing Bai Yu's question, Shirley held the crystal ball. Let's become the strongest on the one hand, and strengthen divination. Bai Yu agrees with Shirley's idea, he will do what he is best at first and then think about other things. And divination. Shirley is the master. Bai Yu thought for a moment, looked at the 503 women and said, who has conceived a certain devil fruit in his heart, and he thinks that he has conceived a stronger fruit than Junjen, Qinglong, and sparkling fruit? 99. But it can't be too exaggerated, and even exaggeration has limitations and weaknesses. Stronger than Junjen Qinglong. When the girls heard the words, they became interested. In short, they brainstormed and made up their own. Thinking of his own ability, Aim said, the fruit of perfect control of time, if you can pause time, it will be very strong. The idea is very good, the fruit of time existed 800 years ago, but it is not clear whether time can be manipulated. 99. Bai Yu firmly believes that the fruit of time can not only travel through time and space, otherwise there should be other fruit names. Fruit of time, fruit of crossing, it's still the same direction. Bai Yu looked at his watch, which was a watch turned into a wisdom wheel, and the hands were still pointing in the direction of the fruit of time. The direction has not changed. Either they are put up, or no one can find them. Anyway, if they are not capable, they cannot move at all, right? Hina's Kamui fruit can be teleported through space, with a different dimension attached, so the upper fruit is the space fruit, right? There is this one too. Hearing Hina's words, Bai Yu thought of the 3 legendary fruits that Kukaros said, and the space fruit is one. However, the wisdom wheel can only point to one item at a time, and we will wait until the time fruit is found, but there is a high probability that it may be eaten. The fruit of life, if nothing else, may be able to live forever, and the fruit of death can control the death of all living things. 99. Stussy opened the mouth with the fire of the embers of the Eudemon's Kadma's fingertips. This is not bad, the power of life and death can also involve concept development. Bai Yu feels pretty good, but the name of death is too conceptual, and for the fruit of life, Bai Yu thinks there should be this. Snatch the fruit, deprive the enemy of all the power and ability, and integrate it into himself, Tashigi said. Bai Yu looked sideways. It's a good idea to conquer all things and strengthen yourself. Turn false to true. Karina's eyes are bright. Make all the fake real. Fake fruit. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Gion said, Naval Headquarters also guessed your abilities, because you have too many abilities, and said 3 kinds. Which 3? 1. The fruit of words and spirit that speaks the law. 2. The fruit of fantasy that creates and endows everything, and the 3rd. The fruit of fantasy that transforms dreams into reality. The girls were stunned. What is the difference between this and the omnipotent fruit, a collection of countless abilities? These 3 seem to be rumors, right? Robin remembers hearing it somewhere. Gion nodded and said, many people have conceived devil fruit, and then they were collected by reporters and sent out to attract attention. These 3 are the most eye-catching. Word spirit, fantasy. Advertisement. Bai Yu thought that since he wants to customize, he must first set 3 preconditions. 1. There is none in Qinghai. 2. Can concept development. 3. I can help Bai Yu. Thirdly, the help here does not refer to strength, even if you customize it, it is also devil fruit. From the upper limit, it is difficult to improve Bai Yu's strength. Therefore, abundant means are the main thing. Word spirits and fantasies are indeed omnipotent in a sense, and they can indeed enrich my various means. But the spirit of words needs to be said. Does the weak have a chance to say it in front of the strong? And fantasy only needs to be thought, which is very convenient. 5. Bai Yu continued to listen to the thoughts of the girls, but in the end he still felt that the all-round fruit was better. System, custom. Bai Yu took out the custom devil fruit card and started editing it. Fantasy fruit. It can instantly turn fantasy into reality, create all objects in life in fantasy, and endow itself with all fantasy superpowers. Fantasy creates space, objects, life, etc., and fantasy gives itself superpowers, and everything is possible. After customizing, Bai Yu found that the card did not respond, but a system prompt sound came. Ding! It is detected that the host's custom devil fruit, because it breaks the balance of the Qinghai world too much, whether to continue. If it continues, it will be limited and weakened on its own. 5. Continue. Ding! The restriction is over, the host custom devil fruit is being generated. Bai Yu view restricted information. Restriction 1. The stronger and bigger the object created by the fantasy, the greater the consumption of physical strength, and the fantasy of creating things that exceed the upper limit of physical consumption cannot be imagined. Restriction 2. The power given to oneself by fantasy, etc., cannot exceed the limit of the body's endurance, otherwise it will be fatally backlashed. Remarks. The stamina and backlash damage consumed cannot be recovered with this ability. That's it. Bai Yu took a closer look and determined that there are only these two restrictions, and his expression became rich. These two restrictions are restrictions to others, but to me, this restriction is a decoration. Physical limitations. Deadly backlash. As the strongest man in the new era with the strongest stamina in Qinghai and can ignore any fatal injury, Bai Yu said the restrictions are useless and ignore them directly. Definition. Omniscience and omnipotence. 1. Those who are capable can know all past and future. 2. All the powers known by the capable ones cannot harm themselves. 35. 3. Those with ability can rewrite all known past and future. Know everything, rewrite everything. This is the power to rewrite everything in the world. Bai Yu waits for the prompt. Ding! It was detected that the host's custom devil fruit, because it broke the balance of the Qinghai world too much, whether to continue. If it continues, it will be restricted and weakened on its own. Continue. Ding! The restriction is over, the host custom devil fruit is being generated. Restriction 1. The fruit of omniscience and omnipotence does not conform to the rules, and it is changed to the fruit of prophecy. Restriction 2. Unknowing rewrites the past, awakening knowing rewrites the future. Limitation 3. Immune to the power of knowing, it will consume a lot of physical strength, and this ability cannot be used to rewrite physical strength. Limitation 4. Rewriting anything in the future will injure itself, and rewriting too much will cause fatal backlash. Note. You cannot use this ability to override the stamina and backlash damage consumed. Gone. Bai Yu read the 4 restrictions. Changed the name of the fruit, deleted the ability to know and rewrite the past, and became only able to know and rewrite the future, and the backlash is fatal? It's a fatal backlash that limits physical strength again, it's not a limitation for me. 35. Even if you can't know and rewrite the past, you are still almost omnipotent. 9. Know the future, rewrite the future. Under the eyes of the girls, 2 strange fruits appeared in Bai Yu's hand. 1. Colorful black. 1. Colorful white. Bai Yu handed the fruit of fantasy to Shirahoshi. Fantasy creates everything, and fantasy gives itself all power, but it can't be too exaggerated, otherwise there will be backlash. 9. Know all futures, be immune to the power of knowing, and rewrite all futures. Bai Yu gave Shirley the fruit of prophecy. But there are also many limitations. After hearing Bai Yu's introduction, the girls subconsciously ignored those limitations and drawbacks, and were amazed. Advertisement fantasy fruit, create all things? Prophecy fruit, rewrite the future? Seeing the girls shocked, Bai Yu explained again, it's not as scary as you think, any fruit has limitations and weaknesses, and these two also have them. No matter how strong the ability is, it depends on oneself. There is no invincible fruit, but those who are invincible must practice hard. 99. There is one last custom devil fruit card left, Bai Yu put it away. Really versatile. After Shirahoshi and Shirley ate, Bai Yu, who had merged the strengths of the 2 women, also had these 2 abilities and felt them. The 2 women can't use their respective abilities to imagine rewriting the physical strength and backlash consumed by their abilities, but my other abilities can, and there is no weakness for me. After the banquet, the moon is in the sky. In Bai Yu's room, there are several signs with names on the left side of the table. Brands. Nami, Makino, Stussy, Boa Hancock, Robin, Vivi, Konus, Gion. Bai Yu was thinking about which to turn, when he noticed someone outside the door. He picked up another sign and wrote down his name, Perona. What are you doing secretly? Bai Yu turned to look over. What? The ghost Perona had just entered Bai Yu's room through the wall and screamed. I went to the wrong place. Yes, that's it. Ghost Perot said falteringly, turning around and running. Want to run? Come here. Bai Yu directly transferred Perona's body, then stuffed the ghost into the body, and took her in his arms. Say, what are you doing here? Me. The body is enchanted, Perona subconsciously stares, her pre-face is slightly red, and she whispers. I want? Help me. 99. What do you want? I'm getting bigger. Bai Yu's expression was slightly splendid, he lowered his head and glanced at it carefully, and couldn't help laughing. Didn't you say you don't want me to help? Why? I was suddenly stimulated to see that Garrett can grow and shrink independently. 35. Perona blushed. It's nothing to do with her, I just want to get bigger. If it's too tall, it needs to be smaller, otherwise it's inconvenient, but it's not necessary to be bigger if it's petite. Perona was puzzled. Bai Yu said, actually, every woman has her own characteristics that are really beautiful. It's like you were 25 years old this year, and you still look like a loli. This is something that others can't envy. Let's have fun. 5. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Perona questioned with a sullen face. I like you like that. Seeing Perona's sudden nervousness, Bai Yu chuckled. I thought of a dress, you will be more beautiful after you change it. Fantasy creation. Under Perona's wide eyes, a maid outfit appeared out of thin air, along with cat ears, cattails, and more. You. Perona blushed and stared at a certain demon king. You actually created this kind of thing out of fantasy fruit, you. Shirahoshi knew he would cry. Shish. Bai Yu motioned Perona to calm down. Come to my room in the middle of the night, you can't run away, are you ready? What? What preparation? 99, wash up and change clothes. Can I change one? Perona looked at the maid's cattail or something and felt ashamed. She was really ready. But this is not the same as what Nami and the others said, isn't the pajamas that Princess Perona is wearing right now? Do you have to play like this? Really? Congratulations? Why congratulate me? As the top iron girl on weekdays, Perona has a tough attitude. I've come here after washing, so I won't change it. How else can you bully me? Bai Yu sighed that Loli was really brave. You be asterisk 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 D. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Don't you see the room lights and dark curtains are drawn, and the moonlight is shy and will not return. The price of provoking me, you don't want to stay for 3 days, start now. I won't change. 35 Chapter 199. Vinsmoke kills Matt, former member of the white group, Carminio. Next morning. Boom boom boom. When Bai Yu walked out of the room and was about to go to breakfast with the girls, he found Garrett and Shirahoshi arguing in the sky. One side, the Udemon's moon rabbit, created a full moon, entered the moon lion form, teleported in the moonlight range, and attacked by moonlight. One side, fantasy fruit, fantasy creates all kinds of beasts and natural disasters, and grants itself teleportation plus various abilities. Every time I see Garrett transforming, I feel so beautiful. Tutu is so cute. Shirahoshi's fantasy fruit is so strong, it can really create life, and any ability can imbue itself with fantasy. It's a pity that you can't use the ability to supplement the physical strength consumed by the ability, and if the fantasy is too exaggerated, it will backlash. This is already very strong. After all, any fruit has weaknesses. The girls were also watching the battle on the deck and saw Bai Yu saying hello. You don't eat breakfast. There are 6 immortal thieves, and every meal is also a kind of cultivation, Bai Yu told the girls. Nami rolled his eyes. Lord Demon King, it's past 10 o'clock now. Lord Demon King was so happy last night that he forgot the time. Robin smiled inexplicably at Bai Yu. Loli has 3 good things. Perona is very moist. Bai Yu's little relationship with Perona crossed his mind, and coughed lightly. I'm so tired, it's normal to forget the time occasionally, right? Husband, don't be tired. Hancock immediately leaned in and massaged Bai Yu, the girls secretly seeking good wives. Brother Bai Yu, I'm going to help sister Perona recover. Kaya smiled sweetly when Bai Yu looked over. It's my little padded jacket. 35 Bai Yu said, without waiting for the girls to ask. Next, which island is the next island on our route? Thunder Island. 11 Nami looked at the route. Monet also flipped through the information and said, the whole island has constant lightning, thunder and thunderstorms, so it is called Thunder God Island, and it needs a special umbrella to land. 35. A year ago, Enel practiced here and reported that there were special oars in it that could discharge independently. Bai Yu knew about the island, but there was nothing to see, so just skipped it. Knowing what Bai Yu meant, Nami continued. Then continued to sail, the next island is our territory. Former Sea of Nations. One of the Demon King's seas. Bai Yu touched his chin and said, so, New World is really small. 55. Vivi looked at the map of the Demon King's sea. Detour? No, we haven't turned around the Demon King's sea ourselves. A certain Demon King didn't turn around, right? Guillaume looked at Bai Yu, and secretly complained that he was too tired at ordinary times. Except for daily training, the Demon King was really lazy. Bai Yu. You move by yourself. Thinking of this, Guillaume complained again that Bai Yu is too lazy. Is Perona okay? Of course I turned around. Bai Yu retorted. I stayed for a second or two on each island in the Demon King Sea, and each island has the spatial coordinates I left behind. 5. The girls. A second or two. Bai Yu is so fast. No, Bai Yu has turned around like this? No. Then go to the Demon King Sea. Yes, I haven't turned around in the waters of my home. By the way, I will find a place to place the Fishmen Island, Punk Hazard, and Zoe Island, the Fur Tribe. Bai Yu remembered that the 3 islands in the gravity space balance area should also be placed. There's also Vegapunk, Kuzan, Zephyr, and others to deal with, the 3rd batch of prisoners in the Undying Prison, adding inmates to Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. After turning over to the Demon King Sea, call up the major teams and set off for Wanukuni. Hearing Bai Yu's words, In was puzzled. Do you still need to convene the various divisions? 99. Kaido is the 4 emperors after all. It is a little bit of my heart for the old senior to convene various teams to surround the 100 beasts. Advertisement. The girls looked wonderful. They thought Kaido didn't need Bai Yu's attention. If he saw the various divisions surrounded, would Kaido cry? What about Blackbeard? Koala had heard many people say that Blackbeard was scary. Bai Yu wondered. Who is Blackbeard? Oh, my tool man, 39. The girls. Tools have no human rights. Stussy said gracefully. Since we are going to attack the 4 emperors, it will completely start the New World War. No force in the New World can escape this Uzumaki, and the red hair is also returning to the New World. Redhead. Bai Yu guessed what the red hair was going to do, and it should be worried about Uda. Then collect information about the various forces in the New World and prepare. Even if we are not afraid, there is no need to lose. Seeing the excitement of Stussy's children, Bai Yu knew that Stussy's children were career fans, and wished Bai Yu another brilliant career. 300 miles ahead, there are 2 forces on the sea facing each other. Violet opened his clairvoyance, and after seeing it clearly, he said in amazement. One side is North Blue Germa Kingdom. Vinsmoke kills Matt. Bai Yu's mind directly jumped out of the family of kill Matt hairstyles of various colors. Well, pink hair is not bad. Now, 300 miles away. The 2 forces confronted each other. One side. Dozens of giant snails can be seen side by side forming a mobile island, with soldiers standing on each ship. The Kingdom of Germa. A unique maritime country without a fixed territory in the world. Usually, dozens of ships operate separately, and when they are merged together, they become a kingdom. The national soldiers formed the Army Germa 66, which appeared in the comic strips of the World Economic newspapers for many times, which made many people mistakenly think that it was a fictitious evil organization. In fact, it is a powerful military organization, a warhouse, an army of evil, and a rare scientific combat force in North Blue. The pinnacle of national and military rule is the royal family, the Vinsmoke family. One side. A small boat of 20 meters with only a dozen people. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the legendary Germa 66 to come to New World, it really scared me. The person in the lead wears a green lizard-shaped hood, a coat with a gradient of green, yellow, orange, red, purple, blue and cyan, green trousers, and a long lizard-like tongue. The overall look is reminiscent of a lizard, or a chameleon to be precise. Carminio. Clone fruit. It can not only copy other people's appearance, but also other people's abilities. It can be regarded as the upper fruit of Bentham clone fruit. Is this guy really a member of the original Whitebeard pirates? 300 million bounty? On the bow of the main ship, a man wearing a metal helmet, long golden hair, and an orange cloak frowned and asked. Vinsmoke Judge. King Germa, a scientist, once belonged to the research team Mads with Vegapunk, Quinn, Caesar and others when he was young, and discovered the lineage factor. Red-haired arrogant. What kind of trash he is, Whitebeard is already dead. Blue hair proudly. What if Whitebeard is alive, strong? Lu Mao is arrogant. Yes, one move is enough, if he doesn't kneel, I will lose. Pink hair. Oh, I'm really tired. Judge, do you kneel down and beg you not to die? This is the Vinsmoke family. The most conspicuous is that everyone's eyebrows are curled, followed by the hairstyle and hair color. Well, it is very trendy. The 4 people present were all genetically modified by Judge's bloodline factor, thus gaining a physique far beyond ordinary people. Unable to resist Judge orders, but except for the eldest daughter, Reiju, who retains their emotions, the other 3 sons are ruthless. Advertisement: the eldest son, Ig, the second son, Niji, and the 4th son, Yangji, all have one thing in common in temperament: ruthless, arrogant, vicious, and extremely lecherous. On the other hand, the eldest daughter, Reiju, is elegant, helpful, and polite. Reiju commented, these 3 younger brothers are emotionless machines. The reason for the confrontation: because the Kingdom of Germa just chose to merge and move forward. Comenio, who was seen to be interested, stood in the way. Ha ha ha, look at their hair color, does it match Lao Su's color-changing clothes? Carminio was attracted by the various colors of the judge's hair. Germa is eligible to be my subordinate. The crew laughed. Judge on the opposite side turned black. How dare you add more than a dozen people to this small boat? Courting death? Winch jet. The most reckless and impulsive Yuji Green Mao directly used the boots on the soles of his feet to quickly spray gas to drive himself to fly, and flew towards Comenio. Ha ha ha, you can actually fly? Is it a person with special abilities? Carminio's was not afraid, and after looking at it, her interest increased. It seems that it is not a person of ability, but the power of technology? Ha ha ha, then witness Lao Su's power and then kneel down and surrender. Winch bash. Green-haired Niji ignores it, he is good at brute force and battlesuit matching. But before he could hit Carminio, Niji was blinded by a flash of fire. Fire punch. The huge fiery giant fist was smashed by Jaw 503 Menio, directly drowning the stunned Niji. Boom. Crash. Niji flew upside down and crashed into the sea, making the entire Germa silent. Now, high in the sky, the spaceship is invisible, shielded from knowledge, and no one can find it below. Fire punch. Nami said in amazement. Just now his hand turned into fire and it was Lobia, but Mara fruit was eaten by the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that he was killed? Replication fruit, the original white group member, the current number and upper limit of the replication ability is unknown, Khalifa explained. Hina saw him, he copied Smoker, recalls Hina. Gion also said. Pluzolino said that his abilities were copied by members of the Whitebeard pirates. The women looked sideways. Ace, Smoker, Kazaru, all 3 have Lobia abilities. Shirahoshi simply asked, why did he only copy Logia, 39? It's just a coincidence. Bai Yu said, Kamenio can develop the ability to copy to be as powerful as the owner, but he can have these abilities at the same time. Greedy and selfish, wanting to steal other people's wealth, abilities and even crew as a way of insulting people. He also dreamed of breaking into the Whitebeard pirates in an attempt to break up the Whitebeard pirates. But Marco discovers Carminio's intrigue and stops him from doing so, rendering him unsuccessful. Then does he have the ability to replicate the likes of Marco and Whitebeard? Original track, After Summit War. Don't underestimate Marco. As for Whitebeard, he didn't have the courage to approach, so he didn't copy it. Bai Yu looked at a few girls who were not very capable. Copy fruit definitely has limitations and some weaknesses, but overall it is still very strong. Several women sighed. Oh, the fruit is so unpalatable, the trouble of happiness. So, in a while, you will draw a lottery, and whoever wins the lottery will replace the ability. Kaya and the girls are very curious. What are the limitations of copying the fruit? Kamenio occupied Samba Island, Whitebeard's territory, and met with the Straw Hats, copying the Straw Hats' fruit ability. Chapter 200. IG plus Niji plus Yangji, Dai. The marriage goal is the Demon King. What was the fire just now? It's Mera Mera fruit, 95. Reiju and Judge frowned. The punch from Gaminio's cremated arm just now was too obvious. Red Malazi is indifferent. Yangzi was beaten with one punch, shame. Blue-haired Niji disdain. It's too embarrassing, why didn't he just die? Reiju, Judge. Product, as the eldest daughter, even though Reiju is used to the ruthlessness of these three younger brothers, she still feels chills. Although Judge is angry, he never regrets it. Sympathy and kindness will only make people weak. As long as the three sons listen to him, everything else does not matter. Ha ha ha, who was that green-haired kid just now? Carminio laughed arrogantly and disdainfully. Don't tell me that he is your main fighting force in Germa, or you will laugh to death and be unsightly. Presumptuous. Judge is angry. Red Maui Ji and Blue Mao Niji flew over with jets from the soles of their combat suits and shot from both directions. Electric punch. Blue Fur Niji quickly slams an electric fist into Gaminio. Spark swirl. Red Maui Ji released flames from his hands trying to smack Gaminio. But both of them passed through Carminio and slammed into the sea. Ha ha ha, I'm really laughing to death, don't even Haki know how to meet Logia. Kamenio burst into tears with laughter. Dare to come to New World without Haki, relying on technological battlesuits? On the ship. The girls were also surprised. Nami was puzzled. The green hair that was just thrown into the sea, and the two red hair and blue hair, should be the main force of the royal family, right? Haki? Note, they're from North Blue, not New World countries, 99. Stussy reminded. Bai Yu nodded. They, and even that king, will not be able to Haki at the moment, whether it be armed or smelly. It's not because they can't learn, but because they rely too much on technology. The bloodline factor is transformed to obtain a physique far beyond ordinary people, such as a steel-like exoskeleton, and the resilience is also very strong. The battlesuit is a special-shaped memory armor made by Germa technology, which has strong defense and is resistant to flames and high temperatures. At the same time, it has many special abilities. The boots can jet gas to stay in the air, stealth, discharge, set fire, etc. Citizens are basically clone soldiers, with strong physique and not afraid of life and death. They can create adult warriors in 5 years. Hearing this, Vivi sighed. In North Blue, this country is really strong, but in New World. Vinsmoke without Haki is at best a special ancient species, too weak, Guillaume said bluntly. Bai Yu agrees, really weak. Marine elite soldiers of New World all know some Haki. How do you guys have the courage to not learn Vinsmoke? The power of science and technology is of course strong, but Judge's technology level is not enough. He just wants to improve his bloodline factor and battlesuit, and he can't do it without practicing Haki. Relying on battlesuits and clone troopers, Germa has made a lot of fame in North Blue, but it is not enough to be seen in New World. Recently added shots, targeting Gaminio and Red Blue Green Golden Retriever, 4 members of the Vinsmoke royal family. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Garrett was very excited, and he said with some doubts, and there's another one with pink hair? Bai Yu looked at Germa's pink-haired girl again, and said solemnly, that woman is very dangerous. In order to prevent you from getting hurt, she will be handed over to me. The girls. The Demon King is so elegant, below. Gaminio was still laughing, but Judge didn't panic and raised his hand. Blow up his ship backquote. Boom boom boom. Dozens of ships opened fire in an instant, and the shells poured down like a torrential rain. Ha ha ha, too. Gaminio was about to be disdainful, but his expression changed slightly after seeing something. Whoosh! Under the shock of Judge and Reiju, Gaminio's lower body turned into smoke, and he flew into the air. Boom! The next moment, Carminio's ship exploded, and 3 figures broke through the sea, spewing gas and flying into the air. The battlesuit is waterproof and fireproof, and it is more convenient for the 3 of them to destroy the boat on the sea from the bottom of the sea, and they are all skilled. Ichi is proud. Logia is amazing. Blow up your ship first. Niji arrogantly. What is Haki? Is it better than my battlesuit? Yuji is arrogant. Fire Fist is very powerful. It takes effort to light a candle. Advertisement, damn, crazy. Gaminio felt that these 3 guys were idiots, even crazier than him. You guys. Gollum. Carminio, who was about to say something, was caught by the shadows scattered in the sky, and looked up sluggishly. Hundreds of meters of metal spaceships. With just one glance, Carminio felt that his soul was taking cold air. After all, where the spaceship was, there must be a Demon King. Reiju's pupils shrank. Demon King's spaceship, father, we. Ha ha ha, good. 35 Under Reiju's astonishment, Judge suddenly laughed out loud. It would have taken more than 10 days to arrive at Mercury Island, but I didn't expect to meet here. Huh? What's the situation? The girls looked at Bai Yu. For the first time, they were not nervous when they saw a stranger encountering a spaceship, but they laughed so happily. He wants me to help him unify North Blue. Bai Yu listens to his heart. Why? Nami spoke subconsciously. After all the strength of the Vinsmoke family, any team can be wiped out. Robin analyzed. If you want your help, you have to pay the price you are interested in. Speaking of which, all the girls were enlightened, and as we all know, Bai Yu's interest was obvious. Gender male, love female. I understand your eyes very well when I meet all the girls, Bai Yu said casually. Not yet? Let him recognize the reality as soon as possible. Judge this person. Except for a little technical ability, the others are really inconspicuous. Not as focused as Caesar. I still want to unify North Blue with a little bit of strength. Let's wash and sleep early. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Judge laughed and Gaminio wanted to escape, several girls in white combat uniforms spread out their angel wings and flew from the spaceship at high speed. Well, so beautiful. Reiju murmured in a trance. He had always heard that the Demon Queen's crew was like an angel, and only when he saw it with his own eyes did he understand what it meant. Ichi is indifferent. Women? Niji sneered. 995. Shut up all of you. Before Niji could finish speaking, Reiju suddenly drank coldly, and even Yuji's words got stuck in his throat. The three younger brothers looked at Reiju grimly, and said in unison, Are you telling me to shut up? Reiju, what qualifications do you have? Reiju took a deep breath and said, You guys are too bad, even a woman can't stand it, I'm saving you. These three younger brothers, Reiju understands better than anyone else that cold-blooded ruthlessness is the norm, while extreme lust is the nature. If they don't stop it, they will say all the ugly words, and when the time comes, the Demon King will be angered, and even the kingdom of Germa will be destroyed. Ichi said coldly, It's ridiculous, I still need you to save me? Niji said irritably, Reiju, you care too much, you are also a woman, since you can't stand it, why don't you die? Yuji said disdainfully, You should have died a long time ago, so as not to drag us down. Reiju. These three are really emotionless machines, and she feels powerless. Tired, quickly destroy it, kill them, Bai Yu's voice was indifferent. The girls immediately went all out. Room cut. Operation Gerd, armed with a giant axe, quickly passed Yuji Green Mao and chopped him in half. Power. Shawa Jungchuan. Power Koala clenched his fist and blasted out, a very overbearing power that penetrated the split Yuji, and the blood mist burst with the shockwave. Yuji Lumao, die, Gravity Cage. Gravity Rebecca directly burst into gravitational waves, temporarily immobilizing Niji. Lucky Coins. Lucky Bakara threw a gold coin very quickly, shattering Niji's sunglasses like a bullet and piercing his left eye. Must kill transfer. Transfer Karina held a dagger, came directly to Niji like an assassin, stabbed the right eye, and pierced Niji's head directly. Gravity Fixed, Dazzling Lore. Blue Hair Niji, die. God's Feather 2. Advertisement Prophecy Shirley and Healing Mancheri use the feathers of the gods, and their own will be hit. Spark Swirl. IG released the flame to collide with the Feather of God, but was blasted away by the Feather of God. Backward Ain, when IG flew upside down, flew at high speed, and the long sword was blazing with pink flames, slashing him twice. One knife went backwards 12 years, and this year IG is 21 years old. After two knives, even people with clothes turned into nothingness. Red Maui, die, Gollum, Carminio was terrified. The three battlefields almost all happened at the same time, except for Ichi's side, which delayed for a second or two, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Is this a hallucination? Judge and Reiju were still stunned. It was so fast that their minds went blank for a moment. Fantasy Boundary. The full moon is coming. Just when Carminio recovered his senses and was about to start running, he suddenly found a pale pink barrier in front of him, and a full moon appeared inside the barrier. Fantasy Shirahoshi fantasizes to create an enchantment that can temporarily close the space, and the ghost beast Moon Rabbit Garad directly enters the strongest form of Moon Rabbit plus Moon Lion. Light Speed Kick. Carminio didn't want to fight, switched to Sparkling Fruit, kicked the barrier, but only rippled. Moon Attack. Garad manipulates the moonlight and attaches the fur tribe's electricity, Electric Shock. Fantasy Storm. Shirahoshi fantasizes about creating a tornado, sweeping through it with white lightning. But neither of the two women are currently armed, and they can interfere at the most with the cloner Gaminio, who has the three Logia abilities of Burning, Smoke, and Sparkle. Cut God. Also in the barrier, the Phantom Beast Anaba White Rabbit Gion made a lure. Cut Off. When Gaminio counterattacked, the concept of slaying the gods cut off his action, and the armed entanglement of Jinpira passed by. Clang. 35 When Gion closes his sword. Carminio was cut in two, and those who were weaker than her were basically killed. Before he died, Carminio didn't even think about why he wanted to kill him, so let him have a word with the Demon King. Replication Fruit is in hand. 35 Bai Yu's deprivation of the fruit is called a skilled one, and the duplicate fruit appears in his hand. Father. It was only then that Reiju looked back at the front, Lee's good, Fang, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You wake up, she's here. Who? Judge was still in a trance. 3 sons died suddenly, and he did not have much family grief. After all, 3 cold-blooded machines. If he hadn't listened to his orders and was engraved in the bloodline factor, these 3 sons would definitely even want to kill him and dare to kill him. But his dream still needs the help of 3 sons, which is very painful. You are the king? Where the moonlight shone. After Shirahoshi lifted the barrier, Garrot teleported directly in front of Judge. Go ahead. I cannot. Judge also came back to his senses, subconsciously wanted to attack, and suddenly woke up. Attacking the Demon Queen's crew? Even if he's really crazy, he can't do it. Hey, it was obvious that he was in the form of a royal sister, but Garrot still had a cute and puzzled face. The 3 died. Won't you take revenge? Hairless monkeys are really complicated. It's a human. It's not a monkey. Bai Yu came over and pinched Garrett's bunny ears. Remember to change it. 99. Karuchu. Knowing that he was wrong, Garrett jumped on Bai Yu and smiled cutely, trying to pass the level. Demon. Demon King. Seeing Bai Yu's appearance, Judge became excited about dumping his 3 cold-blooded sons, and the hope of unifying North Blue was right in front of him, son. Is this the Demon King? Reiju took a peek and quickly lowered his head, thinking of his father's decision. His heart was complicated. They came to the New World in order to marry the Demon Lord, in order to obtain the Demon Lord's help and dominate the North Blue. The marriage target is the Demon King. The object of marriage is her. Chapter 201. Any door? God's tongue. Germa's dream broken, Reiju joins. Marriage? Seeing Judge's inner thoughts, Bai Yu felt a little speechless. Marriage is nothing but a daughter, but why should Bai Yu fulfill Judge's dream because of Reiju? It has always been Judge's dream to let Vinsmoke dominate North Blue again. Reiju can't resist the order because of the bloodline factor, but her dream is definitely not to let the family rule North Blue. To shut up. Judge was about to say something, but after Garrett, Shirahoshi and other recently joined girls attacked, Toshigi and Garrett, who wanted to fight, flashed over. You. Seeing that 2 more women wanted to fight, Judge's heart sank. The Demon King was here. He really didn't dare to do it. Human wall. 35. Under the shock of the girls, Judge ordered a dozen soldiers around him to move quickly in front of him, forming a meat shield. Can you still do this? Toshigi and Garrett lost their fighting spirit in an instant. What is this? Clone soldiers. Bai Yu glanced at the multitude of clone troopers, who were inferior to robots and should not exist. Judge created the clone troopers by modifying the infant bloodline factor, and wrote the concept of, don't fear death, never betray, but the clone troopers themselves did not know it. 5 years to make an adult soldier, in Bai Yu's view, just looking for an ordinary person has more potential than them. All caps are locked. The clone troopers of the assembly line are not as good as the robot army found on the moon. Buzz. Conquerors. Coercion. As if a spectrum flashed by, without cracks and lightning, silent terror. Puff puff puff. When Judge and Reiju were woken up by the sound of falling to the ground, they were completely sluggish. Dozens of snail-like, I don't know how many clone troopers all fell to the ground. What happened? Reiju couldn't understand, the legendary conquerors, but he didn't feel anything. When Judge trembled and came to check in front of a soldier, his expression was sluggish. Dead. How did he die? Fake. 507 are all fake. Judge trembled and checked a large area, and finally screamed hysterically. Fake? Germa 66 can't be destroyed so easily. 95. Peeved. Judge collapsed to the ground. All dead. Vinsmoke's dream has been shattered. I have no face to say goodbye to the undead who were left behind by the ruins of our 66-day dream and could not even set foot on the land of their hometown. 35. Germa 66. Named after the Vinsmoke family who ruled North Blue for 66 days. Bai Yu has no idea about this. North Blue is indeed bigger than the entire Grand Line, but it's really too weak. Please don't kill my father, Reiju said suddenly. When Bai Yu looked at it, Reiju didn't dare to look at each other and lowered his head. IG and the others are all emotionless machines, and dying in the hands of ladies is a relief. But my father is a scientist, so I can at least bring you some help. Very sensible idea. Bai Yu could feel that Reiju really didn't have too many emotional fluctuations over the death of the 3 of IG, and was already heartbroken by their cold-blooded ruthlessness. As for Judge, it also relies on battlesuits to fight, even Hockey can't. Leaving aside his character, he will not die as a scientist, he will just throw it to Vegapunk with Caesar. After a few days, he will throw the Plague Quinn over, reorganize the research team Mads, and become a researcher under Bai Yu. Whoosh. Monet flew over and threw a mirror on the ground. If you don't want to die, then organize scientific research materials, forget your unrealistic dream of unifying North Blue, and be an honest scientist. Judge wanted to die and was afraid of death. 3 cold-blooded robotic sons died, Germa 66 was gone. His daughter was expected to be robbed, and even he himself had to become a scientist tool person, and Judge almost collapsed after only half a day. Advertisement Judge will be very cowardly in the face of desperation, bowing his head crying and nodding again and again. Reiju, I stole it. Bai Yu suddenly opened his mouth to startle Judge, subconsciously thinking of a better future. He looked up and met Bai Yu's eyes, and immediately knelt down in horror. Reiju. 35. It was not until she entered the New World, and until today, that she realized how fragile the kingdom of Germa was when her father, who was staring at him in North Blue, was very fragile. The mirror surface is distorted, the mirror world is opened, Bray leads people out, and takes Judge to organize data resources and so on. The kingdom of Germa, composed of dozens of giant snail boats, is extremely empty. Only pink hair Reiju remains. Reiju has long pink hair covering his right eye, black earmuffs and a blue scarf, a slim miniskirt, and a butterfly wing cape and white boots. Circle eyebrows are characteristic. From Bai Yu's point of view, the entire Vinsmoke family is a normal person in Reiju, even if Sanji is not normal. It's changing so fast. Reiju was apprehensive, and everything went against his father's plan. You can't refuse Judge's order. Bai Yu looked at Reiju in deep thought. Reiju can freely manipulate toxins, can release or absorb toxins, and has a special anti-toxin constitution. But because he doesn't know hockey, he is still very weak, and the whole family relies on battle uniforms. Yes, Lord Demon King. Reiju tried to keep himself calm in the face of Bai Yu. Following father's orders is inscribed in the bloodline factor. It is irresistible, it is instinct. How does this work? Nami and the other women came to the snail boat and frowned upon hearing this. There is no problem with Reiju. At first glance, she is a very elegant and emotional woman, but if Judge has carefully ordered Reiju to do something, there may be a problem. Is there a solution? Robin also didn't know anything about the bloodline factor. Reiju glanced at the girls carefully, and whispered. This is the bloodline factor that has been rewritten since conception, and my father can't solve it. Where's Vegapunk? Stussy thought of the stolen scientist. There's no need to be so troublesome. Bai Yu walked in front of Reiju. The girl in her early 70s subconsciously panicked, and saw Bai Yu raised her hand and landed on her head. Don't be nervous, I'll deal with your hidden dangers. Call. Bai Yu's soft words made Reiju relax a lot, but he couldn't help but wonder, how did the Demon King change the genetic level? Concept restored. 35 Bai Yu's extremely detailed perception of Reiju's whole body completely restored the state of the bloodline factor rewritten by Judge. This moment, the girls sensed that Reiju's breath was rapidly declining, and Reiju also sensed it. Reiju was in a trance. My exoskeleton, my poison is gone? The physique transformed by the bloodline factor strengthens the exoskeleton and resilience, and even, Beboj, her anti-toxic physique has all disappeared. Bai Yu retracted his hand and said, the bloodline factor technology is very imperfect, and the modifications are not all fishes, and it is not good for future development. It is better to erase it all. 35. Don't use the technology battlesuit, eat a good fruit, temper your body, practice hockey, and practice again. Thanks. Bai Yu's unmistakable voice made Reiju's emotions complicated and relaxed. Reiju is psychologically resistant to the transformation of the bloodline factor, because the bloodline factor technology has made her whole family suffer. Ig, Niji and Yuji became ruthless cold-blooded machines. Sanji was also abandoned because he failed to reform, and his mother, Sora, took bloodline factor drugs during pregnancy and lost weight and died prematurely. The father was equally ruthless. It is really embarrassing that Reiju can grow up in such a cruel and cold-blooded family and still be kind. You will be my crew member from now on, don't worry about anything else. Yes, Lord Demon King. Seeing this, Bai Yu was also in a good mood. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Vinsmoke on the way home. Have a banquet for Reiju to get to know each other and return to the Demon King Sea. After the banquet, advertisement Bai Yu returned to the room and saw that Perona was still sleeping, and sat down to draw a lottery. System, lottery. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Garrot to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item, Doraemon items. Familiar names remind Bai Yu of props, could it be a phone booth? Ding, any door. Bai Yu was not disappointed, after all, the role of any gate is not small. Any door. Doraemon world derivative props, input geographic information, when opening the door, think about the exact destination, open the door and arrive directly. Remark 1. Places beyond 10 light years, as well as areas for which no geographic data has been entered, cannot be reached. Remark 2. The destination needs to be in the same space as any door, and it is not possible to directly open the door to enter a different space. In the words of Doraemon, science is not magic, there are always things that cannot be done. It's functional and the downsides are obvious because it's a door. Bai Yu looks at any door, in addition to its function, it also has the characteristics of ordinary doors, and it is afraid of fire and will be broken. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding, any door optimization is an arbitrary door-making machine, and the characteristics are optimized. Arbitrary door maker. After activation, it can absorb and transform the dark energy of the universe, and automatically create an arbitrary door every day. Optimization 1. Extremely sturdy, not afraid of island-destroying attacks, and controllable in size. Optimization 2. The anti-theft function cannot be used by non-designated personnel. Very good. 39 Bai Yu admired. Like the fairy bean making machine, it is made by absorbing the dark energy of the universe, and the fairy beans produced are also optimized. Although the teleportation function is not optimized for any door, as long as it is not damaged or stolen by foreign forces, it will be fine. There are thousands of islands in Qinghai, and it is very convenient to have any door. Bai Yu doesn't need it, but the girls and her forces need any door. Of course, for any door transmission, the premise is to enter the relevant geography, and then think about where to go, not to go directly to Raftel. System, continue. Ding, it is detected that the host is robbing Vinsmoke Reiju as a crew member, subordinate, The lottery of the world is starting. 99. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Capability card, God's tongue. What tongue? When Bai Yu saw the word tongue, he immediately thought crooked. Tongue of God. The special ability of Arena Nakiri from the spirit world of eating halberds, beyond ordinary people's sense of taste, can distinguish any slight taste, and visualize the taste in mind. Remarks. Special ability cards can be given to others to use. The image of a certain eldest lady crossed in Bai Yu's mind. The food in that world is very delicious, and Bai Yu wants to eat it. No optimization. After waiting for a while, Bai Yu didn't wait for optimization. Give the tongue of God to Makino, and the cooking skills of the beautiful chef have skyrocketed. 99. Just after the draw, Bai Yu heard Perona's humming on the couch. As soon as he turned his head, he looked at Perona, who had just woken up, with big confused eyes. So, are you cowardly? 66. Whoever counsels who is a puppy. After Perona finished speaking, she saw Bai Yu's spirit, and immediately blushed and bowed her head softly. What? Perona exclaimed and hid under the quilt to stay away from Bai Yu. Damn, you, don't come here. Wong. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Perona blushed suddenly. That's the early stage. I'm going to die of exhaustion in the later stage. I'm so tired if I don't come. 99. Who told me not to leave last night? I didn't expect you to be so fickle. Bai Yu criticized an educated gothic lowly. Chapter 202, 36 Women, War Plan, Resurrection of Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Time flies. Posted in 2 days. Open black lens bracket. Admiral Kizaru desperately protects his subordinates and escapes with serious injuries. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Arrest of Zephyr and Kuzan. Close black lens bracket. These two pieces of news caused a great uproar, especially the generals and soldiers in Marine's side were emotionally disturbed. But things have already happened, and Marine has nothing to do. Kizaru is seriously injured and is currently on vacation to recover. The other two have long since quit Marine. Another 10 days passed. Bai Yu is here. Since Reiju joined, the spaceship has turned around in the Demon King Sea, taking the girls to experience the style of their own island. Choose the other party again. Place the Fishmen Island, Punk Hazard and Zoe Island on their respective desert islands with huge areas in the Demon Lord Sea. The crust is solid. Don't worry about Mishima falling into the sea. Punk Hazard is the closest to the headquarters of Mercury Island. After all, Vegapunk will also return here for scientific research. The spy reported that the spaceship had entered the Demon King's sea area, and the major forces were relieved and a little more solemn. Drago. When the Demon King returns to his territory, he will think about the next path. He will not stop when he reaches the top of the 4 emperors. 5. Akainu. Selection of elites from all over the world, summoning Vice Admiral and Admiral to return. Blackbeard. The thief. Ha. I don't know why, but suddenly I want to go to North Blue to have a look and set off immediately. Red-haired. The time is really not there yet, but I just returned to New World and then went out again. Should I not be ashamed? Jin. I feel a little bad in my heart. Contact the boss to return. Now. Castle in the Sky. After returning to the sea, recent new additions. Shirahoshi, Shirley, Gion, Bakura, Karina, Mancheri, Koala, Rebecca, Gerd, Ain, Reiju, Gurat. 12 women are newly added. The original crew of the first 2 years are Kaya, Nami, Nokagao, Makino, Toshigi, Vivi, Robin, Aisha, Konas, Khalifa, Perona, Stussy, Hancock, Monet, Sugar, Violet, Baby 5, Pudding, Garrett, Bonnie, Hina. This is another 21 girl. Plus the little maid Sha Lulia, Sadie Chan and Domino 3 daughters. Total. 36 women. The newly joined girls are very happy with Sky City, because everyone can choose an area as a territory and create their own home. Dozens of families form a big family together to protect the city in the sky. Listen to Stussy. Are you mentally alright? Bai Yu looked at the 2 girls in front of him with a strange expression. There is no problem in other aspects, and it can also be integrated, but in terms of hobbies. Shaking S. Sadie Chan. Shake M. Domino. One is very excited to train others, the other is very excited to be trained. These two train each other, and then get even more excited. Sadie Chan habitually hummed. Master Demon, do you want to experience the fun of a leather whip? Bai Yu. Playing like this. Reiju, who had known all the girls for 10 days, was surprised and asked Hina in a low voice, the captain likes this? Hina doesn't know. Hina shook her head and glared at Bai Yu inexplicably. He definitely would. Domino said solemnly. I want to build a prison-style building in my area, although it is a bit unsightly and atmospheric. Please allow Lord Bai Yu. 5. Allow. Bai Yu said it can, and who said that prisons can't be beautiful. After chatting with the 2 girls for a while, Bai Yu did not take out any door at this time. The current world is still in chaos, and it is not safe for girls to be interested in running around. After helping the newly joined girls such as Shirahoshi and Gion to plan the area, Bai Yu leaves the city in the sky. Come to the main hall of Shui Shenxing Island. Congratulations to the return of the captain. Advertisement. Hancock is in the city of the sky, and at this moment, the other 5 members of the Zero team, plus Gode 13 officers and above are all there. Rayleigh said, Captain, Vegapunk was brought back, no one was injured. Captain, Kuzan was invited back, and no one was injured. Hawkeye recalled the battle with Pulsolino slightly. Bullet made no secret of his disappointment. Captain, Zephyr was invited back, but he is really weak now, 99. Bai Yu understands. Bullet is a battle freak, an old, crippled Zephyr with asthma that really makes him unhappy. Let Vegapunk come up. Bai Yu sensed where Kuzan and Zephyr were, but was more interested in scientists like Vegapunk. Waiting. Doflamingo laughed. TTT, Captain, in 2 months, the World Summit is about to start, and I heard that there will be a lot of kings coming this time. World Summit. The kings of more than 170 countries that have joined the world government will come to the Holy Land Mariejois to hold a meeting, and celestial dragons will also participate to discuss issues of security and order around the world. Typically, about 50 kings come every 4 years. 2 months. Bai Yu calculated the time, it was enough time for him to take away all the remaining girls. There is only half a month left for Uda's world concert. And, when it comes to World Summit, Bai Yu thinks of 2 people, Revolutionary Army Sabo and Vivi's father Cobra. In the original trajectory, the Revolutionary Army learned that the Kadri Shang had become a slave of celestial dragons. In order to rescue Da Shang, Sabo, Mori, Lindbergh, Crow and others sneaked into the Holy Land and fought against Admiral Fujitora and Green Bull. First press. Sabo is killed in battle. Newspaper again. The bear was rescued, and Sabo was awarded the title of Emperor of Yan. At the same time, the newspaper also published the news that Sabo killed the Alabasta King Cobra, suspected of being framed. The bear has been cured by me, and Cobra won't participate, and Vivi and Shirahoshi won't be in danger. 35. Thinking of this, Bai Yu said bluntly, the opening of the World Summit is the beginning of the final battle, so be prepared. Declaring war on world government. Wow. Everyone was shocked and excited. Rayleigh and Ryder, who were used to seeing big scenes, were shocked. Hawkeye, who only cared about kendo, also had sharp eyes. Many world governments have declared war, but in the past 800 years, absolutely no anti-world government forces have been stronger than them. Because Bai Yu is there. Therefore, everyone is confident, and the countdown to the new era begins in their hearts. Only 2 months left. Rayleigh said calmly, if we want to attack world government, we must first have a stable rear. 4 emperors. Marine. The crowd spoke in unison. The 4 emperors and naval headquarters are both in the New World, and if they are not taken down first, there will be more or less trouble. Fight the 4 emperors first, then the Marines, let the Revolutionary Army withdraw from the stage, and at the World Summit, declare war on the world government. Bai Yu made a war plan. Just get rid of the head power, and don't care about the territory. After 2 months, he won the Holy Land in one go, and Bai Yu would have time to sort out the world. 2 months is enough. Bai Yu fantasized to create a huge map projection and signaled everyone to look. Blackbeard is nearby, the red hair is wandering and uncertain. Finally, let's start tomorrow, and all divisions will surround Wanukuni. Take Kaido first. 99. Everyone nodded. Kaido is the most troublesome, and it is better to take him first. Yahahaha, I heard that Kaido can't be killed all the time. I don't believe it. Enel spit on immortality, and no one can survive except the captain. Kid. Besieged him together, fell down, and then trapped him with high-purity seastone chains. At this moment, Kaido is in a coma. Please start performing. 5. Crocodile. Goo ha ha ha, feed him 10 devil fruits. Cavendish. Punctured through the eye, from the eye through the brain. Twisted Dover. In a coma? Twist the space at the head a few times. Smash card 2. Incapable of defending with armed color, keep smashing. Bonecracker. I'll draw his bones, and I'll draw blood. Lucci. Throw it into the blue no door and fruit in the different space. He can't break the space, close it for year, and starve to death. For flowers 0. Jinbei. The explosive rock is stuffed into the stomach, and the body is destroyed by an island-level explosion. Advertisement Shiryu. While in a coma, there are too many devil fruit abilities that can kill him. What kind of knife and gun did Marine let the soldiers use to hang him, intentionally? Then, if you castrate him, even a strong person will be ashamed to death. Everyone. 699 Shiryu, what a ruthless man. What are you doing? Bai Yu found that each of these little brothers was more ruthless than the other, and Teacher Kai was broken. After skipping the topic and discussing the attack on Kaido again, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge arrived. I have seen the Demon King. The 3 held their breaths at the moment, not knowing whether Bai Yu paid attention to technology or not. Vegapunk. 99. Bai Yu flipped through his profile. Others don't matter. What title is Bai Yu doesn't care. He is now watching the results of Vegapunk. 1. Unlock the transmission conditions of Devil Fruit ability, and enable objects to possess Devil Fruit ability. 2. Pacifists. 3. Make the first artificial Devil Fruit. Human body gigantic, protective clothing, lineage factors, etc., from genes to Devil Fruit to mechanical manufacturing, are omnipotent. I admire all-round talents the most. In the future, they will be led by you. You will be freer than in the world government. Point 0. Bai Yu said and threw the metal box in front of Vegapunk. There are all kinds of scientific research materials, go back and study. Quinn will join in a few days. Quinn. Bai Yu seemed to take science seriously. Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief, and thought of the fat Quinn whom he hadn't seen in a long time. With Caesar and Judge beside him, the former research institute has been reorganized? Do you have any requests? No, Vegapunk doesn't dare to ask for extravagance at the moment, but when he heard the scientific research materials, he couldn't help but look at the metal box. Lord Demon King, what kind of materials are in it? Everything is there, but they are all basics. Come to me after you have studied it thoroughly. Bai Yu looked forward to this. All the scientific and technological information from the Fox Demon world, the first year of the Fox Demon calendar, these are only a small part of the basis. It is the year 2014 after the 3 industrial revolutions of the original Earth, the era of smartphones, and the entire industry science and technology. Go down. Just read it. Bai Yu left a space mark by the way, don't worry about it anymore. Bai Yu got up and said, you all go to prepare, and leave Wanukuni tomorrow. 5. Undead prison. There are currently only 2 corpses plus souls, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's subordinate, Dr. Indigo, has been transferred to the outside prison. 2 more. It was them. 35 Whitebeard and Golden Lion looked at Zephyr and Kuzan who were thrown in, both familiar strangers. My injury is healed. As soon as Kuzan fell, he was shocked to find that he was almost dead and fully recovered, but when he thought of Kizaru, Paluzalino, you *%##. Why scold him? It's not like you, Kuzan. Zephyr was also amazed at the injury he had recovered. Even with his right arm recovered, he stood up and spoke calmly. He's undercover. Kuzan adjusted his emotions, not only being an undercover agent, but also besieging him with pirates. Zephyr couldn't help frowning. You mean, he's the devil's man now? I didn't expect it, Pulsalino. The voice stopped abruptly. Kuzan stared at the past. Bai Yu appeared out of nowhere, ignored Zephyr and Kuzan, and walked to the cell where the 2 corpses were. Whitebeard. Golden Lion. At this moment, Kuzan and Zephyr were shocked when they saw that there were still corpses in the cell. The 2 souls also stared at Bai Yu, not knowing what Bai Yu was going to do. They ignored them the last time they came, and it was extremely uncomfortable to be ignored by Bai Yu. Next moment, Bai Yu raised his hand, and the 4 were shocked. Death is restored. Ix. Chapter 203. Shiki vs Newgate. Kuzan, Zephyr request, wait. Brilliant flow. The brilliance in Bai Yu's hands enveloped the bodies of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and Zephyr and Kuzan stared with bated breath. The souls of Whitebeard and Golden Lion looked at each other, and the next moment they felt their souls tremble uncontrollably, and they turned into streamers and entered the corpse. Boom. From the cell on the left, the breath that bursts out is as thick as the mountains and seas. Zephyr was startled. Boom. From the cell on the right, the breath that bursts out is as magnificent as the sky. Kuzan was in a trance. Goo-la-la-la, if it's a pirate, it's up to you to decide what to believe, I'm Whitebeard. Gia ha ha ha, come and be Lao Su's right arm, Edward Newgate, Lao Su is a Golden Lion. The heroic and arrogant laughter sounded at the same time and stopped abruptly. Boom. 2 strands of conquerors erupted at the same time, battling each other, and in an instant, large black and red lightning surged, and the airwaves roared. How is this possible? What happened? The moment they saw the 2 of them clearly, Kuzan and Zephyr were so shocked that they felt their hearts were shaking. Whitebeard resurrected without injury. The Golden Lion is resurrected with no disability. The resurrection of the 2 old legends, if spread out, would be enough to shake the sea and make all the forces tremble. Because some people can't help thinking, both of their legendary pirates can be resurrected, what about the others? Boom. The 2 figures shot together. Tyrant rapped his fist in the air to strike, and a roar broke out dozens of meters apart. The ground of the prison kept cracking and repairing. 507. Have enough trouble? Bai Yu's momentum disappeared in a flash. In an instant, the airwaves stopped, the roar stopped, and both Whitebeard and Golden Lion were also locked in place. As if pressing the pause button. Seeing this, Kuzan and Zephyr were shocked again, feeling a little tingling in their scalps, and it was hard to understand for a while. Time stands still? The word suddenly popped into Zephyr and Kuzan's mind, shaking their hearts. The conceptual ability that countless people have fantasized about in their dreams. If I can control time perfectly, who can stop me in this world? Be honest. Bai Yu raised his hand and fantasized about erasing the 2 attacks, separating Golden Lion and Whitebeard, and releasing the stillness of time created by the fantasies. What just happened? Whitebeard and Golden Lion were surprised. They were still fighting one moment, and the next moment there was nothing, and they were still so far apart. I'm in a good mood today. 55 Bai Yu looked at the 4 of them and said, you are all people who have died once, let the past pass away, submit to me, and say what you want. 35. 35 Bai Yu is too direct. Golden Lion and the others didn't react for a while, but after recovering, they understood what Bai Yu meant. Either surrender or die, don't talk nonsense. But what does this have to do with how you feel today? The whole place condensed. No one spoke. The 4 of them are all smart people who are used to seeing life and death and seeing big scenes, and they all fell into contemplation. Even Zephyr, who hated pirates the most at this moment, fell silent. Bai Yu is right. They are all people who have died once, and the past should be gone. It feels like something. We will only leave Wanukuni tomorrow. Bai Yu is not in a hurry. He fantasizes about creating an exquisite tea table and tea set. He can make tea and drink tea calmly, and he feels that it is not as good as the girls. Makino's is the most mellow, Kaya's is the most sweet, Robin's is the most fragrant, and Perona's can't be drunk. I soaked it too bitterly. The 4 of Whitebeard glanced at each other and were speechless. They had never seen anyone in their life who ignored their choices. After a while, Golden Lion released his life and laughed. Gia ha ha ha, old, before I died, was what you said to me true? Advertisement. That sentence was the last straw that broke Golden Lion. Even if he didn't say it, he would die immediately, but he died after he said it, which made Golden Lion hard to let go. He was shocked to death by Bai Yu's words, and he didn't have the face to say it. Bai Yu continued to brew the tea, took another cup and took a sip, and then raised his eyes slightly and said quietly, which sentence? That's it. After waiting for a long time for this sentence, Golden Lion almost didn't come up, took a deep breath and said, you said it was easy to kill 20 me at my peak, is this true? 5. What? Whitebeard was also stunned, looked at Golden Lion in surprise, and then looked at Bai Yu. Are young people so fierce now? Number 35. Bai Yu denied. The four were inexplicably relieved. If Bai Yu could really do it, then they would be too weak compared to Bai Yu. Gia ha ha ha, that was 2 years ago, and now it's not difficult to kill 100 peaks. Cough cough. Golden Lion's laughter stuck in his throat, his eyes popped out of shock at Bai Yu's words, and he kept coughing. Is he serious? The three of Whitebeard were also dignified and dazed, and some couldn't understand. The upper limit of physique, hockey, swordsmanship, physique, devil fruit ability, etc. is there, and in their perception, no one can always become stronger. Although everyone's upper limit is different, the peak is there, and no matter how high your upper limit is, you will not be able to instantly kill the peak. It is precisely because of the upper limit that each new era is rapidly catching up with and replacing the old era. It's pointless to think about it, and I don't like to say it twice. Bai Yu's voice was a little colder. The four of them were startled for a while, and then they remembered that Bai Yu was waiting for the four to submit to their demands. Of course, they could refuse and die. The old man wants to know. What happened to Marco and the others? Whitebeard's sharp eyes were full of pleading, like an ordinary old father who was eager to save his son. You don't have to worry about food or clothing, and it's much better than ordinary people. Bai Yu speaks the truth. Whitebeard too is dead. As long as Marco and the others are not too turbulent, they can just find an island to live on, and it is estimated that they have lived a better life than some kings. The other forces didn't care too much about them, and Marine wasn't interested. That's good. Just alive, Whitebeard murmured. Golden Lion is extremely disdainful. You are still this stinky bug. As long as you Newgate don't condone your sons so much, and you have a little ambition, One Piece won't be able to do this. B************** D. Roger, 99. Yo hey. Bai Yu looked sideways, not expecting that Golden Lion would learn to scold Roger. But the Golden Lion was right. Kazuki Oden had been on the Whitebeard for 4 or 5 years, and for that long there would always be some historical text. After all, the Kazuki family is the family that creates the historical text, and no one can understand the historical text better than them. After all, Whitebeard is a pirate, and he has an adventurous spirit in his bones. Even if he is not interested, his sons will be interested and look for it when the time comes. Just crashed with Roger, even if you don't look for it. You want to borrow Oden? 99. Whitebeard looked at Roger, then at Oden. You want to go to Roger too and come back after a year? 99. Don't take Lao Su seriously? Lao Su is Whitebeard? If Oden's interest is not indulged, and if he refuses a little more ambitiously, Roger can only leave in despair. After all, he can't take it away. No king is as important as Lao Su's sons and family. 39. Whitebeard directly countered. Golden Lion sneered. Gia ha ha ha, you're right. If you become One Piece, how many of the trash sons will survive by now? How clever. Shiki, do you want to die? Come on, kill Lao Su. 35. Bai Yu frowned slightly. What the hell were these two bad old men arguing about? The middle-aged Uncle Kuzan went online. Allah, I've made up my mind. It's good to live in a different way, but I have one request, and there is only one. Say. Bai Yu spoke. Golden Lion and Whitebeard also stopped arguing and looked at Kuzan together. Kuzan said solemnly, Paluzolino is too lazy. Even if he is an undercover agent, he will definitely not be able to work hard. Bai Yu is speechless. If you say lazy, you and Kizaru are both world-class. However, Kuzan also believed in burning justice with passion and passion. After the Ohara incident, he fell into confusion and turned to lazy justice. So, Kuzan was extremely serious at this moment. I need to be more demanding of Paluzolino. 1 stroke to lock down, 2 strokes to break my legs, 3 strokes. Advertisement. This kind of unrepentant guy should be maimed and imprisoned forever. Zephyr's 3 people have strange expressions. They are all 20-year-old comrades in arms. What did they do to you to make you feel so resentful to Paluzolino? Looks like Kuzan is heartbroken by his big brother. Paluzolino is so outrageous. Bai Yu murmured and nodded to Kuzan. Okay, it's none of your business now. Go and wait. $7. Kuzan took a deep breath. If Bai Yu was really that powerful, maybe this era of chaos would really end. Gia ha ha ha. I also promise, let other new eras witness the true horror of the old era. Golden Lion secretly said, it is not that he has never been a younger brother. Bai Yu is many times stronger than rocks, and it is not ashamed. The main thing. If he refuses, then Bai Yu, who can resurrect people, can really make him want to live and die, and it will be very uncomfortable to live without dignity from now on. There must be other means. It's not a shame to die in the hands of the Demon King, and to be resurrected by him. I, Shiki, are also righteous and owe him a life. Golden Lion persuaded himself in his heart. The next moment, Golden Lion said, I only have one request, to restore me to the peak period of Haki's abundant physical strength without injury or disease. Allow. Bai Yu's expression was relaxed. This also made everyone understand that the Golden Lion's request was very simple for Bai Yu, and they didn't make a fuss when they thought that even people could be resurrected. Zephyr. Ain't she? Ain is doing very well, but he has gained 3 kilograms more than 10 days ago. Bai Yu said suddenly. Shuzo and Bins are in the prison recovering from their injuries. By the way, Dr. Indigo is also there. Thank you so much. 99 Golden Lion was in a trance for a moment. He really didn't expect Bai Yu's work to be flawless. If he could care about him in this world, it would be Dr. Indy, who had been with him from beginning to end. Now the new captain can handle it. 3 kilograms fat. What did you eat? Zephyr was also in a trance for a moment. Ain was living so well now. Ain is just too thin, so Bai Yu kept adding food to her, and even temporarily banned the immortal thief with Luku. 3 pounds of fat is just right, perfect, my request, 35. When it came to the word, demand, Zephyr's eyes became cold. Please allow me to kill all the evil pirates outside the Demon King's power, and leave none of them. 5. Teacher. Kuzan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Zephyr would be too stubborn, and when he asked for it, it already showed that after the Zephyr plan collapsed, a lot has changed. Or rather, being beaten up. Otherwise, he would never make a request, because making a request would mean that he would submit to the strongest pirate in this new era. It is good. Bai Yu agreed. It seems that Zephyr's idea is to use his power to achieve his goals. This is nothing, as long as you don't betray and obey his orders, it doesn't matter, after all, everyone has their own thoughts. The power of the Demon King in the new era is no longer unstoppable, and the people who are buried in history as mentioned by Roger can't compare to the Demon King. Whitebeard sighed secretly. People who have died once should say goodbye to the past, only their sons remain in their hearts. I just want to take a look at Marco and the others, Whitebeard said solemnly. Listen. What an honest request. Although Whitebeard is not suitable for being a pirate and is too doting on his sons, Whitebeard is indeed a great father, and it is very reassuring to have him as a partner. So Bai Yu doesn't have any prejudice against Whitebeard, but has opinions on his sons who don't know how to make progress. They're all right, and when the war is over, you can see, 35. Bai Yu raised his hand, and a beam of brilliance shot out from his hand and enveloped the 4 of them. Life is restored. Directly restore the ages of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Zephyr, and repair all of Kuzan's dark wounds. I can see that you haven't adjusted your mentality, so adjust here. The characteristics of the undead prison are very suitable. By the way, run in the strength. Bai Yu stood up and looked at the 4 of them. Wait until the tough guy comes in, then go out together. The words fell, and Bai Yu disappeared. Adjusting your mindset, 99. The 4 were silent for a moment and looked at each other. Who is that person? Chapter 204. The Demon King comes to Wanukuni, the ruins at the bottom of the inland sea, where Pluton is. The next day. Mercury Island coast. Team 0 plus Gode 13 plus Giant Soldiers Pirates, etc. all appeared together, and the number of strong men on them was suffocating. Gollum. All the staff dispatched collectively? Hurry up, report to the headquarters, New World is about to have a big event. There are no spies on Mercury Island, but there are spies on nearby islands and even submarines on the bottom of the sea. This is the usual method of major forces. And now the scene of all the staff being dispatched has been reported by the spies one after another, but just after the report was completed, the spies were shocked. A huge space portal appeared, directly engulfing all the ships, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. It's too slow to fly over, so let's enter the gravity space balance area first. Bai Yu murmured, sensing that the spies didn't care. Just guess as much as you like, it doesn't matter. Back to the ship. Go Wanukuni. The Revolutionary Army did not pay too much attention, but still felt that the storm was coming and accelerated the pace of the revolution. Blackbeard a few days ago, when Bai Yu returned to the Demon King Sea, he felt extremely depressed, packed up and left New World overnight, euphemistically saying, "The world is so big, I want to see it." Operation Bai Yu Large Force. Beckman came over smoking a cigarette, and this is the first time all members have assembled. This time, the goal will not be smaller than last time. The last time the squad was out. The news investigation, the results were unexpected and reasonable, and the targets were Zephyr, Kuzan and Vegapunk. The red hair pondered. It seems that the Demon King is going to attack the 4 emperors. 4 emperors is indeed the greatest possibility, probably Kaido. In this case, we will not have much time left. 11 inches Beckman said lightly, breathing out a smoke ring. Not really much. The figure of the straw hat flashed across the redhead's mind, and he threw away his thoughts. No matter what, even if the Demon King wants to attack the 4 emperors, it will take a lot of time, and the processing of the territory will be calculated in months. The most important thing for us at the moment is to see her. The redhead's mind flashed over the red-haired girl on the right and the light pink-haired girl with headphones on the left. The other side. Jin frowned. Have you contacted the boss? How long will you be back? 35. 2 days later. Quinn also jumped in a hurry, hoping that the devil's target was not them, and even if it was, he hoped that he would come later. Naval Headquarters. Akainu and others also judged that the 4 emperors Kaido is the greatest possibility, but what if they guessed it? Marshal, let me go. Kizaru was still wearing bandages for some reason, but he changed his usual indifferent tone and said quite seriously, as a Marine Admiral, it is my duty to destroy pirates. 5. Team 0. Kaido. If found, let's go together. 35. The generals were stunned. It's no surprise that Kizaru took the initiative to participate in the Battle of the Twin Emperors. The original trajectory, after Kizaru learned that Kaido had a conflict with Anti, he also easily asked Akainu if he wanted to go, which shows that Kizaru is still very responsible for admirals sometimes. But, Kizaru bluntly said vs Team 0 plus Kaido, is this a little floating? Akainu immediately refused, your injury is not healed yet, this time. Advertisement, tear. Kizaru tore off the bandage, revealing the hideous scar, looked directly at Akainu and said, what about the mere injuries? Although they all quit Marine, the moment I saw Kuzan was beaten to death and taken away, my heart ached, and teacher, I want revenge. The audience was silent. Some sentimental generals shed tears while admiring Kizaru. Kuzan. Teacher. You are so miserable, don't blame Pulsolino, he really tried his best. Is this acting a bit too much? Fujitora secretly stunned. Akainu said in a low voice. Dealing with the Demon King's forces requires a plan, you should recuperate first and rest well. Kizaru was suddenly silent. Fujitora said quietly. In Dressrosa as Marine Admiral, but because of the presence of the Demon King, he abandoned the battle and fled. This is a shame for this old man. This battle between the two emperors may be an opportunity, the old man can fly, and even if it doesn't work, he can capture one or two elites. Akainu thought deeply. Sengoku and Crane frowned, Garp still eating senbei heartlessly. At this time, Green Bull suddenly said, this idea is good, but after all, Fujitora has made a move in the Demon King's territory, and it is considered that he has provoked the Demon King. If it is discovered, the danger will increase sharply. And I can fly, and I haven't provoked the devil, so let's. Thank you Green Bull for reminding me, the old man was careless, then you can go. 35 Before Green Bull finished speaking, Fujitora answered. The green cow was slightly taken aback. Kizaru said seriously. This is a good way, we can't be too jealous of the Demon King all the time, it will make us seem incompetent, and the green cow is very suitable. Green Bull frowned slightly, this sentence, empathy. No, the rear admiral leaders nodded in succession. They were right, they were afraid of being afraid. If they didn't do anything, how would the people outside see the Marine? As a marshal, you need to be good at listening to the general's thoughts, Akainu said after thinking. Green Bull, this time to Wanukuni, the main purpose is to investigate, don't approach the Demon King easily, contact at any time, and act according to opportunity. It is good. After Lu Niu agreed, he always felt that something was wrong, and he couldn't tell. Fujitora perceives Kizaru, and secretly said, the plan is very smooth, but some are sorry for the green cattle, but the change of the times always requires sacrifice. Kizaru glanced at Fujitora and secretly said, he looks like he has thick eyebrows and blind eyes. He didn't expect to be able to act, and he has potential. The plan was proposed by Kizaru, and whatever the process, at the very least, Green Bull was dispatched to Wanukuni. You are too protective of celestial dragons and too extreme. 35. Kizaru's inner evaluation of Green Bull. Anyway, a colleague, have a glass of wine in the evening and see you off. 2 days later. The spaceship arrived over the sea near Wanukuni, and the girls looked down into the distance. Wanukuni. A powerful new world country, it has been closed to the country for 800 years, never entertaining outsiders, and never joining the world government. This country is difficult for even marine ships to enter, and its allies are only Zou. No wonder it's closed to the country here, not to mention that people outside want to go in, it's hard for people inside to go out. Nami sighed with emotion as Wanukuni looked down at the front. Wanukuni is a special case, there is no offshore coast, just tall cliffs and waterfalls all around. Want to enter Wanukuni? First you have to cross a very high cliff waterfall, which is beyond the reach of ordinary ships, and finally enter the inland sea. There are the main island of Wanukuni and the island of Ghosts in the inland sea. The main island is divided into 6 areas. Guri, Hime, Rabbit Bowl, Bell Queen, White Dance, and Flower Capital. What you're seeing now is actually just a rebuilt Wanukuni. Bai Yu felt the whole Wanukuni and whispered. The Wanukuni 800 years ago is not much different from the ordinary islands, there is no so-called cliff waterfall, and there is no inland sea, and it communicates frequently with the world. Advertisement. The girls were surprised. If so, how did the cliffs in the inland sea come from? Bai Yu continued. The Wanukuni in the past was built with a huge vine mountain backed and built at the foot of the mountain. For some reason, Wanukuni chose to close the island and built a huge wall around the island. As time passed, the wall was filled with rainwater to form an inland sea, and it was difficult for the water to flow out, submerging Wanukuni. Submerged? The girls looked at Wanukuni again and found the huge vine mountain, but only the top of the mountain was left to see. The Wanukuni you see is the Wanukuni rebuilt on the mountainside, the cliff is the former wall, and the ancient Wanukuni is located. Bai Yu pointed to the sea. Just behind the cliff, at the bottom of the inland sea, 99. And there are hidden treasures that make countless careerists yearn for. Treasures at the bottom of the inland sea. The girls are full of interest, the underwater world, they have only seen the Fishman Island. Bai Yu looked at Robin. The information you saw in Alabasta will be confirmed here. It's at the bottom of the inland sea. Robin's heart trembled. History is history after all, and it is not necessarily true if it is not proven, and it must be proven now. Hancock wondered. Husband, Robin, what are you talking about? Ancient weapon, Pluton. Robin spit out these 6 words. Pluton. The news was too sudden and caught off guard, and the girls did not expect Pluton to be in Wanukuni. 507. The girls subconsciously looked at the cute little Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Oh, 99. Suddenly, Shirahoshi suddenly realized and shook his head again. Although I am Poseidon, I don't know about Pluton, but it should be stronger than me. The original trajectory, some secrets hidden by Wanukuni, were also known to Robin one by one after Kaido ended. The Pluton that Robin saw in Alabasta was in Wanukuni. But today's Wanukuni is very different from Wanukuni 800 years ago, and Robin is also puzzled that there is no place to hide Pluton at all. Until Kazuki Sukiyaki appeared, told the history for Robin and unveiled the Wanukuni 800 years ago. Backed by Fuji Mountain, a fence is built, the inland sea is formed, the mid-mountain is rebuilt, and the bottom of the inland sea is Wanukuni, where Pluton is located. Kazuki Sukiyaki. Let Wanukuni open a country, which means destroying the walls, disappearing the inland sea, recreating the ancient Wanukuni, and taking out the Pluton. 35. This is what has been passed down among the generals of Wanukuni. Should we take it out? Nami's eyes lit up. After all, it is one of the 3 ancient weapons of one cannon and one island, and all the women are also interested. After all, it cannot be ignored and taken away by others. Since I met it, of course I have to take it away. Although Bai Yu disliked Pluton, he still said the same thing. Although I disliked it, I couldn't do it without. There's Pluton there anyway, so let's go to the main island of Wanukuni first, then go to the island of ghosts. The spaceship was no longer invisible, and it directly crossed the cliff formed by the tall wall and rushed into the sky above the inland sea. What a good son-in-law, what a good ally, in front of the powerful forces of the Demon King. They're only a weak group. Hey, prepare for the battle with all your might. On the island of ghosts in the inner sea, Jin, Quinn and the others watched the spaceship disappear in a flash, and they all became a little dignified. Jin tried to keep himself calm. How long until Kaido boss arrives? I used to expect the Demon King to come, but now, they can't stand it. It's really coming. About 2 hours. 35. The Demon King is coming to Wanukuni. 9 trillion. Chapter 205. Aboriginal Orochi. Take away Xiaoyu, swordsmith. Kazuki Sukiyaki. What is that? Something flew past, what appeared to be a ship. Quick, go back to the island of ghosts, that is the Demon King's spaceship. 35. When Jin, Quinn and others in the inner sea on the island discovered and began to prepare for the battle. The undisguised flight of the ship over the main island of the inner sea shocked the natives of Wanukuni and the members of the Beast's pirates who they recognized. Now, the most prosperous area in Wanukuni, the capital of flowers, is in the general house. Trash, it's all trash. The man who opened his mouth to abuse. The head and mouth are large, the mustache is inverted, wearing a kimono, bald, with a crown. Kurozumi Orochi, the current general of Wanukuni. You can't even find a child, you bastards. Even though more than a month has passed, Kurozumi is still angry. After Kurozumi Kanjuro came to Wanukuni 20 years ago, he secretly passed the news of Momonosuke to Kurozumi Orochi, but he was not found. Thinking that Momonosuke might have fled Wanukuni long ago and lived very casually outside, Kurozumi's face became darker every day, and he really became Kurozumi. But Kurozumi Orochi didn't know that Momonosuke had been dead for more than 10 days, and it was estimated that the grass on the tomb would grow. Oh, no, Momonosuke did not have a tomb. General, something is bad. The Demon King's spaceship is here. A guard rushed over and shouted loudly. Kurozumi Orochi was stunned. Whose ship? Spaceship? What devil? 66. Not clear. The guard was also taken aback, noticed that Kurozumi's face sank, and quickly said, I saw the members of the Beast's pirates flee quickly, and when I heard them shouting like this, I seemed to be scared. Fleeing? Scared? Kurozumi is a little stunned. How can the madmen of the Beast's pirates be afraid? And where did the name Demon King seem to be heard? Demon King. Not far away, the light blue wig was twisted into a huge bun, and there was a ray of light in the eyes of the man in the dark blue kimono. Orochi guard, madman. His real name is Denjiro, one of the 9 red sheathers. After Odin's death, he changed his appearance due to grief and became the boss of the gang in hiding. And at night, it is transformed into ugly 3 boys, robbing the rich and helping the poor in various places. Orochimaru hadn't thought of it yet, but Denjiro had already thought about who the Demon King was, and he would try to find a way to know the outside world even if he closed his country. The outside world is at the same level as Kaido. Those lunatics are actually afraid, and they are probably Kaido's enemies. Thinking of this, Denjiro thought in his heart, the enemy of the enemy is a friend, so I have to inform Miss Hiyori. Where did you hear about it? After thinking about it for a while, Kurozumi laughed loudly. He, I didn't expect those lunatics to be afraid. Don't worry, I guess it's a good intruder. You bring people to investigate, I asked Quinn. Kurozumi Orochi didn't care. After all, it is a boat, how can it fly, and how many people can it have? The island of ghosts is near the main island, and it is a whole island of pirates. Orochi is not interested in external things, so he knows very little. Contact Quinn. Kurozumi Orochi. Some Demon King's spaceship was found in the sky, but your people are all fleeing. Quinn's face darkened, and his eyes rolled. Boss Kaido ordered to return to the island of ghosts as soon as possible, so it has nothing to do with the devil. You think too much. The Demon King is 20 years old. Do you think we Beast's pirates will be afraid? What quest are you going to do? Kurozumi was stunned for a second, then sneered. Guihi, he is only 20 years old. Kazuki Oden was only 20 years old when he became the name of Giuli. It seems that this Demon King. Hee. Oh your mother. Hearing the Kurozumi Orochi compare Kazuki Oden to the Demon King, Quinn was speechless. He just said casually, does this idiot really believe it? Wanukuni is a big place, and the devil is a threat to the whole world, and the indigenous people of the small island country just don't know it. Quinn complained inwardly, and said on the surface, yes, I'm very busy, I don't have time to deal with the devil, that's all. Hang up directly. In the main hall of the Island of Ghosts, everyone looked at Quinn with strange expressions. What's wrong? Advertisement. Quinn touched her fat face and sighed after realizing it. I said earlier that I'm charming, so I deliberately became so fat, otherwise more people would be fascinated by me. Alas, my damn charm. Everyone secretly spit, really shameless. Jin ignored this and said in a condensed voice. You will kill the big snake like this, and you may also anger the Demon King. After all, no one likes being provoked and offended by ants. 35. I don't like the big snake. Quinn made no secret of his disgust for the big snake, and continued. Anyway, the big snake is the one who suffers. I didn't say anything, just remind the boss. Kaido is not there. Quinn panicked. Jack, who had been traded back, walked quickly into the hall. Big Brother Jin, Big Brother Quinn, and Miss Yamato have run to the main island. Run is not blocking it. 99. What? Quinn's eyes bulged a little. Yamato, will she sail? Pejuan said that Runti did not block it, and after discussion, the two decided to go to the main island to find the Demon King together. That's it. 39. Jin and Quinn were speechless. Why don't you discuss it with them? Yamato is unreliable. Runti is not reliable. These two unreliable go to the Demon King. This is even more unreliable. Forget it, it doesn't affect the overall situation. Wanukuni main island. Each of the 6 regions has its own characteristics. The Flower City is the most prosperous, Giuli Chaos, Rabbit Bowl Mining, Hime Desolation, Linghao Cemetery, and Bai Yu Port. The spaceship stopped over 9 miles. Binli Village, Pickletown, Bola Town, Taoyuan Farm, Tushan and Dateport all belong to Giuli District, and the former Odin Castle was also destroyed. There are so many strong men on that spaceship, even if I can't see myself, it still makes my heart palpitate. On the top of the mountain, a fat man with pink curly hair holding a wine gourd held his breath and looked at the high-altitude spaceship in the distance. Shudenmaru, Ashura Boy. One of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, after Odin's death, he returned to Giuli and became the leader of the Mountain Bandit, with 280 subordinates under his command. Husband, do you need to deal with it? Hancock noticed where Zhu Tianwen was, and this person seemed to have some strength, so he might disturb Bai Yu. Leave him alone. 99 Bai Yu didn't bother to pay any attention to the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, and looked in the direction of Binli Village. Vivi asked curiously, Brother Bai Yu, don't we go to the Flower City? Giuli looked desolate, and there seemed to be nothing noteworthy. Bai Yu asked, do you remember that pet fruit? Breed's abilities? After Bai Yu was deprived, he told the girls because of his strong ability. I remember, as long as you are trapped by the green halo, you will become the pet slave of the able? Nami was impressed. After all, the presentation was really exaggerated. Bai Yu nodded and said, yes, those who belong to the Paramecia control category, and those who have similar fruit abilities in Giuli, also turn creatures into pets. 39. What ability? Dumpling fruit. The name surprised all the girls, and it was really hard to get involved with the similar abilities of the pet fruit. Robin chuckled. I don't think it's more than that, it must be the person with the ability that interested you, otherwise, no matter how strong the ability is, it's not worth your visit in person. Congratulations, you got the answer right, and I will reward you in the evening. Bai Yu smiled and rewarded. Robin's face turned slightly red, and even though they were happy with each other many times, they still couldn't stand Bai Yu's special reward. Let's go down. The location of Biancasa village. Many people looked at the high-altitude spaceship in curiosity and amazement, but in an ordinary small house, there was a burst of old panic and immature voices. Master, where are you going to pack up and take me? Nyen. For Flowers 0. Have you seen that spaceship? The aura on it is terrible, you can't stay here no matter where you go. 35. But I think that ship is so beautiful that it can fly. Advertisement, Xiao Yu, listen to me, that ship is very dangerous, leave as soon as possible. The old man had white hair, wore a mask imitating the shape of a tengu, put away a knife, and carried a box on his back. Swordsmith, Tengu Mountain is flying. 2 masterpieces of forging swordsmanship, 3rd generation Onatu, Tianyu Yujan. Xiao Yu is 8 years old this year, with a cute appearance, eyes like 2 grapes, a purple ball head, and a lot of patches on her kimono, indicating that she lives in poverty. Tianushan Fei Che often feels guilty because Xiao Yu lives in poverty for a long time and can only eat barnyard wheat to survive. The people in Biancasa village can't get enough to eat, and Xiao Yu can only eat normal rice on her birthday. Toshigi, Gion, has 4 large sharp swords on his body. 99. Who is it? A voice suddenly sounded, and Tianushan Fei Che was on guard immediately, protecting Xiao Yu behind him and pulling out his saber. When Go Shan Fei Chung turned around that day, he saw Bai Yu and the others, the eyes under the mask shrank suddenly, and he felt a chill in his heart. When? There are so many people. The man at the head, what a suffocating breath, is stronger than that stinky boy in Odin. 0. Tiandu Mountain flew to the ground, and he knew at a glance that he was not the enemy of his own ability, which made him very anxious. 4 big sharp knives. Tashigi's eyes lit up, and he looked directly at the long knife in his hand, the long knife on his waist, and the long box on his back. Gion was surprised. So, his identity must be very simple. You must know that it is a big knife, and she has never seen a few. If it is just a knife maker, why hide it here? Bai Yu nodded and said, it's not just a knife maker, but he's disguised so well that no one notices. Who would have thought that a person who died long ago could change his identity? Wanukuni is another name. The production base of the best actor, one by one will perform. Wow, there are so many beautiful sisters. Xiao Yu stuck out her little head and looked over, and her voice sounded crisp. Elsa was very pleasantly surprised. What a cute little girl, younger than me. Yes, the 8-year-old is the focus. Realizing that Bai Yu's goal is this little girl, Aisha is happy that there is finally someone younger than her age. Seeing the patch on Xiao Yu's clothes, Makino murmured, this child must have suffered a lot. 99. Bai Yu, big rascal, hurry up and start robbing her, so I can take her to change into pretty clothes after robbing her, Perona urged. Bonnie also said, yes, we are in a hurry, hurry up, I will take her to eat delicious food after the rush. Who are you robbing? Xiao Yu blinked in a dazed cuteness, and Tianbu Shanfei was shocked and subconsciously said, you, what? The words did not fall. Tianbu Shanfei Che saw Xiao Yu appearing in Bai Yu's arms out of thin air, thinking it was an illusion, and quickly looked behind him and didn't see Xiao Yu, and his heart was shocked. Take care of her. Bai Yu put the stunned Xiao Yu in Makino's arms and melted Xiao Yu with tenderness. Return Xiao Yu. Tianbu Shanfei was urgent but did not dare to do anything. Bai Yu looked at the old swordsman and said plainly, I stole Xiao Yu and handed over all the big knives, and because of Xiao Yu, you can leave here alive. You can't even take care of a small child, and you can't eat and wear warm all day. Is this your ability? Kazuki Sukiyaki. How did he know? Tianbu Shanfeichuan's face under the mask is completely dull. Is he exposed? His identity as Kazuki Oden's father was discovered so quickly. What went wrong? No, run away. Kazuki Sukiyaki turned around and ran, but saw a gorgeous aurora. Shang. Tashigi drew his sword to block Sukiyaki. Ahead, no passage, loser, hand over all the big knives. Aurora, slashing rain. Boom. 9. Chapter 206. Father of Oden. Dumpling fruit. Tnu Yan Mo. Kazuki Sukiyaki. Former general, father of Kazuki Oden, grandfather of Momonosuke. During Oden's voyage to sea, Sukiyaki fell ill, and Kurozumi Higurashi usurped his identity and announced that the general was located in Kurozumi Orochi. Then, news of the death came out, in fact, imprisoned. After Oden's defeat, Sukiyaki escapes from the cell and finds Wanukuni in shock. Pseudonym. Tianbu Shanfeichi. Since then, she has lived in Jiuli as a swordsman and adopted Xiao Yu a few years ago. Grandmaster 1. Engraving. The engraving technique of the historical text passed down by the Kazuki family from generation to generation. Grandmaster 2. Forging swordsmanship. Wanokuni is famous for its knife forging craftsmanship, and it is as famous as Shimotsuki Kozaburo who went to sea. Boom. Kazuki Sukiyaki raised a knife to block Tashigi's attack, and the airwave exploded, sending the whole person flying dozens of meters. The gorgeous aurora flashed, and Tashigi slashed again without stopping. Hey! Kazuki Sukiyaki rolled on the spot, got up and chopped down with a knife in his hand, but felt that it was chopped in the air, and suddenly lost his voice. Clone technique? Or illusion? Aurora meteor fall. Tashigi took the initiative to elementalize to avoid the attack, and the bright aurora slashed Sukiyaki like a meteorite, and after the collision, it turned into a splendid meteor scattered in all directions. All the women praised, the aurora is really a miracle of nature, it is really beautiful. Boom. 35 Kazuki Sukiyaki was directly hit and flew upside down, and the long sword in his hand also flew to the ground. A splendid aurora flashed. Tashigi held a knife and landed on Kazuki's Sukiyaki neck, calmly said, you are defeated. Crack. The mask is broken. 507. After the red mask representing Tianbu Shanfeichung's identity was broken, an old face full of vicissitudes was revealed. Master? Xiao Yu in Makino's arms exclaimed, not only worried about the master's safety, but also curious about the face of Kazuki Sukiyaki. Sukiyaki is hidden too well. Xiao Yu is also seen once. Sukiyaki is silent, he is not good at fighting, and it is not surprising to lose. However, he has been incognito for many years, and he was suddenly recognized by a strange outsider at first sight, which made him feel at a loss. Wanokuni ninja is very much. The ninja mentioned here is not the kind of ninjutsu, but forbearance. Kazuki Sukiyaki's forbearance is more forbearance than Denjiro and others. Even after the end of the original track Wanokuni War, he still did not disclose his identity to Wanokuni, and has always been behind the scenes. National cognition is long dead. Kr. Seeing Tashigi picking up the knife, Kazuki Sukiyaki subconsciously wanted to shout angrily, and thought that Bai Yu and others were next to him. Kazuki Sukiyaki changed his tone, full of nostalgia and said, if you read it correctly, the sword in your hand is written in Hedao, right? The one forged by Kozaburo. Shimotsuki Kozaburo. For 100 years, one of the very few people who left Wanokuni in closed-door seclusion was also a swordsmith. Koshiro's father, Kuina's grandfather, once explained to Zoro what a knife is and what wisdom is, and gave him a pair of knives. You know, Tashigi was interested, but still picked up 2 knives and hugged a long box, 4 large sharp knives in his hands. Sukiyaki felt heartache, and said calmly, I and Kosaburo are good friends, he once forged Hedoichi in Yama, and I also forged 3rd generation Onito and Tianyu Yujan, he is better than me in forging swordsmanship. Stronger. Who is Kosaburo? Tashigi was puzzled, and took out a long knife from Naji. So, you made this knife? Sabaody grabs Zoro's 3rd generation ghost. Seeing the 3rd generation Onito, Kazuki Sukiyaki's expression was full of shock and trance. I didn't expect that both Onitoru fell into the hands of one woman. You look down on women? Advertisement. Tashigi frowned and looked at another knife. 2nd generation ghost? Yes, my ancestors made it. Bai Yu's words left Bai Yu speechless. Is this an ancestor? Because of the worship of the famous swordsman Goucher, he took the famous swordsman Goucher as the ancestor, followed the example of making the big quick sword, and then called himself the descendant of Goucher. This kind of thinking logic, does the ancestor of the Kazuki family know? Another pervert. 35 Bai Yu's review of Sukiyaki. As a man, Bai Yu never hides his preferences, male and female. But he also has a bottom line. Kazuki Sukiyaki. I don't know how crazy I was when I was young, but now I'm an old man, and I like to collect beautiful girl dolls to play secretly. Kazuki Oden. When he was 6 years old, he went to and out of Lushang, Waji Street, and when he was 15 years old, he kidnapped and played with girls in the temple every night, causing riots. Light-brained, waning, mentally retarded, Peach's mortal help for nausea. Blue out of blue, better than blue. 3 grandfathers and grandsons. One word, absolutely. I just can't appreciate the man from this small island country, no matter how much you paint it, it's useless. Bai Yu stared at the Sukiyaki. Boom, the moment Sukiyaki met Bai Yu's eyes, he felt a bell tolling from his soul, chills spread all over his body, and his heart trembled. Escape. The next moment, Kazuki Sukiyaki exhausted all his strength, didn't even look at Xiao Yu and the 4 knives, and fled into the distance like crazy. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, Xiao Yu exclaimed again. I had a good chat with that pretty big sister 1 second ago, why did you leave her and run away the next second? Your name is Xiao Yu, 8 years old? Xiao Yu was startled by Bai Yu's warm words. Facing the most handsome elder brother she had ever met, Xiao Yu said in a low voice, yes, Xiao Yu is 8 years old this year. You only eat rice on your birthday every year, right? Well, the rice is delicious. What? When Bonnie heard this sentence, he immediately scolded. What rubbish master, has 4 big sharp knives, but can't take care of a little girl of a few years old, he just finds a bandit leader to sell a big sharp knife. After a few years, I think he just didn't treat you. Please don't say master. Xiao Yu's plea made Bonnie pick up. She knows how to be grateful. After all, she adopted her, and it's okay to have a hard life. Master. Xiao Yu searched again, her eyes gradually dimmed. Makino said softly. Seeing that you are safe here with us, your master can leave with confidence, don't worry. White lie. Makino also did not want Xiao Yu to follow Kazuki Sukiyaki from the bottom of his heart, and to endure hardship with him, it is better for them to take care of him. Bai Yu whispered. Don't you dream of being a coquettish female ninja? Join me and live with my sisters in the future, and I will help you realize your dream. Brother, how did you know that I dreamed? Xiao Yu was attracted and looked at Bai Yu curiously. Did Ace tell you that? Huh? Which Ace? It has been more than 2 years since I heard this name. The girls looked at Xiao Yu in amazement. How did this 8-year-old girl know each other? Bai Yu said casually. 4 years ago, Wanukuni, who had not joined Beidouin's Ace pathway, met 4-year-old Xiao Yu. Well, it is. Xiao Yu nodded in memory. Bai Yu squeezed Xiao Yu's dumpling face lightly. I can also make dumplings on my face. Join me and let you see. 95. Really? Xiao Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, and nodded simply. I want to watch the dumplings, I will join. Flicking the little girl, Bai Yu's heart didn't waver. At the moment of joining, Bai Yu chose the fusion ability. Under Xiao Yu's stunned eyes, Bai Yu touched his face, then pinched a ball and placed it on her hand. What is this? Nami's eyes lit up, I also want. And Perona started to pinch directly, but Bai Yu grabbed her hand. Only those who are capable of dumplings can pinch, but you can't. So, dango fruit uses dango to achieve a similar effect to pet fruit? Robin analyzed. Bai Yu nodded. The animal that eats the dumplings is tamed and obeys the one with ability. Dumpling fruit. It can pull an edible glutinous rice dumpling off its face, and the ferocious animal will become docile and obedient after eating it. It must be tamed in person to make the object who eats the dumpling obey. Advertisement Xiao Yu can last a month. However, dumplings do not have a satiety effect on those who are capable, so Xiao Yu can't eat dumplings to fill his stomach. It seems that it is not as powerful as Breed's pet fruit, but it also has its own characteristics. What about people who have never taken artificial zone? Ain asked curiously. Will I also obey orders? Garrett's rabbit ears were all upright at the moment. There are other people in fur tribes, I don't know. Bai Yu experienced it. Xiao Yu hasn't tried it yet? Original track. Xiao Yu has tamed a lot. Komachio, Speed, Devago, Gazelle and other animals and abilities, and they continue to grow in size. No, Xiao Yu shook her head cutely and said, Big brother is amazing, 35. You are also very powerful. I will teach you in the future so that you can become the strongest female ninja in history as soon as possible. Be optimistic. Saying that, Bai Yu made a seal with both hands, fire-style meteor pendant. The girls were amazed and Xiao Yu was stunned. Bai Yu spit out a large flame like a sea wave and turned it into a meteor, sweeping the sky and turning the sky red in the blink of an eye. Fantasy. Creation? Shirahoshi wondered, but why do you have to make strange gestures and spit fire? Stussy chuckled. Master Demon King is really gentle, playing with children. It seems that he really likes little girls. Then have a girl. Hancock blushed, falling into a beautiful fantasy. Sugar murmured. She just likes girls with a young mental age, that is a simple and cute little padded jacket, not a small body. 99. Wow, this is the legendary fire style. It's amazing, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Wanukuni has a lot of ninja ninjutsu legends, but, so far, Lei Zhang's clone technique is still a bit interesting. Bai Yu chuckled. Want to learn? I'll teach you. From now on, you can learn from me in 10 years at most. 35. All the girls laughed secretly. Lord Demon King is fooling the little girl again. Xiao Yu, who is only 8 years old now, is as pure as white paper. 10 years later, wouldn't it be necessary to paint on the white paper with Bai Yu's unique colors? It is estimated that even Wanukuni will be at that time. Forgot. Master, call me Teacher Bai. 9. Hello teacher. Bai Yu accepted a cute female apprentice. It is impossible to be a ninja or something. The upper limit is too low, and there is no future for a ninja in the Qinghai world. Go and take Xiao Yu to wash up on the spaceship, change clothes and eat delicious food. 35. After Bai Yu finished speaking, Makino, Bonnie, Perona and other girls brought Xiao Yu back to the spaceship with great interest. They wanted to dress Xiao Yu as a princess and bid farewell to those hard days. How do you feel? Bai Yu looked at Tashigi. She was carefully examining the 4 large sharp swords, and Gion was trying one by one. A famous sword with a fan-shaped sword and dart, Sukiyaki attaches great importance to it. The other 3 are, second generation Gush, Yanmo, and Tianyu Yuzhan. Tianyu Yu slash. A big, fast knife, known as a knife that can even slash the sky. Yanmo. The big sharp sword, the sword that claims to be able to destroy even hell. Tashigi was pleasantly surprised. All 0.9 are good knives, except for second generation Guido. The other 3 have never heard of the name in the outside world, but they are very powerful. Be careful. Seeing Gion pulling out Enma, Bai Yu reminded. This sword will absorb and release the user's armament haki without authorization. The X-shaped scar on Kaido's body was cut with Enma. Yanmo. Gion felt the armament haki was draining as soon as he held the sword, and it was very fast, so he tried to swipe it lightly. Hey! Boom! A terrifying slash passed by in a flash, and the distant mountain top was directly cut open. Tashigi condensed. It's so powerful with a single wave, such a strong sword. No, it's Gion-san, so powerful. Mainly because this knife is very strong. According to the absorption speed, I can't use it for a long time, and I can't conquer it for the time being. Gion took the sword back, but he didn't feel a pity, only the right one was the best. Bai Yu looked at the saber. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he looked at the remaining girls. If you are interested, go to the other 5 areas on the main island, at least in groups of 5. 2 hours later, return to the spaceship to gather, and then set off for Onishima. 35. Huh? Are they? These 2 girls actually came to the main island from the Island of Ghosts, so there is a high probability that they came to him, which is very interesting. It is indeed the breath of ice, an illusion, an ancient species. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The breath of ice. Hancock also recovered from his fantasy and felt the past. Bai Yu perceives the white dance port. I don't know when his sealed state will be Shikai Zanpakuto, but he intuitively tells him that he is about to wake up, maybe next year, or maybe today. Chapter 207. Kaido's daughter, super fierce and natural, Oiran Shaozi. Take care of Xiao Yu. Free combination. Stussy looked at the distant hill and said, in a small village, there is a former General Wanukuni who goes by incognito, and the identity of that person should not be simple. Just a retainer, no place in Wanukuni. Bai Yu knew who Stussy was talking about, and Wanukuni had a strict hierarchy, and the status of a retainer was not on the table. Strength. Although Ashura Doko is known as the strongest monster in Curry, even Kaido admires him, but he never won no matter who the opponent was from the stage to the end. It can be called. Emil is as fierce as a tiger, and a look at the record, not to mention. The ending of the original trajectory was directly killed by the explosives carried by the fake Odin drawn by Kurozumi Kanjuro, which is too sloppy. You go around. After chatting with the girls for a while, Bai Yu left Jiuli and disappeared in an instant. On the top of Jiuli Mountain, after Bai Yu left and disappeared, Ashura Boy breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the top of the mountain was separated, as long as Bai Yu was there, he felt breathless. There is such a terrifying man, the outside world is too big, Ashura Doji murmured. Master Odin's father is still alive, hiding so deeply. Recalling the scene I just peeped, Ashura Doji was very shocked, but he didn't plan to find the escaped Kazuki Sukiyaki or something. Because, he himself is an Odin retainer, not a bright retainer. What's more, he didn't think Sukiyaki could help, it was too weak. Hey, 9. Who? The voice suddenly sounded, and Ashura felt his hair explode. While he was thinking, someone suddenly came to him without warning. 5. Women? When Ashura Boy turned around and saw 5 women, he was shocked and motioned his subordinates to stay away. After all, he is now the leader of the thieves, and the more than 200 subordinates are all very ferocious, but these 5 women are most likely to be disembarked from the spaceship. They can't be bothered. Don't be surprised, what else is there to do in Jiuli? Karina brought the 4 daughters directly to the space and said with bright eyes, I heard from Sister Hancock that you are the strongest in this area. Do you know where there are treasures? Sugar added. Are there any places worth taking the risk? Where are the radishes? Garrett said, taking a bite of the radish. Ashura Boy was stunned for a moment, and said in a low voice, Julie is very poor, there is nothing, and it is a problem to eat enough. I suggest you go to the flower capital, where everything is available. Hurry up and leave Jiuli. Ashura Boy felt that he was remotely locked by at least 2 breaths, but if he dared to make small moves, something would happen. Are you bandits? Reiju looked around and said suddenly. Looking at the vicious people not far away, Ain said, these hundreds are all bandits. Us. Ashura Boy was about to speak when he saw several younger brothers running. Shudenmaru-sama, Kurozumi Orochi's people have come to curry. The Serpent Man? Ashura Boy frowned, thinking for a moment and looking at the 5 Ain girls. Your spaceship has not been concealed at all, he must have discovered it, and it is likely that he sent someone to search the spaceship. Kurozumi is very hostile to outsiders, I can help you. Advertisement. After speaking, Ashura Boy ran directly down the mountain with his younger brothers. Garrett is a little confused. Why should he help us? 35. He is likely to have a grudge against that black snake, probably thinking that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Sugar ate a grape and said casually, and he said it himself to help us, we don't need the help of these little bandits hiding in the mountains. 9 miles is boring, let's go to other areas for adventure. The 4 girls nodded. The subordinates of the big black snake will not even want to approach the spaceship in the next life. Now. White Dance, Harbor. A small boat was docked here, and 2 figures jumped on the shore. He was 2.6 meters tall, wearing a kimono, with a pair of horns on his head, a mask like a ghost on his face, a blue wig, and a mace on his back. He is 1.7 meters short, has a good body proportion, long blue-pink cross hair, a pair of horns on his head, a light blue short skirt, red high-heeled shoes, a light pink mask, and also holds a mace in his hand. I'm finally back on the main island, the air is so good, 99. Where is it? It's so smoky, the little girl really can't stand it. No, all I feel is freedom. What kind of freedom? It's all a lie, a little girl never believes there's any real freedom. Let's find the spaceship, it's so stiff to change the subject, the little girl really lost to you. One is tall and the other is short, both wear masks, and both hold mace. As soon as these 2 people landed, they attracted the attention of many people on the coast. What are you looking at? Get the little girl away. The masked girl said in a fierce tone, waving her mace. Run T. Super fierce natural stay. Beast's Pirate's strongest 6 real hits. One of the flying 6, although X-Drake is now Bai Yu's man, but Kaido still cobbled together the flying 6. Born in Grand Line, his younger brother Peggy Wan, after his father passed away, was adopted because of his father's relationship with Kaido, and grew up on Oni Island since he was a child. Run T is also one of the few Beast's Pirates who dares to talk back to Kaido, but Kaido is not angry and takes good care of Runzi, who he adopted. After driving away the people, Runti raised her head and asked, is there any plan? What's the plan? The one wearing the mask and wig was Yamato, Kaido's daughter, and now Hunti was stunned by the question. Runti said loudly, what if we really meet the Demon King? Yamato was puzzled, but when I said I was looking for him, you were so excited that you kicked Pejuan away and sailed. That's my brother, so I won't kick him, Runshi subconsciously retorted, and then got a headache. I didn't think much about it at the time, and now the little girl really regrets it. Why don't we go back? 9. Let's go back. Go back now. This was an alarm from her heart, and it was only now that Runti remembered that the island of Oni was preparing for the battle, and the 2 sides might fight, so wouldn't she go to send the head off? Are you worried? Yamato comforted. It's okay, we just used to make friends, and Runti, you are so beautiful, Bai Yu will definitely not bully you. 35. I'm bullied by him just because you're beautiful. Bullying has many meanings, you idiot, Yamato. Yanshi had a headache, and he went to the Demon King to make friends with a mace. Is that an angel? Huh? What angel? Hearing Yamato's surprised voice, Runti looked up at the distant sky. A bit far now. Advertisement. I could vaguely see a few white dots flying at high speed, with the outline of white wings, flying under the sun. It really looks like an angel is coming. If only I could fly. Runti was stunned for a while, and then she regained her senses. No, that's not an angel, that's the female crew member of the Demon King. Bai Yu's crew. Yamato was even more pleasantly surprised when the crew appeared. Could Bai Yu be far behind? Don't go there yet, we still don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. Let's observe it secretly first. This time you have to listen to the little girl. 5. Okay. The other side. The capital of flowers. As the capital of Wanukuni, since Kurozumi Orochi became the general, the surface of this place has become more and more prosperous, because the resources of other regions are all concentrated here to build Orochi City. Now, in a mansion room, sat a woman with beautiful long hair in emerald color, wearing a kimono embroidered with peacocks and gorgeous hair accessories. Oiran Shaozi. Denjiro was sitting across from him and said solemnly, the Orochi has already sent someone to track down the spaceship. This kind of behavior is likely to anger the Demon King. This time may be our chance. 99. The big snake can't stop Kaido, and naturally it can't stop the outside world and Kaido's Demon King. Maybe next year's day will be Kurozumi's death day. 510 anniversary of death, Xiaozi murmured. Not only that. Denjiro continued. The madmen of the beast's pirates seem to be very afraid of the Demon King and flee the main island. Perhaps the two sides are hostile forces. If the Demon King enters the territory, Kaido will definitely be furious, and the two sides may fight at that time. 5. We have endured for more than 20 years, and this may be the prelude to the coming of the bright light in the prophecy. Denjiro's tone trembled slightly, which was an expression of excitement. When it comes to prophecy, Xiaozi is silent. In Xiaozi's hand, it was the newspaper about Bai Yu that Denjiro collected secretly, and she read it very carefully. Both are newspapers from 2 years ago, but the photos on them are still very clear. The Demon King is the 4 emperors, and so is Kaido, so the two are of the same level, so Denjiro's thoughts are no problem. Just when Xiaozi was about to speak, her stunned eyes suddenly widened, because right in front of her and behind Denjiro, a man full of lethal charm appeared out of thin air. The man was looking at her, and those deep eyes made her feel like her whole body was seen through, as if she had no secrets in front of the other party, and it seemed that even her heart was open to check. So scary. 9. What made Xiaozi even more astonished was that, until now, Denjiro did not notice anyone behind him, and was still excitedly talking. Pass. Shish. When Xiaozi wanted to speak to remind her, she saw Bai Yu gesture to shut her up. Xiaozi held her breath, and her heart was full of shock. It's him. It was the man in the newspaper. Demon King Bai Yu. They were just discussing the Demon King, and the Demon King came here, which made Xiaozi feel inexplicably cold. What's wrong? Seeing what Xiaozi wanted to say and then stopped, Denjiro was a little puzzled. Nothing. Xiaozi shook her head slightly, her heart trembled with a bit of bitterness, and Denjiro hadn't noticed the Demon King behind him until now. What an astonishing difference. The other party is by no means a phantom, so, the identity is exposed. Chapter 208. Bai Yu. What is this god unfolding? A different Kazuki Hiyori. What should I do? Xiaozi was in a hurry. Demon King Bai Yu exists at the same level as Kaido, and now he is behind Denjiro, which makes her panic. Since Bai Yu told her not to speak, she could only be obedient, not wanting to have any possibility of offending the Demon King. Denjiro continued. Kurozumi Orochi is not interested in the outside world, nor does he read outside newspapers, but in my impression, Fulu Sho has read outside newspapers several times, and if he remembers it, he will definitely tell Orochi about the power of the Demon King. He has already sent someone to look for the spaceship. If he encounters the Demon King, he may provoke him. If he doesn't encounter him, he will be recalled directly. If he is provoked, he may directly pack up and go to the Island of Ghosts. If he is not provoked, he will have more chances to be connected with the Demon King. No matter which one, the big snake may not die today. I need to do something. Xiaozi tried her best to keep her expression calm, and nodded in agreement. She couldn't help but glance at Bai Yu and quickly lowered her head. Her heart was even more shocked. Because Bai Yu is drinking tea. That terrifying Demon King, who took out a tea set from somewhere, was making tea and drinking tea leisurely behind Denjiro? Why? Xiaozi is incomprehensible. Why is it like this? Denjiro still has no reaction at all, as if there is air behind him. Why on earth? Is it because Denjiro is too excited? Xiaozi can only think so. Denjiro was indeed very excited. Before Orochi reacted, I sent someone to destroy the boat on the coast and cut off the possibility of Orochi going down the island. I will provoke the Demon King as an escort again, causing a conflict between the Orochi and the Demon King, and the two sides will fight. The serpent must die. Not good. The Demon King suddenly laughed. As soon as Xiaozi raised her head, she could see Bai Yu in front of her. Seeing Bai Yu's inexplicable smile, was this an angry laugh? After all, it was used by the weak. This plan doesn't work, you will die, Xiaozi said solemnly. I'm not afraid of death. Denjiro was emotional, and his eyes were full of resentment. I have endured it for more than 20 years, and I want to kill him all the time, but the predicted time has not yet come, so I can't take action. It will affect the overall situation. Kaido is the most important enemy. And this year is the age of prophecy, and the light will finally come. Hearing the prophecy made by Denjiro, a poem appeared in Xiaozi's heart. When the world is like a dark night, the moon is like a queen, guarding the remnants until the dawn, and when the 20 years of Qingli look through, the 9 shadows will come to the east and rise. Telling that Wanukuni will finally usher in the light, and also telling that the Kazuki family will eventually return. Kurozumi Orochi has heard of it, and has always been afraid of it. But there is another sentence after. It was too chaotic at the time, and Xiaozi didn't hear it clearly, but only understood the general meaning. Remember not to believe too much in the prophecy, it's just a possibility. If the 9 shadows are missing, then live incognito and forget about Wanukuni. 35. 9 shadows. The 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. There's actually the last sentence. Bai Yu felt very interesting when he heard what Xiaozi was thinking at this moment. Different prophecies will definitely create different lives. Watching Xiaozi while drinking tea, in a short period of time, Bai Yu watched Xiaozi's life from beginning to end. The current sight, hearing and color, need to touch to read the memory, but the memory fruit is awakened, and the memory is read from the air. Reading the memory, and then creating and sorting it into a movie with fantasy, Bai Yu accelerated to see everything in Xiaozi's past backquote. Xiaozi, Kazuki Hiyori, born on Whitebeard's Moby D*K more than 20 years ago. At the age of 6, both parents died. During the war, the retainer Kawamatsu rescued Kazuki Hiyori, lived in anonymity, and was raised by Kawamatsu. 13 years old, leave a letter to say goodbye. It is believed that Denjiro was taken in. Looking at the memory screen, Bai Yu was surprised. What kind of god is this unfolding? 55. The 13-year-old Hiyori looked at the bright moon in the night sky and murmured. Mother is right, and the prophecy will be wrong, but I don't want to remain anonymous. I have to work hard to control my own destiny. Since then, 13 years old, practicing swordsmanship hard. Advertisement 14 years old, practicing swordsmanship hard. Until the age of 18, he still did not use the pseudonym Xiaozi as an Oran, but wore a mask at night to rob the rich and help the poor, secretly giving it to the suffering Wanukuni people. At the age of 22, he became a swordsman, 23 years old, specializing in swordsmanship. 24 years old, specializing in swordsmanship. Self-created stunt, 10-step lore. 25 years old, practicing swordsmanship hard. This year, 26 years old. 3 months ago, a piece of news suddenly spread to Wanukuni. The new Oran Xiaozi, the first beauty in Wanukuni, made a public appearance after March, and the sword dance received the general. I don't know who spread it, and I don't even know where it came from. Xiaozi, the Oran, was called the first Oran and the first beauty in Wanukuni by countless people. Kurozumi Orochi was a little confused. Who is Xiaozi? Where did this Wanukuni's first beauty come from? People. Denjiro. General, can't find her, very mysterious. He, good, very good, General Ben likes this set. Kurozumi laughed extremely loosely. In 3 months, right? It happens to be General Ben's birthday, and General Ben is in the General's mansion. When she comes, I want to see how beautiful this little purple is. 5. By the way, Bai Yu looked at the memory of Jiro Shimoto and saw this scene. Tomorrow is 3 months later, Kurozumi Orochi's birthday? Manipulate public opinion. Hunger marketing. Bai Yu was impressed with Kazuki Hiyori for a while. Because the prophecy changes, you also make changes. A weak woman becomes a swordsman, and secretly promotes her beauty, attracting Kurozumi's attention with the first beauty. Prepare to show up on his birthday, approach the big snake with a sword dance, hide the sword in his body, and kill in 10 steps? It's changed so much. Bai Yu gave Kazuki Hiyori a strange look, making her confused. What was the Demon King thinking? But He knew that he had already revealed his identity in Bai Yu's eyes. Even the swordsman couldn't stop the Demon King. Adjusting your emotions, Hiyori no longer hides. It's better to give up your plan. Tomorrow is Kurozumi's birthday. I can make a lore. 99. Denjiro shook his head. The first time we met, Orochi was very cautious. No matter how beautiful he was, he would never have the chance to approach. Kazuki Hiyori was silent. The assassination plan is just a sudden thought, and there are still some loopholes. For example, she advertised the title of #1 beauty to attract Orochi. What if she attracts the pirates from the Island of Ghosts? There is no chance to assassinate her. Such a mysterious beauty may be besieged and captured as soon as she appears. I stopped you 3 months ago. With your current strength, there is no need to pretend to be an Oran to approach assassination. It's better to wait for an opportunity, and the arrival of the devil is an opportunity. Kazuki Hiyori was speechless. The Demon King is right behind you. She is afraid to say it. Denjiro will fight back in anger, angering the Demon King, and it's all over. What chance? Of course. Hearing the question, Denjiro subconsciously opened his mouth and stopped abruptly. A chill in his heart shot into the sky. Someone behind. When, Chong, Denjiro rolled to dodge and then drew his sword, directly using the Odin stunt. Don't want. Kazuki Hiyori exclaimed and rushed towards Bai Yu when Denjiro drew his sword. 10 fists of Taoyuan. Denjiro's attack came out, with the cross behind his predecessors, like a shooting star piercing the sky, extremely fast. Miss Hiyori. Seeing Hiyori suddenly standing in front of the man and trying to counterattack him, Denjiro's expression froze. Why? In the next instant, Denjiro looked horrified and his pupils shrank. Advertisement. He saw that Kazuki Hiyori was embraced by the man behind him with his left hand and raised his right hand. Demon King Bai Yu. The moment he saw it clearly, Denjiro suddenly understood why. To stop his attack and avoid angering the Demon King. Boom. Bai Yu punched lightly, the shockwave directly destroyed the cross slash, and even sent Denjiro flying, smashing the building behind him and smashing it into the ruins. In an instant, he was seriously injured and fainted. Kazuki Hiyori held his breath, not surprised that the Demon King could kill Denjiro in seconds, but what should he do next? When the Demon King saw that Denjiro wasn't dead, would he kill him in a rage, trample her to death, and then play with her recklessly? Just when Hiyori thought so, Bai Yu suddenly asked, in the capital of flowers, who else knows you personally? Or has anyone seen you in person? 99. To snatch Hiyori, and Denjiro is in a coma, he has to find someone else. The stealing process has to go. Bai Yu didn't pay attention to the details in the hurried browsing of the memory before, and the experience of the current Kazuki Hiyori and the Kazuki Hiyori of the original track is very different. Even Orochi had never seen her. What? Kazuki Hiyori was obviously stunned, and subconsciously struggled in Bai Yu's arms, and finally blushed and said, I secretly practiced swordsmanship in the flower capital during the day, and at night I wore a mask to rob the rich and help the poor. No one knew me, and no one else had seen me in person. 5. She didn't hide it. Because I always feel that Bai Yu can read people's hearts, and it is even worse to hide. Family, learning your grandpa's sukiyaki, Bai Yu didn't expect Kazuki Hiyori to change so thoroughly that he was very good at hiding. What a Wanukuni #1 beauty, Bai Yu suddenly chuckled. Hiyori's face turned even redder. She always felt that Bai Yu had other meanings. You guessed it right, I can really see through everything about you, including your heart. You didn't hide it from me, you're very rational. Sure enough. Kazuki Hiyori breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't lie to Bai Yu, but then he felt a little embarrassed. He saw through it all. This lead is Demon King. Seems very different, Hiyori suddenly thought. She thought that a top pirate like Bai Yu would be the same as Kaido, but now it seems, well, very gentle. Crack. The next moment, Hiyori opened his eyes wide, because Bai Yu took her to Denjiro's side in an instant, and directly stepped on his hand, causing him to wake up in pain. Is this mild? Too harsh. Denjiro woke up with pain, opened his eyes and saw Kazuki Hiyori in Bai Yu's arms, and subconsciously wanted to say something. Bai Yu said flatly, I stole Kazuki Hiyori, and I will take you a step closer and I will send you to see Odin. Boom. Conquerors flashed away, and Denjiro passed out on the ground again. Bai Yu turned around, looked at Yang He and said coldly, join me immediately. After Kazuki Hiyori came back to his senses, he quickly bowed and said, Hiyori joined you, thank you Lord Demon for your stay. Well, that's good. 99 Bai Yu blinked and smiled gently. Kazuki Hiyori. R*****. Cold and gentle. Which is it? This Demon King is so complicated. However, Kazuki Hiyori can see that this gentleness is not fake. After all, Bai Yu doesn't need to play with her, so she can relax a little. At this time, a cold and tender voice came from high in the sky. Who is the General Kurozumi Orochi? Get out of here. Which heroine is that? Kazuki Hiyori looked up, saw the thunderclouds rolling in the sky, and vaguely saw a few beautiful white figures. Chapter 209. Demon King Cheerleading Team, Gollum. What is that? It seems that there are several people in the sky, too high to see clearly. 35. Hey, this is thunder, it's about to fall, run. When the thundercloud swept the entire flower capital and the thunder rolled over, everyone from all walks of life in the flower capital was horrified. There is a shadow, is it human? The sky in the flower capital is dark. Yamato looked in the direction of the flower capital where the white dance area was located, surprise. Runty was stunned, then thought for a while and said, it should be done by the Demon Queen's crew, that Nami. Should we go and see? Yamato was full of curiosity, Nami and the others must have been to many places. Don't go, Runty refused. The movement was so loud that it would definitely attract the Demon King, she wanted to be quiet. Yamato was not obsessed, turned his head to look in the direction of Giuli. Someone flew over again, it seems that, we're here. Who? Runty is on guard, and in the general's mansion. Kurozumi Orochi was singing at the banquet, he seemed to hear something and frowned. Did someone call General Ben's name just now? A guard was about to say something, and the cold Jiao Hao was several times louder than before, blasting the sky. Who is Wanukuni General Kurozumi Orochi? Get out now. What? The guards were stunned, and Kurozumi's face darkened. Guhoho, tell me to get out, chi. General, something happened. The visitor had a very tall bald head and was wearing a purple kimono robe and sunglasses. Fulu Sho, the captain of the Orochi royal court. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Kurozumi Orochi was boiling with murderous intent at this moment. Fula Shu whispered. I found the devil's newspaper, this, 55. Hand over a newspaper. Kurozumi glanced at the snake indifferently, and the next moment his eyeballs protruded. The strongest demon in the world? The strongest title just blinded Kurozumi's dog's eyes, and said with some horror, is he stronger than Kaido? This. Kaido should be the strongest in a duel in the outside world. After all, he is also the strongest in 510, and the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Fu Lashu said uncertainly. The outside names are really messed up. After Kurozumi finished speaking, he shouted loudly. Hurry up and call back all those who went to track down the Demon King's spaceship. Boom. Before Kurozumi finished speaking, a huge thundercolumn fell from the sky, directly blowing up the palace where everyone was. Crackling. The next moment, 10,000 thunders descended, and one after another thunderous thunder shrouded the entire location of the general's mansion. For a time, roars, screams, and indignation were heard incessantly. HMPH, I even shouted twice and still didn't come out. I bombed you to death. Nami punches in the sky. Robin chuckled. There may be a lot of treasures in the general's mansion, and it is estimated that they were all destroyed by your bombing. Nami curled his lips and said, there is only a small island country to the left and right, and I don't like any good treasures. Admire. Vivi smiled. It was because the members of the Orochi Yuding fan team went to Giuli to try to approach the spaceship, and their tone was arrogant, so they killed them and then came back. He's not dead yet. Hina looked at the ruins of the general's mansion. Gia now. Gion overlooked where Bai Yu was, and his eyes fell on Hiyori next to him. People not far from the general's mansion were horrified and fled frantically. Rabbit Bowl Green Frog, Giuli Fat Phantom, and the women's clothing boss all pondered for a while and couldn't help but head to the big snake city. The roar of Wan lay even if Jin and the others from the Island of Ghosts cast their gazes, their hearts are a little more urgent, and then they urged the boss. Okay. Awesome. Kazuki Hiyori looked at the sky, and the scene of 10,000 thunders descending made her unable to help but marvel. They are all heroes of women's middle school, and Wanukuni has never had such a strong woman in my memory. Advertisement. Bai Yu looked at Rihei carefully. You have been a swordsman for several years, but you don't know how strong you are. Different choices, different lives. Although the current Kazuki Hiyori is not the same as the original trajectory, Bai Yu found that his strength is still immature. I don't know. Meeting Bai Yu's look at your real dish, Kazuki Hiyori blushed and said, since I cut iron, all I have studied is melee assassination, and I have never fought against other samurai with all my strength. The last snake head will be handed over to you in that moment. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori's doubts, Bai Yu flicked Hiyori's forehead. You don't even know his specific abilities, so you dare to assassinate him? 35. Hiyori blushed even more. She felt a little stupid in Bai Yu's heart. This knife is for you. Toshigi treasures, don't let it down. Bai Yu took out a knife and handed it to Hiyori. Black sword autumn water. 35. The moment he saw the long sword, Kazuki Hiyori's pupils narrowed slightly, and he said excitedly. This is Wanukuni's national treasure, which has been lost for many years. Thank you Lord Demon, thank you Lord Toshigi. Verbal thanks are the most insincere, your heart is not sincere. Bai Yu looked at Rihei seriously and said. Right. Hiyori nodded directly, and then felt a little embarrassed. I don't have any other treasures, can I exchange it with my own knife? TNUU/99. Yes, Lord Demon King can see through me, I only have that knife left. The knife is also in Toshigi's hands, you should think about how to thank me first. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he saw Hiyori look at him in confusion and couldn't help chuckling, the change was really big. I am confused why TNUU-zan is also in Toshigi's hands, and I simply do not understand Bai Yu's thank you. Very different from the original trajectory, different day and better. Wow, what did I see? In broad daylight, the Demon King is molesting a beautiful woman. A pleasant voice came, and Kazuki Hiyori immediately drew his sword to be on guard. 5 white figures flashed across the sky and landed in front of them. Lord Demon King, they're very dangerous. Hiyori stared while holding the knife. The mood just now was good. Gion praised. There are very few female swordsmen even in the outside world, it seems that you have put in a lot of hard work. So gentle. Hiyori was slightly startled, and then heard Bai Yu say, put the knives away, they are all my women, their own people. Hina secretly spit a certain demon lord, Robin, Gion, Nami, Vivi are all already, but Hina is not. Are you all? 39. Kazuki Hiyori didn't think there was anything wrong, but if there were only these 5 women, it was too few. Nami stepped forward, looked at Rihei, and said with a smile, it's beautiful, I'm Nami, congratulations on joining the 17th team. Nami is beautiful, I am Kazuki Hiyori. Hiyori was infected by Nami's smile and wondered about Team 17. Vivi smiled sweetly. I'm Vivi, I belong to the 16th team. Hina is from Team 18. Hina said, explaining to Rihei. It means that 1 meter is a number of teams, Vivi is 1 meter 69, and Nami is 1 meter 7 like you, 39. Huh? This means. Kazuki Hiyori thought it was the battle team of the Demon King, and subconsciously looked at the 2 taller beauties. Currently 1, Beboj, 9, Gion, Team 18, Robin. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. The full name of this team is Super Beauty Cheerleading Team at the Demon King battle moment. It means that when Bai Yu makes a move, the girls will team up according to their height to avoid blocking their sight and cheer for Bai Yu. The idea of such a middle school came from Ms. Perona, who exhausted her brain cells to encourage all the girls to join the team. Secondary Lolita is more joyful and directly affects the entire ship. Bai Yu secretly complained for several days, after all, he was quick to fight, and the girls probably didn't have the chance to cheer. Boom. 35 At this time, the roar of the general's mansion broke out again, and the 5 daughters of Nami flew out to check the specific situation. Well, so beautiful. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of small stars as he watched the 5 women wearing combat uniforms spread out their angel wings and fly away. You will too. Bai Yu grabbed Sun and disappeared. Shout. When the girls flew out to look down at the general's mansion, they found a behemoth roaring out from the ruins. 8-headed monster. Advertisement. The color of the 8 heads is green, the middle head is darker, and has the appearance of a Kurozumi serpent, with a crown, and the other 7 heads are similar to dragon heads, each of which is extremely hideous. Zone, snake fruit, phantom beast, Orochi form. Each head has its own consciousness, and you demons have special abilities, but Kurozumi Orochi is too poor. As this? And phantom beast? Nami is not afraid at all, but happily said, it's a surprise. This look. Vivi frowned slightly. The fruit is a good one, but the head in the middle has the appearance of a Kurozumi Orochi, which is so ugly that I can't bear to look directly at it. Hee, this general didn't expect to meet 5 beautiful women at one time, it's really great. The crowned snake head in the middle stared coldly at the 5 Nami daughters. Just now you were shooting, right? Whoosh whoosh. Before it was finished, the big snake started attacking directly, attracting attention and then sneaking a sneak attack. All the snakeheads attacked the 5 women from all directions. Just this kind of attack. I didn't notice the armament color, elemental power, special energy, etc. Just a very ordinary snakehead attack, and Nami secretly said to the real dish, and he was not careless. Cloudlock. Frozen rays. 35 Nami raised his hand and swept the large cloudlock, directly entangling and trapping the snakeheads attacking from all directions. Vivi's ice light lacing came, directly freezing the 8 heads, and even the body of the big snake was frozen. Kurozumi Orochi stayed in place. Chong, Gion drew his sword and drew it back. 7 pink slashing waves swept across the 7 snake heads in an instant, and Yu Wei slammed into the ruins of the general's mansion. Crack. Boom. The 7 snake heads broke off, shocking many people who were peeping in the distance. Kurozumi Orochi became General Wanukuni not because of his strength, but the world of the strong wins and loses. There is nothing to say about the process. It's so weak. Robin and Hina glanced at each other and did not shoot, but walked towards the general's mansion. The third piece of road sign historical text is in the basement room of Kazuki's Sukiyaki room, where there are many beautiful girl dolls and a bad old man. There is also a piece of historical text in the prison cell under the general's mansion. It's not clear if he created it. Robin recalled what Bai Yu said. Kaya, Koala and the others had already searched for the historical text of the road sign. Go. Looking at the emotional Kazuki Hiyori, Bai Yu motioned for her to shoot. Because of the second prophecy, after he made up his mind to control his own destiny at the age of 13, Hiyori has been practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years, and he can fully bloom today. Aha! Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath and rushed towards Kurozumi Orochi very fast, and at this moment, Orochi broke the seal. Shout! The big snake roared, and the eyes of the only snakehead were full of fear. Without thinking, he turned around and started running, just in time to see Kazuki Hiyori running ahead. I'm Xiao Zi. Kazuki Hiyori snorted. This sentence made Kurozumi's action stagnate, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. You are the mysterious and faceless Xiao Zi? I didn't expect the rumors to be true, and she is indeed the #1 beauty in Wanukuni. 3 months ago, the rumors shocked the country. But Kurozumi searched all over the place, but he didn't see the rumored Xiao Zi, and he thought he was being tricked. Now the first encounter, the snake is amazed. Is he an idiot? Nami and the other women were speechless, and they were still rude when they were about to die. They really deserved death. 10-step lore. At this moment, Kazuki Hiyori jumped up like a light swallow, pulled out the autumn water horizontal knife and slashed across the snake's head. It seems to be able to save a few more lives, but now hundreds of lives are not enough to die. A knife slashed, and then quickly flashed back to another knife, returned to the original position, and the words of the sun and calm. My name is Kazuki Hiyori. Yan back. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The eyes of the ferocious snake head flashed with confusion and fear and fell to the ground, which is also the last head of the big snake. Blood spurted out. Bai Yu murmured while watching Hiyori's 2 knives flashing back and forth, and raised his hand to retrieve the phantom beast, the Orochi fruit. Chapter 210. The poisonous tongue swollen dragon, Runti. We meet again, Lord Demon King. As soon as he collected the fruit of the phantom beast Orochi, Bai Yu sensed the 3 people rushing towards the flower capital. Fat pink head, Ashura boy, green frog, minor river pine. Pseudo girl, women's clothing boss Xiaoju. This is also currently the only 3 of the 4 Red Sheath 9 heroes in the Wanukuni range. To hide, not here. A year ago, the remnants of the White Group fought against the Blackbeard pirates. After the defeat, they fell apart and disappeared. Marco returned to Whitebeard's hometown. The original trajectory is that the Catbit Viper went to Whitebeard's hometown to find Marco to help attack Kaido, and brought Izang back. Today, cats and dogs are disabled. Whitebeard too also died. Marco stayed in Whitebeard's hometown as a doctor to guard the place, and Izang did not return to Wanukuni. A ray of red light flashed across Bai Yu's eyes, and a terrifying aura burst forth. Conquerors. Coercion. In an instant, conquerors crossed various districts, and Kiku no Cheng, Ashura Doji and Koamatsu, because of the difference in mental strength and Bai Yu, were directly fixed in place. This. What is this? Ashura boy, who was restrained by the coercion, looked shocked and his body trembled. Gollum. 35 Hisong, who was fed poisonous fish every day and had been mining for 13 years, looked terrified. Good. So scary. The women's clothing boss Xiaoju's flower appearance is pale. That's really all makeup. The 3 of them felt that they were hovering on the edge of death, and the pressure was stronger enough to shock them to death, making their unbearable souls chill. Roll. Bai Yu whispered like thunder, which exploded in the minds of the 3 of them. Run. The moment the coercion disappeared, the 3 of Hesong found that they could move, and they were sweating profusely away from the Flower City. They felt that the Flower City was terrifying. Bai Yu doesn't look down on the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, nor does he disdain to kill these scumbags, nor does he like them to approach Kazuki Hiyori. Better get away. Big boss. Kazuki Hiyori trotted over at this moment, pre-blushing a little excited. I killed the Kurozumi Orochi. Swordsmanship is good. Bai Yu praised it, and then looked around the flower capital. Go, clean up the big snake city with Nami and the others, 99. Day and Trot leave. Bai Yu has no interest in Wanukuni or anything, and is of little value. Kaido is interested in Wanukuni. First, the text of the road sign history is here, and second, to detect the information of Pluton. Third, Seastone was born in Wanukuni. The unique forging process is also a special technology that is not available overseas, and it is also suitable for Kaido to build an arsenal. Kaya and the others have gone to find the historical text of the road signs hidden by Sukiyaki. Bai Yu will also take out the Pluton from the seabed, and the value of Wanokuni is only Seastone. Besides, Although Wanukuni is not weak, the warriors in it are old-fashioned and stubborn, which makes Bai Yu feel tasteless. Road signs, Pluton, Seastone Mine, worthless when taken. Bai Yu murmured, looked in the direction of Bai Wu, turned and disappeared. Now. White dance port. 5 white figures spread out their angel wings and flew down. Hancock's aura swept across the entire area, causing the people who were secretly watching to retreat. Is it right here? Rebecca looked around curiously. Shirahoshi pointed to a corner. I sense it, they're there. The breath is not weak. Stussy stared at the corner carefully. Bonnie didn't say a word while eating the meat, looking around, looking for something fun to buy for Xiao Yu to play with. Come out. Hancock spoke quietly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At the 4th breath came a voice. We were found. Advertisement, I found out. I just hide because I don't want to meet the devil too soon. I have never been afraid of anyone, little girl. Between the words, 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, walked out of the corner, looking at the 5 girls. Run, she shouted. Why did you ask us to come out? Want to fight? The girls were surprised. So sturdy? You're very strong. Bonnie asked back, looking at Yunshi's strange head and face mask, but his body was very good. Runty snorted. I've been eating meat, haven't I had enough to eat? Bonnie took another bite. Runty put her hands on her head. Oh, you're eating again, what a miserable person you are, be careful to die. Are you looking for a beating? Bonnie put down the meat and clenched his fist fiercely. Runty also glared. Just your little fist, you shouldn't be the errand guy on the Demon King's spaceship, right? Bonnie flushed. Stussy chuckled. She. What are you, she? Run is full of momentum and looks at the audience. You have been carrying a bag in your hand. Are you out to buy vegetables? That's really hard enough. Stussy was startled. Run is looking at 2 more. You 2 look like simple little girls who haven't grown up. Are you sisters? Do you have the strength to be a pirate at this age? Shirahoshi and Rebecca are in a trance. Yamato murmured. Is this what Maria said? Shaoran's unique vexatious little theater. Maria. Seeing Shaoran who was biting on everyone, I like it so much. Stussy said. This girl is very cute, but she has a bit of a tongue. She didn't dare to talk to her concubine like that, Hancock said to himself. Who are you? Runty looked at Hancock. At first glance, you don't look very smart. Are you really the female crew of the Demon King? Then he is too pitiful. This girl is really tough, and Hancock suddenly smiled and said, Concubine likes a bad girl like you. Judging from the experience of teaching concubine for more than 2 years, a fight will make you honest. Perfume femur. Hancock didn't even use his arm color, he rushed over and kicked at will. Well done. Run Shi was not afraid at all, then saw a figure standing in front of him, and directly waved the mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato attacks with lightning-coated mace at great speed. Boom. The collision erupted with a roar, and the airwave exploded to send Run Tijen flying out, turning over dexterously and landing on the ground. Runty complained. Scare me, what are you called Thunder 8 trigrams, you can only be called Thunder 4 trigrams. Shirahoshi 4 daughters, sure enough, she was very vicious. Yamato flew upside down, got up and said excitedly, you don't need a weapon? You are so powerful, let's fight. Are you a woman? Hancock stood firmly on the spot, looking at Yamato. Wearing a mask and a wig, but it doesn't matter, the concubine is interested in the breath of ice contained in you. 5. Yes, I will use ice. Yamato simply nodded, also curious. So, you, As Yamato was talking, he suddenly felt that Runty's breath disappeared, and when he turned around, he was shocked to find that Run was really missing. How could it just disappear out of nowhere? Now. Hime area. This is the most barren place on the main island of Wanukuni, full of desert. Ouch. Run Shi fell to the ground with a soft cry, and before he got up, he said with a fierce expression. Which B********* D is attacking me. Stand up for the little girl. 5. Runty glanced around and found the desolation around her, her eyes gradually widened. This is, Hime? Congratulations, you got it right. 99. The sudden voice made Run feel agitated, he turned around quickly and saw a back. With a glance at this back, Runty seemed to see the mountains that traverse the heavens and the earth, a kind of indescribable stalwart. For flowers 0. Advertisement. Runty was stunned for a moment, and immediately complained. What does this mean? Do you think a mere figure can scare me? It's too small for a little girl. Sneak attack on me. Humph. Runty rushed towards the back very quickly and slammed her head hard. Headgun. The armed color is wrapped around the head, and Runty's 1m7 body contains a powerful force, and the momentum is heavy. Boom. Turn around and grab the headbutt. Runty struggled for a while but did not break free, feeling that she was as fragile as a baby at the moment, and suddenly raised her head. Ah, you. When she saw this handsome face that ordinary people would be hard to forget at a glance, Runty's big eyes widened to the limit. Demon King Bai Yu? Hello, Shaoran. Bai Yu clutched his head and said. Runty stared. Don't call me Shaoran, I'm not familiar with you. Very good. According to Bai Yu's understanding, Run is in the Beast's pirates, that is the existence of the heir of the team, and no one is afraid. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. I also like girls with iron heads. Guess what will happen next? Runty struggled again. I don't know you, so how can the little girl guess? Are you also an idiot? 0 bad. Not good. After Runti finished speaking, her expression froze. She was used to calling Kaido an idiot, and even subconsciously called the Demon King like that. But Kaido is not a demon lord. When he was young, his father died. Because Kaido had some relationship with his father, he specially found her and his younger brother to take him for adoption. Kaido takes good care of her. Even if he contradicts Kaido and even calls him an idiot, he won't get angry. But what about the Demon King? First time meeting. Roar. 35. Thinking of this, Runti's body grew rapidly, her skin turned light green, and the animal's claws let out a crisp roar. Seeing this, Bai Yu pulled her hand away, and Runti also took advantage of the situation to distance herself. Whoosh. Run turned around and ran. Bai Yu said, "It's amazing to become a dinosaur, what are you running?" Little girls are not idiots. Runti snorted and accelerated. It was impossible to beat him, so he could only run away first, ignore it, and catch up. Zone, dragon fruit, ancient species, Pachycephalosaurus form. This fruit, including her brother's ancient seed, was stolen by Runti by infiltrating the Kaido treasury. Because the competition of beasts pirates is too cruel, Runti can only find devil fruit to improve her power. Bai Yu came to Runti in a flash, looked at her image and said, "What a swollen dragon, are you still running?" Seeing Bai Yu appear out of thin air, Runti's heart was shocked and her expression was dumbfounded. Next moment, as if she wanted to see Bai Yu very much, Runti raised her hand and waved it happily and shouted, "Ahahaha, we meet again, Lord Demon." Bai Yu. Are you smiling so happily? Your attitude is changing too fast. Poisonous tongue plus natural state plus super fierce Pachycephalosaurs, this is the only one. Headgun. 35. Move and strip you. 9966. Runti, who wanted to take advantage of the sneak attack, immediately stopped in place, and even exited in the form of a human and beast, with a stunned expression. It turns out that, Runti understands. No wonder the Demon King wanted to take her to the desert of Hime, because there is no one around here, and there are only men and women. Is this wanting to humiliate her wantonly? Woo-woo, where are you, Xiaopei? Runti's big eyes overflowed with tears. Run is crying, Xiaopei. Bai Yu could not laugh or cry. Runti likes to pretend to be weak and helpless, so that his younger brother Pejuan has to save her personally, but when Pejuan is hurt, he will immediately get angry. But, Pejuan is not here. Did you show your weakness to me? Run is really cute, Jew. Chapter 211. Pink Oriental Dragon, Empress vs Yamato. Freeze all things in time and space. 35. While Bai Yu was thinking, Runti suddenly let out a loud dragon roar. Crack clap. Runti, who had just withdrawn from the human beast form, changed again and directly transformed into the giant beast form of a swollen head dragon. Gun rain. Runti did not attack Bai Yu, but slammed into the stone in the distance, attacking the stone continuously, but the stone shattered for her. Isn't there anything hard here, it's too brittle. Runti complained, and immediately abandoned the stone and slammed into the ground. Bai Yu. What are you doing? Reading the voices of outsiders, Bai Yu's expression was a bit strange. You want to commit suicide because you don't want to be bullied by me, and you can't beat me? 35. Why not? Isn't it obvious, you're dumber than Kaido. Who is stupid? Bai Yu said that he was really defeated by this poisonous tongue. He was braver than anyone else when he was poisonous, and even more stupid than Perona when he was dumb. And, including before, Runti has switched between the three forms of human form, human beast form and animal nature, but her clothes have not been mentioned, and the mask has not fallen off. Bai Yu looked at Runti's pink mask and said, I was just joking. No, you're serious. Runti banged her head on the ground and said indignantly, Hime is all desert. She ripped off her clothes and bullied me, and no one will see it. A little girl will never accept it. Boom. The May 10th swollen head slammed its head against the ground, and the armed colors were useless. It was really going to be swollen. Bai Yu couldn't complain about Runti's stupid and cute behavior, and said bluntly, when I said stripping you, I meant this. Runti felt a chill on her face, and immediately exited the beast form, and touched her face with her hand. Is the mask on her face gone? Give me the mask back. Runti suddenly glared at Bai Yu. She rushed over quickly, and Runti slammed her head directly into Bai Yu, making her feel like she was bumping against an unshakable wall, and she screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts, you are too hard. Runti rubbed her swollen head and looked up at Bai Yu, which also allowed Bai Yu to see what was under the mask. She has long striped hair in sky blue and pink, and bangs on both sides to cover her forehead. She has pale pink pupils with long eyelashes and a very delicate little face under her big eyes. The appearance does not match her somewhat irritable and poisonous character, but it matches her natural cute personality. 22-year-old Runti. Sweet and cute. What are you looking at? Runti said fiercely, staring at the Demon King. Bai Yu chuckled. I finally know why you wear a mask, because you are too cute to be fierce. 95. Runti's super fierce expression is not fierce, but more lovely, so it has no deterrent effect on the enemy. Therefore, Runti wears a mask. When the little secret was discovered, Run was a little embarrassed, and let out another dragon roar, ramming towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu blocked it. With her head blocked, Runti moved her hands and feet, but she couldn't reach at 1.7 meters. I don't like your Pachycephalosaurus fruit because it's too weak. Bai Yu grabbed Run and pressed. Don't move, I'll exchange the fruit for you. What? Runti was stunned for a moment, but seeing Bai Yu's serious look, she subconsciously stayed on the spot and didn't move. How majestic, Runti secretly said. Energy transfer. More than 2 years later, Bai Yu can directly transfer energy without the ability person moving or resisting. Hiss. Run Shi saw with his own eyes that the apple in Bai Yu's hand condensed into devil fruit, the swollen dragon he had eaten. The legend becomes reality. Those under the Demon King's command can change their abilities, as evidenced by Kaor, Dover and others, but they have caused a sensation in the world. Runshi didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Naturally, she thought it was all fake news. And now, Runti's expression was a bit complicated. How can we beasts pirates resist such a terrifying Demon King? Advertisement, submit or die. There were only 2 answers left in Runti's heart. It was absolutely impossible for the somewhat stupid boss Kaido to surrender to the Demon King. After harvesting, Bai Yu took out another strange fruit. I've come to my senses, this is the Zone Phantom Beast. Eat it now. So overbearing, 5 Runti muttered, thought about it, took a deep breath and nibbled it down, and her pretty face turned blue and purple. Greed, Run retched. He quickly felt the powerful energy fluctuations in his body, far more powerful than Pachycephalosaurus, which seemed to be very difficult to control. Thank you. Thank you. After realizing the new fruit ability, Runti spoke in a low voice. What did you say? Did not say. Runti shook her head, and saw Bai Yu's joking smile again, her face flushed with anger. I said thank you, what's the matter, what's so funny? B*****************. D. Ah. Years Runti bit down on Bai Yu's arm, feeling a bit of a toothache, and finally gave up, and suddenly fell silent again. Bai Yu didn't say anything. Natural Stay also has an inner world. Since my father died, it was Kaido, the eldest, who adopted our siblings. Runti's voice was shallow but serious. Although it is cruel to live in beasts pirates, his upbringing and taking care of us are not fake. Nurturing without birth, without repayment, this is the great kindness of heaven. Having said that, Runti looked up at Bai Yu. I know that you want to take me away, and let me join you. I will also remember your grace of not killing and the kindness of replacing fruit for me. Loyalty is a dilemma, but now is the time of crisis for the beasts pirates. Run has made a choice. I'm sorry, if I join now, then I'll be a white-eyed wolf, and I'll really look down on myself. Boom bang bang. Run Shi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times under Bai Yu's silence. Ah! The crisp dragon roar sounded, and Yun Shi's body swelled, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into an oriental dragon similar to Qinglong Kaido, but pink. Step on the flame cloud and fly in the air. It was the phantom beast that Vegapunk left in Punk Hazard. Bai Yu has verified that it is not a real failure, but has extremely high potential. Goodbye, Lord Demon, I'm going to guard my home. Run is a little staggered and flew on the flame cloud, and quickly flew away in the middle of the road. Bai Yu whispered. It seems that this fruit is very suitable for her, Qinglong Kaido's adopted daughter, Pink Dragon Runti. Only. Bai Yu shook his head slightly. Runti is a cute girl, so I want to adopt a cute daughter. Let's grab it later. 95 now, White Dance Port. Boom boom boom. The air roared and roared, the ground cracked everywhere, and the constant roar shocked the people in the White Dance area, and they fled far away. Boom. 39 Yamato was knocked back a few steps again, but Hancock didn't stop and rushed towards Yamato faster. Perfume Femur. Boom. Sensing that Hancock's kick was more dangerous than before, Yamato ditched the unskilled Thunder 8 trigrams and swung a massive shockwave with his mace. Boom. 35 Hancock kicked the shockwave directly, and Yu Wei kicked Yamato's mace unabated, bursting with power. Boom. Yamato flew out, turned over suddenly in midair and landed, slipping his mace on the ground and sliding for dozens of meters. Crack. When Yamato stabilized his body, the Prajna mask on his head shattered, his wig fell off, and even the long-sleeved kimono with his coat shattered. You're really strong, I really can't beat you. Yamato stood up with a smile and ripped off his long sleeves. Advertisement, wow, she's really a girl, Shirahoshi simply exclaimed. Rebecca nodded. The hair color is gradient, so pretty. Stussy pointed out. If that's right, she's what Bai Yu called Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Ah, is it really her? Bonnie looked at Yamato in amazement, remembering that 2 years ago, when the girls first heard that Kaido wanted Bai Yu to be his son-in-law, they also looked at Kaido's photo and made an association. At that time, the girls thought that Kaido's daughter might be very sloppy in appearance, but now it seems that it is very likely that she has a genetic mutation. The sleeveless kimono outlines the figure, with long white hair in a gradient from blue to blue tied into a ponytail, golden earrings, and the red head angle is slightly curved. It's a very distinctive beauty, isn't she the daughter that Kaido picked up? Bonnie murmured. Put out all your strength. Hancock had just been warming up, and had yet to start a serious fight. It is good. Yamato is cheerful and straightforward and likes fighting, and said in a serious tone, I'm a Zone Phantom Beast, be careful. Hum. A burst of cold air burst out, the large body swelled a bit, and animal claws appeared, entering the form of the strongest human and beast. Zone, dog fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi true god form. The legendary wolf god, known by Kaido as the patron saint of Wanukuni, has sharp fangs and can control freezing air. After Kaido tried to find it, he was eaten by a hungry Yamato. Is it another phantom species? Shirahoshi was surprised. Master Bai Yu said that there are 5 Zone Phantom species on the main island of Wanukuni and the Island of Ghosts. Yes, 2 on the Ghost Island and 3 on the main island, it's amazing. 99. Stussy is also amazed. It used to be said that you demons are rarer than Lobia, but now the changes are too fast. There is not much natural elemental power, even if you add some branches of the Lobia fruit, not many. There are really more and more magical beasts, devil fruits that can become mythical creatures and legendary characters. Bonnie said, which 5? Stussy recalled the 5 that Bai Yu said and counted them down: Blue Dragon, Wolf God, Orochi, and Big. Boom. 2 strands of conquerors burst out at the same time, black and red lightning rage, airwaves swept all directions, and the ground cracked widely. Conquerors 2. Hancock and Yamato spoke at the same time, and then they all laughed together. Strong women with conquerors are extremely rare. Do I have it too? Shirahoshi fantasized about creating a barrier to block the airwaves, and the words Bai Yu said in his mind. As a Poseidon, you must be a top tyrant in the future, come on. Bang. Yamato smashed the ground and jumped in the air, swooping down. Ice 0.9 Zusha. From top to bottom, Yamato slammed the freezing air with his mace. Hunting perfume femur. Conquerors marched forward, restrained and wrapped around his long legs. Hancock directly kicked out the shockwave that pierced the sky. Crack. The mace cracked, and Yamato was directly blasted to the ground. Bonnie. Aren't you dizzy? Stussy shook his head slightly. They haven't used their full strength yet, and Hancock's tyranny is even more casual. No waiter Binya. When Yamato got up, he exhaled a large amount of freezing air, which rushed over like a tsunami, freezing the atmosphere along the way. Cold air. Feel the power to control the cold air at a deeper level. Transferring the incoming cold air, Hancock raised his hand in interest. This is the real power from the heart of ice. A terrifying energy wave burst out from Hancock's hand, instantly condensing into a round purple energy sphere, making Yamato feel his heart palpitations. In front of the concubine, everything in the world will freeze. Eternal Binghua. The moment Hancock's words fell, purple energy swept across all directions like a spectrum, swept across the audience. 100 meters. Kilometers. Buzzing. The energy that freezes everything swept through the entire wide dance area and continued to spread, freezing everything it passed. The wind stopped. Freeze time. The entire wide dance area was frozen into a beautiful oil painting of ice and snow. Chapter 212. Yamato's transformation. Please don't kill your father. Surround the ghost island. You are defeated. In the icy world where everything and even time and space are frozen, Hancock came to Yamato unaffected. The eternal ice was lifted. Yamato looked at Hancock, who suddenly appeared in front of him in a trance. Just now her chill was controlled, and then what? What happened? Heart palpitations left. You are really strong, Yamato said bluntly. Except for ability, hockey, strength, etc. are much stronger than me. You have never been serious. Otherwise I would have been defeated. Right, Hancock didn't deny it either. Just interested in Yamato's demons, so I warmed up. The ultimate move was to show Yamato a deeper freeze. After all, according to her husband, she has opened a lot of plugins and her strength is already at the top of the world. If she is full, it will be difficult for Yamato to fight back. Husband's motto: an open life requires no explanation. Really good. Bai Yu recalled the beautiful picture of everything freezing in the Baiwu district just now. Eternal Binghua. The ultimate power of the heart of ice, enough to freeze time and space. However, freezing time and space does not mean that time is still, and it does not involve the power of time. It is only the special power of ice that makes everything still. The difference between the two is not small. The current Bai Yu also cannot make time stand still, and can only rely on fantasy to create simulation parts, but it is too illusory. The power that Bai Yu currently controls and completely involves the realm of time is only Ain's retrogressive fruit. The power of prophecy to rewrite the future is also too complicated and not pure. It's here. Bai Yu glanced at the watch turned into the wisdom wheel again, and the pointer on it indicated. The fruit of time is in Wanukuni, and he is in the sky above Wanukuni, but the pointer stops, which means either in the sky, underground or in the inner sea. And not in the sky. So, Bai Yu glanced at the bottom of the inner sea and came to Yamato. Husband, seeing Bai Yu appear, the cold Hancock immediately plunged into Bai Yu's arms and turned into a sticky kitten. Sir Bai Yu, Shirahoshi, Rebecca, Stussy, and Bonnie also came over. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and when 11 saw Bai Yu's face clearly, he immediately said excitedly, Bai Yu, I finally see. Stop. Watching Yamato want to run over, Bai Yu called to stop. Yamato wondered. But Yamato was a little excited. It was really nice to see Bai Yu, no matter how the outside world changed, but she did not forget the agreement with Kaido. 1. Remember Bai Yu information. 2. Defeat Bai Yu himself. If all can be done, Kaido will let Yamato free and go to sea at will. If anything is not done, she will listen to Kaido and call her father. Yamato will not forget the agreement, and no matter how powerful Bai Yu is, this agreement can be established. Because after Kaido's repeated analysis, Yamato couldn't do those two, so he didn't want to be obedient. Kaido. Yamato is pure and will definitely not be as rude as Lao Su. Bai Yu looked at the 5 daughters and reminded. Remember what I said 2 years ago? As long as I waved at random, Yamato would board the boat with me. My concubine believes in my husband. Hancock believed everything Bai Yu said. Not long after Shirahoshi and Rebecca joined, the big eyes were very puzzled, although they also believed in Bai Yu, but this sentence is a bit wrong. After all, Yamato is Kaido's daughter, how can he just get on someone else's boat? Stussy said gracefully, I believe you, but it's illogical. Me too. Yamato is very smart at first glance, no matter how attractive you are, she can't give up everything and go with you at a glance. Bonnie didn't believe it. Yes, I'm very smart. Yamato smiled cheerfully. Bonnie's eyelids jumped and he made a mistake. People who usually take the initiative to say that they're very smart are actually not very smart. Bai Yu waved to Yamato. Yamato's eyes lit up, and he trotted over. Bai Yu, I finally see you. I often meet you in my dreams, it's true. The 5 girls looked strange. No way, Kaido's daughter is not a true fan of Bai Yu like Karina, is she? Cough cough. Bai Yu waved again. Yamato was surprised. I'm so close, can't I? Oh, I see, is it a hug? 99. You can't speak just by beckoning, dear Demon Lord. Stussy's words made the 4 girls stifle laughter. Bai Yu gave Yamato a look, saw Yamato nodding seriously, so he smiled and waved gently. I got you. 35 Yamato came over and hugged Bai Yu from the other side. Then what? How can I keep getting closer? There is no gap between us. 99. Advertisement Bai Yu. 66. After the calf, Yamato didn't hear the conversation before, he specially reminded the 5 girls that he was also telling Yamato, in order to avoid accidents. The result was still a surprise. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bai Yu's slightly embarrassed expression, Bonnie couldn't help laughing and his stomach hurt. Stop laughing. Seeing Hancock was stunned, Bai Yu said seriously. I did it on purpose, just to let you know not to blindly trust me, after all, I'm not a god, and there will always be mistakes. Sir Bai Yu is really well-intentioned. Rebecca was full of emotion. Shirahoshi nodded his head, so Bai Yu is the best. Bonnie. Country, 5 you are too simple, well said. Stussy took out a small phone bug. The image phone bug, I recorded it, so that the sisters can also receive the education of the devil. You're so naughty. Bai Yu glanced at Stussy, and many new entertainment methods popped up in his mind. Stussy, you can't stand it. I'm here. 39. Yamato let go of Bai Yu, understood. His face was a little red and embarrassed. I just misunderstood what you meant. Did you want me to get on the boat? Right. Then how do you deal with the 100 beasts? Do you want to defeat, or kill? Bai Yu looked closely at Yamato and saw the worry in her eyes. Yamato, something is wrong with you. Memory Fruit Awakening reads memories, fantasy-created analog movies, and speeds up browsing Yamato's life. Let me see. Bai Yu's immersive viewing. Before the age of 8, my father was good. When he was 8 years old, he witnessed Odin's execution, and began to worship Odin by painting the colors of Odin's engraving on a simple white paper. Talk about wanting to be Odin. Kaido beat up Yamato. After all, Mr. Kai thought that since the child was disobedient, it would be good to beat him. In the same year, I found Odin's diary. Simple Yamato, attracted by the experience described in Odin's diary, engraved Odin's color on the white paper again. Take it as the Bible, from then on the devil. Inheriting Odin's will and legacy, he longed to go to sea, wanted to help Wanukuni start a country, and began to be hostile to Kaido. If this is my daughter, forget it. 39 Bai Yu is helpless. Yamato's worship of Odin is too illogical, even because she is too young and innocent, but she so easily calls herself Odin's idea that even a ribbed straw hat can't understand it. Bai Yu continued to watch with immersion. Calling himself Odin, he was beaten by Kaido. In the next 10 years, it was the battle between father and daughter. At the age of 24, I met Ace by chance. When I was 26, I first heard about Bai Yu. After making a bet with Kaido and starting to discuss Bai Yu together, father and daughter finally have something in common. Watching the live broadcast during Summit War, I wanted to watch my friend Ace, but Bai Yu attracted all the attention. In Odin's diary, the furious Bai Xiaoji will be unstoppable. But what I saw Bai Xiaoji was beaten with a punch by Bai Yu, as Odin's diary all fake. Bai Yu saw Yamato's stunned murmuring while watching the live broadcast, and his simple inner world was greatly impacted. A crack appeared in Odin's will. Any change in Yamato? In the next time, Kaido was very interested in Yamato's changes. He didn't know where to learn the method. He changed his anger and made Yamato happy. Come to Yamato every day. The relationship between father and daughter is becoming more and more relaxed, but there are always obstacles. Until a year ago, Yamato saw Kaido returning to the island of ghosts full of scars, and said solemnly, I am not a good person, nor a good father, but what I am most proud of is that my daughter is very kind and lovely, not like me. The blood of sin cannot be washed away in the next life. Yamato, my daughter, if I die suddenly one day, you must live well. I just want you to live happily ever after, that's all. I'm going to practice. Yamato was in a trance. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. Scarred. Deliberately went to the Demon King's sea and failed to recover from the injury, and went to Yamato to play a bitter scene? No, 7 points of true love and 3 points of interpretation. Kaido is very attentive. Blind guess, Jin is a dog-headed military division. Next. Yamato rarely sees Kaido, so he couldn't help asking Jin and the others, but every time he received a sentence. The boss has gone to practice. If we don't get stronger, we may all die when Bai Yu arrives. 99. Why? Advertisement. There is no reason. The strong live and the weak die. This is the law of nature, and the losers are not worthy of sympathy. Yamato was silent again and again. For nearly a year, Kaido can only be seen once every 2 months, but every time Kaido is full of exhaustion, especially Kaido's hair starts to turn white. Looking at Kaido's graying hair, Yamato's heart shook, realizing that Kaido was no longer young. Bai Yu. As that white hair dyed, that's called professionalism. I come back once every 2 months, and when I am the most tired, I go back to the island of Oni to see Yamato. Every time I dye my hair more white, I will deepen Yamato's impression. Serial routines, lasting more than 2 years. Bai Yu has always seen today, the memory of Yamato. When the spaceship appears, Yamato went to Jin as soon as possible. Arrange a boat, I'm going to the main island. I will stop Bai Yu from destroying this place. Interesting. Jin was stunned for a moment, and said faintly, the Demon King is here to conquer this place, you can't stop it. Just like more than 20 years ago, Wanukuni couldn't stop the boss's invasion, and now we can't stop the devil's invasion. This is the world of the strong, and the weak have no choice. 5. Maybe next year's day will be our and Kaido's death anniversary. Jin's tone was very deep. Miss Yamato, you must live for Boss Kaido, don't think about revenge for us. 35. Jin turned around and left. Yamato froze in place, not noticing Quinn's blushing fat face. Next, hit the coast all the way, and came to the main island of Wanukuni with Runti. So, after reading Yamato's life, Bai Yu looked at Yamato seriously and indifferently. You are mainly here to stop me from destroying the island of ghosts? Answer me. 5. Yes. Yamato was firm and fearless. Bai Yu's cold eyes. I will never allow you to destroy my home. What if I wanted to? 35. I will stop you. 35. Oh, then I'll tell you at 510. Kaido of the Beasts is dead today. 35. If you want to kill my father, then step on my body first. 35. Well said. While Yamato was stunned, Bai Yu suddenly praised and turned to look at Stussy. Are they all filmed? Stussy nodded. It's filmed. Kaido has a good daughter. It's all a routine. It lasted for more than 2 years, 2 talents. Bai Yu chuckled and commented on the collaboration between Kaido and Jin. Yamato didn't understand. Bai Yu, who was still full of icy killing intent just now, chuckled softly. What do you think of Kazuki Oden? Bai Yu asked suddenly again. Yamato was suddenly silent. Oden, who has called himself for more than 10 years, has not called himself for more than 2 years. Bai Yu can't use simple percentages to calculate Yamato's inner content, because she is too simple and her way of thinking is different from others. Maybe suddenly something will change Yamato, and Kaido accurately seized the opportunity of Yamato's change and worked hard to plan for more than 2 years. Bai Yu continued. Then don't answer. If you really can't forget the so-called Will of Odin, I will personally erase your memory of him. I've forgotten. Yamato's innocent eyes, now full of pleading. Please don't kill him. He used to praise you every day, but now he is silent, his hair has turned white, and he washes his face with tears all day. He is really old and pitiful. Do you really believe it? Bai Yu was also silent. Such a simple Yamato, replaced by Bai Yu, can fool her in 3 days at most. She can't find Bai, and has long forgotten about Odin. Mr. Kai can't do it. Bai Yu also understands that, after all, what Teacher Kai is good at is teaching students to become stronger, not psychological counseling. Very good. Bai Yu is very satisfied with Yamato's changes, and if he lets him fool again, no, after 2 days of probation, there will be no problem. You go to sleep first, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. Huh? Sleep? Boom. Bai Yu knocked Yamato unconscious, and by the way turned her into a child and held her in his arms. You don't want to participate in the war on the island of ghosts, just sleep well. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance, and many girls flew over. Bai Yu looked at it, and the first thing he saw was 2 people who were seriously injured and passed out. They were both Zone. Also, they are all phantom beasts. Ability is good. Bai Yu retracted his gaze and raised his hand. The portal of gravity space opened, and the ships of Team 0 and Gode 13 appeared, both landed in the port of White Dance. The moment each division appeared, the entire main island, including the Oni island not far away, felt the repressed aura of war. Completely surround the island of ghosts. Whoever dares to escape, kill them on the spot. Yes, Captain. Chapter 213. You demons, Great Entry Road, New. The third road sign. The breath of Qinglong. The squads are out. The mighty headed to the ghost island not far from the main island, but Bai Yu was not in a hurry to rush there. Because Kaido hasn't arrived yet. Sight, color perception calculates distance and flight speed, about half an hour. Well done. Bai Yu held Yamato, who had become unconscious, and watched the girls praise him. Apart from those who were looking for historical texts and those who were playing, there were also 2 groups of people who were looking for magical beasts on the main island of Wanukuni. Bakara left a fox that was seriously injured and fainted and smiled. I almost missed it when I met it before. It's well hidden, but I read its thoughts with a stare, only to find out that the main body is actually a white fox, Violet said. Is it also a phantom beast? Rebecca looked at the fox curiously. Khalifa nodded. Yes, and it's the same as Vivi's, and it has the same phantom power as Vivi. Zone, Ren fruit, phantom species, great entry form. Bai Yu named the fruit. Fox's real name, Onimaru. The fox belonging to the Shimotsuki family, Shimotsuki Yushimaru's partner, is currently a Wanukuni monk soldier, using the alias of Yokozuna Kawamatsu, Yukimaru. Onimaru's body is a wolf fox, and after eating the fruit, it can turn into a legendary monster, Dajindao. That is, the bald monk. Therefore, the image of Onimaru appeared in the appearance of a bald monk, and the original track and Zoro competed for the autumn water. So is he. Monet left the severely injured and fainted man. He is very capable, he flies very fast, and he almost let him run away. His form is like a combination of multiple animals, said Baby 5. Garrett also said, the flames on his body are not simple, and he can control the flames at will. Zone, bird fruit, phantom species, crane form, Wanukuni fugitives, tiger times. When he was fleeing, he was hungry, and accidentally ate the devil fruit flowing from the sea, and turned into a legendary monster. New. Monkey face, tiger claws, lion body, snake tail, wrapped in flames, can fly. Within the Wanukuni range, the 5 phantom beasts have abilities: Qinglong, wolf god, Dajindao, Yuki Orochi, and Nu. Speaking of this legendary monster like phantom power, there's one more. Stussy nodded. Senior Rider came across a phantom beast civet cat, Padong in the Demon King Sea a few days ago. Zone, dog fruit, phantom beast, raccoon form. Named, Stussy exclaimed, this ability is exaggerated. Padong can turn the patterns written on the leaves into reality. The leaves are named. Deformed leaves. Transformed leaves. What is the realization of reality? Shirahoshi thought of his own fantasy fruit, fantasy creation. Bai Yu gave an example. For example, if you draw a Marine 3 Admiral, the 3 Admiral will appear and have the ability of 3 Admiral to fight. 5. This works too. The girls were also amazed. If Padong had transformed all the 3 generals, the 4 emperors Shichibukai, the scene would be quite simple. Bonnie said, there are definitely limitations, it's impossible to have the same strength. You're right, the characters who rely on the deformed leaves to appear depends on the ability of the person themselves, and as long as they are broken, they will disappear. Bai Yu explained. But even so, Padong's ability is also amazing, because the person who conjures up has his own ability, and a large number of top fruits are released once, which is a natural disaster. Yamato, Oguchi Shinshin, Kurozumi, Yuki, Onimaru, Daindao, Huji, Nu, Padong, Huali. Bai Yu deprived the 2 of their fruit abilities while counting. These are all legendary creatures from a certain island country, 35. And there are many types of monsters in the legend of an island country. Since these 4 appear as phantom beasts, other monsters are very likely to exist as well, 99. Bai Yu thought. And this is just a legendary creature from a certain island country, there are countless legendary creatures from other countries. There are so many myths and legends, since there are some of them, it is not surprising if they are of the same level and the same category. Advertisement thinking about it this way, there are probably many more phantom beasts than Logia, but the phantom beasts on the bright side are rarer. Brother Bai Yu, we're back. Kaya and other women flew over. They went to the secret room of the Sukiyaki room to find the historical text of the road sign. Koala complained. There are really a lot of beautiful girl dolls hidden in the Kazuki Sukiyaki secret room, and he is so old that he can't understand. Yeah, that bad old man is very bad, Pudding also complained. The Kazuki family, the true nature of men. Bai Yu didn't bother to care about Kazuki's Sukiyaki anymore, looked at the girls and said, have you got the historical text of the road sign? Yes, we already have 3 pieces now, can we find Raftel? Nuokagao asked curiously. Can. Bai Yu nodded. In addition to the Raftel permanent pointer, 3 road signs are sufficient. On a plane, 3 points are connected to form a triangle, no matter where the 4th point on the plane is. The intersection of the 4 points must be in the triangle area. And with Bai Yu's color range and finesse, it's easy to cover the carpet like search triangle. However, it is not necessary. If you just want to go to Raftel, you can rely on pointers, and we are out for fun and adventure, so the 4th piece must be found. Bai Yu said to the girls, and the girls nodded. Raftel was the last adventure, and they were not in a hurry. Brother Bai Yu, we are back. Vivi waited for the girls to return. Big boss. At this moment, Kazuki Hiyori has changed into his ordinary clothes, and he is still bright and moving. Orochimaru's subordinates have been cleaned up, but the children in the flower capital are very hostile to me, Rihei said in a low voice. She showed her identity, but in addition to the complicated expressions of the elderly residents, the children were very hostile. Bai Yu comforted. Don't care about other people's thoughts, be yourself, we will be a family in the future. Kurozumi Orochi is cruel and ruthless, and likes to play tricks. But also good at politics. Kurozumi Orochi ordered all parts of the main island to promote himself as a positive image, and other areas suffered, but the children of the flower capital regarded Orochi as a hero. Education should start with dolls, and children are the easiest to brainwash. It's normal for the inner hero to be killed and the children to be hostile to hero, so, this country is long gone. The real meaning of Wanakuna's founding, Robin should have told you. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Kazuki Hiyori said, break the wall, drain the inner sea, let the ancient Wanukuni appear on the seabed, and take out the pollutant in it. Bai Yu nodded and said, yes, Wanukuni is now a country rebuilt halfway up the mountain. After I remove the wall and take out pollutant, this country will also be a country. You can leave here with us, and come back to sea when you have time. Point 35. Yes, Lord Demon King. Kazuki Hiyori nodded obediently. Nami pays attention to the unconscious little girl in Bai Yu's arms. Who is she? She was Kaido's daughter Yamato, and I made her small, 35. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the girls gathered around curiously. After a while, the spaceship flew back, and Xiao Yu's image changed greatly. Perona, Makino and other women put on princess dresses for her, which were cute and lovely. Let's go, Onishima. Now. Ghost Island. It is an island in the inland sea, very close to the Bai Yu port on the main island of Wanukuni, and looks like a giant horn of a ghost. Beast Troop, Base Camp. The total force is 20,000. Governor. 4 Emperors Kaido. Big Kanban. Fire Embers, Plague Quinn, Droughtjack. Fei Lu Pao. The 6 strongest people in the real powerhouse with leadership. And because of Bai Yu's influence, and the lack of artificial devil fruit trades, the current Beasts Pirates doesn't have any other miscellaneous stuff. Those who numbered, who gave, who were hilarious, who were waiting were all artificial demon fruit power or troops waiting to be eaten, but none of them today. However, due to the pressure brought by the Demon King, Kaido still gathers some zone abilities that the original trajectory did not have. Overall, it is stronger and more cohesive than the original trajectory. Advertisement, they're coming. The island of Oni was facing the shore of Shiromai, and Jin and the others stared straight ahead. Is this going to be surrounded? Seeing that halfway through the road, the large group of troops separated and covered other directions towards the island of Oni, Quinn was dignified. The purpose is simple. Unless someone breaks the blockade and escapes from the sky or the bottom of the sea, a member of the beasts will not want to escape. The atmosphere became oppressive. If the Demon King was just a guest, there would be no need to dispatch a large army, so everyone held their breath. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the air sounded in the sky, and when everyone looked up, they saw a pink oriental dragon flying over. The divisions didn't care, they could go in, but they couldn't go out. Jack stunned Shinto. How did the boss of Kaido become a pink dragon? Stupid Jack, that's not Kaido boss, pay attention, 35. Quinn was also extremely surprised. There is still a zone ability similar to Kaido boss in this world? So familiar atmosphere. Fei Liubao's Peggy Wan suddenly muttered, and couldn't help worrying, sister, don't let anything happen to you. Ah. The pink oriental dragon emits a crisp dragon roar, and when it is close to the ghost island, it bursts with pink light, and after landing, it becomes a sweet and lovely girl. This hair color. Runti? How is this possible? The moment they saw the beautiful girl, all the members of the 100 Beasts were stunned. Is Run an ancient swollen head dragon? Runti, who did not wear a mask, many people thought it was a mistake. Peggy's eyes widened even more, and his focus was different. Didn't you say that you don't have the momentum without a mask? Why did you take off the mask? No time to explain. Run is standing at the position of Fei Liubao. Xiaopei, don't die, let's guard this place together. 35. 667 The crowd fell silent. Thinking of the rumors about the ability of the Demon King's subordinates to change their abilities, and then thinking that Runti and Yamato went to the Demon King before, they already had the answer in their hearts. The Demon King stole Runti and replaced the fruit for her, and Runti ran back, just to protect the island of ghosts. The boss of Kaido adopted her, and she didn't let us lose, lead as hope. Jin couldn't help but sighed. Quinn was sweating profusely. Runti's new ability is an illusion, right? Such a precious fruit, are you sure it won't anger the Demon King? If the Demon King really doesn't agree, do you think Runti can fly back? Jin asked Quinn rhetorically. Quinn suddenly realized. Run is unable to escape the Devil's Claws, nothing more than a little later, but a little later is also meaningful. Quinn's eyes widened. Reassure Runti. The Demon King is not only trying to rob people, but also his heart. Really, my role model. Quinn looked around again. Yamato wanted to stop the Demon King, but he hasn't come back yet. Maybe he has been detained and let Runti go, but Yamato didn't let go. I hope it's alright. Throw away your thoughts. The whole group held their breath. Because the ship in front is only a few hundred meters away, and the people standing on the bow are all members of Team Zero. Moreover, Jin also noticed Charlotte Linlin who was eating cake on a boat, and his heart was even more shocked. Heat. The 5 top powerhouses stood together, and the scalp was numb at a glance, and the island of ghosts was silent. On the arc proverbs in the sky, Enel, the captain of the 5th division, burst out laughing. It doesn't seem to be here, wouldn't he be scared away when he knew that the god was coming? What a ridiculous mortal. Jin and the others were shocked, and the backbone Kaido, the boss, finally came back. At this time, a huge pillar of incomparably hot flames came from the sky several kilometers away, hitting Enel directly. Yahahaha, what about the Kaido of the beasts that claims to be immortal? Chapter 214. Big Sister Linlin. The Demon King is invincible. Kill the strongest creatures. Heat. The Kaido move in the form of a blue dragon has an attack distance of several kilometers, which can instantly destroy a mountain range or completely penetrate an island. And at this moment, Kaido burst into flames several kilometers away before he arrived, dyeing the sky red. Yahahaha, well done. Seeing the heat coming towards him, Enel on the arc proverbs laughed. Hurry up and jump. Yorobe and the others from the 5th division jumped from the motto without thinking. Jianyu Thor. 35 The powerful thunder burst out from Enel's body and restrained himself, causing all the muscles in his body to twist up, and his heartbeat sounded like an imperial engine. Stimulate cells and increase speed. Armed. 99 The stimulation cells exploded with stronger power, and the thunder and lightning faintly appeared black and wrapped around Enel's fist. Thunder Fist. Just when the heat from a few kilometers away arrived, Enel came hundreds of meters away in an instant and threw a punch. Boom. The flames collided with the thunder and exploded directly in the sky like fireworks. A terrifying heat wave and thunder light swept across the sky, shattering a wide range of white clouds. The arc proverbs, hundreds of meters away, were instantly lifted by the airwaves for thousands of meters. The huge pillar of fire drowned out the thunderlight, and Yu Wei rushed to the sky farther away, dyeing the red sky with a terrifying momentum. Crackling. The thunderlight exploded and returned to the arc proverbs to condense Enel's figure. Yeah haha, look at this god unscathed, Kaido of the beasts, but that's it. Teams. Jing, attacking from such a distance, there is no armed color on the heat. If it can be injured, it is too bad. Too arrogant. The long ears are crazy. Boss Kaido's random long-range attacks made him resist with all his strength, but if he wasn't injured, why would he be embarrassed to say that? Bah. The beast group was filled with righteous indignation. As soon as Enel appeared on the stage, he was full of hatred, which was no longer there. Roar. 39 The 510 roars of the violent dragon resounded in the sky, and when everyone looked sideways, they saw a huge blue dragon tearing apart the clouds and flying towards the ghost island. The 100 beasts were excited, and once the backbone came, it dispelled their inner anxiety. Zone, fish fruit, phantom beast, blue dragon form. Looking at the dragon, Rayleigh whispered. Kaido can transform into a blue dragon and control fire, wind, thunder, cloud and other abilities. Boom. The huge blue dragon turned into a human form halfway, and its huge body fell on the shore. He is tall and burly, with black hair and long beard on his shawl, dragon horns on his head, dragon scale tattoos on his left arm, an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, a wine gourd in his left hand, and a mace in his right hand. The whole is like a demon alive. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Bounty. 4.6 billion berry. 0 years old, born in a country that joins the Grand Line, Woka Kingdom. 10 years old, the strongest warrior in the kingdom. At the age of 13, the country sold him to Marine in order to participate in the World Summit. After escaping, the first reward of 70 million was offered. 15-year-old, Rock's pirate intern, met eldest sister Linlin. At the age of 21, the pirate group disbanded. Linlin owed the favor by sending the green dragon fruit. Since then, he has been arrested several times. Vegapunk extracts lineage factors to create the first artificial fruit. At the age of 26, he is constantly recruiting partners, growing his power, and spreading his reputation around the world. 31 years old, invaded Wanukuni. 39 years old, execute Odin. Grow the forces to dominate the new world. This year, 59 years old. Special physique plus Qinglong fruit creates Kaido's powerful physique. He has been executed dozens of times without injury, and the execution equipment will also be damaged during the execution process, so he is called an undead monster by the world. If you don't say anything else, you won't die. Enel and others don't believe it. Advertisement. Kaido was executed with a knife even though he knew Kaido's body was tough? Tickle it? Just say it if you don't want to kill him. No one can deny that Kaido's physique is strong, but if it is said that it can't be killed, it is 3 words. Impossible. Kai, B. Boj, is more aware of the ghost island, but he does not find Yamato's breath, and his heart sinks slightly. The sudden arrival of the Demon King's forces caught him by surprise, and without any preparations, it can be said that these are useless. Letterfield, Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mahawk, Bullet. Ignoring the category of Team Zero, Kaido only looked at the 4 of them and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the figure of another ship eating cake. Linlin. Kaido was shocked. Especially seeing that Linlin has become thinner and younger, although he is still a little fat, he can vaguely see his youthful attitude, which brings his memory back to the Rock's pirate era. That year. He is 15 years old. When Hachinosu slaughtered the quartet on the Hive Island, Whitebeard conveyed Rock's invitation and joined the group since then. 15-year-old Kaido meets 24-year-old Charlotte Linlin. Because of his age and physical strength, Linlin takes care of Kaido with admiration. 24 Linlin. The Rock's guy can't be trusted. If you have anything, just tell me. 15-year-old Kaido. 30 years old Linlin. The green dragon fruit is given to you. Try to become stronger, don't die. 21-year-old Kaido. Woohoo, sis, you were so kind to me. But time is a butcher's knife. Fat Linlin, strong Kaido. When they met again by chance many years later, Kaido shouted, "Hey, the dead fat woman in front of you has signed up." Charlotte Linlin burst into tears when she heard the words. She finally paid by mistake. Call. Pulling back his thoughts from the memory, Kaido sighed deeply and his expression became indifferent. You are almost 70 years old, but you are going to be the thug of the new era. Linlin, you've fallen. 35. Who is calling me? Linlin, the captain of the first team, who was happily eating the cake, was startled for a moment, looked around curiously, and then noticed that there was an extra big fool on the coast ahead. Wow, what a black and tall minotaur, but he's not as tall as Linlin. Linlin exclaimed. Kaido's face darkened. Kaido was a little surprised by such a simple and irritating speech, so he looked at Linlin carefully. Don't say anything else. With those innocent eyes like that of a child, Kaido realized. The former Linlin died. Perhaps this is the real Linlin, the Linlin in the mental age of 6 or 7 years old. Katakuri said, Mom, he's Kaido, and I owe you a favor. Kaido was startled. Linlin suddenly realized. Is he the stupid big guy the captain said? Kaido stared. After confirming, Linlin tried his best to control his expression, stood up and said, well, that's a great favor, give me a kowtow. Rayleigh and others laughed, forgetting who taught Linlin to say so. Linlin is indeed very obedient and has a good memory. Boom. 99 Kaido conquerors broke out, and under the impact of conquerors, Linland's conquerors also broke out. Boom! The collision of two conquerors directly caused a grand storm. Black and red lightning swept the entire Ghost Island, and the ground cracked. Linland, shoot! Hearing the words of Mentor Rayleigh, Linland's eyes were sharp. Light cannon, thunder and fire attached a great sword. Linland swung it down, firing a high-density laser. King Kong Dysprosium, an enhanced version of Yamato's swoosh. Kaido swings his mace, wields a huge cylindrical bar, and charges at a distance. Boom! The energy collided and exploded, directly smashing the coast. The beasts retreated, and the airwaves set off a large tsunami. Your strength. Kaido's eyes narrowed. The conqueror's just now was weaker, but his strength did not weaken. Although the current Linland is simple and has mastered the strength of his body, but because of his temperament, he cannot maintain his combat power for a long time, so he is not included in the Zero team. Advertisement, Yamato. In the perception, suddenly aware of Yamato's breath, Kaido looked up to the sky, and a spaceship appeared out of thin air. Brush. A figure stands in the sky, and the void condenses a luxurious throne, and the visitor sits down and looks down. Golem. Demon. Demon Lord. 55 There was an indescribable aura on Bai Yu's body, which was clearly neither strong nor destroyed, but the pirates of the 100 Beasts couldn't help shuddering. The Demon King on the throne of heaven. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt a terrible sense of oppression in their souls. In an instant, the entire island of ghosts was silent, and Kaido was also condensed. This kind of momentum is the momentum that comes naturally from a strong physique. No, there's also the oppression of spiritual will. Kaido was dignified. He finally understood Jack's words. When I first met the Demon King, it was like a 3-year-old. I was suddenly as powerless as a top pirate, that kind of gap. Boss Kaido is the strongest. In a word, invincible. Seeing Bai Yu's arrival, Enel was about to drop the Arc motto into the sea. Congratulations, Captain. Team 0 plus Gode 13 plus Giant Soldier Pirates, all members pay homage. The shouting made the beasts wake up, and they all walked behind Kaido with difficult steps, waiting for Kaido's order. Overlooking Kaido, Bai Yu said casually, Yamato, she's asleep. Kaido's eyes widened at the copper bell. You put Yamato to sleep? Bai Yu. This is top-level understanding. If you have to say so, then I will not refute it. After all, it will happen sooner or later. Buzz. At this time, the saber-sealed state squeaked softly, making Bai Yu's eyes light up. He felt the prelude of Shikai. As expected of Mr. Kai, I almost got an upgrade before I made a move. Bai Yu cast an admiring look at Kaido, worthy of the name of Teacher Miracle. So, Bai Yu's voice is soothing. Kill him, yes, Captain. In an instant, Rayleigh, Ryder, Hawkeye, Bullet, Katakuri, 5 members of Team 0, and Charlotte Linland all rushed to the Ghost Island. Well, you know that Lao Su will not surrender, so you don't want to kill nonsense? Very good, decisive enough, 35. Kaido laughed fearlessly. Bai Yu, it would be a pity to see a strong man like you in the new era, so. I will kill them all, and then kill you the strongest in this world. Boom. Conquerors burst out again. Kaido roared like thunder. Who do you think Lao Su is? Lao Su is the strongest creature. I will die for Lao Su, 95. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The battle started in an instant, and all the major squads rushed to the island of ghosts. As far as the base is concerned, Bai Yu's side doesn't have much mid and low-level combat power, while Kaido's side has 20,000 people, but the high-level and top-level combat power is not enough for Dover and others. When Bai Yu came back, Nami was curious. Aren't you going to do some activities? I'm active every night. Bai Yu said subconsciously, causing some of the girls to snort and blushed. Kaido is very tough. When he is dead, I will take another shot. Bai Yu flicked the sealed state that kept whispering. The strongest creature is too arrogant, and conventional coercion and inducement are useless, so let the younger brothers test the water first. Robin laughed suddenly. No, I guess you're about to shoot. You are wrong. Robin put on his sunglasses and changed the subject. There are 2 big beauties below, so Bai Yu will shoot. So smart, I'll reward you at night. Bai Yu got up and kissed Robin, turned and disappeared. What is he going to do? The women looked down. There are 2 beauties, one big and one small. The little one is 1.7 meters tall, and the big one, right, taller than Kaido? Looking at the blushing Robin, Perona asked again and again. Sister Robin's face now looks like a red apple. Chapter 215. Abel, this is Jurassic Park. Mr. K is working too hard. Blood Shadow Slash. 39, Shadow Sword. Night Slash, 99. Smash. Emperor Sword. The strongest punch. Boom. Kaido vs Ryder plus Rayleigh plus Hawkeye plus Smash Card 2 plus Linland plus Bullet. Only one collision. In the terrifying roar, the entire island of ghosts instantly collapsed into dozens of pieces, which shocked the members of the Beast's pirates, and the battle scene of the 7 people was too terrifying. Boss Kaido, Jin, Quinn and the others lost their voices. Such an amazing siege. The pressure Kaido is under at this moment is rare even in the history of 800 years minus. After Kaido performed Thunder 8 trigrams, he began to fall into passive beatings, with terrorist attacks in all directions. Now, it's time to test Kaido's resilience and defense. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to besiege Kaido. Twisted Dover took a step that he did not recognize, kicked a pirate away, and came to Jin. 2nd Division Captain, it's not too much to hit you with a small fire disaster, right? Hey, did you become so arrogant after only 2 years with the Demon King? Jin's voice was extremely low. The first of the 3 plagues, the fire embers, the bounty, 1.39 billion berry. Jin is loyal to Kaido, believing that Kaido is real. Joey boy. Joey boy. It's a good age, my legends are all over the place. Doflamingo opened his hands and said, sigh, this is arrogance. No, this is self-confidence and arrogance. Pirates are not arrogant and become pirates. Right, Abel, you don't deserve my name. Jin was furious when he heard the name. Lunalia. The body can burn flames and can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. Before the Holy Land was established, there is a kingdom of gods on the Red Line, and the Lunalia people are called gods. Jin is from the Lunalia clan. However, because of the arrival of the ancestors of celestial dragons, the Lunalia clan was destroyed and only Jin was left. Real name. Abel, he was used as an experiment by the world government when he was young, and he began to follow him after meeting Kaido. Because he can get 100 million by reporting him, and his racial characteristics are obvious, he has armor all over his body and never shows his face. Fire Dragon King. A flame erupted from Jin's body, wrapped around a long knife, and directly cut out a fire dragon shaped like a magma from an oriental dragon. Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Toothless Pterodactyl Form. Flame, racial talent. The direction is twisted. Doflamingo kicked, and the moment he touched the fire dragon suddenly bounced back like a ping-pong ball. Rewrite direction. The development of this concept made Jin amazed in his heart. The ancient zone species wanted to develop the concept in the next life. Roar. 99 Jin entered the pterosaur form directly, flying in the sky, dodging the counterattack. Sable is proud of the Emperor. Under Dover's side glance, Jin pulled his head back like a slingshot, and then released it to generate a powerful shockwave that struck like a laser beam. Boom. Dover lifted his foot and released a twisting force, which bounced off instantly. As long as you can react and are within the tolerance range, can you be bounced off in the twisted direction? Jin's expression sank. This means, unless there is an accident, do not try to hit each other. What are you thinking? Doflamingo sprinted on the moonwalk, breaking out Conquerors halfway through. Double Kings in the blade. Jin, unaffected by Conquerors, fluttered his wings, and the flames shot out from his back like a machine gun. What? To Jin's astonishment, Doflamingo didn't twist his direction, instead, his entire body was covered in armed color, and he rushed over against the overwhelming flames. Space-time extinction. 99 The hard-resisting flames narrowed the distance, and at the moment of Jin's astonishment, Doflamingo kicked directly out of the distorted space. Crack. Jin dodged the twisted space dangerously, and wiped it directly to twist and shatter his helmet. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** wrath helmet shattered. Doflamingo smiled evilly. TTT, so you look like this. White hair, brown skin, tattoos on the left eye, and black wings are all Lunalia characteristics. Advertisement. Guard the Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin directly entered the strongest human beast form and cut out a larger fire dragon. Boil, it's useless, no matter how many times you can hit me with your strength. Dover twisted the fire dragon with one foot. And if I just kick you once with all my strength, you will be seriously injured by the fire disaster. Top-level abilities are great. Jin's voice was a little annoyed. Boiled, I'm so sorry, top-level ability is amazing. Jin almost choked to death by this sentence. Doflamingo charged again. The other side. Boom. A height flew out. *hole, 39. Quinn stood up angrily. It's agreed that when I finished drinking the Anko soup, you actually attacked. Bald, wearing sunglasses, golden beard and braids, with a mechanically modified prosthesis in his left hand, and a knife in his fat leg. Quinn looks plump as a hole, like a balloon. I didn't agree. Itachi Luki is cold. Ah, I see, Quinn suddenly realized. You attacked me because you were jealous of my appearance. Lucci. Hearing such shameless words, Lucci's eyes twitched. He was as fat as a balloon. Where did he have the courage to say this? Quinn danced in place, showing off. See, my whole body is full of muscles. If I didn't voluntarily become so fat, more people would be fascinated by me, and I would be very distressed. Luigi. 55 Epidemic Quinn, a bounty of 1.32 billion, scientist of the beasts. He once belonged to the same team as Vegapunk, Judge and others, and developed biochemical weapons such as mummies and ice ghosts. Most of Vinsmoke's technology includes Invisible Black, Quinn City. All kinds of technology forces are integrated, and they are also very good at transforming themselves. Likes to eat, drink and play, do things out of tune, and also like to sing and dance. Captain of the 3rd Division, Lu Chi released the dove on his shoulders and said indifferently, come on. Plague Bomb. Quinn's left hand turned into a Gatling, blazing plague virus bullets. A breeze blew and Lu Chi disappeared. The next moment, he came over Quinn and kicked fiercely. Tempest Kick. What a great speed. Quinn's pupils shrank, and a slash quickly enlarged in his pupils, slashing directly on his head and blasting out. Armed Finger Pistol Madara. Lu Chi's movements did not stagnate, and when Quinn flew upside down, he quickly followed, and his hands turned into afterimages and attacked continuously at high speed. Peefed. One after another blood arrows splattered on Quinn's body, and the body suffered a strong impact and crashed into the ruins. Lu Chi's body swelled and directly entered the strongest human and beast form of the Phantom Beast, Itachi, to control the storm. Tempest Kick Storm. Lu Chi kicked out, and a terrifying storm slashed into the ruins, crushing and stirring everything around him. Boom! Quinn was caught off guard by Lu Chi's continuous attack, his brain roared, he felt the pain in his whole body and was angry. Roar. 35 As the roar of the beast sounded, a huge orange dinosaur appeared. Zone, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Brachiosaurus form. The huge Brachiosaurus that Quinn had turned into was extremely agile, smashing the ground with 1 foot, dashing away from the hurricane and jumping high in the sky. The Brachiosaurus bomb dives from high altitude and rammed Lu Chi with his head at high speed. Hurricane hit. Lu Chi waved his hands, and the storm of the Eudemon's scythe formed a tornado, and the strong wind swept the swooping Quinn into the sky. Damn you demons! Quinn scolded her with great envy. With this kind of wind, it was difficult for him to get close, and he was passively beaten from a distance, and he was not as sensitive as Lu Chi in close combat. Thinking of this, Quinn looked into the distance, and his heart sank to the bottom. On the broken island of ghosts, the beast's pirates are crushed in all directions. Yahahaha, are you the elephant worth 50 billion? Looking at Jack, who turned into a mammoth, Enel, the captain of the 5th Division, laughed loudly, and kept releasing thunder in his hands. You wanna die? Jack's elephant eyes were scarlet. 5 billion, that's a shame. In Dressrosa, Dover and the Golden Emperor were suppressed on the spot for destroying the building, detaining all devil fruit, and even nearly pulled out his ivory, but still demanded 50 billion. When Fuzzy Fu and Sasaki took the ransom to ransom him, Jack, the ship king, was ashamed and wanted to jump into the sea. Advertisement: he has no face to face Big Brother Jin, Big Brother Quinn, especially Big Brother Kaido. Please ask for flowers. Mammoth trample. Jack slammed into it angrily. Enel proudly said, Yahahaha, with clumsy movements, you will never want to encounter this god in your life. Glancing at the other battlefields, Enel decided to have a good time with Jack. Hey! An extremely fast slash slashed directly across Fuzz Fu's body and flew out with blood. Too weak. 35 4th Division Captain Momo Yuji Shiryu disdain. I heard you, the CP9 who defected after the mission failed. Damn. Fuzz Fu's face was ugly, and it didn't matter if he was slashed with a knife, but Shiryu's words spoke to his pain point. Former member of CP9, claiming to be shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chi, one of the current Flying 6, bounty, 546 million. 13 years ago, while escorting Rubber Fruit, he was kidnapped by Red Hair, and Rubber Fruit was taken away, so he was imprisoned. It's not that he was locked up and impelled down, he joined the Beasts group after breaking out of prison. In the original trajectory, Fuzz Fu was crushed and easily defeated by Jinbei. Not good. Seeing that Shiryu was going to continue to attack, Fuzz Fu went directly into the human beast form, and quickly evaded with shaving. Zone, Cat Fruit, Ancient Species, Saber-toothed Tiger form. Momo 10 times cut. Boom, 3 roars sounded at the same time, and the 3 figures were also seriously injured and flew upside down. 0. Cough cough cough. Fei Liubo. Sasaki vomited blood, and looked at the crocodile in front of him in horror. This guy is so scary. 5. Zone, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Triceratops form. Crocodile, the captain of the 6th Division, drank a cigar. Ha ha ha, it's not that I'm scary, it's that you are too weak. Weak, I can't be interested. 39. Damn Sand Crocodile, you are so arrogant, another tall man with a strange shape roared angrily. This man also turned into a dinosaur. Zone, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Stegosaurus form. Gokas, replaces the original position of Drake's Flying 6. Kaido found it at West Blue. Crocodile was stunned. A dinosaur like this seems to have seen you somewhere. You have a grudge against Lao Su? Look for Sand Crocodile and ignore me. Kid, the captain of the 7th Division, drank coldly. Go to hell. 99 Kid angrily kills the past. Cavendish, Cracker, Moria, Jinbei and others are all fighting and crushing the ancient zone species. And Bai Yu glanced down at the battlefield and was a little surprised. I found so many ancient zone species? 39. Without the artificial demon fruit power and the pressure of Bai Yu, Kaido is looking for zone abilities all over the world in addition to training. The result, very good. The rest of the ancient species, 9 velociraptors, triceratops, unicorns, land lizards, and king crocodiles. Mr. Kai is working too hard. Bai Yu didn't count the common zone, and also counted the Fei Lu Pao, a total of 15 ancient species, most of which were dinosaurs. Jurassic Park. Little Pei. Seeing Peggy Wan being ejected by Parasparrow, Runti exclaimed. Shaoran, something is wrong. The 8-meter-tall blonde woman grabbed Runti and said in surprise, why didn't anyone attack us? Yup. Run has also reacted. The two of them wanted to attack before, but the Demon King's subordinates who encountered them bypassed them and attacked others as if they didn't see them. They chase after them, but they all left faster, as if they were plagued and didn't want to approach. Why is this? Could it be that the Demon King's subordinates are all gentlemen of the Holy Mother, and don't want to shoot at women, but if you look closely, the other women in the 100 beasts were beaten and screamed, could it be? Sister Maria, what's wrong with you? You. Runti was talking, and when she turned her head, she saw the figure appearing in front of her. Little. Shaoran. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Runti looked stunned, her forehead was covered with fine sweat, she raised her hand and waved happily. Ahahaha, we meet again, Lord Demon King. Maria. As if encountering some great horror, the blonde beauty's voice trembled slightly. Bai Yu was looking at them. Is this something to be happy about? But Shaoran, who is naturally dumb, sister likes Ju so much. The devil's smile blooms. Chapter 216. Stealing Spider-Woman Black Maria, Yanyan is also a cloud. Demon King Bai Yu. The great terror that had suffocated the whole group as soon as she appeared on the stage before, was right in front of her, and Maria shuddered. Runti was still in a natural state, but at this moment it was during the Imperial War. Even if Bai Yu suddenly kills, Maria is not surprised at all. The next moment, Maria was stunned. Are you still running? Bai Yu came to Runchi in an instant, grabbed her chin and raised her chin. Speak a lot of words about kindness and righteousness. Eat my phantom beast and kowtow and run. You are very good at playing. Let me go. After recovering, Runti struggled in Bai Yu's arms and said fiercely, if you don't agree, can I run away? Thank you for letting the little girl repay her kindness. Ferocious. Is this an attitude of gratitude? Runti's expression without a mask was very cute, and Bai Yu was amused. I'm a fierce. Ahoo. Runti let out a young dragon roar and turned into a pink oriental dragon. Just a little female dragon. Bai Yu said with a flick of his finger, and directly flung Runti into the air, landing on the ground and turning into a human figure, stunned in place. What's the situation? Runti was in a trance, and with a flick of the Demon King, she exited the phantom beast form. The fruit she ate was not fake, right? You who wanted to protect the island of ghosts on May 13th were defeated, and now you are my captive. Bai Yu raised his hand, and Runti fell into his arms again. You and Kaido have a good relationship, it's up to you to repay me, understand? 99. Run was stunned. No matter how natural it was, she understood what Bai Yu meant, and let her go to repay her kindness. If it wasn't for Bai Yu's attention, she might have died in battle to repay her kindness. On Bai Yu's side, there is also the grace of not killing, and the grace of replacing fruit. Bai Yu whispered in Runti's ear, and Runti's pupils gradually enlarged. How can that be? A whisper, which directly shattered Runti's worldview, shook her heart. But Bai Yu didn't have to lie to her. You pervert. Runti opened her mouth cutely and incoherently. Bai Yu's face turned dark. Little girl, pay attention to your words, or I'll let you know what the real pervert is. Who is young? Runti suddenly became super fierce. How old are you? It's obvious that the little girl is 2 years older than you, okay. I didn't expect you to know your age, it's amazing. What, is the little girl a fool in your eyes? Congratulations, you got it. Ah, the young dragon roared, and Runti opened her mouth and bit down, suddenly feeling her teeth hurt and tears falling. Wow, Run hurts so much. Maria. Shaoran is making trouble in the arms of the devil, is this a small theater of flirting? Wrong. Shaoran, who dares to collide with anyone and who dares to fight, has such a good relationship with the Demon King, and the Demon King is too gentle. Not right either. What did the devil whisper to Shaoran just now, which made Shaoran call pervert, and directly forgot the life and death of Kaido's boss, who had the grace of nurturing? What did the devil say to Shaoran? I really want to know. Maria was full of curiosity. Don't be naughty all the time, just be cute, Bai Yu said, rubbing Runti's little head lightly. Feeling the caress from the Demon King, Runti blushed and fluttered in Bai Yu's arms. Don't rub it anymore, what should I do if the little girl becomes stupid? Advertisement. The hair quality is good. Bai Yu ignored Runti's words and rubbed it a few more times, in exchange for a few more roars from the young dragon. Brush. In the next moment, Bai Yu brought Runti to Maria. I stole Runti, do you have any opinion? No. Maria's voice trembled. Runti was about to say something with her eyes wide open when she felt that she had left Bai Yu's embrace and was put on the ground by him. Under the stunned expression on Runti's face, Bai Yu came to Maria, looked at her again, and said, I took it away from Maria, it's useless for you to have an opinion, run. Runti. Maria. As if pressing the pause button, the expressions of the two beauties, one big and one small, froze. Even the terrifying roar of battle from other places did not wake them up. After a long time, seeing that Bai Yu was only at the height of Maria's knees, Runti's stunned expression turned into a smile, and she burst into laughter. Ahahaha, you hugged me and said you wanted to take it away, but why didn't you hug Sister Maria? Say, you can't do it, 99. This height difference. Maria's face turned red, she admitted that she was amused by Runti, but she didn't really dare to laugh, and immediately knelt down. Lord Demon King calm down, Shaoran didn't laugh on purpose, it's all my fault. Yes, I didn't mean it, but the little girl really couldn't help it, Runti laughed happily. What are you going to do? The next moment, Runti felt that she was back in Bai Yu's embrace, and her whole body was turned over and held down. Snapped. A crisp sound. Run is stunned. Such a shameful thing, Runti's little head never thought about it. Maria's face turned pale with a startled look, and she couldn't help but smile inwardly. You. Crack. 99 another crisp sound. Little girl and you. Runti blushed and stunned, turned her head with all her might, saw Bai Yu raising her hand again, and immediately changed her words. Brother Demon King, the little girl is wrong, please let it go, pass. Good brother. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched, and his poisonous tongue was naturally stunned, and there were times when he admitted counseling. Get up. After releasing Runti, she immediately ran behind Maria and waved her fist, Bai Yu said. Yes, Lord Demon King. Maria rose softly. With a delicate face, long blonde hair, green eyes, red horns on his head, wearing a kimono and small sandals. A variety of styles. 39 words popped out of Bai Yu's mind. Black Maria, 29 years old, height, 8 meters 2. On the island of ghosts, he is only slightly shorter than Jack and a head taller than Kaido. One of the 6 members of the 100 Beasts, with a bounty of 480 million berry. Zone spider fruit ancient species girds rose ancient tarantula. Good at physical skills, mental attack, spider web, poison, fire and other skills. Immersive mode. Bai Yu reads Black Maria memories, fantasy analog movies to watch. But Bai Yu found that Black Maria's past was flat, and there was no conspiracy to fight for power and profit. Advertisement born in Wanukuni. After the 100 Beasts invaded Wanukuni, she joined at a young age, and then grew up with Runti and Yamato. Only 3 years older than Yamato, when Black Maria grew up, she started to run Flower Street and Willow Lane in Onishima. Low for power, the Grandmaster plays. Maternal is strong. Bai Yu can see that Yamato and Runti were too naughty when they were young, and Maria, who was a few years older, broke her heart and cultivated motherhood. A woman who is very knowledgeable and charming. Bai Yu didn't see anything messy, and Black Maria's daily life was simple. It's normal to have a good relationship with the captain, but Runti dares to scold Kaido for being an idiot, because Kaido is very good to talented subordinates, and the two women have different ways of doing things, but it's limited to that. Concept size. Bai Yu raised his hand and a shimmer of light enveloped Black Maria's body. The rewrite is completed in an instant. When the light faded away, Black Maria felt that the world in front of her had changed, as if everything had become several times larger. Wow, Sister Maria, you become smaller, Runti exclaimed. Black Maria, who was more than 8 meters long, with clothes and weapons, etc., shrunk to less than 2 meters. But still undiminished. Black Maria is still in a trance. I'm really getting smaller? Ah, I want to get bigger. Runti rushed to Bai Yu, full of anticipation. If you can get smaller, you can definitely get bigger. I want to get 10 meters. Don't. 39. It was Maria who spoke, and seeing Runti's doubts, she explained softly. If it is too high, it will be really troublesome, and it will be inconvenient to do anything. 35. Thank you Lord Demon King for the gift. Black Maria bowed her head. She was still a little nervous and didn't dare to look at Bai Yu. All right. Bai Yu pressed Runti. Follow me, go back to the spaceship with me, and you will settle in the Sky City in the future. Great, Runti said in surprise. Why is that? Maria is very puzzled by Runti's transformation. The Oni Island is still at war, and the Beast Group has been completely crushed. 0.9. Runti also leaned over and muttered a few words to Maria. This is so. This is it. What? Black Maria was shocked, and her eyes were full of incredible colors. What a terrifying Demon King, and full of mystery, people can't help but explore. Bai Yu returned to the spaceship with the 2 girls. Another big cow. Perona looked at Maria and muttered, but she was like Bai Yu at night, and she still didn't help her grow bigger. She said that every beautiful woman should have her own characteristics. When Bai Yu introduced Runti and Black Maria to the girls. Roar. With a roar of dragon roar mixed with exclamations of pain, a huge azure dragon that was more than 100 meters tall leapt into the air with its feet on a cloud of flames. Being besieged by the 6 powerhouses on the ground is passively beaten, it is better to fight in the air. Kaido is still boiling with fighting spirit. What a big blue dragon, the girls looked curiously. The huge blue dragon is surrounded by elements such as wind, thunder and fire, and it is full of oppression. Ordinary people simply do not have the courage to look at each other. And Nami rolled his eyes, and his tone was a little excited. Kaido relies on flame clouds to fly, but, 39. Yanyan is also a cloud. Chapter 217. Pokeball, Rabbit Charm, Gourmet Tablecloth, Bloody Dragon. Clouds. Do what you want, Nami shoots. A group of very small and extremely thin and invisible clouds flew out, rushed into the sky very quickly, and disappeared into the flame cloud. Because it was too small and was fighting, Kaido didn't care about Xiao Yanwu. Cloudy. Under the eyes of the girls, Nami raised his hand and began to pull the flame cloud in the air. Kaido, who stepped on the flame cloud and flew, paused, and then noticed that the flame cloud was breaking free and suddenly snorted. Disconnected. When the connection was broken, Nami didn't care. After all, there was a big gap between them, and when she looked up, she saw Qinglong staring. What are you staring at? 35. Nami is also super fierce, waving his fists. Runti's eyes lit up. Is this girl so fierce? I like it. Black Maria secretly said, Shaoran, you are much fiercer than this girl. Boom. 3 terrifying slashing bombardments came, directly blasting Kaido into the air, and the 6 of Rayleigh stepped into the air and besieged again. Bai Yu looked back and introduced Runti and Maria to the girls again. Runti and Black Maria also let go of their thoughts because of what Bai Yu said before. They are very generous in integrating with the girls, and they are also waiting for the outcome of the war. And this moment, Dover vs Jin, Lucci vs Quinn, Enel vs Jack, the 3 major disasters are currently at a disadvantage. The Fei Lu Pai were collectively defeated and captured, and the other ancient species that Kaido had found in the past 2 years were also defeated. The remaining 20,000 people were suppressed by the members of the various divisions, and they were completely crushed. Brother Bai Yu, how long will Kaido be defeated? Kaya asked curiously. Bai Yu said bluntly, the strongest creatures can't last long. Didn't it say that there are 2 admirals fighting for 10 days and 10 nights for the marshal? Why is Kaido so fast? Shirahoshi couldn't help but think of what he had learned recently. That's different. Bai Yu stroked Shirahoshi's hair. Just like an ordinary person, if you take a walk, you won't get very tired after walking for a few kilometers, but if you run 1,000 meters with all your strength, you will be very tired. This is the difference between aerobic exercise and anaerobic exercise. The more intense the exercise, the faster the physical exertion. The strength of the 2 admirals is not much different. They know each other very well. Not every move is a desperate attack. The 2 fight for experience and physical strength. Bai Yu said, looking at the battle in the sky. Kaido is certainly not an ordinary person, but in the face of the siege of the 6 powerhouses, Kaido must work hard in every move to gain something. The more powerful the move, the faster it consumes stamina and haki, and the battle time will be greatly shortened. If every move is exhausted, the consumption of haki alone is immeasurable, so Kaido will not last long. Look, Kaido is injured. Pudding and Garrett looked at Kaido, who knew Kaido well. Bai Yu flicked the 2 women's foreheads. This is normal. Do you have any misunderstanding about Kaido's defense? Or do you think Rayleigh and the others are too weak? Kaido's strongest power is recovery, not defense. Speaking of which, Bai Yu paused. In terms of defensive power, the 4-block straw hat that won't tangle will hurt Kaido, and after learning to tangle, Kaido will be injured again. So in terms of defense, Kaido is indeed inferior to Linlin's steel balloon. In resilience. In the original trajectory, Kaido was knocked out by the last punch of the 5th speed straw hat, and finally disappeared in the eruption of the underwater volcano. Therefore, Kaido was defeated by default. And then, gone? Does flying count as defeat? A defeat should be counted when one side at least loses its combat effectiveness. After all, this is a war, not a family game. The underwater volcano couldn't kill Kaido, and the punch from the 5th speed straw hat definitely didn't make Kaido seriously injured and stunned. So, according to common sense, Kaido, who has strong resilience and has not exhausted haki and physical strength, should quickly recover and fight again. Resilience is Kaido's strength, and it's not a defeat if you don't knock him out. As a result, no one party had a happy banquet, and the other party was gone. It was strange that Kaido was like fleeing without a fight. No matter what, you must personally experience Teacher Kai's teaching level. Advertisement Bai Yu sighed but didn't care. After all, this is the real world of the strong. In reality, if you want to defeat Kaido, just flying is definitely not enough. Either you are beaten until your physical strength is exhausted and you faint, or you are beaten to death. This is the real strongest creature. Bai Yu looked at the girls and said, everyone is watching the battle seriously. This battle is rare to see in 100 years. Otherwise, you won't learn anything when I take action. Girls. 55 going forward for 800 years, it would be difficult to find someone who was besieged by 6 top powerhouses. How miserable Kaido is. Wrong. At this moment, Kaido looks very excited, which makes the girls unable to understand. System, lottery. Bai Yu immersed himself. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Xiaoyu to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. 95. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, Pokeball. With such a familiar name, Bai Yu thought. Pokemon balls, all have the same meaning, they're used for Pokemon. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding, the optimization is complete. The Pokeball is optimized to be a pet ball. Pet ball. The target biological object can be received, captured and released. 1. Any creature hit by the pet ball, if its strength is lower than the user, will be directly included in the pet ball. 2. Any creature hit by the pet ball, if the strength is higher than the user. The creature is stunned, if the strength is much higher than the user. The creature is imprisoned, if the strength exceeds the user's cognition. Invalid. 2. The received creature will become the user's pet and obey the user's command. 3. There is a huge space in the pet ball, and income creatures do not need to eat or drink. 4. Extremely strong, controllable shape, size, color controllable. Remarks. The strength is higher than that refers to within 2 levels, and the strength is much higher, which refers to no more than 5 levels. Interesting, if I use it, the enemy whose strength is not more than 5 levels of mine, and whose strength is not more than I know, will have a certain effect. But Bai Yu can use it yet. I want to take pets someday, and the unused pet fruit plus Xiaoyu's dumpling fruit is also good. The girls don't need to use it either. Bai Yu put away the pet ball first. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Kazuki Hiyori as a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. 99. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, the secrets of the practice. Bai Yu is interested. At present, he is cultivating the system optimized Luku Immortal Thief, which produces inner energy, but even the optimized Luku Immortal Thief is different from what Bai Yu thought. He wants Shenxia, Xuanwan, mythology and other exercises, although it is very likely that he cannot cultivate, it is not bad to collect. Ding, Zantian Gong. What gong? Bai Yu felt familiar inexplicably, and the strange otherworld of Wuhun plus Soul Beast appeared in his mind, and the Wuhun temple was very interesting. Xuantiangong. The highest internal practice of the inner door of the Tangmen of Bashu, which was brought to the otherworld by a certain mistress after being reborn. No optimization triggered. Bai Yu was not disappointed either, because he had no interest in Zhan Tiangong. Bai Yu didn't want to practice it regardless of whether he could practice it or not. He had sealed up the divine body of Keisha, the king of angels, not to mention the scumbag Zhan Tiangong. System, seal. Bai Yu directly sealed it. Ding, it has been detected that the host has become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, Rabbit Charm 100. Bai Yu remembered his undead talent after the optimization of his dog spell, and this time there are 100 directly? Rabbit Charm. Endowed with the power of extreme speed, it can accelerate the impact force of objects, and the ability of thinking and reaction can reach super speed. The limit can exceed the speed of light and travel through time and space. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Advertisement optimization. 9. Ding, the functions of the Rabbit Charm have been optimized, and the host is bound. 9. Function 1. All aspects of the ability optimization, speed into a super speed. Function 2. It can be given to others to form a rune imprint and gain extreme speed. Function 3. Recyclable runes. Remark 1. The shape, size and color of the rune are all controllable. Remark 2. The Rabbit Charm itself cannot be used, it needs to be formed into a rune. Remark 3. Traveling through time and space beyond the speed of light is not applicable to all worlds, so the limit is changed to teleportation. Increasing the movement speed, object acceleration, reaction speed, etc., the limit can be moved instantaneously, which is not bad. Bai Yu agrees with the third remark, that traveling faster than the speed of light is a scientific statement, which is not applicable to the unscientific world. Rabbit Charms form runes, which is to give girls the second kind of innate ability. They don't need to be held specially, which means that others can't take them away. With this ability, the fighting power of the girls will increase a lot. It is also useful for Bai Yu, because it can increase the speed of thinking and reaction, etc. Ding, it has been detected that the host has robbed Black Maria as a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, foodie tablecloth. Foodie tablecloth. From the world of Doraemon, as long as you name the food you want to eat, the tablecloth will change the food. This is fine. Bai Yu loves this. There are more and more girls in the spaceship, and the two beautiful chefs Makino and Nuokagao are also very busy. Of course, it is not that they are not cooking. After all, it is their habit and hobby, but it is really useful. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. 513. Optimization. Ding, the gourmet tablecloth function has been optimized, please check it out. Function. All the food that has been eaten and drunk can appear out of thin air as long as it is said, and there is no limit to provide it. Note 1. Must have eaten. Note 2. The size, shape and color of the tablecloth are controllable. Is this an optimization? Bai Yu took a closer look and suddenly realized. Before it was optimized, it was a prop in the world of Doraemon, and it was impossible to say, I want to eat the meat of sea kings, and it appears out of thin air, that is unrealistic. There are also delicacies such as the Huxia Little Master, the Spirit of Halberd in the fantasy world, which will not appear even if they are mentioned. That's fine, take the girls to eat all over the place, and use the gourmet tablecloth if you want to eat more. Bai Yu put it away, and suddenly remembered Yamato who became small and comatose. I haven't started rushing her to join, so I can't draw a lottery, let's talk about it later. Bai Yu thought about the little Yamato sleeping on the cushion in an enchantment on the deck. The enchantment screen sounded and slept soundly. After Bai Yu opened his eyes, he heard Vivi's voice. 3 disasters were defeated and captured, only Kaido was left standing on the island of ghosts, no, flying. Bai Yu glanced at the battlefield and looked at the major squads under his command. Crocodile plus Moria plus Cavendish plus Kid, go to grab the head, Jack loses, Enel is angry. So, Enel plus Shiryu plus Cracker also grabbed the head, Quinn lost, and the ruthless Lu Chi almost didn't hold back. Are you flipping the table? Just as Doflamingo and Jin were fighting hotly, a group of people suddenly came to kill from all directions. Seeing Jin being pressed and rubbed on the ground by the major squad leaders, this treatment made Dover's face darken. What do you think of Yan Calamity Jin, the 5th Emperor? The more than a dozen division captains under the Demon King were besieging, and the red hair had to kneel. At this moment, the roar exploded, and everyone looked up. At this moment, the Six Paths terrorist attacks from all directions bombed Kaido soaring in the sky. These guys are all good at stealing people. Bai Yu didn't care either, these processes were not important, he only looked at the results. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. All robbed. Boom. Only Doflamingo's head was covered with black lines, and he couldn't help but look up into the sky. Bye Baba Bobo, it's too dangerous there, I'd better watch the show. 7 top powerhouses fought, and Doflamingo said he couldn't stand it. The blood of the blue dragon sprinkles the sky. Chapter 218. The prelude to the new era, Conqueror's upgrade. Mr. Kai is amazing. Roar. The huge blue dragon roared. The Six Paths terrorist attack exploded on the body, and everyone could see that Qinglong's stomach was blown with a blood hole. Seeing the blood spilled into the sky, Jin and the others, who were defeated and captured, felt a chill in their hearts. Boss. Seriously injured. Quinn's eyes widened, much worse than the wound Odin slashed on Kaido more than 20 years ago. Jack roared. Boss Qinglong's body is too big to be a target. But this is the only advantage I can find. Jin's face was heavy. Fighting on the ground in human form and human beast form is even more unsustainable. But turning into a blue dragon flying, Rayleigh and others can hardly exert their full strength even if they are walking on moonwalk. This is an opportunity. But in any case, facing the siege of 6 strong men, Kaido is still difficult. Silly black big man, you are going to lose. Lin Lin stepped on the thundercloud and said. Looking at the pure Lin Lin, Qinglong's eyes were extremely indifferent. I don't care about this little injury. Tornado. The blue dragon roared out thunder and exploded in the sky to restrain everyone, and the entire dragon body rotated like a spinning top to release a tornado. The bad wind spreads in all directions like huge slashes, but these skills are useless to Rayleigh and others. It's over, Ryder and the others whispered calmly, looking at the huge wound on Qinglong's abdomen, splitting the wicked wind. Whizzing. Rayleigh and Hawkeye landed on a piece of the ghost island and adjusted their breathing. Katakuri landed on a thundercloud, standing with Charlotte Linlin. Ryder spreads his vampire wings, holds an umbrella knife, and releases conquerors. Come on, come and fight with Lao Su. Qinglong's voice was full of excitement and excitement. In addition to the blood of the battle, Kaido saw the opening of the future top-level war from Rayleigh and others. Boom. The bullet landed on the Oni Island fragment and directly activated the Fruit Awakening. The power of awakening washes away the entire ghost island, and all buildings and pirate ships on the coast are all integrated into the body. Large bullet form. In the blink of an eye, Bullet formed a supergiant monster the size of half an island, and the huge blue dragon suddenly became small. Covering the sky and the sun, Qinglong looked sideways. Back. 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 The ships of each division retreated in shock, and the prisoners who were pressed onto the ships were all elites, and the rest of the pirates were unconcerned. Ended. On the thundercloud, Katakuri raised his trident, and Linlin raised the Emperor's sword. On the Ghost Island fragment, Rayleigh and Hawkeye also raised their knives at the same time. The momentum of the four was condensed. Blue Dragon Kaido, you're done. The huge monster wrapped its arms around its arms and grabbed towards Kaido. Huh? Qinglong's pupils condensed. As the owner of seeing and seeing the future, he actually saw his ending directly. This means that it will end very quickly. Thinking of this, Qinglong's eyes became extremely sharp, opened his huge mouth, and the fiery flames began to condense. Hot. Blood shadow slash. 35 Qinglong was preparing to destroy the arm that the bullet hit with the heat, and Ryder sent a huge bloody slash. Cut directly on the dragon's mouth. The moment the heat breath was interrupted, Bullet's huge armed arm directly grabbed Qinglong's head and tail. The hands of the peninsula-sized monster were clearly in contrast to the Qinglong body of several hundred meters, as if it had caught a small snake. Drink. All of Bullet's armed conquerors erupted, grabbing the Azure Dragon with all their strength. Qinglong was not injured, but also burst into armed color and struggled with conquerors. But at this moment, Blood Twilight backquote, the overwhelming blood and conquerors condensed on the umbrella knife, and between the wings of the vampire, Ryder swept through the void like lightning, and hit like a meteor. The same moment, Ba-Hai, 35 Linlin and Katakuri swung their weapons at the same time, and together they released a huge and powerful shockwave, which was extremely terrifying. Advertisement hit Kaido straight from the sky, smash. At the same time, Rayleigh and Hawkeye on the ground waved their knives in unison, and together they released a huge slash, with a terrifying momentum. Hit Kaido straight from the ground, top combo? A word popped into Kaido's mind. This kind of attack must be a terrifying force that can only erupt when two powerful men of the same level are in one state. Much stronger than single attack. And the two top-level combos are by no means as simple as 1+1+1+1. Hey. Boom. The blood pierced the sky, and Ryder turned into a sharp sword, pierced into the right eye of the huge blue dragon, and pierced from the back of his head. Bring bloody brains along the way. Next moment, the combination of Linlin and Kaor's shockwave, and the combination of Rayleigh and Hawkeye's slash, all came together. Boom. 35 each of them is enough to wipe out the place where they pass by, and the double path combo attack is even more powerful, bursting the blue dragon in an instant. The huge monster that Bullet turned into also collapsed into pieces in an instant. The incomparably terrifying explosion completely shattered the sky, and the ferocious airwave instantly shattered the fragments of Ghost Island. Remove the spaceship to stabilize the air. The rest of the ships were all swept away by the wind, waves and tsunami for several kilometers, and even the main island of Wanukuni was affected by the wind and waves, and many buildings were destroyed by the aftermath. Instant eternity. Bai Yu snapped his fingers. The waters of the original Ghost Island were completely frozen, and by the way, all the ships that were swept away were transferred to the vicinity of the original Ghost Island. Rayleigh and Hawkeye landed on the ice field, and Bullet was covered in blood. Are you all right? Rayleigh asked. Bah. Bullet spat out a mouthful of blood, and said excitedly. The power of those two combos is really powerful, even if my body is still severely injured in the large bullet, it feels really cool. Rayleigh was speechless, lunatic, except for the Demon King captain. No one can resist a top-level combo without getting hurt, but the collision of the two combos explodes in power. Except for very few people, others are either dead or disabled. Bullet was not damaged or dead, because the huge monster suffered the main attack, and the main body was not in the center of the combo collision. Hawkeye is cold. I must feel the power of the collision of two top-level combos, it must be very good, 99. Rayleigh, another lunatic. Crash, 35 feet at this time, blood rained from the sky. The captives of the 100 beasts on the transferred ship were collectively silent, filled with grief, despair, and fear. Boom. 99A remnant fell to the ice field. The broken body had a hole in the right eye, and the head was broken. The most astonishing thing was that the upper body was missing flesh and viscera, and there were no hands. Only the spinal residue was attached to the lower body, but the lower body was also covered with scars. Kai. Boss Kaido. Jin's voice was dry, he collapsed on the ground, his eyes instantly lost all brilliance. It's over, it's over. Quinn was sometimes timid, and the fat all over her body was shaking at the moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Jack the Drill growled. Noisy. Enel impatiently took a bite of the apple, and a lightning bolt rushed at him, but the three disasters' expressions were numb. On the ship. After a few breaths of silence, Nami was astonished. He still has a body left? The collision of two top-level combos on the front will be instantly wiped out if someone else is replaced, Gion murmured. Many girls couldn't help but nod their heads. The explosion just now happened in the sky, but the ghost island below collapsed into slag in an instant, and the power at the center was even more terrifying. So, Kaido is dead. Runti, Black Maria, Kazuki Hiyori, and the 4 daughters of Xiaoyu were all silent, not knowing what they were thinking. The bullet pinned down Kaido. At this moment, Rider pierced through his right eye, and 2 top-level combos collided with Kaido and exploded. 55. Stussy recalls the scene just now. They cooperated very well. Really good. Bai Yu flicked the sealed state that was chanting softly, and stood up stretched. Kai's eyes lit up. Is brother Bai Yu going to shoot? Advertisement, Team 1-6 is always ready, Perona yelled. You're the most naughty, you don't need cheerleading. Bai Yu glanced at Hiyori, Xiaoyu, and Yamato, who was still asleep in the barrier, looked at Maria, and set his eyes on Runti. I know what you're trying to say, except for a certain period of time, I've never lied to my woman. Bai Yu's words fell and disappeared. Runti was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red and fierce and said, What is your woman? The little girl can't understand. And also, what is a special time period? No matter how special a time is, you can't lie. Now. Rider was also blown away by the airwave before, and now he spread his wings and flew to the ground. The thundercloud descended, and Katakuri and Linlin also landed on the ice sheet. The 6 surrounded Kaido again. Linlin took out a piece of cake out of nowhere, and simply pointed at Kaido and said, This stupid black guy is not dead yet. 35. Rider nodded. Because he fell to the ground, he woke up instantly, and his consciousness was returning. What? Jin and the others, who were in a state of grief on the nearby ship, woke up in an instant. After feeling it, the air is like a hairspring. But Jin and the others suddenly saw hope, because as long as he didn't die, Kaido's boss was likely to recover. Also at this moment, Bai Yu appeared out of thin air in front of Kaido's body, and in an instant, Jin and the others were desperate again, and their hearts sank directly to the bottom of the valley. Back off, I'll move. 39, yes, Captain. The eyes of Rayleigh and the others lit up a little, and they all retreated into the distance. Squeak if you don't die. Bai Yu came to Kaido's head, and the head part cracked, but it was still intact. Squeak. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, and you really squeaked, but Bai Yu also knew that it was difficult for Kaido to speak at this time. The next moment, Kaido's voice sounded intermittently. The new era powerhouse who defeated Lao Su is the real Joey boy. You are strong, but you are not. Bai Yu knows what Kaido means. It was your subordinate who besieged and defeated Lao Su, but you didn't take any shots, it wasn't you who defeated him. Joey boy created this world? Bai Yu asked flatly rhetorically. No, oh, I see, Joey boy is really the king of the world? No, I'm not even the king of the world. Are you insulting me by comparing him to me? Kaido of the Beasts? 6,699 Kaido's not-sober consciousness was short-circuited in an instant. How out of reach is the king of the world for the pirates, you said? Lead to how? So easy? After a long time, Kaido used all his strength to roar. The demon king of the new era. Take your subordinates. To create the world's top war and ascend to the highest throne. 99. Are you done? Bai Yu slowly pulled out the sealed state. This knife is called the prelude to the new era. Shoot. The sword light flashed, and a huge head was slashed and flew out, blood all the way in the air, and hit the ice field. Kaido of the Beasts, die. Boom. A terrifying conquerors erupted from Bai Yu. It didn't spread to the surroundings, but under the shock of everyone, a substantial purple-black light beam rose into the sky, instantly shattering the sea of clouds and tearing the sky. Hiss. Even if it didn't spread, the aftershock still made everyone's scalp numb, like a vast mountain pressing down, and Rayleigh and others felt it was hard to breathe. Ding. Congratulations to host Conquerors for breaking the top limit, breaking the rules. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Bai Yu felt very emotional. Is this the legendary Mr. Kai who constantly forced the protagonist to level up? I broke through with a single swing, and you will definitely go down in history. Of course, Conqueror's upgrade is also a good coincidence. Bai Yu has been honing in the spiritual space for 2 years, meditating every day, and was already stuck at a critical point. Winning Kaido also represented the beginning of the Unification War. Today is a homeopathic upgrade. Yan. The light beep of the sealed state was a little louder at the moment, which made Bai Yu realize that today is not only about upgrading Conquerors. So, Bai Yu raised his hand. Death recovers. Chapter 219. Make a bet? The Demon King makes a move. Kaido is shocked. The brilliance enveloped Kaido's remnant. The prisoners Jin, Jack and the others in grief and despair were startled. Kaido boss was dead. What is the Demon King going to do? Even the corpse is not spared. Shut up. Seeing some prisoners still want to roar, Enel snorted coldly, and then laughed. Yeah ha ha ha, it's an honor for you to see the true god take action, kneel down and worship. 39. Gu ha ha ha, only on this matter will Lao Su agree with you. Crocodile was even more ruthless, and directly forced all the captives with sea stone to their knees. This is the mercy of the true god. Immediately kneel down to bathe in the grace of God. True God. They've all been brainwashed. Jin and the others were kneeling full of indignation and disobedience. The boss was dead. If they wanted to, they would kill them. 18 years later, they would become petty dishes. Big brother Quinn, big brother Jin, Kai. Boss Kaido. His head is gone. 99's head is tied to the ship King Jack, and his voice is very dry at the moment. I know. The Demon King chopped off the boss's head with one knife, scaring people to death. Quinn opened her mouth without raising her head, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Guru. Look. When did Jack get so cowardly? Quinn looked forward, and found that the head that flew directly on the ice field disappeared, and then looked at Kaido's corpse, and suddenly widened his eyes. Within the brilliance. The tall shadow slowly became taller, as if something stood up within the brilliance, and the familiar aura appeared again. Could it be? Jin suddenly exclaimed. How could that familiar aura be possible? Could it be his illusion? Boom. 95 conquerors erupted from within Guanghua, and its momentum was as wild as a beast, which shocked the spirits of the captives of the 100 beasts. Bai Yu's eyes lifted slightly. Exceptional conquerors move on. The just upgraded exceptional conquerors flashed across like a spectrum, and there was no shocking scene of collision, but directly destroyed the conquerors in Guanghua, and pressed it horizontally. Hiss. It's this feeling again. Obviously it didn't spread, just the aftermath of the breath. Hawkeye and the others felt that there were mountains pressing down on their souls, and the incomparable depression in their hearts made it difficult to breathe. It is unimaginable what kind of shock it would be if the frontal pressure was fully erupted. Captain's conquerors, just like what he's seen and armed with, is beyond my cognizance, Ryder murmured. Bang 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 bang. The tall figure retreated from the brilliance, each step cracked the surface of the ice sheet, retreated dozens of steps in a row, and slid another 100 and 513 meters before suddenly stopping. Boss Kaido. The captives of the 100 Beasts group exclaimed at the same time, and their hearts were shocked beyond measure. Kaido on the ice field in front of him, his body and clothes are intact, in the state before the battle, and even the mace is still in Kaido's hands. Resurrection of the dead. Incredible. The expressions of the members of the 100 Beasts were all frozen, and even the calmest Yan Calamity was blank at the moment, unable to understand the scene in front of him at all. Is he a god? Recalling the laughter of Enel and others, and recalling that Bai Yu just raised his hand at will, Jin's expression was dull and bitter. Celestial dragons are gods. The Lunalia tribe called the gods. But these two gods, compared to the Demon King in front, are so weak at the moment. Your conquerors. Kaido was also a little unbelievable after being resurrected. Conquerors erupted for the first time, but then he was crushed by the more powerful conquerors that burst out from Bai Yu at will. It didn't stop for a second. Kaido also felt blank in his brain at that moment and also had a sense of suffocation. The main thing. After the Demon King resurrected him, it looked like he had walked 2 steps and nothing happened, extremely relaxed. This means resurrection of the dead is extremely simple for the Demon King, and with the strength and power, Kaido cannot imagine the future of the Demon King in the new era. Among all the opponents who have fought against Lao Su for decades, Kaido said with great certainty, as far as conquerors is concerned, no one can compare to you, and I Kaido would like to call you the strongest. After your resurrection, there's only this nonsense? Bai Yu's tone was flat. Kaido's expression froze. Glancing at the elites of the 100 Beasts who were lying or kneeling on the ships of various squad leaders not far away, Kaido wanted to cry. Wow wow wow, this is the industry that he has worked so hard to accumulate for decades, and it took less than half a day to kneel down. How many elites can there be? Advertisement only a few dozen people were still alive. Kaido felt a chill in his heart, and immediately shouted. Demon King Bai Yu. You let Rayleigh and the others besiege Lao Su, just to make Lao Su realize the reality. After killing him, you will resurrect Lao Su, that is, I want to completely shatter Lao Su's immortal pride. Do you think Lao Su will surrender to you like this? Lao Su refuses? Kaido shouted excitedly. If you have the ability, come and fight Lao Su one-on-one for a month. The strongest thing for Lao Su is resilience and stamina. If you fight for 1 day less, Lao Su will not accept it. Boss Kaido is great. In the face of the power of the Demon King, these vulnerable groups should be tougher, otherwise the Demon King will look down on them. When Jack and others cheered on Kaido secretly, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect Kaido of the Beasts to be so shrewd. 39. It's all nonsense in front of me, it's the point that I don't accept it for a day less. Ryder shook his red wine glass with a wicked smile. The crowd nodded. It must be played for a full month, then no matter what happens in the middle of the interruption, it does not count, chicken thief Kaido. However, it's too naive. Kaido is facing the Demon King captain. Do you know it? Bai Yu raised his hand and transferred a sleeping little girl into his arms. 8-year-old Yamato is really cute, I took her away and let you know. Yamato. 35 seeing 8-year-old Yamato, Kaido's heart was full of 5 flavors. Yamato before the age of 8 was really his sweet little padded jacket. Every sound of the father made Kaido feel fascinated, and his daughter was so good. But after that, don't mention it. Fortunately, since Yamato watched Summer War, he waited for the chance for Yamato to change, and after planning with Jin, the relationship with Yamato became more and more relaxed, and sometimes they were happy. And now, my daughter, who has changed, has returned to her cutest age, but fell asleep in the arms of another man. Kaido suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to marry my daughter anymore, bring back Yamato, wow wow wow, 99. Seeing Kaido cry with his own eyes, Bai Yu doesn't know what to say. Why a top tyrant likes to cry so much, his personality is really weird. Asterisk asterisk. After thinking of something, Bai Yu took out the videophone bug and played the picture. Kaido only glanced at it, and his cry was choked, and all his expressions were frozen. In the picture, Yamato with pleading and uncompromising eyes appeared, confronting Bai Yu with cold eyes. I will never allow you to destroy my home. Well, then I tell you, Kaido of the Beasts is dead today, 35. If you want to kill my father, then step on my body first, 35. The screen stopped abruptly. Kaido's expression was still frozen. Bai Yu ignored it, and transferred Yamato to the spaceship enchantment to continue sleeping. Miss Yamato, it's really changed. Jin and the others also looked in a trance. Rayleigh also saw the picture, looked at Kaido again, suddenly felt itchy, looked at everyone and said, gamble? The meaning is obvious, Hawkeye said bluntly, not today. Then you were wrong, today will be successful, Bullet said with certainty. Ryder was also interested, before tonight, it can't be too late. Ha 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 ha, since the seniors are betting, how can there be no chips? Tetsolo ran to the golden light. Everyone has come to bet, the person with the most accurate and closest guess wins, and the winner takes all. Except for the seniors of Team Zero, who can bet casually. If the others don't have 10 billion, don't bet, kneel down and beg you all. Everyone was speechless. Open your mouth and shut your mouth for 10 billion, is it amazing to be the richest man in the world, B. Bodge. 100 billion. Rebecca manipulated gravity and flew a lot of big treasure chests onto the ice sheet. The main ship bet. Within 10 minutes, 100 billion plus a number of celestial dragons' treasures. If the money is not enough, you can pay the debt if you lose. Let's start. The main ship also joined in the fun, and accurate to 10 minutes. The officers of each division also placed bets one after another, and it was very lively for a while. The members of the 100 Beasts were so confused that they didn't understand. Quinn said in astonishment, how long have you been betting on the Demon King to defeat Boss Kaido? There are still people who bet for 10 minutes? You must be crazy. The teams were also stunned for a moment. It was ridiculous that Quinn thought so. Boyle, you will soon understand what ignorance is. Doflamingo smiled and said nothing. Everyone's betting is on how long the captain can get Kaido to surrender, not how long it takes to defeat it, which is very different. Demon King. Recovering from the sluggish emotion of Yamato's father shouting in the picture just now, Kaido drank in a low voice. When you became an intern at Rock's Pirate at 15, you were no different from your younger brother's younger brother. Bai Yu stepped out and stood high in the sky, overlooking Kaido. Kaido frowned. What's wrong with Lao Su being a younger brother? Who hasn't been? Join if you can't beat it, join if you want to become stronger, it's that simple. But that was once. And now he has been at the top, and no one will arbitrarily hold him, so why should he be a little brother? I admit that you are very strong, but it is not so easy to defeat Lao Su, Kaido said coldly. You don't have to talk nonsense if you want to subdue Lao Su. If you have the ability, just punch Lao Su to death. Advertisement, don't talk nonsense if you can't do it. Yo, tough enough. Bai Yu had never heard of this request, and said casually, how can it be done? Well, you have such an idea, if you can do it. Seeing this young man really ask this question, Kaido sneered and shouted. Don't talk about messing with you at that time. I read my name upside down, it's no problem with your surname, and make an oath of tyrant. Can't do it, let me and Jin leave, I can do it to listen to you. Dare, finished Calf. The bet was wrong. A lot of people in each division secretly scolded Kaido for being incompetent. The captain is worried about how to subdue you, but you actually want to make the oath of Overlord? Do you think this is a trick? You are clearly begging and wanting to surrender to Captain Demon King. The tyrant's oath, good, 99 Bai Yu expressed his admiration for Kaido's courage and decisiveness, which was exactly what he wanted. Are you serious? Are you? Kaido wondered if Bai Yu wanted to let go on purpose and used him as a tool, but when he saw Bai Yu fell to the ground and waved at him at will, he was immediately angry. I'm not the old I used to be, you just looked down on me. 35 Kaido raised his mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Conqueror's bursts wrapped around the mace. Kaido rushed towards Bai Yu like a beast, attacking with all his might. The gap between the top conquerors and the exceptional conquerors, 35. Facing the tyrannical blow, Bai Yu's conquerors wrapped around his fist, and his 6-star physique exploded. Seriously punch. The bursting conquerors showed heart-pounding materialized energy, instantly shattering the atmosphere and condensing it into Seiya. Boom. 35 frightened by Kaido. His attack shattered in an instant, shattering with a mace, making him feel dead. Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido, who couldn't avoid it, directly chose to enter the strongest human and beast form. The huge fire dragon wrapped his body and broke out the armed color to fully defend against the attack. Boom. Everyone only saw the materialized conqueror's condensed Seiya cut through the void and instantly penetrated Kaido's body. The head and body burst like a watermelon. How is this possible? Jin and the others were shocked. And that Seiya's remaining prestige did not diminish, destroying everything he passed, and slammed directly onto the cliff on the side of the inner sea. Boom. All held their breaths. Wanukuni was shocked. The cliff on the side of the inland sea, that is, the tall wall that was once built, collapsed suddenly, and the seawater of the inland sea leaked out frantically, revealing the closed Wanukuni. What happened? 35 The green figure flying in the sky in the far distance collapsed on the cliff on the outer side of Wanukuni, and could not help but be shocked. The leaked inland sea did not affect Bai Yu's frozen ice sheet. Death recovers. Before everyone could regain their senses, Bai Yu resurrected Kaido again, even with a mace. Hockey, it's over. Bai Yu ignored the green figure in the distance. The next item, swordsmanship. The flat voice awakened Kaido, whose eyes were lost and his mind was blank. Kaido's heart palpitated and laughed. I was really powerless just now, even more powerless than when I was 15 years old when I faced the peak rocks. Hockey crushes, and then uses swordsmanship, Demon King, I admire you in Dokai. Supreme Swordsman. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Bai Yu held the sealed state, and there was a palpitating sword power over his body. Eagle Eye, Rayleigh, and Ryder's three top swordsmen suddenly condensed, and their hearts were shocked. This is a sword power that completely surpasses the top swordsman. Kaido entered the human beast form, stepped on the ice and jumped in the air, holding a mace to perform one of the strongest tricks. Boom. 35 Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, and his name was pronounced upside down. What a ruthless person. Dokai. Hawkeye. Look good. Chapter 220. 4 kills. Bankai. The strongest creature cried out loudly. I'm really convinced. This moment. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Ryder and all those with knives in their hands, no, it should be said that all those with weapons were startled. The various weapons in his hands were trembling slightly, and he was still trying to break free. What happened? Everyone was holding their weapons, unable to understand the scene in front of them. Why did the Demon King's sword force make the weapons out of control? This is. Hawkeye's sharp eyes flashed a ray of light. Completely surpassing the top swordsman, the supreme swordsman's potential, affects the breath of all things and makes them tremble? There is a difference between the breath of all things and listening to the sound of all things. If a swordsman wants to become a swordsman, he must understand the breath of all things before slashing iron. The more powerful the swordsman, the more he can feel the law of the breathing of all things, and the easier it is to slash all things. I got it. Eagle Eyes suddenly realized. Rayleigh held the knife to prevent it from breaking free, and said in surprise, what did you realize? Gia now understands the breathing of all things, and the great swordsman feels the law of the breath of all things, and the supreme great swordsman. Hawkeye looked at Bai Yu in front of him, his eyes very bright. These out-of-control weapons are the best proof. So, the supreme swordsman can directly affect the breathing of all things. Hiss. Those who listened and even eavesdropped felt a little scalp numb, and the people present were not weak, and more or less had an understanding of Jianao's abilities. If it affects the breathing of all things, wouldn't it affect all things differently? Going a step further, perhaps it is the breath that controls everything. Hawkeye's heart was extremely excited. He found a new path, and his swordsmanship was endless. Affect the breathing of all things? Kaido also looked condensed. Bai Yu hadn't shot yet, but the sweeping sword force on his body filled his heart with palpitations and a sense of lethality. Great swordsman. No, Kaido is a big stickman. No kidding, Kaido's mace. The 8 fasts, also nurtured by Kaido's many years of conquerors and armament, is no less than those top black knives. Kaido can wield a stick, and it is the same as the flying slash of the swordsman. I am the world's largest stickman, who would dare to fight with me with a stick? The sword at the moment. Kaido instantly remembered Bai Yu's unstoppable punch that killed him in an instant, and immediately threw away his thoughts. 3 worlds, Yinaluo. Kaido spins his mace in the air, and the conqueror's coils and swoops down. It belongs to Kaido's 4 great Ming kings, named one of the tricks, destroying everything from top to bottom with overwhelming force. My perception is full of the rhythm of the breath of all things. Bai Yu closed his eyes on the ice field, ignoring Kaido's attack. When tyrannical strike was about to touch Bai Yu suddenly drew his sword. Chong. Bai Yu drew his sword and retracted it, and the two sounds were combined, leaving only a clanging sound. I didn't see it. Hawkeye said that he did not see Bai Yu's slash at all, but only saw the result, which made him even more excited. This moment. Kaido's pupils condensed a little. In the next instant, under the loss of everyone's voice, the shockwave, the mace, and even Kaido were instantly split in half, and the terrifying power shook the split body with a repelling explosion. Hey! Boom! Until then, everyone heard the harsh roar and looked up to the sky. The entire sky above was cut open, the ravines were extremely deep, and the cracks spread for an unknown number of miles, making it impossible to see the end. Boss Kaido. Jin et al. Pay more attention to Kaido. How long has it been? He died again. Then. What is that? Cavendish looked at the crack in the sky in horror, which turned out to be extremely dark. Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help falling into a cold sweat. The captain didn't split the space, did he? The space crack? No, many people said in unison. Yeah, ha ha ha. A lot of people and gods have been there last year. Enel looked at a lot of doubtful old hats with disdain. That is space outside the world, and you can get there by passing through the clouds and atmosphere. 5. Outer space. So, the captain cut Kaido in two in an instant, and completely cut open the atmosphere to reveal space? Jinbei, who recently joined, couldn't help but ask, how far is outer space? Golden Lion Shiki's condensed slash can cut hundreds of kilometers of sea with one knife, and the farther the distance, the weaker the power. Rayleigh said solemnly, Supreme Great Swordsman is far stronger than Great Swordsman. The captain's sword has a range of thousands of kilometers. 99. Huh? Golden Lion? In such a comparison, many people feel that thousands of kilometers are normal, but this is because the captain is too scary. Death recovers. Advertisement Bai Yu resurrects Kaido again. 35 Jin and the others were numb. Demon King? This is the devil? Kaido, who was resurrected again, looked at the mace in his hand that had become intact again, and his thoughts fell into a short circuit. He died again, and he lived again. For so many years, I have either committed suicide or have been on the road to suicide, mainly to hone my strength. But constantly feeling the real death, that feeling made Kaido go numb. How can there be such a horrible person like Bai Yu in this world? No, Kaido wants to say that Bai Yu is not a human, but a devil. Dad, no, Swordsmanship, it's over. Bai Yu interrupted Kaido. Stop nonsense, next item, ability. Kaido's eyes filled with tears. He suddenly saw that Bai Yu was using him as a sparring partner and a target. Yes, hockey, swordsmanship and ability, these three categories either broke through a few months ago, or just broke through, so Bai Yu has to test one by one on Kaido. The strongest creature is the most suitable. Roar. Kaido directly turned into a huge blue dragon, soaring in the sky on the flame cloud, and flew towards the distance rapidly. Huh? He ran away. No, I want to distance myself and choose a long-range attack, which is very wise. Shirahoshi speaks with Hancock. Nami muttered, how many minutes? It's not 10 minutes yet. No, it's only 3 minutes. Robin chuckled, the girls put out a lot of treasure to bet, and Nami made the most money. If he made a wrong bet, Nami would be embarrassed. After all, Tetsolo and the others were Bai Yu's employees. Perona suggested. He seems to be getting more and more off topic. We have less than 7 minutes left in the bet. Do you want to remind Bai Yu the big bad guy? That's not good. Kaya pointed to the huge golden table on the ice sheet. We remind, that is open cheating, and the impact is not good. That's right. Perona hugged Xiao Yu and nodded. Runti, Rihei, and Maria were surprised. This little girl who looked like a loli didn't seem to be very smart. For a while, the three girls suddenly resonated. I don't believe it anymore. I can kill me from such a distance. After flying a few kilometers, Kaido regained some confidence after judging the safe distance, and opened his mouth to attack from a distance. Heat and bad wind. Lomko spit out a fiery pillar of fire, and then spit out a powerful wind blade. The wind assisted the fire, and the power surged into the distance. Everywhere. As Bai Yu whispered, the sealed state in his hand glowed with moon-white light. Infinite gaps, disordered world. After the rays of light dissipated in an instant, the sealed state turned into a white gold long sword, to be precise, a long sword. The whole was extremely luxurious and extremely mysterious. Cut. Shikai slashes, space torn apart. Under the eyes of Hawkeye and the others, the terrifying slash directly tore open the space, and a shocking pitch-black crack appeared wherever it passed. What? Qinglong's eyes widened. The dragon's breath and the bad wind collapsed in an instant, the void in front was completely split, and the dense dark cracks made Qinglong Kaido feel his scalp tingling. He has a strong physique, but if he is involved in the cracks in space, he will die incomparably. Quick. Too soon. Before Kaido could react, the slash slashed across his blue dragon body at an incredible speed. Boom. The entire body of the azure dragon cracked like a piece of tofu, a lot of flesh and blood was swallowed up by the cracks in the space, and blood spilled into the sky. Worthy of Mr. Kai. Let me level up twice. 99. Bai Yu's aura suddenly surged again, making the surrounding atmosphere hiss. Bankai. Time and space only me. Bai Yu's conquerors set off along with it, sweeping across the entire ice sheet in an instant, including the sky and Wanukuni, and continued to cleanse towards the outer waters of Wanukuni. In an instant. Wherever the conquerors passes, all things stand still, and all things freeze. Unlike Hancock's freezing of all things, this is the true standstill of time, in which the mind freezes. Shikai. Take control of space. Bankai. Control the time. This is the Zanpakuto ability of Bai Yu's sealed state with his real name, sleeping and eating together, accumulating training, riding into the spirit and will, and awakening under his real name. As for Bankai, the original premise is that Zanpakuto's body can be embodied and subdued, and then Bankai's real name can be known to complete Bankai. Sealable state is optimized. At the moment of Bai Yu Shikai Zanpakuto, he knew Bankai's real name directly. Advertisement, system optimization, and because of the influence of my spiritual will, you have awakened the power of space and time. Bai Yu flicked Zanpakuto in his hand. Well, as expected of me. Seeking flowers 0. Time and space are the abilities that Bai Yu wants and likes most. Yan, Zanpakuto whispered. Bai Yu's spirit entered the interior, and saw a cute and sweet little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. This is the figurative image. Zanpakuto is not a dead thing, but has its own mind, soul and character. Hello, little cutie. Goodbye little cutie. Looking at the little girl who was a little arrogant and puffed up, Bai Yu chuckled and left. Go back in time. The next moment, the still time was lifted, and Kaido, who had broken apart in the sky a few kilometers away, was instantly restored to integrity. Am I alive again? Kaido only remembered that he was torn apart by a knife, and his consciousness fell into silence in an instant. 4 times in a row, first a slash to the head, and then a nightmare. Conqueror's instant kill, swordsmanship instant kill, and ability instant kill. Congratulations to the Demon King for winning 4 kills. Huh, no. Kaido suddenly felt that his size was getting smaller and his strength was rapidly weakening. Bang. When Bai Yu threw Kaido onto the ice sheet, everyone was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of everyone was a black-faced little boy who looked no more than 3 years old, with a big head and a head, and was naive. At this moment, he was staring at himself with a confused face. Boss Kaido. Jin, who has been with Kaido for many years, is a little uncertain and stunned at this moment. Really? Quinn and Jack also stared, and they really didn't recognize it. Ha 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 ha, if you guessed right, it's Kaido. Gee ha ha ha, still need to guess. This little brat is much cuter. Yeah ha ha ha, the breath is so weak, this god can trample him to death. The members of each division burst into laughter, and many even took out their phone bugs to take pictures and videos to record this moment. Finished work. Bai Yu is in a good mood. Conqueror's upgrade, Zanpakuto Shikai and Bankai, Teacher Kai's teaching level, it is really a miracle. What have you done? The 3-year-old Kaido roared and ran towards Bai Yu with his short legs, and he fell on the way, making his face dark and extremely embarrassed. You're back when you were 3 years old, the most vulnerable childhood. 4 packages. Bai Yu came to Shao Kaido in an instant and said plainly. 1. I will throw you to Yamato, and let her beat you every day, beat you to death, and die once a day. Little Kaido stared. 2nd, strip you off, castrate you, and after the newspaper is published, parade around the world. Little Kaido's eyes widened. Enough. Little Kaido's little black face was wrinkled into a ball, and the tears were gushing out and crying. Wow, that's enough. You might as well kill lousy like this, old. I've taken it, I've really taken it. What a brutal package. Little Kaido felt a chill inside. Compared with Bai Yu, he is really naive. The first point is that he wants to die. The second point is that even if he dies, he will be engraved on the pillar of shame, not to mention the latter two, which are definitely more ruthless. He didn't want to know, and at the same time couldn't help scolding himself for being too simple. If he was as ruthless as Bai Yu, those powerhouses who were defeated and difficult to conquer by him would have kneeled long ago. It's not a shame to surrender to the Demon King. Kaido was crying in his heart, and he became someone else's younger brother after all. At the age of 15, he encountered the monsters of the Rocks group, but he joined the group. At the age of 59, he was crushed by the devil at will to experience life and death, and he cried and joined. Chilling cold. He is the strongest creature in the world, when will he be able to stand up? I said long ago that the captain's package is so cruel that even a man has to kneel. Kid couldn't help but speak. The memories of Hawkins, Apu, Drake, Uroge, and Kira were instantly pulled back to the scene 2 years ago, and they knelt on the spot. At the same time, they feel pity. Unexpectedly, Kaido knelt down before the captain had finished talking about all the packages. They still wanted to see Kaido's arrogant and unyielding appearance. The strongest creature is really weak. Kaido, if you want to see Lao Su being castrated, stripped and thrown on the street, just say it. Actually, you don't need to do this, the tyrant swears that I will abide by it. Little Kaido continued crying and reminding. Still crying, Bai Yu kicked over. Remember today's lesson for me, go to prison to wake up. Little Kaido falls into the unfolding, undead prison space behind Uzumaki. Bang. When the small figure fell, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kuzan, and Zephyr all looked over at once. Who is this little brat? 9. Chapter 221. Whitebeard said, my son has the appearance of a king. The captain is immortal. This is where, the 3-year-old black-faced child fell awake, and his face was full of surprise. Also at this time, there was a burst of laughter. Gu Lala, such a young prisoner, it seems that you are not easy. This voice, after the black-faced child got up from the ground with a stunned expression, he turned his head and saw the tall figure of Crescent Moon Who. Whitebeard, Gu Lala, this stunned expression is such a cute child. It's been a long time since I saw my son. Seeing such a young boy, Whitebeard's eyes were full of the tenderness of a loving father. But noticing the vicissitudes of life in the boy's eyes that did not match his age, Whitebeard suddenly felt a little distressed. You can come here at this age, you must have an amazing talent or special ability, you must have suffered a lot. Speaking of which, Whitebeard reached out, come and be my son. This familiar and unfamiliar sentence made the black-faced child's eyes widen. For a time, thinking short-circuited. Gula Lala, are you scared? 39 Whitebeard tried his best to keep his smile gentle and kind, and even squatted down on purpose. It really scares me. The black-faced child who had regained his senses was so angry that he exploded, and said angrily, you actually want to think of Lao Su as your son? It's a dream. Death to Lao Su. The black-faced child raised his small, May 17th, fist and punched Whitebeard. It's really interesting to call yourself Lao Su. Whitebeard smiled and didn't hide. Bang. After the punch was thrown, it was like an ordinary person punching the wall, and the black-faced child immediately flushed. It hurts. Wow, I have become so weak, I can't live anymore. The black-faced child was crying. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Gu la la la, you are still young, but I will teach you well, bear the name of my Whitebeard, and turn the world upside down. Break out your uncle, Gu la la la, interesting. What's up with this kid? Zephyr and Kuzan looked at the little kid carefully. He seems to recognize Whitebeard, but he is not afraid but angry. It is really not easy. 5. Gia ha ha ha, Newgate, are you overflowing with fatherly love again? Golden Lion floated over, folded his arms and looked down at the crying child, disdainfully. A kid who can only cry, he will be a waste when he grows up. 99. What did you say too? The two voices sounded at the same time, and Whitebeard was furious, and at the moment was stunned. Because the black-faced child stood up and said disdainfully, I didn't expect you to be alive, you immortal waste. Well said. Whitebeard secretly praised, and was immediately impressed by the good new son. Shiki stared. You. What are you? You are amazing when your body recovers and becomes younger. The black-faced child glanced at him even more disdainfully. What Golden Lion? You are a rubbish little rooster in Lao Su's eyes. And you, Whitebeard, who was about to laugh, saw, good son, pointing at him again, and looked at him with interest. What are you laughing at? You are also worthy of being a father of Laozi for something that is immortal. Whitebeard couldn't help blowing his beard and staring. It's Lao Su's fault. It's Lao Su's responsibility to teach you to respect your father. Wrong. Just when Whitebeard was about to teach his son properly, Golden Lion suddenly calmed down and looked at the black-faced child carefully. What is your relationship with Kaido? Advertisement Kaido. Whitebeard was startled, but also looked carefully, and found that the good son had a calf horn on his head, and he could vaguely see what he looked like when he first met 15-year-old Kaido. Also, Whitebeard took 15-year-old Kaido to Rock's Pirate to report, and the Golden Lion was there. I am Kaido. What? Hearing the black-faced kid burst out drinking, Kuzan and Zephyr came over in a daze. These eyebrows, these horns, really look more and more like there should be nothing wrong. It was the captain who did it. The captain said that they should adjust their mentality after joining and wait for a person to come in and then go out. It should be Kaido. That would be interesting. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and even Zephyr also twitched their lips inexplicably. Alara. Kuzan directly grabbed the calf's horn and raised the angry and struggling Lil Kaido. It feels really good to catch the 4 emperors with one hand. 95. Let go of my father. Little Kaido is angry. When did he suffer such grievances when he grew up so big? Let me wait for them all. Gia ha ha ha. I haven't seen you for decades. You really are getting younger. Golden Lion grabbed the little Kaido and said viciously. Don't think that if you become a child, I will forget what I just said. The little C*** K is you. Stop. Whitebeard drank. When Golden Lion was surprised, Whitebeard grabbed Kaido and said solemnly, don't be afraid, child, father will protect you. You all listen carefully. Kaido is Lao Su's son. My son Kaido has the appearance of a king. Gu la la la. At the end, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. He couldn't stop laughing. Golden Lion secretly said that it is a pity. He knew he had just recognized his son. No, he should be Kaido's grandfather directly. Opportunity. Look back and dig. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's laughter, Zephyr took out Lil Kaido and commented. This is the strongest creature in the world? Little Tintin is no bigger than my fingernail. Little Kaido's Little Tintin. The crowd laughed at a glance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Little Kaido roared, unable to struggle, and cried loudly. Let go of Lao Su. Let Lao Su die. Lao Su is dead. Outside world. Kick Kaido into the undead prison, and Bai Yu is looking out at the bottom of the inland sea. Tetsolo put away the huge gold table and closed the fund distribution bets. Nami, Karina and other girls are counting small money together. They are not interested in money, but they are happy when they win. Dover, Sand Crocodile, Cavendish and others were teaching Jin, Quinn, Jack and others ideological education. You bosses are all kneeling. What are you waiting for? Then listen carefully. The 99 iron laws of the Bai Yu fleet. Chong. Suddenly, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and Ryder drew their knives, and Bullet clenched their fists. Lu Chi and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they became alert and looked around. Yeah, haha. How dare someone fly over alone? Enel looked into the distance and raised his hand. God's punishment. Now. Dozens of miles away. A figure with black curly hair, dressed in green casual clothes, with a long flower flying on his back, holding a phone bug and saying. That's it. I saw from a distance that the cliff on the side of Wanukuni collapsed and there must have been a big fight there. Isn't it found? After being separated by dozens of miles, even if I was found, I had the confidence to leave. Tens of miles. Opposite, a Kainu of naval headquarters frowned slightly and stretched out. After all, the other party was a twin emperor, especially the Demon King, and it would be much safer to be several dozen miles away. Ah, so confident? Kizaru trimmed his nails and said, as an admiral, don't be careless. Advertisement, boom. A roar came from the phone bug, followed by a voice. Marshal, I destroyed a long-range lightning strike and should have been discovered. Green cow, evacuate immediately. Akainu suddenly had a bad intuition in his heart. There is still time to attack the Green Bull in the battle between the two emperors, which proves that one side is in excellent condition and it is the safest to evacuate. Fujitora said in a condensed voice, it's a shame to retreat without a fight as an admiral. If it's an old man, at least take a close look, grab an elite and then evacuate. 5. Wow, great proposal. Kizaru also looked at Fujitora with admiration. He looked blind and kind, but he didn't expect him to be even darker than the old man. Good. The Green Bull looked into the distance and said, "There is a thunderlight rushing out. It is Enel, the god of thunder. There is no one else. I angered him to stay away from flying. This is the opportunity." 39 Seeing that the phone bug was directly hung up, Akainu called several times but still no one answered, making him frown and face black. The Green Bull sometimes acted against his orders, and this time too, Akainu was a little sullen. Enrage Enel, then fly away from Wanukuni, wait for him to catch up, then take him further and safer? A bit of an idea, but wrong, Akainu said solemnly. The task is to investigate. If there is a chance to catch one or two more elites, does this mean that after catching Kaido's elite subordinates, he went to catch the Demon King? 5. Ah, the green cow was really scary. Kizaru's expression was exaggerated. If you really catch it, who will bear the wrath of the Demon King? Him. Kizaru poured a cup of tea on the ground as he spoke, with a sad expression on his face. What are you doing? Anyway, a colleague, bid farewell to the green cow, and be a good cow in the next life. Akainu's face darkened. Why is this year's admiral so unreliable, and when Akainu sees Fujitora, he finally has some comfort in his heart. Although it doesn't match Fujitora's personality, it is much better than Kizaru and Green Bull. Enel pursued. The others didn't move, because everyone was attracted by Bai Yu's actions. Everyone saw a shocking scene. Back in time. Bai Yu Bankai Zanpakuto. Under everyone's astonishment, the Oni Island, which had been smashed into slag before, began to condense. 0.9 Oni Island, reproduced. This scene is extremely terrifying. Creation is always more difficult than destruction, and a horror word pops up in everyone's mind. Time. Not the captain's power of recovery, but the pure power of time. How to stop the power of time? Fortunately, this kind of power comes from the captain, and many talents are relieved. It's really majestic. The newly added Kazuki Hiyori, Xiaoyu, Runti and Black Maria tell the time and Bai Yu. Long live the captain. I don't know which hero it was, but after recovering, he shouted excitedly. Bullet kicked over and shouted angrily. Long live? Are you cursing the captain? Which squad? Shout with me, shout out, Captain Demon King is immortal. Oh. Immediately board the island and board the ship. The ancient weapon Pluton should also be born, Bai Yu said, overlooking the bottom of the inland sea. 35 Crocodile and others were shocked. The legendary Pluton battleship? As for the Island of Ghosts, apart from the fact that there must be a lot of resources on it, Bai Yu will repair any island even if it is destroyed, because he has regarded the whole world as his own territory. TT. You cannot destroy your own territory. Bai Yu shook his head. He didn't expect that Bullet also began to dilute. Not bad. Chapter 222. The super battleship Pluton comes into the world. 4 Eudemons, allocated. There's Pluton here. 35 The most exciting of all was Crocodile, who paid too much for it. As a result, he was beaten and thrown into prison by Bai Yu and became a younger brother. If he was given a chance, he would definitely stay in East Blue, waiting for the captain to be born and go to sea. Be the first to join and become the most beautiful cub under the captain's command. Bai Yu. You think too much. Yes, it's in Wanukuni. Bai Yu explained to the younger brothers. Pluton battleship. One of the 3 ancient weapons with the name of God. The super worst battleship built by the capital of 7 waters. It is said that it can destroy an island with one shot. 100 years in the blank. The Pluton warship was transferred to Wanukuni, and then Wanukuni built a wall to close the country. The water accumulated in the wall to form an inland sea, and the new Wanukuni was rebuilt halfway up the mountain. The formation of the inner sea, the reconstruction of the mountainside. Hearing this, everyone looked at Fujiyama and then at the inner sea. So, ancient Wanukuni was at the bottom of the inland sea, and so was Pluton. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone boarded the boat, or on the ghost island restored by Bai Yu, leaving only Bai Yu on the ice sheet. Well. At this time, Yamato woke up and exclaimed, Don't destroy Onishima, don't kill father. Huh? Are you awake? Seeing Yamato wake up in the barrier, Runti said, You have been sleeping for a long time, don't worry, Kaido has joined. What? Yamato was shocked by Hundi's words, and wondered why his body was so small, and was attracted by another sentence. Wanukuni, the country is about to start, Kazuki Hiyori murmured while holding his hands. To tear down the cliff formed by the wall, let the inland sea disappear, reproduce the ancient Wanukuni, and take out the Pluton as the founding of the country. So. Black Maria came over and explained to Yamato, and gradually his eyes became brighter and everything became fine. Bai Yu raised his hand. The ghost island and the ships of the various teams flew up together and came to the sky. Let the ice sheet disappear. The first step, Shanghai. Crash. Bai Yu stood in the sky and raised his hand. Under everyone's gaze, the waters of the 11 inner seas churned and all floated up, forming an incomparably huge waterball in the sky. Hi. 35 On the mountainside of Fujiyama, everyone on the main island of Wanukuni, which is also in the inland sea, looked at the sky water polo in amazement. What is that? The green cow that was dozens of miles away also saw the huge water polo, and felt a little bad, because he thought that it was the devil's shot. Yeah, haha, you are the Admiral Green Bull. Come and fight with this god. Enel, who flew in before, was full of fighting spirit. You be *************** D. Green Bull said unceremoniously. First anger Enel, the god of thunder, and then continue to stay away from Wanukuni. It is best to fly hundreds of miles away. If Enel follows, then he will take down the god of thunder. Thinking of his plan, the Green Bull cursed. Percent hash asterisk percent asterisk. Good, very good. Shinghai has such foul language. Enel's eyes are full of killing intent. Deliberately anger the god? You are dead? Follow up if you have one. The green cow sneered and controlled the flying flowers on its back, and flew quickly into the distance. Enel followed in anger. Admiral. Bai Yu glanced at the direction of the two and didn't care, and continued to manipulate the water polo, directly dropping the inner sea ball slowly into the distant sea and blending into the sea. Ancient Wanukuni. The girls on the spaceship, the ghost island and everyone on the squadron boat looked down, and soon saw a large island at the bottom of the inland sea, and there were still many buildings left on the island. The second step is to clear the fence. Cut. Bai Yu drew his sword, and instantly slashed out several incomparably huge cross slashes. Boom. The terrifying slash fell on the cliff surrounding Wanukuni, showing a devastating blow, and the terrifying roar woke up everyone in Wanukuni. What happened? Hey, look, the inner sea and the outer cliffs are all gone. Is he the Demon King that Denjiro said? How terrifying. Wanukuni was shocked, and the few remaining Red Sheath 9 heroes were even more shocked. The figure standing high above the original inland sea, even if it was far apart, could only see a single point, but the sight of it still made one's heart tremble. After a while, advertisement the tsunami subsided, the dust dissipated, and the walls and cliffs completely disappeared. Is this what Wanukuni used to be? Nami whispered. At this moment, the spaceship is far away from Wanukuni, and from a distance, you can see what Wanukuni looked like hundreds of years ago. From the overall point of view, it is an island with huge mountains. Ancient Wanukuni. There is an island on the sea level, and the area of various buildings is much larger than the current Wanukuni. Reconstruction Wanukuni. There is a huge vine mountain on the island, which is rebuilt halfway up the mountain. The third step is to find Pluton. Go, find out Pluton. Seeing the excitement of many migrant workers, Bai Yu landed both the ship and the island of ghosts on the ancient Wanukuni. The hands on the watch turned into the wisdom wheel trembled slightly. Bai Yu glanced at it. I know the time fruit is here, then you continue to find the next one. Bai Yu input. Space fruit. Although Bai Yu's Shikai Bankai Zanpakuto had directly gained the power to control space and time, the Paramecia space fruit in the Qinghai world, Bai Yu still had to take it back to his sister. Door fruit plus Kamui fruit plus wear through fruit, all are lower branches of space fruit, then there will be. There. Watching the pointer of the wheel of wisdom turn, Bai Yu sensed the past in the direction and found that the Holy Land was also in this direction. Therefore, there is a high probability of being in the Holy Land. Bai Yu doesn't care either, he perceives the ancient Wanukuni extremely finely, skips where Pluton is, and perceives devil fruit. 2. Bai Yu sensed 2 devil fruits and transferred them directly into his hands. A pattern is extremely mysterious, making people unable to look away, the fruit of time. A pattern is like a lightning bolt, and the shape is very special. Looking at this devil fruit carefully, a name appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Zone, dog fruit, phantom beast, thunder beast form, 35. Abilities. Fly, extremely fast, and can handle lightning. Another legendary monster, devil fruit. Regarding the legends of thunder beasts, in addition to being able to fly and control lightning, the most controversial is the various images of thunder beasts, such as raccoon, weasel, badger, raccoon dog, wolf, raccoon, etc. There are many legends about the image of thunder beasts. And the one in Bai Yu's hand is the thunder beast of the Kennedy family, with sharp claws, able to fly and to control lightning. In Bai Yu's hands, there are currently 4 phantom beasts and monsters, Dajindao, thunder beast, crane, and Orochi. The girls are not suitable, the war is imminent, they are all distributed. Bai Yu's mind flashed a few candidates suitable for these 4 phantom beasts. Eudemon's thunder beast, fly, control lightning, then feed Zephyr. Eudemon's new, flying, controlling flames, this is very suitable for blazing cinders. Eudemon's Orochi, with several lives, this is suitable for Jack to recklessly pass. Eudemon's Daindao, give it to Kaku and continue to strengthen the original CP9 group of 6. Do what you want. Bai Yu came to the island of ghosts. Jin, Jack, stand still, I'll give you the fruit, don't look at Quinn, this time it's none of your business, 35. Quinn, a scientist eats what zone fruit wastes. Lord Demon King, I have a collection of fruits, Paramecia. Quinn said excitedly. It's a mechanical fruit, this one is very suitable for me. Oh, not bad. 35 Quinn is good at all kinds of mechanical transformations, which is really a good match. It is just that Bai Yu can peel off the Brachiosaurus and give the ancient Brachiosaurus fruit to others to eat. Okay, I'll change it for you. Bai Yu transferred Kaku by the way and replaced the fruit for the 4 of them. After a while, the 4 of Kaku have been replaced. Although they have not yet been developed, the Phantom Beast species is the Phantom Beast species, which has far greater potential than the ancient species and has special abilities. Thank you Captain for the gift. Especially Jin, Jack and Quinn have infinite emotions in their hearts. Boss Kaido's choice is right. Lord Demon King really has a lot of heart, no suspicion of them, admiration and loyalty. Practice hard. Bai Yu didn't say much, the 4 of them were also the most suitable and their strengths were all in place. Zephyr, eat it. Bai Yu threw the Thunder Beast fruit into the undead prison and fell into Zephyr's hands. Devil fruit. Looking at the lightning patterned fruit in his hand, Zephyr felt very heavy inside, and he didn't think about taking a bite. The battle was imminent, and strength was the most important thing. Bai Yu, no, Lord Demon King, no, Captain, let me out. 3-year-old Kaido cried out in Whitebeard's hand. Even if you don't let me out, it will make me bigger, the 4 bastards are too bullying. Every one of them wants to be my father or my grandfather, and they still play my little ding-ding, woo-woo. Bai Yu secretly said, fortunately, I didn't go in to see it, and I was currently throwing fruit through the space Uzumaki outside the undead prison. But, fair enough. You can see how smooth Kaido is calling the captain now, proving that the Golden Lion is absolutely right. Bai Yu suddenly smiled and said, Newgate, you are here to train Lil Kaido well, give him an unforgettable memory, and come out tomorrow. Advertisement hum. Space Uzumaki closed. The prison was full of cries. Bai Yu, give Admiral Tuss, Nami shouted from the spaceship. You? 35 Bai Yu felt that Enel and the Green Bull were still flying away, and nodded. Okay, the Green Bull will be handed over to you, 39. Because Bai Yu said before, if the concept does not match, Admiral will kill the Green Bull. The girls kept these words in their hearts and wanted to contribute to Bai Yu. Seeing, hearing, color perception, Bai Yu directly transferred Enel and Green Bull. Captain. The scene changed in an instant, and Enel checked it immediately and was relieved to see Bai Yu, but Lu Niu's heart sank. It's over. The green cow had flowers flying in the sky on its back, and when he looked down on it, his scalp felt numb. That's the Fire Bane and Ember. And Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Ryder on the island below. Where is Kaido? No, Kaido doesn't matter. Now it's the same with or without Kaido, so many combat powers are intact, let alone a Marine Admiral. Even if all the senior officers of Naval Headquarters come together, they have to kneel. The green cow, planted it, Demon King, You are not qualified to talk to me. Bai Yu was too lazy to look at the green cow. First, Green Bull's devil fruit is very good, very suitable for girls. Second, strongly support world government and celestial dragons, think that non-joined countries do not deserve human rights and are very low. As for the second item, Bai Yu has no interest in talking to him. This is the most loyal domestic dog of 517 celestial dragons. Celestial dragons licking dogs. Die, whoosh whoosh. 30 girls wearing white combat uniforms flew with their angel wings and quickly surrounded the Admiral Green Bull. Hiss. Enel glanced at it and was speechless, and many of them made him feel extremely dangerous, and immediately walked away. Bai Yu, I joined too, I want to fight, shouted. I also want. Run is directly turned into a pink Dongfanglong and flew over, only to find that he flew back again, a little confused. Don't worry, I'll change your equipment for you to upgrade. Bai Yu changed Yamato's age back, and by the way, he reduced his body size to match the girls, and then took out a lot of things to explain. Naji, holy water, angel wings, beauty pills, and fairy beans, all drank and eaten first, to wear. Yamato, Xiaoyu, Kazuki Hiyori, Black Maria, Runti, the 5 girls were shocked at the moment. Is this the welfare of the girls on the Demon King's spaceship? I'm so happy. Bai Yu could not refuse, and the 5 women ate, drank, wore and collected them. Boom. One roar belonged to the explosion of the Green Bull being beaten, and the other was the roar that broke out on the ancient Wanukuni. It was Hawkeye and others who were excavating the hidden battleship and showing it. Everyone couldn't help but look over, and the girls also looked sideways. The huge battleship revealed as huge and full of mystery, Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Out. Crocodile was pleasantly surprised and excited. Ha ha ha, what a huge warship, the world government will end. Boyle, we may not use it, remember what the captain said? Doflamingo reminded. Pluton. It's just a bigger toy, and it's not big enough for me to slash, so what's the use of it? Another day I will find the Pluton battleship and throw it to you to play, and I will get tired of playing for a few days. Pluton Rayleigh felt odd to think of what the captain had said. Then I'll play Pluton for a few more days, Crocodile said seriously. Rayleigh. However, with their power, they really can't use Pluton, and the destructive power is too great, and they have to repair the island. However, one thing is important. Bai Yu will still let Bullet plus Quinn plus Vegapunk penetrate the Pluton structure, and build a few more Plutons with the combined fruit plus mechanical fruit plus scientific ability. After all, too many people don't know what a strong man is, but they know what a shotgun is. You may not need it, but you must have it. With Pluton in hand, that is a huge deterrent, a deterrent effect, and the Master of Truth is within range. Chapter 223, Admiral Green Bull, Die, Marine has an undercover, time fruit. Pluton, ancient weapon. A glimpse of the huge warship with a sense of history and metal below, Admiral Green Bull was full of shock. Pluton is now alive, and it has fallen into the hands of the Demon King, which is amazing. 1 cannon and 1 island. Who can stop it, at the same time? Green Bull also found a very serious problem, that is, Jin, Quinn and others are watching Pluton while experiencing their new abilities. The devil gave them a replacement, harmony with the Demon King? This means that the Beast's pirates also joined the Demon King, and Kaido, who was not here, took the lead. Otherwise, the 3 disasters would not be so relaxed and stress-free, yet so free. Escape. While everyone was watching Pluton, the Green Bull's speed surged and flew away. Want to run now? Bai Yu said that it was too late. No, it should be said that Green Bull was doomed at the moment Wanukuni was influenced by Kizaru and Fujidora's decision. Kamui. Position recovery, gravitational tides. Space transfer. Hina distorted the green cow's front space from a long distance and stopped him. Kaya recovered. Rebecca's gravitational waves, and Karina's transfer, together they dragged the green cow back through the air. Mind power cage, fantasy blockade, holy light imprisoned. Frozen rays. Garrett's psychic chain was trapped in the moment. Shirahoshi imagined the invisible barrier to block the moment. Konus's holy light and Vivi's ice line followed, and after the moment of imprisonment, the whole body of the green bull was frozen. This is the female crew member. At the moment of freezing, the green cow's brain was blank for a moment. At that moment, he was restrained by 8 top-level fruit abilities, and there were still dozens of them left. Who was the Marine who said that the Demon Queen's crew members are all vases, and they can stack up with various top-level abilities to achieve lore? Green Bull. Yes, it's Kizaru. You said that the female crew members are all small dishes. Kizaru. I'm joking. Do you even believe what the undercover Old Sixth says? A series of imprisoned and frozen. The next moment, the attack broke out. Aurora Meteor. Endless rain kills. 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds. Ghost Bomb. Soul Fire. Super Blizzard, Moon Tide, 39. Extreme Straight Punch. The moonlight condensed attacks of Tashigi, Makino, Robin, Perona, Stussy, Monet, and Garrett, the Phantom Beast Moon Rabbit, and the increase of Koala's Fruit of Strength, erupted with their own ultimate Sharkwa positive punch. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, and this moment was really as gorgeous and dangerous as fireworks, and all areas of Wanukuni shook again. Hot breath. Thunder 8 trigrams. Before the explosion was over, the pink oriental dragon burst into a pillar of fire, and the other, wearing a white battlesuit, unfolded his angel wings and held a mace to blast out shockwaves. Runti and Yamato attack. Boom. Whoosh. After the heat breath and shockwave rushed in, the figure inside was directly blasted away, streaking across the sky, and rushing towards Wanukuni. Idiot Yamato, you should attack me in the opposite direction, collide and explode. 9. Ah, sorry, I was just too excited, angel wings are so fast. 9. Runti is super fierce, Yamato is happy. Strong men from the outside world? Yes, Marine Admiral. Kazuki Hiyori and Black Maria also flew in white clothes, and they were relieved to see that there were still many girls who didn't take action. They also wanted to fight. Go ahead and settle it as soon as possible. 55 Bai Yu said to the girls, and the girls flew in the direction of the Green Bull. Now. The main island, Hime Desert. The green cow crawled out of the deep pit covered in blood, and immediately took out a phone bug that was still dying and was still on the verge of being protected by him. Blue. Backquote, listening to the broadcast of the phone bug, Green Bull stared at the dozens of white figures flying from the sky ahead, feeling extremely depressed. Advertisement. It's all terrifying. The confinement and blockade of various abilities. As long as he pauses for a moment, it is all kinds of terrorist attacks in all directions. It's hard to fight back. The main thing. Among them, several women made him feel extremely dangerous, and he had not yet shot. If they all shot together just now, he would send it. I didn't expect that my wild animal husband would end up like this, dying at the hands of a woman. Seeing no possibility of winning, especially Bai Yu's indifferent attitude towards him, Lu Niu Wild Mew was still calm, and when he saw the phone call, he immediately shouted. Pluton fell into the hands of the Demon King. The beasts joined. I'm going to die. There's definitely an undercover on the top floor of Marine. Maybe more than one. It must be. Boom. What did you say? Akainu on the opposite side was a little stunned by the series of words from the green cow, and she immediately said, Green cow? Green cow? Hang up the old man's phone again. No, there was an accident at the last explosion, and Akainu fell silent. He had planned to take Enel before. Why did he suddenly fall into desperation? Ah, little brother Lu Niu died so tragically. Kizaru's expression suddenly became extremely sad, and he poured tea on the ground again. Green cow, go all the way. Fujitora sighed. It's a pity, until he died, the old man didn't invite him to eat a bowl of noodles, he didn't eat. The green cow has not eaten for 3 years because of its ability, and will be hungry on the way to Wangshen. 35. Akainu. The results haven't come out yet, and the specific situation is still unclear. Why did you two begin to feel sad and regretful? All too worried. Let the old man stroke it, Pluton. Beasts. These 2 points made Akainu's heart sink. As for what Green Bull said about top-level undercover, there are more than one. Akainu already has the answer in his heart. It is not. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Kizaru, Fujitora, these people are the top floor of naval headquarters. The first 4 decades-old Marine, even if Fujitora was suspected by the above, but Akainu thinks that it is a misunderstanding. Fujitora will not go undercover as a big pirate, because there is no motivation and undercover purpose. Not this time either. From beginning to end, Fujitora met the Demon King by chance more than 2 years ago, and had no time to see the Demon King some time ago, so he left Dressrosa and returned to the warship soon. Ah, Pluton. Akainu was finally caught by Pluton. But Wanokuni is beyond reach. Reporting is a headache for the 5 elders. Hime, Desert. The girls flew in very fast, forbidden and hateful. The green cow produced a large number of plants, and it also turned into a huge tree man. Countless plants spread all over the desert, forming a virgin forest. This ability is great. Vivi's big eyes brightened. Alabasta Desert, it should be covered with forest fruits. Ken. Robin smiled and said, Logia's ability, whether it is a move or itself, has the characteristics of its natural elements. Ice will melt, light will dissipate, and magma will turn into stones, but the plants made by the forest fruit grow independently after they appear because of the characteristics of plants. 5. The girls nodded. The green cow with the fruits is a part of nature itself, and the production of plants is also a part of nature. Then take it away, Hancock Conqueror's opening. The green bull's eyes slammed, and countless plants rose into the sky, and they were all covered with armed colors and turned into a tsunami that quickly attacked the girls. In the face of plants, sometimes freezing is more effective than flame and will freeze. No waiter Binya. Yamato spit out a large amount of freezing gas, which also formed a tsunami that slammed into the ice. Fantasy frozen. Shirahoshi raised his hand, fantasizing about creating a large swath of cold air that turned into a torrent. Frozen rays. The frost is coming. Ice Age. Vivi's ice line, Lil Aisha's frost, and Pudding's freezing ability. Pudding is not a frozen fruit, but a replica fruit of the original Bait-1 member Carminio. After Bai Yu took it away, he let the weak girls draw a lottery to replace the ability, and Pudding drew the replica fruit. Bai Yu first let a little pirate eat the memory fruit, waited for Pudding to copy it, and then deprived it, and asked her to say that she wanted to copy other people's devil fruit ability. Pudding's current copy limit is 3, and it does not need to be used by the ability person himself. Multiple copies need to be eliminated, and only one ability can be used at a time. In addition to the memory fruit, Pudding finally chose to copy Bai Yu's body, lion fruit plus frozen fruit. Instant eternity. With the green cow itself as the source, Hancock burst into cold air from the air. The 6 paths, strong or weak, burst out together with great power, freezing all the plants together with the green cow in place. At this moment, the girls swirled around the sky and attacked downwards. Kamui, 35 advertisement, spiritual shock, super electromagnetic cannon. Thousands of thunders are coming. Hina remotely twists where the green cow is. Khalifa's magical beast species Nine-Tails Fox develops a mental attack. Baby 5 raises his hand and bursts out a large super electromagnetic gun. Nami's thundercloud plummets, and the other dozens of girls' big moves also burst out. Boom. The entire forest exploded, the entire Hime area was shaking, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. How many people can stand it? Bai Yu is watching here. The girls are more powerful, and the most obvious is that there is no gap in the attack, and the dense number continues without stopping. The power of the joint collision has increased sharply. As long as you pause or relax for a moment, except for some with extremely tenacious vitality, it is easy for others to kneel. Gang fights are the last word. Cut God. Now that he decided to kill, before the explosion dissipated, Gion was full of armed colors, unfolded the wings of an angel to cut through the void, and drew his sword through the dust in an instant. The great perfume femur. After Gion passed through, Hancock also made up the knife and kicked a terrifying impact directly from the air. Hey! Boom! As soon as the sound of the slashing sounded, the roaring sound followed, and in Bai Yu's perception, the aura of the green cattle baron at the moment was extremely weak. Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh. If someone provokes them, then the ending will definitely be tragic, and only I can bear it, so I have paid too much for world peace. 99. Well done. Bai Yu came to speak in an instant, raised his hand to transfer the green cow, which was completely broken, and cracked his head with a snap of his fingers. Admiral Green Bull, die. Logia forest fruit. Bai Yu condensed the fruit in his hand and looked at the girls, looking for the incompetent. Reiju, eat it. Bai Yu handed the forest fruit to Reiju, and now Reiju is the weakest. Because Bai Yu has wiped out all the influence of the bloodline factor on Reiju, if there is no auxiliary such as holy water to restore the blood, it will be weaker. Thank you Mr. Bai Yu, no need to thank the family. Listening to Bai Yu's gentle words, Reiju smiled and grabbed the fruit. Rihei, eat it. Bai Yu took out a fruit and handed it over. Yes, Mr. Bai Yu. Kazuki Hiyori smiled sweetly and sweetly. Devil fruit is an ordinary fruit in Bai Yu, whoever eats it first is the same, and all the girls are used to devil fruit. Nami was curious. What ability does this devil fruit of Sister Hua have? The fruit of time. Wow. Bai Yu just said the name of the fruit, and many girls exclaimed. After all, Bai Yu showed the power of time before, but it shocked everyone. Sir Bai Yu, it. Kazuki Hiyori, who was about to eat, was stunned, his eyes widened in amazement. It's so precious, and Kazuki Hiyori knows this devil fruit, Li Dejao, very well. It's just a devil fruit, eat it, and use it well in the future. Bai Yu stroked Kazuki Hiyori's emerald hair, and Hiyori nodded. After watching Hiyori and eating, Bai Yu chose to fuse, and after realizing his ability, he explained, this fruit of time can allow itself or a designated object to travel through time and space, but it can only go to the future, not back to the past. 99. Indeed it is. Bai Yu suspects that this is a fake time fruit, but it is still very powerful. Huh? That's all? Perona made no secret of the disappointment on her face. Sugar also said, I thought that time could be stopped, reversed, accelerated, etc. to perfectly control time. Bai Yu knocked on the foreheads of the two girls. There is no perfect fruit, and time travel is also very powerful. If you say that, then its name should be called the Fruit of Time. Robin closed the book and whispered. Fruit of Time. Bai Yu was taken aback. Time. A period of time when things continue to develop and change, and the period from the future to the present, from the present to the past, is a part of time. It fits this one very well. Where is the devil fruit that can perfectly control time? Bai Yu looked at the watch turned into a wisdom wheel, in his hand. Something went wrong. Not right. It is indeed the wheel of wisdom, it is really very wise, because this one is called the fruit of time, so I pointed to it before. As for the fruit of true time, it means another fruit that perfectly controls time, and the wheel of wisdom points in the direction again. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Bai Yu admires. Wordplay. Bai Yu enters the name again. The pointer turns immediately. Let's go see Pluton. Bai Yu sensed the places in the direction of the pointer and took the girls away. True time fruit. Feather. Chapter 224. Dragon Spell, Team 0, 11, arrive at Elbaf. Complete Pluton. Explore ancient Wanukuni. Robin also found a large number of stones inscribed with historical writing in the ruins of the Kazuki family in ancient Wanukuni. But these stones are of little value and are not standard historical texts. System, lottery. Bai Yu also turned around, checked Pluton, and started the lottery. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Yamato to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Ding, Dragon Charm 100. Bai Yu whispered. The third spell, there are only 12 in total. 100, the same number as the rabbit charm, is enough for the girls to share. Dragon Charm. The demon of fire, the magic power of the holy body, can burst out the explosive flames with huge destructive power, representing the fiery blasting bombing. Flaming flames, burning explosions, a combination of flames and bombs. Ding, the item triggers the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize it. Optimization. Ding. All functions of the Dragon Charm have been optimized and bound to the host. Function 1. All aspects are optimized, the flame temperature can be independently developed, and the explosive power can be independently enhanced with the strength. Function 2. It can be given to others to form a rune imprint and obtain explosive flames. Function 3. Recyclable runes. Remark 1. The shape, size and color of the rune are all controllable. Remark 2. The Dragon Charm itself cannot be used, and it needs to form a rune. Remark 3. System optimization breaks the limit, and the upper limit of independent development is extremely high. The extremely high upper limit of the self-developed temperature and explosion is really good. Bai Yu is very satisfied. The explosion is not the same as burning, burning is burning. With 2 spells, Bai Yu found the girls and began to distribute new benefits for the main ship. The Rabbit Charm. Speed, Dragon Talisman, Explosive Flame. There are 2 spells for each girl. After Bai Yu uses it, the spell turns into a special rune and appears in the hands of the girls. Because the shape, size, color, etc. of the runes are controllable, Bai Yu also has invisible rune marks, so he can't even see them. Equivalent to. Each girl has 2 more innate abilities that do not belong to Devil Fruit and have extremely high ceilings, which cannot be taken away by outsiders. The next day. The spaceship is in the air. On the Pluton battleship, Bai Yu sat on the throne and looked at a document. The divisions under Bai Yu were also lined up on the huge battleship. Jin of the Phantom Beast Nu, and Jack of the Phantom Beast, Orochi, also became the new squad leaders. As for Mechanic Quinn, who was a scientist, he was not included in the squad. The 13th Division was expanded to the 15th Division, and no more additions will be made until the world is reassigned. This is Elbaf. Bai Yu looked at the information, which was part of the information compiled by members of the giant soldier pirates such as Dory and Brogy. But they are basically from the warrior village, and they don't know much about the main city of Elbaf and the secret past. Just take the girls for a walk around. Bai Yu mainly punches cards, and has little interest in all kinds of secrets. 9 Space Uzumaki opens. Everyone looked at it together, and many people missed it very much, such as Sand Crocodile, Enel, Ryder, etc., all stayed there. Recalling the glorious past, I still have the deepest impression on the prison of immortality, because if you want to enter, you must first be powerless to resist the state, so most of them are beaten to death and then thrown in. Gia ha ha ha, I'm back, the new era pirates tremble. Advertisement, Alala, the sunshine outside is so good, I suddenly want a drink. Be serious, don't be lazy. Goo la la la, it's been a long time, really, Ryder. Wow wow wow. Where is the captain? Change me back quickly. Everyone's expressions were different. Golden Lion, Kuzan, Zephyr, Whitebeard, and 3-year-old Kaido. Beboj. But Kaido is crying a lot at the moment, but the whole expression is collapsed, which makes people wonder what Kaido has experienced in the undead prison. Boss Kaido. Looking at the little Kaido, the 3 disasters also had a wonderful expression, and suddenly there was an urge to ravage them, guilty of sin. Okay, calm down. Bai Yu said, and directly restored the little Kaido, and the momentum was like a rainbow in an instant. After recovering, Kaido thought of hitting Whitebeard for the first time, and suddenly noticed Bai Yu squinted his eyes, so he glared at Whitebeard and didn't shoot. Whitebeard didn't take it seriously and even wanted to laugh. Anyway, he became Kaido's father for one day, and he would say a few words when he saw him. Have seen the captain. 9 Whitebeard, Kaido, Golden Lion, Zephyr, and Kuzan all spoke together. Hiss. Even if they knew it for a long time, when they saw that the 5 people really joined, many people in each division were also shocked and excited, and their power was too strong. The 5 people are in good spirits, they are all at the peak of their careers, and they have adjusted their mentality. Bai Yu is also very satisfied. First of all, Welcome the 5 of you to join as a member of Team Zero. Doflamingo and the others couldn't help but take a few more glances. They were all big men, and because the captain's ability had recovered, they were all in their 50s at present. Golden Lion and Whitebeard are the top 3 legendary pirates. Kaido, the strongest creature. Kuzan, formerly Marine Admiral. Zephyr, formerly the Don't Kill Admiral, taught many top generals. The first 3 have a great influence on the pirates and the world's major forces, and the last 2 former Marine Admirals have a great influence on the Marine and the world government, and even shake the military's heart. Secondly, split up to attack the 2 4 emperors, as well as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. When Bai Yu's words fell, everyone was shocked and excited. Gulala, do you want to unify the new world first? Whitebeard recalled that Rock's pirate also killed all the big pirates in one go, but the ending was tragic. Captain Rock's strength does not match ambition. But Captain Demon King is different. In Whitebeard's perception, ambition is within the scope of strength, and it is also a small goal. Watching Whitebeard laugh, Crocodile said abruptly, one of the new 4 emperors is Blackbeard Teach, 39. Dad knows. Whitebeard glanced at the little crocodile, his face very calm and not angry. He has already died once, there is no need to be angry with the former traitor, we will meet Teach. Gia ha ha ha, Roger Pirate's intern. The red-haired figure popped into his mind, and Golden Lion was very interested. Kaido snorted coldly. In Lao Su's eyes, red hair is a shit stirrer. Rayleigh and Hawkeye murmured. In the face of their power that is enough to overturn the world, no one can stop it, and Shanks will not be able to be 10 times stronger. As for the Revolutionary Army, in order to prevent chaos, it must be solved first. Captain, what about Marine? Zephyr couldn't help it, knowing that the current naval headquarters was also in the New World. The 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army must be captured within half a month. Bai Yu looked at the crowd and continued. After the task is completed, clean up all future troubles in New World. The crowd nodded. At this time, a figure flew from afar, and everyone looked at it. Advertisement, it's a big, fat white bird, and it's the big news in the form of the bird's fruit, albatross, Morgans. Master Captain, everyone, please forgive me for being so excited. Morgans couldn't help but look around excitedly when he flew over. Big news, this is the real big news, 5. When he learned that he was going to attack Wanukuni, he came without stopping, and Morgans didn't stop all the way. Seeing the arrival of Morgans, Bai Yu also said, you came just in time, just like 2 years ago, to inform the world. Strength to show. Others like to hide, but Bai Yu doesn't like to hide and tuck. Bai Yu's biggest trump card is always himself. Ooh, great. Morgans was extremely excited. The group photo he took 2 years ago was the pinnacle of his career, and he will surpass it again today. Quickly, Bai Yu fantasized to create a grand stairway, and the huge Pluton was clearly visible behind the high platform, and it was powerful. Bai Yu is on the top throne. The second stage is Hancock, Shirahoshi, Nami, Kaya and other girls. Tier 3, Team 0, Mahawk, Rayleigh, Redfield, Bullet, Kaido, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Zephyr, Kuzan, and Katakuri. Tier 4, Captain 15, Linlin, Dover, Luigi, Shiryu of the Rain, Enel, Crocodile, Kid, Parasparrow, Smoothie, Cavendish, Cracker, Jinbei, Moria, Jin, Jack. 5th Order, Vice Captains, Charlotte Owen, Apu, Kaku, X-Drake, Uroge, Hawkins, Peggy Wan and others. Level 6, Seat Officers, 15 people including Blay, Pika, and Bluno. Rank 7. They are all members of the major squads, and they are all elites at present. On both sides of the huge platform are giants such as Dory, Brogy, and Helding. At a glance, the scalp is numb, ancient weapon Pluton. Team 0, including the Empress, and Team 15 of the Guardian are all famous. Morgan's hands were shaking with excitement. Big news, 5. Crack. Photo freezes. The last group photo before the unification of the world. This afternoon. Wanukuni is done. When the divisions were renovating and planning the tasks for the divisions, Bai Yu sent the giant soldiers pirates into the gravity space balance area, and drove the spaceship to accelerate away. 2 days later, just as the newspapers began to spill over the world, the spaceship stopped. Arrive. The girls looked down, and it was a huge supergiant island. You can see many villages and town branches all over the place, and there are many tall figures walking around the island. Elbaf. The giant kingdom of the New World is known as the world's most powerful country. It's all giants. Shirahoshi looked at the giants all over the place curiously. The giants are at least 12 meters tall, and many are over 20 meters long. Is the big Linlin destroyed here? Perona was shocked, because this island is really big and there are many giants. I just like the way you are not very smart. Bai Yu saw Perona staring, and explained with a chuckle. Elbaf is a very complete country. The country is divided into towns and villages. Most of the giant warriors in the outside world are from the Elbaf warrior village, while Linlin destroyed was just one village. Oh, I get it. Perona suddenly realized. Robin is looking forward to it. The world government has been established for 800 years, and the giants have a lifespan of 350 years, which means that Elbaf has only experienced a few generations. I remember the elders said that when grandfather was young, it seemed that there was no world government, Gerd recalled. The women sighed with emotion. Therefore, it makes sense to live for a long time. Only a few generations have passed, so even if it is passed down by word of mouth, there will be many records about 800 years ago. Chapter 225. Giants. Is the Demon King a god of war? At this moment, the world is shocked. Who is it? An explosion came. The girls heard the sound and looked down at the past, and there were many giants running from the edge of the island. The giant at the head, with thick dark green hair and a beard, most of all the girls were surprised that he held a long pot in his hand. It's him? The dark green hair and beard, especially the long pot, were called Bai Yu. Giants. Pens Fry, Bounty, 320 million, Dory, Brogy friends. The giant pirate of New World is also a chef, keen to snatch food from the major forces, and then cook for those hungry people. Can make volcano cuisine that is unique in the world, celestial cuisine. He has a daughter. Lily Ernst Mark. Mini fruit. It can make itself smaller, because it is a giant, so it is good at reducing its size and then rushing into the enemy's stomach, and then, getting bigger to blast the enemy. Bai Yu raised his hand, opened the portal of gravity space, and floated out the giant soldier pirates. Dory, Brogy? After seeing the two leaders, Fry was surprised. Why did you come back so soon? Ha ha ha, we came back with the captain. Dory laughed boldly. The captain is on the spaceship, New World 4 Emperors, the Demon King of the new era. Demon King? As a New World pirate, Fry naturally understands the major forces, and looks at the high-altitude spaceship in shock. But no one was seen. Fry said with emotion. I haven't been out recently, and I haven't read the newspaper. I didn't expect you to join the Demon King's command. The captain is the strongest, the young Helding shouted immediately. I don't need you to remind me. Fry knocked Helding with the pot. The giants were straightforward, but there were also many who were short-tempered and needed to be reminded. The giants communicated. And on the ship. Bai Yu was a little surprised when he heard the three words, Jarul. Jarul, Jorul, the two and Dory, Brogy, the four giants, are the captains of the giant soldier pirates. But, 63 years ago, Jarul was 345 years old, the oldest fighter in the world, and Jorul was 344 years old. Then Jorul died. After 63 years, if Jarul is still alive, wouldn't he be 408 years old? But then think about the giant's life expectancy of 350 years, compared with 100 years of ordinary people. Some people live to more than 100 years old. It is reasonable for some giants to live to 400 years old. Nami smiled and said, I heard Chi Feng say that her sister is the beloved of the giant prince, right? I've met Chi Feng's sister. Perona raised her little hand at this moment. Prince Loki. Gerd was startled for a moment, then recalled. Prince Loki did propose to a foreign woman many years ago. The news came out and it was a sensation in Elbaf. Charlotte Chifeng, who looks abstract, but is very kind and loyal, is currently a subordinate of the 9th Division Team Smoothie. Kai Feng has a twin sister named Charlotte Lola, looks abstract, optimist. Lola has the habit of proposing to each other when she meets a man. The current number of marriage proposals is more than 4,000 times. Later, Elbaf Prince Loki fell in love with Lola at first sight and proposed to her. Because he did not want to be dominated by his mother, he chose to escape from the marriage and left the family. 5 years ago, he entered the magic triangle and was cut off by Moria, and he has not returned to the family. He came. Bai Yu motioned the girls to look. Helding went in form before that there were quite a few giants rushing over. The giant headed with a crown is the prince of the giant family, Loki. I'll let Gerd take you to Elbaf for a walk. Bai Yu glanced at Loki and retracted his gaze. Then you go to a seeds. Advertisement. Seeing that Bai Yu seemed to be leaving Elbaf, Vivi asked curiously, where are you going, brother Bai Yu? The battle is imminent, I have to do some preparations, Bai Yu said seriously. Elbaf does have many secrets, but the moment he came here, Bai Yu used the awakening of the memory fruit to read the memories of all the giants on the island. But it was Joey Boy, the ancient warrior Nika, and all kinds of agreements, and Bai Yu was a little disappointed. So, girls go around, and he really has to prepare for the war. Before the war, he will get back those missing girls and grab the beauties of the plot as his purpose of going to sea. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Hancock said softly, husband, go do your work, we'll find Ace Day later. Hearing Ace Day, Robin also showed a smile. I haven't seen you for half a month, I miss that lil cutie too, 99. The girls also chuckled, and the super powerful lil Ace Day is really cute. When the time comes, I'll find you, Bai Yu said, and said casually, but since you're here, you can't go back empty-handed. Dory and the others are polite, and Coercion is a soldier. Huh? The girls were puzzled. Bai Yu came to the high altitude of Elbaf Kingdom in an instant, looked down, and the sound washed every corner of the island. My name is Bai Yu. The sound blasted through the sky like thunder, confounding the giants in all the towns and villages of the Kingdom of Elbaf. All the giants walked out of the room one after another, and looked up at the sky in surprise, and soon saw a person standing high in the sky, waiting for them to react, and suddenly felt a terrible pressure. Buzz. Conquerors. Coercion. The terrifying pressure was like a spectrum, sweeping across the entire Elbaf Kingdom in an instant, making all the giants stay in place. Move. Can't move. Hey, this. What kind of momentum is this? I feel my soul trembling. Horrible. No matter how strong or weak, regardless of gender, age, under Bai Yu's meticulous control, they will just stay where they are. Boom. After the coercion was over, Bai Yu's extraordinary conquerors broke out. Different from the calm and silent horror before, The extraordinary conquerors at this moment materially charged through the sky and instantly collapsed the sky. Gollum. The giants trembled, and then all the giants felt their brains go blank. Plop plop. The giants all over the island fell to the ground one by one, rolling their eyes one by one, and there was only one sentence left in their minds before they fainted. Bai Yu. Is he the god of war? What a terrifying existence. After the 3 breaths, looking around, no one was standing, but any buildings, objects, and ground were not damaged at all, and the entire kingdom of Elbaf was dead silent. Only the giant soldier pirates remained, Gollum. Even Dory and others, who knew that Captain Demon King was invincible, were shocked when they saw the entire island's clansmen being stunned by conquerors. This is the most powerful country in the world, the pride of too many giants, but in front of Captain Demon King, it is so weak. That's just right. Bai Yu murmured, looked at the girls and said, Elbaf will be handed over to you, let them all join, I'm leaving. The girls smiled and waved. Bai Yu turned around and disappeared. East Blue, here I come. It has been 2 days since Kaido Golden Lion and the others joined. Morgans worked overtime and was very excited to spread the newspaper around the world. And this time, everyone who saw the newspaper couldn't help but be shocked, and it also made all the big forces extremely dignified. Seeking Flowers 0. Open black lens bracket Pluton is here. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Whitebeard, Golden Lion. Legend of the Old Times resurrected and joined the Demon Lord close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket former Admiral of Headquarters Zephyr, Kuzan, joined the Demon King, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the strongest creature in the world, 4 Emperors Kaido, joined the Demon King, close black lens bracket. Subordinates of the Demon King, 11 people from the 0 Division, the 15th team of the Guardian, close black lens bracket. Hi, ancient weapon, really or not, isn't Whitebeard dead? Actually resurrected? As we all know, photos cannot be faked, and the group photo is amazing. 2 original Admiral, 2 old legends, and Kaido, Gollum, Demon Lord Bai Yu, who else can stop? Ah, Lord Demon King. The whole world was caught in a big shock, and all the reclusive powerhouses were blown out, and their scalps tingled when they took a look at the photo. East Blue, Windmill Village. There's a big guy who can point at Garp's nose and scold, and kick both feet if he wants to, so that Garp can't even say a word. Old Village Chief. Yes, it's me, ha ha ha, this is Makino, it's getting prettier. Looking at Makino in the photo, the Old Village Chief laughed happily. The old man said a long time ago, that young man Bai Yu is very good, am I right? 99. You guys have been urging Makino to get married all day long, but luckily it didn't work, otherwise Makino would have been miserable. The villagers were speechless. Whoever said Bai Yu has too many unreliable women all day long, she changed her face so fast. East Blue, West Rob Village. Miss, it's great to see you so healthy and happy. Seeing the happy Kaya in the photo, the old housekeeper Mei Li burst into tears. East Blue, Coco West Village. Nami, New Okagao, you have really grown up and are very happy. Ajien looked at the sisters in the newspaper and sighed, and then looked at the tomb in front of him and murmured. Your adoptive mother has never married for your sake, and if she is still alive, she will definitely be happy for you. The villagers were also deeply moved. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. When Koshiro saw Tashigi in the photo in the newspaper, he thought of his daughter and sighed deeply. It's so similar, Kuina, I was wrong, alas, Alabasta. Seeing the more beautiful Vivi in the photo, Cobra was immediately relieved. There are only a few dozen? It's okay, my daughter's beauty and well-behaved must be the most favored one. Ikalem. Now. New World. Dressrosa. The Straw Hats who were preparing to land on the island, looking at the photos and content in the newspaper, felt the pressure of indescribable silence and fell silent. All pirates are their opponents to compete for the new generation of One Piece. Can face the devil. How to fight this? If nothing else, just say that there are 11 members of the 0 Division, more than all the members of the Straw Hats, which is simply scary. We're on the island. All over the New World. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The white group was beaten to pieces by various parties a year ago. After thinking about it, Marco contacted Joe's and Bista, packed up his things, and went to sea again. Hey, I have to calm down. In Whitebeard's hometown, Marco, who is a doctor who guards the island, sheds tears of surprise after seeing the group photo. Dad is resurrected and younger, 39. The 5 elders exclaimed and fell silent. Many men cried loudly. Wow, Daddy, 99. Dad's blonde hair is fluttering, and now is definitely at his peak. Pluton battleship, 35 that adult can still hold back, 9. Chapter 226. Akainu. This marshal is inappropriate. Go back to East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. That's Pluton, yes, it must not fall into the hands of the big pirate Bai Yu. He must be punished. Notify Akainu immediately and send all your troops to take back Pluton. In the ancient city of Mariejois, there are 4-5 elders. 2 years have passed, and the curly beard is still unfinished after his death. Now the 4 of them are living a small life. At this moment, the 4 of them were looking at the newspaper and taking a group photo, indignant. World government is composed of more than 170 allied countries. It is an international alliance, not an empire. Big pirates. Countries feel the crisis. Pay to the heaven and gold to join countries. Support the world government, marine catch pirates. No part is missing, and no big pirates are missing. Otherwise, why would the allied countries pay so much money, and even Marine would have to lay off a lot of staff? Without the pirates, there would be no foreign aggression. Which country would spend money to seek protection from the world government? Wouldn't it be fragrant to save the heavenly gold to develop the country? The Four Emperors era is very good, 5 elders. The Four Emperors are very scary, don't want to be destroyed, why don't you pay? The Four Emperors were tossing around in the New World, and the 5 elders sat happily counting money. It's a balance of power. But as Kaido joins the Demon King, and the Demon King is ambitious, as the balance of the New World 4 Emperors is disrupted, the balance of the world will also be disrupted, which will trigger a series of chain reactions. In particular, the May 20th Demon King has Pluton, which will cause many allied countries to become obsolete and generate a lot of careful thoughts. This is not what the 5 elders want to see. So angry and jealous. But anger returned to anger, and when he thought of the words of the adult, the bearded 5 elders said in a low voice, "The time is not enough. It's not enough. If we let him develop further, it will be more messy." The blonde 5 elders didn't understand. Curly-haired 5 elders. Pluton is scary, but over the years, it's a big project to fix. So, aside from the temporarily unavailable Pluton, his power is the enhanced Rocks Pirate. If we go between flowers now, there's only one outcome. One word, go away. The 5 elders shuddered at the thought of the grown-up who made them roll 2 years ago. Yes, it really isn't enough. The bald-headed 5 elders said faintly. The bottom line is to unify the new world, and then going to the flower room will really attract the attention of that adult. 5. Waiting for the Demon King to grow. The adults may be too boring and have inexplicable expectations for the Demon King, but they just want to say, really don't expect it, something will happen. You can't do nothing, right? The blonde 5 elders frowned. Send CP to the Demon King's sea, contact Blackbeard and Red Hair, just listen to us if you don't want to be destroyed by the Demon King. Speaking of this, the curly-haired 5 elders said again, you guys are not in a good mood? Then start venting. Take out the phone bug. Now. Naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, the generals are having a meeting. Zephyr and Kuzan joined the Demon King, directly causing the naval headquarters to explode, and all the elite generals were talking about it. Called the military hardshake. It was only the 2 veterans Sengoku and Garp who came forward to ease the situation, but you can still see a lot of Marines' confusion. It's all back to their prime. Looking at Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp in the photo, their hearts are complicated. They're either old rivals or old comrades, and they are also confused. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are prouder than the other, why are they willing to bow their heads? Zephyr also joined the Demon Lord, and they really couldn't understand it. Sengoku plus Garp. What kind of magic does the Demon King of the new era have? There is also the next move of the Demon King, all the generals have to discuss. Blood. Akainu saw the phone bug ringing, glanced at Sengoku and the others, and calmly answered the channel. Here. Sakazuki. How long have you been a marshal? Marine Admiral has died. You be asterisk 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 D. Hash. Shut up. You can't even come up with a plan to punish the Demon King. Are you full of shit? 55. Advertisement you. What do you want to say? You still have the face to be angry. No more nonsense, this year's military spending will be halved, you continue to talk, 99. T. Don't want to be a marshal. If you dare to say it, get out of Marine immediately, you are asterisk percent hash asterisk hash. Akainu's face turned black. Did the 5 elders eat shit today, and their mouths stink? He regretted it, shouldn't have answered the call of 5 elders during the meeting, you can see Kizaru's face is red. Was scolded for half an hour. Akainu wanted to say a few words at first, but didn't say a word at the end. He kept his head down and his face darkened all the way. Hey, calm down. 5 elders hung up the phone bug after scolding, feeling relieved. After the 5 elders died, Akainu saw that Fujitora was also holding back laughter, and he burst out with uncontrollable anger. This marshal is inappropriate. 5. Good. Well said. Kizaru applauded and suggested. But this is not enough enthusiasm, I think you should scold you back, the dirtier the better, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Akainu. Look, he just said something angry, how do you feel that Kizaru really wants him to abdicate, doesn't he think he can become a marshal? Smooth down, 2 years have passed, you are already a mature Marine marshal, you must learn to control your emotions. Old Marshal Sengoku comforted. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you still taught Akainu, why don't you scold the 5 elders behind your back? Cough. Garp was laughing, and the senbei was directly shoved by Sengoku. Sengoku glared at Garp and directly changed the subject. You can't blame the green cow for his death. You have ordered the evacuation, but he is still planning. 5. Speaking of green cows, the generals look different. Newspapers are all about the power of the Demon King. As for the death of the Green Bull, it is only in a small corner of the newspaper. Not a single title was mixed in. They almost ignored it when they looked at it before, and it was Fujitora who asked about the green cow, so everyone went to find it. Also really found, the death of Admiral in the corner, a word brought over. This made everyone and even Garp feel a chill in their hearts. Killing Admiral is such a big thing, the devil actually doesn't care, it's like pulling weeds. Morgans is the Demon King's person. It's very clear now, but if it wasn't for the Demon King's suggestion, Morgans would definitely be hyping it up, and only the Demon King wouldn't care. The generals were terrified. Pulsolino trimmed his nails, and Fujitora wiped his staff. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Isle of White Earth, Baldigo. From a distance, it looks like a desert island of white clay, and at this moment, the crowd is crowded, and many people are shouting and carrying things. Boss, why are we leaving here? Sabo wondered. After seeing the newspaper, Dorag held a big meeting and said, immediately, move the headquarters. Drago was extremely serious, and the cadres couldn't say anything, and they all started to move things with confusion. The island of White Earth will eventually be empty. The original trajectory was that badgers smuggled here and reported to Blackbeard. The Blackbeard pirates attacked, and the Revolutionary Army immediately abandoned it and moved to the Karmabaka ******* kingdom. Hearing Sabo's question, Drago looked at the sky and whispered, the wind told me that this place has been exposed. Sabo. The leader is really unpredictable, and I, Sabo, are still too young. My gut is not wrong. After Dorag read the newspaper, he felt an indescribable heart palpitation, a great crisis. Advertisement after thinking about it, moving away from the headquarters. A cadre said subconsciously, is that what Koala said? Impossible. Some officials also objected. Sabo was silent, and Drago said calmly, it has nothing to do with Koala. In addition, Drago said solemnly, anyone who has been in close contact with the Demon King must be quarantined, including me. 9. What? The cadres were stunned, and many people suddenly wondered, could it be that there is some terrifying and deadly infectious disease on the Demon King? If Bai Yu was here to listen to his heart, he would have to say a few words. Shang added, the Demon King's abilities are numerous and mysterious, especially those involving space. Anyone who has been in contact with the Demon King may be able to find our headquarters through some medium. 35. So scary. The cadres were stunned, and those who were present at close range, that is, within 10 meters of the Demon King. The leader, Sabo, and the bear. And Drago said, the close distance I'm talking about is that I was on an island with the Demon King, Ivankov, Lightning, and Mori, you should also be quarantined. The three were in a trance. They showed up during Summit War and saw the Demon Lord from a distance, could that be a problem? The Demon King was too scary. Drago stares into the distance. Leave this place first. Now. Over East Blue. After Bai Yu left Elbaf, he came to East Blue to stand in the sky, and the sights and sounds continued to spread. Perception range, 100 times. Conceptual talent. Size, Bai Yu increases the size of the perception range, directly including the entire East Blue area. Feel the whole sea. The laughter of the old village chief of Windmill Village, the murmur of Mei Li, the old housekeeper of Zailuobu Village, Coco West Village, Sea Restaurant, Logue Town, Warship Island and so on. Finally, Bai Yu put his perception in a small island village, the village is Shimotsuki Village. In an instant at 0.9, Bai Yu came to the sky above Shimotsuki Village, saw Ishin Dojo, and squinted Koshiro. Kuina. Bai Yu looked at a tombstone and murmured, it was a girl who looked very similar to Dashigi. But they are only similar in appearance, the temperament and personality of the two women are different, and their dreams are even more different. Died at 11. Climb up the ladder to get the whetstone and accidentally fall to your death. Loli plot kills. Which method should I use to revive her? Bai Yu thought. Of course he came to resurrect Kuina to steal the lottery, but he has many ways, and there are two most special props. 1. Resurrection coins. Bai Yu checked again. Resurrection coins. You can designate any era and any creature, and set the concept first, so as to be resurrected perfectly. Effect overview. After specifying the resurrection target, you can conceptually set everything in the biological range such as age, height, knowledge, and strength to resurrect. Note. If the strength is set, it cannot exceed the basic combat strength of the host. 2. The time machine. There is no limit in number of trips to the past and future, and many people can be carried. Remarks. If you go through the past, the small situation can be changed, but the general situation cannot be changed. I've never used either of these. Bai Yu took out 2 items to check.